1520 of the Sea Circle Calendar. The mangrove area outside GR24 of the Sabaody archipelago. It was noon, and Azome Sosuke, who was supposed to be imprisoned in the eighth hell, appeared here. All this was just because Aizen felt that it was too boring to continue waiting for 19,988 years in the hell, and he wanted to go out and take a look. So the Hogyoku, which was completely integrated with Aizen, responded. Not only did it give him a real body, but it also crossed into the world of pirates. Azome, whose memory was a little confused, looked down at his clothes. A white feather coat, a black death suit inside, a pair of black-framed glasses on his face, and a 5 written on the back of the feather. This outfit was worn by Aizen when he was still the captain of the 5th Division, and he couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the most favorite look in my heart was when I was the captain. One of the abilities of the Hogyoku is to make what people want in their hearts develop according to what they think in their hearts, so as to materialize it into reality. Therefore, Aizen's current clothes are the truest reflection of his inner heart. After a brief sigh, Aizen began to look at the surrounding environment, which was completely different from the world of death. There are many super huge trees around and big bubbles popping out from the ground from time to time. These bubbles will float into the air and will not disperse. This aroused Aizen's curiosity, and he reached out and poked a bubble beside him. The finger poked in easily, but the bubble did not explode, and even entering the bubble could make him float together. Aizen pulled back his finger, and there was an unknown mucus from the bubble on his finger. Soon he analyzed that this should be a special resin secreted by a tree, which does not exist in the world of death. Based on this alone, Aizen felt that this world might be more interesting than he imagined. Then, Aizen closed his eyes and felt his own situation. The 5 senses that were originally sealed have all recovered. Aizen adjusted his glasses. He planned to find a strong man in this world to test it. With his extraordinary perception, Aizen looked at the street in the distance, where many humans were gathered. That was GR24 among the 79 areas of the Sabaody Islands, commonly known as the Civilian Street. Aizen took a step forward after identifying the direction, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the Civilian Street. Civilian Street is where the residents of the Sabaody Islands live their daily lives. But at this moment, a very strange scene appeared. Ordinary residents living on the island were kneeling on both sides of the street, and everyone's expression was very scared. On the straight road, in the middle, a slave was crawling forward with difficulty like a dog. On the slave's back sat a man wearing strange clothes and a bubble mask on his head, followed by his servants and other slaves. This person was none other than one of the world's noble celestial dragons, Saint Charlos. Saint Charlos was very satisfied with the ordinary people kneeling on both sides, and he liked others to kneel to greet him. And what he disliked most was that there were untouchables blocking his way. At this moment, Aizen just used instant step to come to the center of the street. He looked at the kneeling humans on both sides curiously, muttering to himself, "Are they here to greet me?" The sound of chains from the front attracted Aizen's attention. Turning back, Aizen saw Saint Charlos sitting on the slave. Just by this one glance, Aizen frowned, and he couldn't help but complain. How can there be such an ugly human? Saint Charlos's appearance is really not flattering. The whole person is ugly and sloppy. Weird hairstyle, bloated body, fat face, thick lips, unshaven beard, and runny nose. Each of these points is already a big flaw. Not to mention that these flaws are all occupied by one person. In the world of death, most of the people Aizen has seen are handsome men and beautiful women. In such a comparison, the extreme contrast between beauty and ugliness makes it difficult for him to adapt. On the other side, when Aizen suddenly appeared on the street, several supernovas present were quite surprised. How could someone dare to stand in front of the celestial dragons? Did he think his life was too long? A blond man among the supernovas had the ability to tell fortunes, and he curiously told Aizen's fate. The result of the prophecy was that this person would never die today. Then, the blond man calculated for the celestial dragons again, and after seeing the result, he broke out in a cold sweat and was terrified. After hearing Aizen's complaints, the celestial dragon Charlos Saint stared at Aizen in disbelief and dared to scold him. "Yuda, how dare this lowly person call me ugly? And dare to stand in front of me? Go to hell." Charlos Saint raised the golden pistol in his right hand and fired 3 shots at Aizen without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets shot into Aizen's chest in the blink of an eye. Aizen looked at the bullet calmly, dodging it by leaning slightly to the side. He smiled at St. Charlos with contempt. What a ridiculous move. You don't think such a bullet can hit me, do you? At this time, the government subordinates following St. Charlos. He saw Eisen dare to dodge the bullet and mock the celestial dragons, and angrily scolded him. Bold, where did you come from, rude guy? Do you know that the one in front of you is the world's noble celestial dragon, the descendant of the creator, St. Charlos? Giving you a bullet is an honor given to you, and you dare to dodge it. Why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the master? The voices of the subordinates were so loud that the ordinary people kneeling on both sides heard it, and they echoed. Kneel down quickly. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the celestial dragons. The brave man quickly crawled to Eisen's feet and wanted to grab Eisen and ask him to kneel down. Hurry up and kneel down. Do you want to kill us if you don't kneel down? However, just when his hand was about to touch Eisen, he turned into a blood dance and let out a miserable cry. Charlos Saint enjoyed this moment very much. These untouchables would fight each other to survive. They were willing to do anything to survive. Untouchables, why don't you kneel down? Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood today. Oh no, you just dodged the bullet. I want you to carry me instead of this dog. Charlos Saint said as he raised his gun and shot at the mount under his buttocks. Bang. The man under Charlos Saint's buttocks screamed in pain, but he was greeted by more gunshots. Bang bang. Dogs should look like dogs, and they're not allowed to make human sounds. The man actually endured the pain and began to bark like a dog. Woo woo woo. I don't know who started the commotion. People began to shout at Eisen. Kneel down and be a dog. Kneel down and be a dog. Kneel down and be a dog. Eisen stood there motionless. His face was a little gloomy at this time. Eisen thought that maybe he'd been locked up in the hell for too long, which made him a little kind. Buzz. The temperature of the entire civilian street began to drop rapidly as Eisen's expression began to drop, and everyone felt a sudden chill. Dared to shout in front of him and claim to be the descendant of the creator? Let him kneel. Still want him to be a dog? Ha! Do you know how miserable the end of the last person who dared to do this was? Such a person has never existed. Pa pa pa, the bubbles around exploded continuously, and the ground of the civilian street sank inexplicably, and many cracks appeared. Ordinary people didn't know what happened at all. Among the people present, only the supernovas knew what was going on. They felt like they were carrying a mountain on their backs out of thin air. The invisible pressure crushed everyone. Even the supernovas could only stand. As for ordinary people, they had already fainted and vomited blood under the pressure of spiritual pressure. This was the spiritual pressure after Eisen had restrained it, and they could not bear it at all. The person who was closest and wanted to pull Eisen to kneel was even worse. The whole person was instantly crushed into meat paste. As for the celestial dragon, Charlos Saint, he naturally could not withstand the spiritual power released by Eisen. He had already fallen from the slave to the ground and was pressed into the ground, and his life and death were unknown. Only the subordinate who dared to speak rudely to Eisen had some judgment and strength. After seeing the fate of Charlos Saint, he immediately chose to retreat, but he was still a step slower. He knelt on the ground under the pressure of spiritual pressure, but he still managed to take out the Den Mushi from his arms. Headquarters! Headquarters! Someone from GR-24 in the Sabaody Islands attacked the celestial dragons. Request immediate support. The subordinate repeated this several times to the Den Mushi. Just then, Eisen came to his side in a flash and snatched the Den Mushi, then raised his foot and kicked him away. The subordinate was unable to dodge and was kicked more than 10 meters away, crashing into a building next to the street. For a while, his life or death was unknown. Eisen looked at the snail-like thing on his palm curiously. What is this? Is it a phone? At this time, the contact person on the other end of the Den Mushi gave a reply. Headquarters received. Headquarters received. Please try to delay the time. Eisen saw the talking snail. He picked up the walkie-talkie on the snail and said while observing, "It seems to be a long-distance communication device. Who are you?" The person on the other end of the phone heard it and immediately asked after finding something wrong. "Me? I'm Eisen Sosuke. You attacked the celestial dragons?" Eisen looked back at the ugly human embedded in the ground. "You should be talking about him, right? Are you referring to that ugly freak?" The other end of the phone was silent for a while, but he didn't dare to answer. After a moment, he warned, "Evildoer, you have committed a great crime by attacking the celestial dragons. This is an enemy of the world government. I advise you to surrender now. Otherwise," Eisen was least afraid of threats. He replied with a playful look on his face. "Otherwise, what will happen? You will be wanted by the world government, and there will be no place for you to survive in this world. Aizen laughed at such a threat and replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After saying that, Aizen threw the Den Den Mushi away, and even though the Den Den Mushi kept making bolu bolu, Aizen did not respond. He glanced at the man and woman chained by the celestial dragons. They were not crushed by the spiritual pressure and still retained some consciousness. Aizen immediately withdrew the spiritual pressure, and the slave seemed to be saved. He gasped and waited for his breath to calm down before speaking to Aizen. "Thank you for your help. Please run away quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape when the Navy comes." Escape? This word will never appear in Aizen's dictionary. He has never encountered anything that makes him want to escape. If you want to escape, run away. Don't worry about me. The slaves saw Aizen's casual look and stopped trying to persuade him. They broke free from their chains and ran away. Aizen became more and more curious about the background of this ugly human. However, when he once again caught a glimpse of the ugly face of St. Charlos, he thought of the previous scene, and Aizen couldn't help but want him to disappear from this world. It was so ugly that Aizen raised his hand and prepared to launch an attack. At this moment, Hawkins, one of the supernovas, flashed in front of Aizen and stopped him. "Don't kill him, otherwise the Navy will send out the highest force to kill everyone present." Hawkins had previously made a divination for the celestial dragons, and what he saw was endless blood and light disasters. It indicates that the death of the celestial dragons will cause unpredictable killings and disasters. Under the circumstances of last resort, Hawkins had to bite the bullet and stand up to stop Aizen. The fourth broken way, White Thunder. A beam of white lightning instantly released from Aizen's fingertips. The white lightning passed Hawkins and directly penetrated the head of the celestial dragon St. Charlos, leaving a hole with a diameter of 1 meter on the ground. "Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said." Aizen retracted his fingers and blew them, saying apologetically. At this moment, space and time seemed to be still. Hawkins' expression froze, and he looked at the celestial dragon behind him with trembling. At this time, Charlos Saint's head was penetrated, and he couldn't die anymore. Do you know what you did?" Hawkins roared at Aizen, and he drew the sword at his waist and pointed it at Aizen. He was not the only one like this, and several other supernovas were even worse. "Madman! This is a madman!" Joel Bonnie, with long pink hair, pointed at Aizen and yelled. Urich, with white wings on his back, put away the smile on his face and said to his companions in a very serious voice, "Call back the troops immediately and run away." Capone Beach, wearing a straight-striped suit, had a calm expression on his face, but after seeing Aizen kill the celestial dragon, he was so surprised that his jaw couldn't close, and even the expensive cigar fell to the ground. He pointed at Aizen and said in disbelief, "How dare he kill the celestial dragon?" After Aizen withdrew his spiritual pressure, the ordinary people on both sides began to wake up one after another. When they saw the death of the celestial dragon, they ignored their own injuries and fled from the civilian street like crazy, crying and shouting. "Run! The celestial dragon was killed. It's over. The celestial dragon is dead, and we will all be buried with him. Mom, I don't want to die. I haven't gotten married yet." Ordinary people went completely crazy. They could never imagine that someone would dare to kill a celestial dragon in public. This was a super terrifying incident that had never happened in history. The awakened ordinary people scattered in a hurry, and soon everyone fled from the civilian street, except Hawkins. When he drew his sword to attack Aizen, he was easily blocked by Aizen's finger. Then Hawkins heard Aizen speak. "Blonde boy, tell me about this world." Aizen's calm demeanor made Hawkins even more afraid. "Isn't this person afraid? Kill the celestial dragons, and the admiral of the Navy will come." Chapter 2. The Great General Approaches. Aizen versus Kizaru in the office of the Marine Admiral. What should have been a tranquil setting for tea and conversation among the upper echelons of the Navy had devolved into chaos. Reports from informants in the Sabaody Archipelago's 24th area confirmed the death of the celestial dragon, Charlos. Simultaneously, it was established that 2 other celestial dragons remained on the island, Roshwald, the deceased's father, and Shirilia, his sister. Should the nefarious Aizen become aware of this situation, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Furthermore, 11 rising supernovas had recently made their presence known on the island. The strategic minds at Marine headquarters suspected that these supernovas might also be implicated in the assassination of the celestial dragons. Based on this suspicion, The Navy resolved to issue arrest warrants for the supernovas, adhering to the principle of preferring to mistakenly capture 100 rather than let one escape. At that moment, the spacious admiral's office was filled with tension. The current fleet admiral, Sengoku, rubbed his forehead, displaying a face of exasperation. Damn it, where did this Aizen S. Sook come from? Does he not comprehend the significance of the celestial dragons? Across from him, a man clad in a yellow-striped suit and sporting sunglasses teased, "What audacity! The newcomers today dare to kill celestial dragons." This man was Borsellino, known as Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals representing the Navy's highest combat strength. "Kizaru, this is not the time for levity," Sengoku scolded. Kizaru, savoring his tea, continued, "Regardless, the killing of a world noble can only be deemed a grave sin." Sengoku was well aware of this. However, he found himself at an impasse, as there was no intelligence on Aizen S. Sook. "Let me take care of it," Kizaru offered, recognizing Sengoku's predicament. It was more accurate to say that Sengoku was a figurehead, pushed to the forefront by those above him, wielding minimal actual power. "Kizaru, exercise caution," Sengoku advised, his concern palpable. He understood that known enemies were not to be feared. The unknown was far more perilous. Kizaru set down his teacup and replied languidly, "Rest assured, I shall return promptly." With that, he departed the admiral's office. Sengoku relayed a directive via Den Den Mushi to the Navy stationed on the island, instructing them to surround but not capture, awaiting Kizaru's arrival before taking action. Watching Kizaru's retreating figure, Sengoku felt a twinge of foreboding. Meanwhile, Hawkins, left alone with Aizen, was dutifully recounting the general history of the pirate world, its factions, and the devil fruits. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed that Hawkins was cooperating willingly. He had attempted to resist multiple times, but to no avail. Bound by 6 golden chains, Hawkins found himself unable to escape, no matter how hard he struggled. Even utilizing the powers of his devil fruit proved futile. Initially reluctant to comply, Hawkins had wished to flee for his life. To compel his cooperation, Aizen had employed the binding spell number 61, 6 Rods Prison of Light, which immobilized the target for a duration and intensity determined by the user's spiritual pressure. Aizen, should he desire, could easily bind Hawkins for a month. Under such circumstances, the two engaged in a cordial dialogue lasting half an hour. Aizen gradually gleaned a general understanding of this world and, with a wave of his hand, released Hawkins from the 6 Rods prison. "Thank you for your cooperation. You may leave now," Aizen said with a smile, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the earlier moment of violence. Regaining his freedom rendered Hawkins somewhat disoriented. He had nearly grown accustomed to the restraints. He glanced at Aizen and, using his divination ability, confirmed that Aizen bore no death omen today. This meant that even after killing a celestial dragon, Aizen would not perish today. Skeptical, Hawkins attempted to divine his own fate, only to draw the death card. The reading indicated that remaining near Aizen would lead to certain death. Swiftly, Hawkins tucked away the divination card and fled, disappearing in an instant. Observing Hawkins' panicked retreat, Aizen shook his head, bemused. He was not a man-eating demon. Such fear seemed excessive. Subsequently, Aizen reflected on the intelligence he had gathered. First and foremost, was the notion that finding the great treasure One Piece would grant one the title of Pirate King. With Aizen's centuries of experience, he doubted the existence of a treasure that could so easily bestow kingship. Perhaps it was yet another iteration of the Soul King. Had he not encountered the Soul King, Aizen would have aspired to become one himself. However, upon witnessing the Soul King in a diminished state, Aizen felt nothing but disgust. How could such a being claim superiority over others? Having vented his frustrations, Aizen recalled Hawkins' warning that killing a celestial dragon would certainly attract the attention of at least one Marine Admiral. The admirals represented the Navy's paramount strength, aligning perfectly with Aizen's aim to test his own capabilities. Yet, Hawkins had repeatedly emphasized the might of the admirals, prompting Aizen to exercise caution as he remained unfamiliar with this world's power dynamics. Walking around, he procured a chair and settled in, waiting quietly. One of the 3 admirals, Kizaru, arrived at his ship with remarkable speed, which then set sail at an equally swift pace toward the waters surrounding Sabaody Archipelago. Standing on the deck, Kizaru gazed out at the endless sea, reflecting on the earlier scene. He mused that Sengoku was, as always, quite cunning. Sengoku's theatrics were clearly aimed at pushing him to take action. Kizaru had long seen through the charade but felt compelled to play along. With a slight shake of his head, he muttered, This job is becoming increasingly difficult. Were it not for the decent pay and benefits, Kizaru would have long considered retirement. Standing behind the yellow ape, the rear admiral instinctively turned away, feigning ignorance upon hearing the general's complaints about work. The yellow ape, renowned for his laziness as one of the 3 current admirals of the Navy, would only act under the most pressing circumstances. A rumor once circulated within the Navy that one had to offer a monetary incentive to persuade Admiral Kizaru to take action. This rumor eventually faded, as it was said that Fleet Admiral Sengoku reprimanded Kizaru privately, chiding him for accepting money to fulfill his duties, thus tarnishing the dignity of an admiral. At this moment, Kizaru turned and inquired, "How long until we reach the Sabaody archipelago?" "Approximately another 20 minutes," came the reply. "All right, wake me in 15 minutes. I shall take a short nap," he declared, dismissing the curious glances of those around him as he retreated into the ship's cabin to rest. 15 minutes later, the rear admiral entered the cabin to rouse Kizaru. Emerging from the cabin, Kizaru gazed towards the horizon, where the Sabaody archipelago was now faintly visible. In an instant, he shed his earlier languor, commanding the rear admiral, "Fire immediately at the GR-24 area of the Sabaody archipelago." The rear admiral, momentarily taken aback, promptly executed Kizaru's command. The battleship's main cannon swiftly locked onto the GR-24 area, and with a single order, unleashed a barrage of shells. Boom! The shells soared towards the GR-24 region, and Kizaru, unfazed, transformed into a streak of golden light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop one of the fired shells, using its momentum to soar towards his destination at supersonic speeds. The sailors aboard the battleship watched in awe, witnessing for the first time someone soaring upon a cannonball. "Rear Admiral, what shall we do next?" inquired a subordinate, still in shock. The rear admiral turned and immediately issued orders. "Full speed ahead. We cannot allow the admiral to face the villains alone. Otherwise, our journey would be in vain." "Yes, sir." In the blink of an eye, Kizaru had reached the zenith above the GR-24 area, and just before the shell struck land, he transformed into golden light once more, instantly reappearing on the street below. As he landed smoothly, the shells detonated upon impact. Boom! In that moment of explosion, flames erupted, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding glare, while the scorching shockwaves stirred up clouds of dust and debris. Amidst this chaotic backdrop, Kizaru nonchalantly raised his right hand to check the time on his watch. "Oh dear, it took an hour. Had I known, I would have flown myself. I hope the target hasn't escaped too far." In an effort to conserve energy, he had chosen to follow the battleship, only to find that it had cost him precious time instead. Raising his head to survey the area, Kizaru sought to ascertain his exact location within the GR-24 region. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a figure in the distance. With his keen eyesight, he discerned a person seated there. 100 meters ahead, Aizen Sosuke rested his left arm on the armrest of his chair, his left hand supporting his face, exuding an air of impatience. Even before Kizaru touched down, Aizen's perceptive abilities had already detected his presence. "The Navy's admiral? Aizen Sosuke?" Aizen remarked, yawning dismissively. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Kizaru raised an eyebrow, irked by Aizen's nonchalant demeanor. "I've exerted considerable effort to arrive, and yet you appear so lethargic." Without further ado, feeling belittled, Kizaru directed a swift kick towards Aizen's direction, unleashing a golden laser beam from his foot. "Prepare to meet your end." In an instant, the laser pierced through Aizen's chest, continuing onward to strike the ground behind him. Boom! The explosive force of the laser consumed Aizen's figure in a fiery blaze. Seizing the opportunity, Kizaru swiftly snatched the lifeless body of Charlos, a celestial dragon, and teleported to his safe location to set the corpse down. Subsequently, Kizaru produced a transponder snail to contact headquarters, stating, "Hello, Sengoku, can you hear me? The villain Aizen Sosuke has been eliminated, and the body of the celestial dragon has been secured. Additionally, Sengoku, remember to brew a pot of new tea. I shall return shortly." Kizaru's expression was one of ease and contentment, having found Aizen to be a mere fool, mistaking him for a formidable adversary. At last, a response came from the transponder snail. "Is that so? In your eyes, am I already dead?" Kizaru's smile froze instantly. That voice unmistakably belonged to the villain Aizen. Chapter 3: The Deadly Illusion? Aizen's discontent. "This is impossible." Kizaru stared incredulously at the din-din mushi in his hand. Aizen had been killed by him. But why could he still hear his voice? Was he hallucinating? At that moment, An outrageous thought crossed Kizaru's mind. Could it be that the villain Aizen had returned to headquarters? Could Sengoku have been slain? Would the next fleet admiral be chosen from among himself? Such complications were too troublesome, especially without a raise. While Kizaru was lost in thought, a deep voice echoed from afar. Beika number 31, Shaka. A fireball over a meter in diameter shot swiftly toward Kizaru, causing the temperature around him to spike. It dawned on him that he was under attack. As he focused, he saw the massive fireball approaching, now only 2 meters away, poised to strike. However, to Kizaru, this speed was akin to that of a tortoise. Did they think they could hit him? It was still a century too early. In an instant, Kizaru activated the basic ability of the Pika Pika no Mi, transforming into light and darting toward the source of the voice. When he reappeared, he stood before Aizen, who sat calmly in a chair, a smile on his face. Admiral, what did you just witness? This bizarre scene left Kizaru utterly perplexed. He had distinctly killed Aizen. So why was he still alive? And what of the corpse of the celestial dragon lying at Aizen's feet? Kizaru longed for someone to explain the unfolding events. He could not comprehend the spectacle before him. I clearly killed you, so can you enlighten me as to why you are still alive? Kizaru retorted in response to Aizen's question. Aizen chuckled softly, gesturing to his head. The answer lies here. Kizaru felt a surge of annoyance. He detested riddles. In stark contrast to Kizaru's confusion, Aizen had gathered substantial intelligence about him. Based on Hawkins' classification of devil fruits, Aizen surmised that the Admiral was likely a Logia-type user. Previously, Kizaru had transformed into light, which was indicative of elementalization. However, Aizen, ever cautious, sought to perform further tests. One characteristic of Logia users is their immunity to physical attacks while in elemental form. With this in mind, Aizen raised his hand and pointed gently at Kizaru. Beika no. 61. Rokuge Kr. 6 beams of golden light materialized from thin air, shooting toward Kizaru, ensnaring his body in an intricate binding. Momentarily dazed, Kizaru regained his composure and entered elemental form, effortlessly stepping out of the confines of the light prison. The light prison couldn't contain you? Witnessing this, Aizen understood that such control techniques were ineffective against elementalization. Kizaru mimicked Aizen's gesture, tapping his forehead and sarcastically remarked, Think for a moment. I am the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. You intend to use light against light? Are you out of your mind? Aizen, taken aback by the retort, chuckled softly. Unconcerned, Kizaru clapped his hands together, concentrating to form a sort of light. Amaterasu. Upon completion, he utilized the speed advantage of his fruit, disappearing in an instant before reappearing before Aizen, delivering a swift slash aimed at his head. Go laugh in hell. The speed of the strike was such that Aizen had no time to evade. Yet, he showed no intention of dodging. He pointed his right hand toward the incoming Amaterasu, and a transparent shield materialized at the point of impact, blocking Kizaru's strike. Single shield. Kizaru was momentarily astonished that his attack had been thwarted. He had not anticipated Aizen could keep pace with his speed. Nevertheless, he did not halt his assault, launching a rapid flurry of strikes toward Aizen's body. Aizen, undeterred, countered each blow with the single shield. For a time, they remained locked in this exchange of attack and defense. During the standoff, Kizaru noted the cracks forming in Aizen's transparent shield. He realized that the shield's defenses were limited, while his Amaterasu had no such constraints. This was an opportunity. The moment the shield shattered would mark Aizen's demise. Look at your shield. It's on the verge of breaking. Are you capable of handling this? Kizaru taunted, intensifying his strikes to distract Aizen. You're too premature in your joy, Admiral. In the very next moment, as Aizen deflected the Amaterasu, the shield shattered. Having anticipated this moment, Kizaru swiftly swung his sword toward the same spot. The shield's abrupt destruction, coupled with Kizaru's rapid follow-up, left Aizen unable to respond, resulting in Kizaru slicing him in half. With a sickening sound, the sword cleaved through flesh, Aizen's body, and the chair behind him splitting apart in that instant. Aizen's upper half fell forward, crashing to the ground, while his lower half remained seated. Blood erupted like a fountain from Aizen's lower body, splattering onto the ground, blooming like a vibrant crimson lotus. Kizaru swiftly retreated to evade the gushing blood, exhaling a sigh of relief. With that strike, Kizaru felt the confirmation of his victory. Aizen had to be dead. However, as he prepared to lift the corpse of the celestial dragon, his expression morphed into one of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. Why are you not dead? Aizen, who should have been cleaved in twain, remained unharmed, sitting leisurely in his chair, a sardonic look in his eyes as he regarded the flustered Kizaru. At the very moment the black coffin materialized, The spatial and gravitational dynamics within its vicinity had irrevocably shifted, making it impossible to escape merely by transforming into light. An overwhelmingly potent force was required to dismantle it from within. Yellow Ape found it hard to believe that after becoming light, he could not traverse the barrier of the black coffin before him. This was a first for him, even when trapped in a sealed glass chamber. He had previously managed to escape by leveraging the refraction of light. A sense of panic began to envelop him as he wrestled with disbelief at such an occurrence. After all, he was a wielder of the natural type glint fruit. Could this mere black coffin truly confine me? A ridiculous notion. Break free. With his sword, Amatsukami, he struck fiercely at the wall of the coffin, but alas, it merely left a shallow mark, failing to shatter it. Unyielding, Yellow Ape unleashed every technique at his disposal to breach the coffin, resolute in his belief that this insignificant black coffin could not hold him captive. Eightfold Yata Mirror. Lightspeed kick, laser beams. These assaults struck the coffin, yielding no effect, and a sense of urgency began to gnaw at Yellow Ape's spirit. Just as he endeavored to break the coffin, thousands of shadow blades coalesced atop it, raining down upon him like a torrential storm. The sudden onslaught of shadow blades forced Yellow Ape to halt his attempts at breaking the coffin, resorting instead to elementalization to evade the assault. He also sensed the gravity within the coffin intensifying, with the oxygen growing alarmingly sparse. Am I truly destined to perish here? A wave of negativity washed over Yellow Ape's thoughts. As the blue-dyed figure within the coffin released its power, a satisfied smile finally graced its features. The natural type elementalization ability was indeed formidable, yet it was wielded by mere mortals. As long as they were human, their energy would inevitably reach a limit. They lacked the precious oath stone to sustain their energy expenditure. Thus, in this situation, it sufficed to continuously deplete their energy. Eventually, when their strength waned, they would succumb without further conflict. Upon encountering this general, the blue-dyed figure swiftly employed the Mirror Flower, Water Moon ability, plunging the opponent into a state of complete hypnosis. This led Yellow Ape to mistakenly believe he had slain the blue figure, and through those two instances of apparent victory, the blue figure gleaned a wealth of intelligence about Yellow Ape, ultimately deciding to resolve the conflict with the black coffin. In assessing Yellow Ape and Apos' prowess, the blue figure deemed it akin to that of a top 10 captain, which was commendable. Thank you, anonymous Marine General. You have deepened my understanding of this world. Farewell. After leaving this remark beside the black coffin, the blue figure turned to depart from the civilian street. Just then, from the opposite end of GR 24 Civilian Street, a colossal molten fist descended from the distance, crashing down upon the black coffin. Boom. The blue figure evaded the strike with a shuanpa, creating distance. Glancing back, the force of the blow was tremendous. The black coffin withstood only a fleeting moment before cracking, the sound of shattering echoing as it succumbed to the might of the fist. The molten fist erupted, and as the black coffin and Apos' walls crumbled to the ground, the earth ignited in flames. The crimson flow that pooled upon the ground radiated intense heat. Was it lava? At that moment, an audacious voice resonated from afar. Borsellino, you are truly worthless. A towering figure clad in a dark red suit, adorned with a naval cap and smoking a cigar, sauntered from the opposite end of the civilian street. It was none other than Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Akainu and Apos' visage was fierce, unmistakably a formidable presence. Sakazuki, I never anticipated a day when you would come to my rescue. Seizing the opportunity to extricate himself from the black coffin, Yellow Ape appeared exceedingly disheveled. His attire was tattered, a stark contrast to his prior elegance. It and Apos', it's not that Sengoku was concerned about you. He specifically sent me to maintain order. Upon witnessing Yellow Ape and Apos' disarray, Akainu succinctly explained the situation. Approaching Yellow Ape, he gestured towards the blue figure atop a distant rooftop. So, that diminutive figure over there is the one who killed the celestial dragons? Yellow Ape nodded, cautioning, do not underestimate him. He possesses a potent illusionary ability. I nearly fell victim myself. Do not compare me to you. I certainly do not slack off. Akainu was greatly displeased and irritated by Yellow Ape and Apos' predicament at the hands of the blue figure. His dissatisfaction stemmed from Yellow Ape, a vice admiral, being unable to handle such a seemingly insignificant opponent, while his annoyance was directed at the blue figure and Apos' actions, which had brought disgrace upon the Navy. Villainous blue figure. Do not even think of fleeing? Akainu called out unabashedly, his booming voice ensuring the blue figure heard every word. initially contemplating a discreet exit. The blue figure suddenly retraced his steps, a flame of anger igniting within him. The blue figure and Amp, Apos, S expression fluctuated, his brows furrowing tightly. Flee? He would never resort to such a cowardly act. An unsettling thought plagued him. Why did everyone in this world appear so exceptionally tall? The previously encountered blonde youth, Hawkins, stood over 2 meters. The celestial dragon he had slain was nearly 2 meters as well. The two individuals before him were even more absurd, likely towering at 3 meters. Meanwhile, he, the blue figure, stood at a mere 186 meters, comparatively shorter, and by a considerable margin. This realization soured the blue figure and Amp, Apos, S mood, signaling that someone was bound to face misfortune. Chapter 4. The First Encounter with Luffy. The desire of the Hgyoku sense of displeasure enveloped Aizen as he directed his right index finger towards Akainu and Kizaru. This technique, one he had mastered long ago, was being employed against others for the first time today. A swirling mass of deep purple energy began to coalesce at his fingertip, rapidly forming into a colossal orb before shrinking to the size of a basketball. This was Aizen concentrating his spiritual pressure to an extraordinary degree, manifesting it in a concentrated form. In the distance, Akainu and Kizaru, who had been exchanging banter, abruptly fell silent, their gazes fixated warily upon Aizen. They could not only sense, but also witness the gathering of the ominous purple-black energy sphere. What was he planning? The gust created by the energy sphere tousled Aizen and Amp, Apos, as he emotionlessly declared, Zero. In an instant, the purple-black radiance erupted and surged towards the two Marine admirals, engulfing the civilian district in its wake. Boom. The path of the Zero left buildings reduced to mere dust, transforming the civilian street of GR-24 into a vast sea of purple-black void. The entire area seemed to vanish, dissolving into nothingness. Just a second before the impact, both Akainu and Kizaru managed to enter a state of elementalization, narrowly escaping the energy and Amp, Apos, S wrath. As the Zero dissipated, they reverted to their original forms. Yet remnants of Aizen's purple-black spiritual pressure clung to their bodies, a lingering trace of their collision that proved difficult to expunge. What kind of technique is this, Borsalino? Akainu exclaimed, his previously composed demeanor replaced with alarm as he cast a worried glance at Kizaru. Kizaru shook his head gravely, indicating his uncertainty. Aizen had never demonstrated such a move before, and it was a first for him as well. Kizaru scanned their surroundings, only to find that Aizen and Amp, Apos, S figure had mysteriously vanished. Damn it. This strange energy clinging to us will take an eternity to eradicate. Akainu seethed, attempting to dispel the anomalous force with his devil fruit abilities. Although he succeeded, the process was agonizingly slow. Frustrated, Akainu slammed his fist into the ground, venting his anger. The celestial dragon and Amp, Apos, S corpse is gone, Kizaru muttered after a glance around. In their haste to evade the Zero, neither had thought to regard the fallen celestial dragon. Charluz and Amp, Apos, S body had been completely obliterated, vanishing into dust alongside the surrounding environment. This complicates matters further. The world nobles will undoubtedly exploit this. Akainu lamented, his expression one of exasperation. Borsalino, we must report to Sengoku immediately. Aizen and Amp, Apos, S power may surpass our wildest imaginations. After unleashing the Zero, Aizen distanced himself from the civilian district. It was not that he could not defeat them. Rather, engaging both would be an inefficient use of time. Thus, he chose to withdraw, considering the long road ahead. Regardless, he had etched the two into his memory, knowing they would likely cross paths again. Utilizing Shuinpa, Aizen traversed several islands within the Sabaody archipelago, finally encountering living souls. Following Aizen's assassination of a celestial dragon, the residents, tourists, and pirates had largely fled the archipelago within a mere hour. Only a handful of Marines remained, diligently searching for the notorious Aizen and the supernovas, including Luffy, Kid, and Law. The trio was in the midst of an auction when the Marines stormed in, attempting to apprehend them. Unsurprisingly, they were easily overpowered by the three. The Marines soon learned that the trio were the recently renowned supernovas and dispatched significant forces to surround the auction venue, awaiting the arrival of the admirals to capture Luffy and his companions. As Aizen approached the vicinity of the GR-12 auction venue via Shuinpa, he suddenly halted. He sensed a remarkably powerful presence within, potentially even stronger than the two admirals he had just encountered. Consequently, Aizen adjusted his course towards the auction house. Disregarding the encircling Marines, he stepped forward, entering the venue. Attention! There are vicious pirates present. All non-essential personnel, please evacuate immediately. The Marines initially failed to recognize Eisen, mistaking him for a lost islander. Ignoring the Marines and Appo's warnings, Eisen pushed open the auction house doors and strode inside. "Commander, that person has entered," a Marine soldier reported to a nearby Navy colonel. "Let him in. If he seeks his own demise, it is of no concern to us," another soldier retorted. However, one Marine quickly added, "But he resembles the villain Eisen as described by the Admiral." "What? Why didn't Appos, do you say so sooner?" The Navy colonel promptly contacted higher-ups with this crucial information. Meanwhile, upon entering the auction house, Eisen was met with the sight of numerous fallen Marine soldiers. Clearly having endured a fierce altercation, their faces battered and bruised. Eisen stepped over the incapacitated Marines, making his way deeper into the venue, where he soon spotted Kid, the red-haired pirate, the first to notice Eisen. Mistaking Eisen for a Marine, Kid immediately assumed a combative stance and shouted, "Who let you in, you bespectacled fool? Are you seeking death?" Eisen turned his gaze to Kid, appraising his strength before dismissively labeling him with a mere 2 words, "weakling." Ignoring Kid and Appos as protests, Eisen continued deeper into the venue. This provoked Kid and Appos' ire. Not only was he hot-headed, but he also possessed keen hearing. Having caught Eisen and Appos' derogatory remark, he retorted in fury, "Dare to call me a weakling? You must be the real weakling here." In a fit of rage, Kid activated the powers of his magnet fruit, causing all metallic objects within a 10-meter radius to converge around him, forming a colossal mechanical hand. He then directed this mechanical appendage to strike Eisen with great force. Eisen effortlessly evaded the attack with a mere Shuinpa, reappearing in front of Kid. He placed his left hand lightly upon Kid's chest, tauntingly remarking, "It seems the weaker one is always the most prone to bluster. As a weakling, you ought to recognize the disparity in strength." In the midst of Kid and Appos' astonished expression, Eisen unleashed the first of the Hado surge. A tremendous force emanated from Eisen's fingertips, propelling Kid and his mechanical hands several meters away, crashing into the wooden wall behind him. The commotion alerted Luffy and Law's group, who quickly converged on Eisen, eyeing him warily. Luffy, clenching his fists, inquired, "Hey, glasses wearer. Are you a Marine too?" Due to Eisen's white haori resembling Marine attire, the blunt Luffy mistook him for one. To Eisen, these unseasoned youths appeared no different from weaklings. Initially disinclined to engage, Eisen's gaze fell upon Luffy, and he felt an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance. "Ah," Eisen mused, sensing a striking resemblance between the straw-hatted youth and the young Ichigo Kurosaki. Simultaneously, he felt the consciousness of the H-Gyoku beckoning him anew. Consume him, them, and evolve. Originally intending to dismiss the boy, Eisen's interest was piqued by the straw-hatted youth. "Young man, tell me your name," Eisen inquired with a smirk that hinted at mischief. "Me? My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I aspire to become the Pirate King." Luffy, with his carefree demeanor, boldly introduced himself. Beside him, Trafalgar Law was taken aback, realizing too late the folly of revealing one's identity to an unknown individual. "Oh, you wish to become the Pirate King? Of course. Then you must grow stronger, quickly." After this encouragement, Eisen Shinso instantaneously appeared beside Luffy, gently patting his shoulder in support. Eisen's speed was astonishing, so swift that Luffy and his companions barely had time to react before he was upon them. In that fleeting moment, Eisen felt something intangible flow from Luffy into himself, while Luffy remained blissfully unaware. This mysterious essence seemed to gravitate towards the H-Gyoku. Confounded, Eisen withdrew his hand, inwardly questioning the significance of the H-Gyoku, which eventually communicated a vague response, "Delicious, I want more." As Eisen pondered, Luffy and the others marveled at his speed, which was beyond their comprehension. Law quickly recognized that this bespectacled man was formidable, gripping his sword tightly in anticipation. Eisen stood there, staring at Luffy, perplexed as to what made Luffy so special that it invoked the H-Gyoku's desire. Feeling uncomfortable under Eisen's gaze, Luffy inquired, "What are you looking at, glasses guy?" Eisen remained silent, and in the midst of Luffy's confusion and the bewilderment of the others, he instantaneously stepped onto the auction stage. Eisen decided to fulfill his purpose for being there before delving into the enigma of the H-Gyoku's cravings. An intriguing development had unfolded. As he considered this, a faint smile graced Eisen's lips, reflecting his current mood. On the stage stood an apparently harmless old man with white hair. Aizen had known from the moment he entered that this was the individual he sought. The formidable presence he sensed emanated from this seemingly amiable elder. "You are powerful." The old man spoke first. This elder, in truth, was Silver's Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Known as the right hand of the Pirate King and nicknamed the Dark King. From the moment Aizen entered, Rayleigh had sensed a unique strength from him, even contemplating that Aizen might surpass Captain Roger himself. Thus, Rayleigh had merely observed the brash kid making a fool of himself without intervening. Aizen felt no surprise at Rayleigh's ability to perceive his strength. There exists a recognition among the strong. Aizen approached Rayleigh and softly articulated, "I have a request that I hope you can fulfill." "A request? What kind of request?" Rayleigh, intrigued by the notion that someone of Aizen's caliber would require assistance, countered, "I wish to witness your strength, preferably by demonstrating your haki." Aizen paused mid-sentence. "Please hold on. Let me recall what type of haki can counter natural type abilities." Rayleigh found Aizen's behavior somewhat baffling. The strength he exuded was becoming increasingly inscrutable. "I assume you must be able to use haki?" Aizen finally recalled the ability mentioned by Hawkins. Now it was Rayleigh's turn to be perplexed. Why the sudden mention of haki? "That is natural. Please, demonstrate." Aizen looked at Rayleigh with anticipation. Following his encounter with Admiral Kizaru, Aizen had recognized his own limitations and understood that his grasp of this world's power hierarchy was shallow. It would be inefficient to engage in protracted battles against natural-type users. He sought to learn from the world as powerful figures. Although Rayleigh was filled with confusion, he reluctantly showcased his armament haki. With a gentle exhale, Rayleigh's hands transformed into a dark hue, taking on a metallic quality. Aizen's eyes widened as he earnestly observed Rayleigh's hands. "May I touch them?" After receiving Rayleigh's tacit approval, Aizen began his examination. Rayleigh subsequently demonstrated his observation haki and provided a brief explanation of its principles. Although this was merely a cursory overview, Aizen found it immensely beneficial. Meanwhile, Luffy, Law, Kid, and the others listened intently, gaining insight into the power known as haki. Most present were bewildered by the unfolding situation, particularly Kid, who, having been sent flying by Aizen, angrily crawled out from behind the wall, seeking retribution. However, he was restrained by the others. Given that even the Dark King Rayleigh was obediently demonstrating haki, it was evident how formidable the bespectacled man truly was. None wished for Kid to charge recklessly to his demise. Time passed swiftly, and after over 10 minutes of Rayleigh's explanations and demonstrations, Aizen declared that he had grasped the essence of haki. "As a token of my gratitude, I shall share a piece of information with you." Rayleigh replied, "Go ahead. I'm curious to hear what you have to say." And then Aizen slowly revealed, "I have slain a celestial dragon, and currently, 2 marine admirals have arrived on the island." Chapter 5. The admirals reappear. It is truly astonishing to hear that one has been bested by Luffy, and yet here stands Aizen, smiling as he imparts this maddening news. As expected, aside from Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper, the others have all gone mad. "You killed a celestial dragon?" Kid exclaimed in sheer horror. "Which 2 admirals are you referring to?" Law inquired calmly. "I do not know their names," Aizen replied after a moment of contemplation, "but one wields light, and the other, fire. It must be Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru." Someone immediately proclaimed, thus enlightening Aizen with the names of the 2 formidable admirals. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The names of these admirals were known to every pirate. They represented the highest combat strength of the Navy. Among them, Admiral Akainu is notorious for his brutal stance against pirates, known for his decisive and ruthless methods, believing that evil must be eradicated at all costs. Conversely, Admiral Kizaru embodies a more indifferent justice, seemingly approachable, yet still a worker of the Navy. Among this assemblage, Law proved to be the most rational. Fully aware of the grave implications of killing a celestial dragon and the significance of mobilizing 2 admirals, initially intent on seeking revenge against Aizen, Kid swiftly abandoned that thought. After all, who would engage in battle with a madman? He rallied his crew and issued a command to retreat by ship. Following Kid's orders, his crew swiftly gathered to depart from the auction venue. Law did the same, summoning his own crew, while Luffy remained oblivious, preoccupied with his nose. "What is happening?" Nami could no longer contain herself, tugging at Luffy's ear to quietly explain the situation. Among those present, only 2 individuals remained composed, Aizen and, naturally, Rayleigh. Rayleigh, with a fluctuating expression, scrutinized Aizen, astonished by his audacity. It is worth noting that even Roger refrained from harming a celestial dragon in his time. "Are you doing this intentionally? Are you unaware of the consequences of killing a celestial dragon?" Aizen merely smiled in response to Rayleigh's probing, appearing utterly unfazed. In truth, he was genuinely unaware. He was attempting to harness the Haki within him, recognizing it as a latent power inherent to all humanity. Having witnessed it firsthand and through Rayleigh's explanations, he had developed a deeper understanding of Haki. In many respects, Haki and spiritual pressure are strikingly similar. With Aizen's extraordinary talent, it should not be difficult for him to unlock the power of Haki. At that moment, Rayleigh, seeing Aizen disregard his question, unleashed the third type of Haki, Conqueror's Haki, directly upon him. An unseen yet immense pressure enveloped Aizen as Rayleigh's furious voice resonated. Answer me. Experiencing the might of the Conqueror and Appo's Haki at close range, Aizen felt not fear, but exhilaration. Immersed in the essence of Conqueror and Appo's Haki, Aizen quickly deduced that it seemed to be a force that intimidates and overwhelms adversaries through one's own spirit. In that instant, Aizen felt as though he had awakened a dormant power within him. He closed his eyes, attempting to mimic Rayleigh and Appo's method of cultivating this newfound strength. Suddenly, Aizen's eyes flew open. A surge of dark purple Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, clashing against Rayleigh's transparent Haki. How is this possible? Rayleigh was taken aback, destabilized by the sheer force of Aizen's Haki. With Rayleigh momentarily incapacitated, Aizen's Haki surged toward Luffy and the others. Just as it was about to reach them, Aizen astonishingly retracted his Conqueror's Haki. He stood quietly, savoring the sensation of having wielded such power moments ago. After a brief pause, Aizen broke into a joyful smile. Having acquired a new strength. What a delightful surprise. You possess the qualities of a king. Rayleigh gazed incredulously at Aizen. Conqueror and Appo's Haki is exceedingly rare. It is said that only one in hundreds of thousands possesses the potential for such a force. It is important to note that this is merely potential. Those with this potential may never awaken such power. Moreover, mastering Conqueror's Haki requires not only immense talent but also considerable training. Yet how could this bespectacled youth have achieved such mastery? Did he feign ignorance all along? The truth, however, is that Aizen is an unparalleled genius, a rarity in the world of Soul Reapers, and cannot be assessed through the lens of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, the other onlookers at the auction venue were equally astonished that Aizen had grasped Haki in such a short span. It is worth noting that Luffy had previously only unconsciously triggered his Conqueror and Appo's Haki, and he remained entirely unaware of it. With this newfound power invigorating him, Aizen cheerfully responded to Rayleigh and Appo's earlier question, because that celestial dragon was both repugnant and foolish, demanding that I kneel and act as his dog. What reason would I have not to slay him? Upon hearing Aizen's response, Rayleigh was tempted to suggest that he could merely injure him without killing him. However, he chose silence. Every powerful individual has their own temperament. That foolish celestial dragon dared to demand submission from a strong person. Was that not akin to courting death? Even Rayleigh imagined that, in such a situation, he too might be unable to refrain from taking the life of such an adversary. Nevertheless, he would never openly commit such an act in plain sight. With a deep sigh, Rayleigh turned to Luffy and the others. Children, you must flee, or take refuge with me. Upon hearing this, Kid and Law, who had reached the entrance, exchanged glances. After all, having the support of the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, was far preferable to confronting the Navy alone. They promptly turned back, eager to follow Rayleigh. What difference does it make between a fool and a strong ally? Just then, Aizen interjected, Actually, you need not be afraid, nor do you need to run. Why? Rayleigh asked, puzzled. They have already arrived, right outside. Aizen pointed toward the entrance of the auction venue. Following his gesture, the group beheld two towering figures, one clad in red and the other in yellow, standing in the distance outside. Rewinding a bit, Akainu and Kizaru, having discovered Aizen's departure, immediately reported to headquarters via a transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, Sengoku, can you hear me? Kizaru dialed his transponder snail. After a few rings, the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku came through. Borsalino, what is the situation? Speak quickly. Kizaru slowly relayed the current circumstances. But midway through, Akainu, unable to contain himself, snatched the transponder snail and swiftly detailed the situation. Upon receiving the report, Sengoku fell silent. Is that fiend Aizen truly that formidable? Did Kizaru nearly falter? Let us hope it is not due to Kizaru and Appo's habitual laziness. Subsequently, Sengoku promptly alerted all Navy personnel stationed in Sabaody Archipelago to diligently search for the fiend Aizen. Such a grave incident must be resolved, and the perpetrator apprehended to provide an account to the world nobles. Upon receiving reports that Aizen had been sighted in Area GR-12, Sengoku immediately informed Akainu and Kizaru, reiterating emphatically, do not hold back, do not slack. Regardless of the circumstances, you must capture the fiend Aizen. Akainu and Kizaru acknowledged the directive, hanging up the transponder snail and exchanging a knowing glance. It appears that significant pressure has been exerted on the warring states period. Kizaru and Appo's tone was somewhat complex and tinged with helplessness. Thus, we must capture the individual. The two men ceased their idle chatter and promptly set off towards the GR-12 district, remnants of ethereal energy still clinging to their shoulders. Upon their arrival at the auction venue, a Navy colonel reported that it had been confirmed that Aizen had entered the auction hall. Kizaru immediately issued his first order, withdraw all Navy personnel at once, and informed Tontada to bring the pacifists for support. The colonel, filled with countless doubts, nonetheless chose to obey the Admiral and Appo's command. Borsellino, are you sending Tontada to his doom? Akainu retorted with irritation. Tontada could command the pacifists to confront the enemy. Even if those human-shaped weapons perished, it would still be a source of sorrow. Kizaru provided an explanation to Akainu. So now we must wait for Tontada? Very well. Let us use this time to deal with the residual energy on our bodies. Kizaru mused, pondering the meager salary he received and questioning the necessity of such strenuous efforts. Moreover, he had already faced the adversary once and had nearly faltered. He seated himself aside, employing the powers of the glint fruit to dissipate the lingering energy. Contrary to Kizaru and Appo's leisurely demeanor, Akainu, with his tempestuous temperament, was not inclined to idleness. You can wait here alone. Akainu strode directly into the auction hall, coincidentally colliding head-on with Kid and Law's crews at the entrance. Kid and Law immediately recognized the intruder as one of the three admirals of the Navy, Akainu. Damn it. The admiral has arrived. What do we do? Kid and Appo's expression was fraught with anxiety, and Law shared his apprehension. Under no circumstances should we initiate an attack. Akainu, adhering to his unwavering belief in absolute justice, existed solely to eradicate all forms of evil. However, today, his target was not the supernovas before him. Before I change my mind, you had better leave. Akainu stated ominously. He disregarded Law and Kid, continuing deeper into the auction hall, having already spotted Aizen. Law and Kid held their breath, too terrified to move. Once Akainu entered the inner chamber, the two crews, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to the ground, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. After casting a glance back at Akainu, they scrambled to their feet and fled the auction hall. Outside, Kizaru observed the astonishing sight of pirates managing to escape alive. Sakazuki, has he undergone a change of heart? Given his previous ruthless nature, they should have been doomed. Of course, Kizaru refrained from intervening. His objective was to eliminate the celestial dragon, Aizen Suk. As for the others, they did not fall within the purview of his mission, and additional efforts would not merit an increase in his salary. Kizaru had already dissipated a significant portion of the residual energy and would soon be restored. Having been disregarded by two admirals, Kid and Law hastily vacated the vicinity of the auction hall, both feeling immensely relieved to have escaped the clutches of the admiral. However, at that moment, Kid, consumed by rage, struck a nearby colossal tree with a furious punch. The tree splintered under the impact and crashed to the ground, startling his companions. Damn it. The Straw Hat Kid didn't and Appo's flee, and yet we did, doesn't and Appo's that imply we have lost to him? What? Law gazed incredulously at Kid. That Straw Hat Kid is brainless. Are you also devoid of sense? Chapter 6. The Great War approaches. Law found himself perplexed by his own actions. As he had agreed to return to the auction hall with Kid after a mere exchange of words regarding their defeat to the Straw Hats, he felt utterly insane for engaging in such a pointless rivalry at this moment. Meanwhile, Akainu had already arrived on stage at the auction. He was taken aback upon spotting the legendary Rayleigh behind Aizen, not expecting to encounter an old acquaintance here. A thought struck Akainu. Could it be you who instigated the assassination of the celestial dragons? Rayleigh immediately shook his head in denial, exclaiming, What nonsense! Akainu, are you mad or am I? Who in their right mind would go after that group of people? Even if Roger were alive and threatened him with a sword, he would never comply. Besides, I am but an old man now, far too frail for such antics. Today is not the day for a reunion, Akainu declared, his arrogance unwavering even in the presence of the illustrious Rayleigh. He redirected his attention to Aizen, towering over him menacingly. Aizen, come with me quietly, and perhaps I might spare your life. Aizen had long been aware of the height disparity, with Rayleigh standing at 188 meters. Akainu and Apos, towering 3 meters made Aizen appear diminutive in comparison. Gazing up at Akainu, Aizen maintained a facade of innocence and cheerfulness. Akainu, you and Amp, Apos, VE arrived just in time. Allow me to test my newly acquired abilities on you, and I might even break your legs in the process. A sudden shift occurred in Akainu and Apos' demeanor as Aizen and Apos' words irked him, causing the temperature within the auction hall to rise with his fury. Break my legs? Just you wait. Tension crackled in the air, and amidst it all, Luffy, unaware of the brewing conflict, called out from the audience, "It's so hot." Some members of the Straw Hat crew, such as Robin, Nami, and Sanji, quickly recognized the tall figure on stage as one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu. They swiftly covered Luffy's mouth to prevent any further indiscretions. As Aizen's predatory gaze intensified, Akainu's anger reached its boiling point. Just as he was about to explode, Rayleigh interjected. "Akainu, if you and Apos are going to fight, then do it. Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" Akainu and Apos' rage ignited, transforming him into a being of magma. Yet Rayleigh, undeterred, drew his sword and pointed it at Akainu. "Do you wish to engage me in battle? Let the battle commence. Do you think I fear you?" The high temperatures seemed to cloud Akainu and Apos' judgment, causing him to momentarily forget his original intentions. He swiftly enlarged his arm, morphing it into a magma fist, and struck towards Rayleigh. Aizen, sensing the impending clash, utilized his Shoinpa to distance himself from the fray. Rayleigh dodged Akainu's magma fist and countered with a swift slash. Akainu blocked the blow with his other hand, the collision of blade and flesh generating a tempest that tore the roof from the auction hall. The wooden walls ignited upon contact with the magma fist, and soon the interior transformed into a blazing inferno. The fallout from the battle sent the Straw Hat crew sprawling. Aizen, having leapt into the air, observed the fierce confrontation with keen interest. As the situation evolved in unexpected ways, a flash of golden light appeared not far from Aizen. When the brilliance faded, Kizaru emerged, noticing the elemental Akainu engaged in combat. "Oh, is that a kind of fighting? Wait, is that Rayleigh?" Kizaru had not anticipated encountering Rayleigh here. "Shall we begin?" Aizen proposed to Kizaru. "I haven't and Apos fully recovered yet. Why must I engage now?" Kizaru lamented. Yet he unsheathed his sword, a Matsuke's, nonetheless. There was no time to ponder why Akainu was battling Rayleigh. Aizen noticed Kizaru brandishing his sword while he himself was empty-handed. He gestured for Kizaru to wait, just as he noticed Law and Kid returning. In an instant, Aizen appeared beside Law, seizing the opportunity. Before Law could react, he felt his grip loosen as his cursed blade, Shusui, vanished from his hand. "Wait, where's my sword?" Law exclaimed, bewildered. Aizen, now airborne, wielded Law's Shusui, noting its length. "No matter, a longer blade is a stronger one." He pointed the sword at Kizaru. "Come at me." "How frightening. You Don and Apos, actually think that with a sword you can strike me?" Kizaru replied lazily. In an instant, Kizaru vanished, reappearing above Aizen, delivering a downward slash. Aizen raised his blade in defense, but Kizaru and Apos' sword pierced through, nearly striking Aizen and Apos' head. With a slight tilt of his head, Aizen narrowly evaded the blow, though a strand of his hair was severed. "Oh, this sword can switch between corporeal and incorporeal states." After dodging the attack, Aizen observed. "Your speed has increased since our last encounter." "Orders from above, no choice," Kizaru replied nonchalantly, somewhat regretful that his previous strike had been evaded. Aizen understood. Knowing that superiors often issued unreasonable commands, a reality he was all too familiar with. As they spoke, Aizen channeled his haki, and in the next moment, his hands transformed into a deep, violet hue. He infused the blade with armament haki, enveloping it in an ominous aura. Apologizing for the delay, Aizen remarked, "I'm still not quite adept at this." Kizaru, witnessing this transformation, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Aizen could wield haki. Why hadn't he used it in their previous encounter? Wait, he just said it was his first time using it. Kizaru was taken aback. Had Aizen truly mastered haki in such a short time? Yet there was no time for Kizaru to ponder, as Aizen swung his sword toward him. Kizaru blocked the strike with his sword, but he could not withstand the pressure of the blade infused with Aizen's spiritual and haki energies. With a sickening sound, Kizaru and Apos' chest was sliced open, blood erupting forth. A flash of gold, and Kizaru distanced himself from Aizen. "Impossible," he muttered, incredulously touching the wound on his chest. "I clearly blocked that strike. How could I still be injured?" "What did you do?" Kizaru asked, warily eyeing Aizen and Apos' cursed blade. Aizen remained silent, merely observing Kizaru with his sword at the ready, before finally inquiring, "Admiral of the Navy, why do you distance yourself from me?" With a serious expression. Kizaru chose not to respond, having deduced how Aizen had managed to wound him. Most likely, he had fused haki with his sword strikes. Was this really his first time using haki? Kizaru's expression darkened at the realization. Was Aizen merely toying with him? "Aizen, I shall give you one last chance. Surrender now. Or do not blame me for showing no mercy. I do not require such an opportunity. There is no one in this world who can make me submit," Aizen declined. With that, Kizaru decided to no longer hold back. He would unleash his full power. Once again, Kizaru summoned a tank-wise sword, wielding one in each hand. Exuding an aura of invincibility as if declaring, "With these twin swords, the world is mine." Aizen remained composed, patiently waiting. For a sneak attack was not the tactic of a being of his caliber. Kizaru crossed his swords and swiftly slashed forward. Flash cross slash. A golden cross, spanning dozens of meters, erupted from his blades, racing towards Aizen with breathtaking speed. In an instant, it was upon Aizen, yet he made no attempt to evade. Merely uttering two words, "Void Break." In that moment, a colossal transparent barrier materialized before him, absorbing Kizaru and Appo's full force strike. The resulting explosion from the flash cross slash was deafening, sending golden sparks flying and forming a miniature mushroom cloud. As the cloud dissipated, Aizen stood unscathed in the air, his expression calm as he remarked, "That was quite impressive. You almost struck me." Kizaru raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Thank you for the compliment. I hope you remain so unflustered for long." With that, Kizaru, moving at the speed of light, circled around Aizen from 5 different directions, unleashing a flash cross slash with each stop. He was determined that Aizen could not withstand such an onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. At once, 5 colossal cross slashes collided in the sky, their cumulative force causing an enormous explosion. In that fleeting moment, the sky was bathed in a golden hue, resembling a brilliant orb of light bursting forth from the clouds. As dazzling as the sun ascending the horizon, flames roared, consuming everything in their path. On the ground, Kid, Law, and Luffy attempted to discern what was transpiring above. But the radiance was blinding, rendering them unable to see. Akainu, engaged in battle with Rayleigh, managed to glance up, only to be met with a blinding light. Kizaru was actually using his full power. Akainu was taken aback, recalling that Kizaru had always held back in the past. That single glance cost him dearly. As Rayleigh and Appo's haki-infused strike landed a blow. "Akainu, are you foolish enough to divide your attention while facing me?" Rayleigh, ever the seasoned warrior, seized the opportunity. TCH. Akainu glanced at the shallow wound on his left side, a hint of regret washing over him. He shouldn't have been so reckless in engaging Rayleigh, leaving Kizaru to confront Aizen alone. He needed to devise a means to escape. Raising his hands, he proposed, "Rayleigh, my target is not you. Shall we cease hostilities together?" "Huh. At this juncture, do you not think it is too late for such words?" Rayleigh replied, continuing to unleash swift strikes toward Akainu. Akainu, using his magma-infused fists, parried the blows before leaping back to create distance. "Since you refuse to relent, I shall now unleash my full power." Without waiting for Rayleigh's response, Akainu crouched down, gathering energy. Meteor Volcano. Rayleigh's expression sharpened. He recognized the move and immediately shouted to Luffy and the others, "Run." Having just escaped from the auction house, Luffy and his companions were still in shock and had no time to react, and Rayleigh and Appo's warning only added to their confusion. Before they could respond, Akainu's fist transformed into colossal magma fists, which he began to swing wildly into the air. Like missiles, over a dozen magma fists soared upwards, then rained down upon the ground like a meteor shower. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions echoed continuously as each magma fist struck the ground. The GR-12 island of Sabaody was nearly obliterated by Akainu's onslaught. Kid and Law, utilizing their abilities, narrowly avoided the meteor volcano. They turned to witness the devastation before them. The island was engulfed in rolling lava, devoid of life, resembling a hellscape of molten rock. Damn, is this the might of an admiral? Kid was genuinely shaken, having narrowly escaped a lava meteor, realizing that without Law and Appo's assistance, he would have perished. Having saved Kid, Law and Appo's attention shifted back to the sky. The massive explosions obscured the scene, and with his sword taken by Aizen, most of his focus was on the aerial battlefield. He was uncertain if he could reclaim his blade. "Return my sword." As the smoke from the enormous explosion began to disperse with the wind, Kizaru, panting, utilized the properties of moonwalk to hover in the air, contemplating whether this would finally resolve Aizen. I've lost so much, forced to use my ultimate technique. I must demand a reward from Sengoku. However, in the next moment, Kizaru's heart sank. The final remnants of smoke were blown away, revealing a figure at the center. Clad in his black shahakusho, Aizen stood unharmed. No, he was injured. His white haori was tattered, having been severely damaged by Kizaru's assault. I rather like that coat. How could this be? Kizaru stared in disbelief at Aizen, who had withstood the 5 consecutive cross slashes. That last move of yours could rank among the top 6. Aizen commended Kizaru. Kizaru was eager to inquire, what are you talking about? What top 6? He was utterly bewildered. Aizen, ignoring Kizaru's confusion, continued. Your recent technique reminded me of an old acquaintance. In gratitude, I shall return the favor using his technique. Kizaru immediately braced himself. He did not comprehend Aizen's intentions. Yet his instincts warned him of the impending danger. It may not be an exact replica, so please pardon me, Aizen politely added. Then, he slowly raised the cursed blade, Keika, and swung it towards Kizaru. Moon, Fong, Heavenly, Charge. Chapter 7. The yellow ape, severely wounded and on the brink of death, the tip of the demon's sword, Onikiri, rapidly coalesced with a triad of silver, purple, and black energy, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was spiritual pressure or domineering might, or perhaps a fusion of both. As Aizen swung his blade, the amassed energy erupted from its point, manifesting as a colossal crescent moon that surged toward the yellow ape, exceeding 100 meters in size. In stark contrast to the yellow ape's previous flashing cross slash, Aizen's moonlit charge was far more formidable. Upon witnessing the immense purple-black crescent, the yellow ape sensed the terrifying energy it harbored and immediately recognized that he must not be struck. A direct hit would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. He instinctively prepared to transform into light to escape, when suddenly, Aizen's voice echoed behind him. Do you think I would allow you to flee? Before the yellow ape could react, Aizen utilized Shuinpa to close the gap, positioning himself directly behind the yellow ape. With one hand gripping the hilt and the other steadying the blade, he unleashed moonlit charge once more. The attack, executed at point-blank range, combined with Aizen's initial strike, created a pincer movement of crescent moons. The yellow ape barely managed to enter an elemental state at the last possible moment, propelled by instinct. Alas, this proved futile. Aizen had infused his moonlit charge with Haki, a technique designed specifically to counteract the powers of Logia-type devil fruit users. The yellow ape was utterly engulfed by the twin crescent moons, and his elemental state did not shield him from the impending assault. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above GR-12 erupted in a series of violent explosions, transforming the entire expanse into an eerie shade of purple-black. The once bright sky now resembled the depths of night. Following the detonations, the shockwaves and heat surged forth, drawing everything in their vicinity into a colossal mushroom cloud. Aizen, having activated Shanpa, distanced himself from the chaos. Arriving beside Law on the ground and returning the demon's sword, Onikiri, to him. A fine weapon. Law remained in a state of shock. Failing to reach out for the sword, Aizen, indifferent, took no notice, for in his perception, the Admiral had lost all combat capability. Meanwhile, directly beneath the confrontation between Aizen and the yellow ape, Akainu, having unleashed his meteor volcano, seized the opportunity to widen the gap between himself and Rayleigh. To counter the meteor volcano, Rayleigh had no choice but to temporarily disregard Akainu, bracing himself with Haki to withstand the Admiral's onslaught. At that moment, Rayleigh appeared quite disheveled. His face was smeared with ash, and his clothing bore several significant burns. Akainu, you scoundrel, why resort to such desperation? Rayleigh exclaimed, his frustration palpable. After all, it was not he who had slain the celestial dragon. Akainu, undeterred by Rayleigh and Appo's indignation, focused intently on the immense cloud of smoke above, searching for any sign of the yellow ape. However, the smoke was so thick that it obscured all visibility. Borsalino, Akainu shouted into the heavens, yet received no reply. His unease intensified, prompting him to retrieve the yellow ape and Appo's life card for inspection. Among the admirals, each possessed their own life card, a tangible manifestation of their life force. When the card shrinks, it indicates the owner and Appo's weakening state. Conversely, it returns to its original size upon recovery. Presently, the yellow ape's life card was slowly disintegrating into ash, signaling his imminent demise. Witnessing this, Akainu disregarded Rayleigh, who was pursuing him from behind. Utilizing Jeppo, he leaped toward the epicenter of the explosion. Yet, Despite his efforts, he could not locate the yellow ape. Panic set in. He was genuinely alarmed. At his level, only a handful of individuals remained with whom he could converse, and the yellow ape was one of them. Borsalino, where are you? Respond immediately, Akainu bellowed, clenching his fists as the pressure from his strikes dispersed the surrounding smoke. As the haze lifted, the sky revealed no trace of the yellow ape. He flailed about like a headless fly, desperately searching, when suddenly, Aizen appeared beside him. Akainu immediately sensed Aizen's presence, glaring at him with fury. Speak. What have you done with Borsalino? Do not howl like a beast. Such displays only signify your weakness, Aizen remarked nonchalantly. Just as Akainu and Appo's rage threatened to boil over, Aizen pointed toward the forested region of GR13. Following Aizen's gesture, Akainu beheld a figure shrouded in black smoke, a bloodied and battered Borsalino, the yellow ape. Struck by the combined crescent moons, Borsalino had been grievously injured, and even in his elemental state, the presence of Aizen's haki had inflicted substantial damage. He had been far too reckless, overestimating the invulnerability of his Logia powers. Fortunately, in the final moments, he had harnessed haki to bolster his defenses, thus narrowly escaping annihilation. Yet now, a dire predicament loomed. Borsalino had expended nearly all his energy in a desperate bid for survival, leaving him too weak to even lift a finger. To make matters worse, a strange energy continued to erode his body, inflicting persistent harm. Borsalino was filled with regret. He had paid a heavy price and now faced the possibility of losing his life. Just when he believed his end was nigh, he heard Akainu's voice calling out to him. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, Borsalino replied, Sakazuki, I'm here. However, his voice was feeble, barely audible against the cacophony of chaos. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Borsalino spotted Akainu alongside the very Aizen who had slain the celestial dragon. Oh God. I must be dreaming. Borsalino, cease with the nonsense. I shall take you to safety, Akainu declared, lifting the gravely wounded yellow ape with urgency. As he passed by Aizen, he cast a scornful glare at him, vowing, next time, I will personally bring you to justice. Why not now? Aizen teased, relishing the moment. Akainu halted, his expression shifting as he wrestled with the impulse to relinquish Borsalino and confront Aizen. Yet, for the sake of his comrade, he suppressed his fury and hastened away with Borsalino in tow. Regarding Akainu's menacing words, Aizen remained unfazed. His objectives had been achieved. He anticipated a future confrontation, one where Akainu would kneel, begging for mercy. Aizen chose not to impede their escape, waiting until Akainu and Borsalino vanished from sight before collecting the blood left behind on the ground. This was the blood of a Logia-type devil fruit user, a superb material for research. Thus, the malevolent incident that transpired in the Sabaody archipelago came to a temporary close. The following day, the world government disseminated reports across all seas regarding the event, sending shockwaves throughout the pirate world. The reports recounted how the villain Aizen had appeared unprovoked, murdering the world noble celestial dragon Charlos. Aizen was portrayed as a nefarious and ruthless antagonist, while Charlos was depicted as innocent, virtuous, and benevolent, a paragon of morality. They nearly painted Charlos as a saintly figure who would assist elderly women crossing the street. The world government's narrative incited the ire of the unaware masses, who rallied against Aizen. Murder is wrong, and the slaying of a celestial dragon is a heinous crime. This villain Aizen deserves nothing less than death. Mother, when I grow up, I want to join the Navy and avenge the celestial dragons, they proclaimed, oblivious to the truth of their supposed benefactors. The incident was ultimately defined by the outside world as the demise of the celestial dragons. Following this event, the world government swiftly announced a staggering bounty of 1 billion berries on the notorious criminal, Sosuke Aizen. This bounty marked a record-breaking achievement, making Aizen the fastest individual to surpass the 1 billion mark since the dawn of the new era. He transformed from an obscure figure into a globally recognized fugitive. Notorious for his malevolence, his bounty title being Vile Criminal, Sosuke Aizen. The wanted poster featured a man with short brown hair and brown eyes, adorned with black-framed glasses and a gentle expression that belied his heinous reputation, giving him the appearance of a warm-hearted individual. In the GR13 region, within Shaki's extortion bar, a dapper man dressed in white leisure attire, with slicked-back brown hair and a solitary lock falling across his face, was sipping fruit wine while perusing the world's news. This man was none other than Sosuke Aizen, having shed his glasses and donned a new attire. Upon encountering his own wanted poster, Eisen found it amusing, such an antiquated concept as a bounty. The likeness on the poster bore an uncanny resemblance to him. He recalled a sensation of being observed during his battle with the Admiral, leading him to deduce that his image had indeed been recorded during that encounter. Eisen was unfazed by these developments, confident that his new guise would render him unrecognizable to most. However, upon seeing the bounty amount of 1 billion, he set down his wine glass, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "What's wrong? Your face suddenly changed," inquired a woman with short black hair, who was polishing a glass nearby. "Miss Shaki, I would like to understand the significance of this 1 billion bounty," Eisen replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. 1 billion. Shaki gasped in astonishment, placing her glass down to seize the newspaper from Eisen's hands. Witnessing the bounty amount with her own eyes nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. "My goodness, you." Suddenly, Shaki covered her mouth, aware of the other patrons in the bar, and realizing the need to protect Eisen's identity. This young man had been brought in by Rayleigh the previous day, who mentioned he would temporarily reside there. Shaki had no objections, wholeheartedly approving of his presence. After all, who could resist such a handsome face? When Rayleigh introduced him, he had said nothing that led her to suspect Eisen was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 billion. Regaining her composure, Shaki leaned closer to Eisen and whispered, "I can't precisely gauge what 1 billion signifies, but I can provide you with a point of reference." "A point of reference? Who?" Eisen inquired, intrigued. "Rayleigh and Amp. Oppo's bounty back in the day exceeded 35 billion. What it stands at now is uncertain." 35 billion. This comparison illuminated for Eisen that a bounty of 1 billion was indeed trivial and hardly reflective of his true prowess. He finished his drink in one swift motion, appreciating the delightful flavor of the fruit wine. After setting down the glass, Eisen informed Shaki of his intention to venture out for a stroll. At that moment, Shaki cautioned him, "Be careful, young man, and avoid causing any more trouble." Although she was unaware of Eisen's motives for eliminating the celestial dragons, the newspaper cast him in a rather nefarious light. To ensure the bar and Oppo's continued operation without repercussions, she felt compelled to issue a warning. Yet, her interactions with Eisen had not revealed the villainous nature depicted in the reports. "Rest assured, Miss Shaki, I will exercise caution," Eisen replied, stepping out of the bar, pondering whether he would encounter any celestial dragons again. Chapter 8. The Gears of Fate time rewinds to a day prior, as Eisen bids farewell to the two admirals and seeks out Rayleigh once more. At that moment, Rayleigh is filled with curiosity and inquires why Eisen has sought him out. Eisen explains that he is new to the area and currently lacks accommodation, prompting Rayleigh to reluctantly offer him shelter. Before arriving at the Sabaody Archipelago bar, Eisen follows Rayleigh in search of Luffy and his crew at GR-12. Previously, Luffy and his companions had gone missing amidst the chaos of battle, causing Rayleigh some concern. However, their search yields no results, and instead, they encounter the pacifista, Bartholomew Kuma, who is preparing to escort the pacifists away. Unbeknownst to them, the Admiral Akainu has already evacuated the severely injured Kizaru. Kuma, disregarding Eisen and Rayleigh, swiftly intervenes, using his devil fruit powers to send the pacifista flying with a single strike, enveloping him in a shockwave that transports him aboard a naval ship. Rayleigh effortlessly dispatches the pacifists, while Eisen quietly observes Kuma and Oppo's abilities. Subsequently, it appears that Kuma is familiar with Rayleigh. They exchange a few whispered words before he departs. "Do you know him?" Eisen inquires after Kuma and Oppo's exit. "Yes, he is a man burdened by fate," Rayleigh replies, reluctant to delve further into the topic. Kuma has just revealed his hidden identity as a revolutionary officer, and he has informed Rayleigh that he used his powers to assist Luffy and Oppo's group in their escape. Luffy has been sent to Amazon Lily, which brings relief to Rayleigh upon receiving this information. Rayleigh then escorts Eisen to the Sabaody bar, briefly entrusting him to Shaki, while he sets off to coat Luffy's ship. As the ordinary residents of Sabaody return after the departure of the Navy, the streets regain their lively atmosphere. Unaffected by the previous day's battle at GR-12, Eisen silently observes this scene. At that moment, a conversation from a nearby restaurant piques his interest. "Did you know? Aside from the death of the celestial dragon yesterday, something even more significant occurred," a bystander exclaims mysteriously. "What could be more significant than the death of a celestial dragon?" Another queries, intrigued. Seeing the interest he has garnered, the first bystander presents today's newspaper. They soon come across Eisen's bounty notice, quickly flipping the page to reveal a striking headline. the world government will publicly execute Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, in 7 days. Accompanied by a photograph of a young man with short black hair, filthy and imprisoned in a naval jail. Goodness, is the world government really planning to take action against one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard? The second bystander exclaims in astonishment. Surely, as captain, Whitebeard will clash with the world government to rescue his 2nd Division commander, Ace. For emperors, Aizen, who has been silently listening, seizes upon this critical information. By conventional wisdom, an emperor is a title that surpasses that of a king, leading Aizen to presume that the 4 emperors are figures of greater power than the pirate king himself. Utilizing his complete hypnosis ability, Aizen takes the newspaper from the first bystander. The execution is scheduled for noon on the 7th day at Marine Headquarters, Mariehua. After noting the time and location, Aizen returns the newspaper and departs the dining area, his eyes betraying a hint of madness. Surely, there must be many formidable adversaries present. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Aizen exudes a cool confidence and an air of arrogance, captivating those around him with his striking presence. Not only does he possess an undeniable charm, but he also radiates a unique allure and charisma that renders him irresistible. In the realm of the Soul Society, he stands alone as a figure of extraordinary beauty, and this is magnified in the world of pirates. Initially oblivious, Aizen soon realizes that he has attracted a growing entourage of admirers, with daring souls darting ahead to catch a glimpse of him, exclaiming how handsome he is. This realization prompts Aizen to pause, and as he stops, those behind him follow suit, turning back to gaze at him, igniting a chorus of female gasps. Aizen's striking appearance leaves the women in awe, as if they are enchanted by a blinding light. My goodness, he is simply too handsome. One exclaims, "Handsome, sir. I want to bear your children." Aizen finds himself utterly perplexed by the scene unfolding before him. Just then, a commanding shout pierces through the air, creating a commotion. Everyone, kneel. The celestial dragon is coming. The previously starry-eyed women hurriedly drop to their knees, and in an instant, the once bustling street falls into an eerie silence. Except for one, Aizen remains standing, hand on forehead, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Why do I encounter a celestial dragon once more? I just eliminated one yesterday. Do they have such audacity? Remembering his promise to Shaki to exercise caution, Aizen decides to leave to avoid trouble. However, a brazen voice calls out from afar. Stop right there. Aizen assumes this command is directed at someone else, unaware that a beautiful woman, wearing sunglasses and a scarf to obscure her face, is striding purposefully toward him. As she passes, ordinary citizens lower their heads even further. I said, stop. The stunning woman blocks Aizen's path. Aizen furrows his brow, his gaze growing cold. Unfazed, the woman gazes at Aizen, her astonishment at his appearance causing her to instinctively cover her mouth in shock. How can such a handsome and elegant man exist in this world? She muses, momentarily forgetting her disdain for mingling with commoners. The woman stares at Aizen for an extended period, and instead of using his Shuanpa to escape, Aizen chooses to remain and observe her intentions. What is your name? She inquires with an icy haughtiness. Aizen nearly responds with his own name, but hesitates, recalling his status as a wanted man. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he softly replies, Aizen. Aizen? A lovely name. I declare that I shall take you as my husband. Huh? Aizen is momentarily taken aback. What does it mean to take you as my husband? Shouldn't it be to take a wife? Is the cultural standard in this world truly so low? Lady Shiroyasha, your husband must be approved by the esteemed head of the Roseward family. A mere commoner cannot qualify as your spouse, a member of the world government whispers, surrounding Aizen. The enigmatic figure. Lady Shiroyasha will marry whomever I choose. I need not my father and Amp, Appos, as approval. She retorts, her displeasure evident as she addresses the government personnel. Aizen, who has remained silent, is momentarily bewildered by the situation. However, one thing is certain. He harbors no interest in romantic entanglements. I have no interest in you. Suddenly, Lan Ran spoke up, astonishing the government officials who had intended to offer counsel. Ignoring the hierarchy, he interjected before Lord Shalalia could respond. Do you not realize that before you stands a member of the world's aristocracy, a celestial dragon, Lord Shalalia? To be favored by such a noble is a blessing beyond your comprehension, and you dare to refuse? Such an act is a grave insult. Seize him at once and escort him to prison for judgment. The government official delivered this proclamation in a single breath, prompting the soldiers to act on his command. At that moment, Lord Shalalia raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the government official. "This matter does not concern you," she exclaimed. "Silence. Did I permit you to speak? Close your mouth. Should you dare utter another word, I shall ensure you vanish from this world," Lord Shalalia declared furiously. The government official, now kneeling and speechless, remained bewildered by his perceived transgressions. Simultaneously, he cast a malevolent glare at Lan Ran, attributing all blame to the man's presence. With his acute perception, Lan Ran detected the malice emanating from the government official, as well as an inexplicable affection from the celestial dragon before him. He let out a soft exclamation. Such abilities had eluded him in the realm of the Soul Reapers. "Ai Ran, I sincerely wish for you to become my husband." In the vernacular of ordinary folk, it could be described as love at first sight. Lord Shalalia redirected her attention to Lan Ran, her admiration for him growing with each passing moment. Unlike the other celestial dragons of Mariehua, this man evoked an entirely different sensation within her. As she moved closer, she felt an alluring aura of nobility and mystery surrounding him, drawing her in irresistibly. She vowed to claim him as her own. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Ran inquired, "What if I refuse?" Upon hearing this, Lord Shalalia and Apos' expression shifted rapidly. "I shall command a navy to capture you and bring you to my castle." Lan Ran chuckled coldly at the simplicity and brutality of her approach. Just as he prepared to act, he paused and shifted his tone. "Lord Shalalia, do you truly command the navy? Will they heed your orders?" Of course. The celestial dragons govern the world government, possessing all privileges, including command over the navy. Lord Shalalia explained proudly, her hands on her hips. Lan Ran gazed intently into her eyes for an extended moment, causing her to feel an unexpected warmth coursing through her body. Without understanding why, she found herself nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes. Let it be agreed." "Very well." Lan Ran replied, and with a flash step, he departed the scene. Lord Shalalia ignored everyone else and joyfully skipped away. Elated by Lan Ran's agreement to meet her again the following day, the government official hurriedly rose, trailing behind Lord Shalalia, his mind swirling with confusion over why she would allow Lan Ran to leave. Her typical demeanor was one of ruthlessness and authority. She usually resorted to violence to compel compliance. Yet today, her behavior was inexplicably peculiar. He discreetly reported the situation and requested an investigation into Lan Ran's identity. Once the celestial dragons had departed, the ordinary citizens gradually rose, and the streets buzzed with life once more, though many women lamented Lan Ran and Apos' departure. After leaving in a flash, Lan Ran lost interest in further wandering and, after a lengthy detour, returned to the Shaki bar. Inside, Shaki was smoking alone. Upon seeing Lan Ran's swift return, she asked, "Little brother Lan, why are you back so soon?" Lan Ran merely smiled noncommittally. "I encountered a celestial dragon, so I returned." Shaki's eyes widened in surprise. "Could it be that this time it was a woman who has taken a liking to you and wishes to marry you?" Lan Ran casually remarked, leading Shaki to gasp in astonishment. "Little brother Lan, did you agree?" With a playful smile, Lan Ran replied, "I agreed. Yet I did not truly agree." Shaki, now even more puzzled, pressed for clarification, but Lan Ran simply returned her a smile and remained silent. Thus, 3 days passed. And on this particular day, Rayleigh finally returned after completing the ship's coding for Luffy's crew. Chapter 9. The Celestial Dragon Falls in Love. A preliminary conclusion by Aizen. During the 3 days that Rayleigh was away for coding, Aizen met with Shalalia 3 more times. Each encounter brought her immense joy, as if her identity as a celestial dragon faded away in Aizen's presence, allowing her to embrace the simplicity of being an ordinary person. This transformation was undoubtedly influenced by Aizen. Upon learning that Shalalia could command the Navy during their first meeting, Aizen devised a preliminary plan. He desired to witness the might of the Yonko Whitebeard and the world government at the Marine headquarters in Mariehua, but without a map, he was at an impasse. Thus, he decided to leverage Shalalia's authority as a celestial dragon to accompany him to witness a public execution. Shalalia readily agreed, viewing the request as a trivial matter, though it was of great significance to the Navy. Defying opposition, she insisted on her request to the Navy, remaining resolute even against her father's protests. As if enchanted by the need to accompany Aizen, Fleet Admiral Sengoku suggested multiple times that a private viewing room be arranged for Shalalia, to which she consented after exchanging thoughts with Aizen, stipulating that the room be located at Marine headquarters in Mariehua. Sengoku reluctantly acquiesced and promised to arrange for an admiral to ensure their safety. Thus the plan was set in motion. However, the world government intensified its investigation into Aizen. Yet the results were disheartening. He seemed to have materialized from thin air, with no prior records concerning him. Each time he appeared in contact with Shalulia, he vanished in the next moment. Even the formidable CP0 intelligence operatives were unable to discern how he departed, causing considerable frustration as pressure mounted from all sides to unveil Aizen and Appo's identity. This also captured Sengoku and Appo's special attention. Anyone capable of eluding CP0 was certainly not an insignificant figure. He took precautions by placing the viewing room in the most secluded corner of Mariehua and planned to assign 2 additional vice admirals to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Unaware of these developments, Aizen, through his relationship with Shalulia, acquired something he had longed for. Shalulia requested a complete set of the most advanced research equipment from the Navy. Though they harbored doubts, the orders of a celestial dragon were absolute. Consequently, they prepared an entire suite of research equipment at the Navy's GR-66 base. During their third encounter, Shalulia escorted Aizen to the GR-66 Navy base. Upon entering, Aizen distinctly felt 6 pairs of eyes scrutinizing him. He discreetly noted their locations as he followed Shalulia and the guiding Navy personnel into a spacious room adorned with various unrecognizable testing and extraction apparatus. Aizen beamed at the sight of the equipment. While different from those in the world of the Shinigami, their fundamental functions remained largely the same. Aizen then requested Shalulia to command the Navy to refrain from disturbing them, which he complied with despite their numerous inquiries. Once he confirmed that only he and Shalulia remained in the vicinity, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Thank you for your assistance, Shalulia. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters," she replied with a giggle. "I hope you can assist me with one more task. Whatever it is, even if it's 10 or 100. Just say the word," Shalulia asserted. For a woman utterly enamored, the words of her beloved held the weight of a decree. Especially since Aizen had utilized his complete hypnotic abilities during their initial meeting. "Shalulia, I require a small sample of your blood." Aizen leaned in, gently caressing her right cheek, his tone tender. Instantly, Shalulia and Appo's face flushed. It was her first experience of such intimacy with a man. "Will it hurt?" she asked shyly. "Not at all. I will be very gentle," he whispered close to her ear. His warm breath left her momentarily dazed. "Then go ahead." Shalulia instinctively closed her eyes, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation coursing through her. However, when she opened her eyes after a while, she found Aizen engrossed in the experimental equipment. "Wait, Waren and Amp, Appo's, to you going to draw blood? Why Aren and Amp, Appo's, to you doing it?" she questioned, puzzled. "It and Amp, Appo's, already done. Shalulia, I am commencing my research. If you find it tedious, you may leave," Aizen replied without turning, seemingly captivated by his work. "I shall not leave. I will stay here with you," Shalulia declared, sitting quietly. Her eyes filled with adoration as she watched Aizen. Indeed, a man engrossed in his work is most captivating. As time passed, an hour later, Aizen appeared grave. The analysis of the celestial dragon and Amp, Appo's blood was not yielding favorable results. The sample was too scant. Relying solely on Shalulia and Amp, Appo's blood was insufficient. He required more samples. After recording the data, he glanced back at Shalulia, who had dozed off in her chair. Concerned she might catch a chill, Aizen draped a blanket over her. Next, he produced a sample of Admiral Kizaru and Appo's blood. Time flew by, and after 3 more hours, Aizen gleefully scrutinized the data in his hands. So that's it. No wonder the H-Gyoka harbors such desires. Based on his research findings, Aizen reached a preliminary conclusion. Devil fruits are akin to the H-Gyoku. However, the abilities of the devil fruits are specialized, a distinction from the H-Gyoku. The H-Gyoku manifests according to the host and Amp, Appo's innermost desires, materializing those thoughts into reality without limitations, albeit requiring time to achieve. Moreover, it can even fulfill the desires of those close to the host. In contrast, the devil fruit resembles a wish fruit formed from human desires, albeit one that is preordained. Thus, the H-Gyoku and Amp, Appo's inclination to devour devil fruits seems to stem from a desire to consume others and Amp, Appo's wishes. These insights were derived from the power of the devil fruit embedded within Admiral Kizaru and Amp, Appo's blood, but further, more specific conclusions would necessitate obtaining a devil fruit. After diligently memorizing the data, Aizen destroyed the written findings to avoid detection. He restored the room to its original state before approaching Shalulia to awaken her. "Ugh, how did I fall asleep?" she murmured. "Ah, Aizen, have you finished your research?" Shalilia, still groggy, had just dreamed of a wedding with Aizen. Shalilia, shall we go for a meal? After dining with Shalilia, they bid farewell. Aizen, as usual, adeptly evaded the followers trailing him. The number of pursuers grew increasingly numerous and formidable. Meanwhile, 3CP0 operatives reconvened, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it. We and Amp, Oppos, VE lost him again. Where and Amp, Oppos, do you suppose to track him with a tracing scent? Why did it fail? I don and Amp, Oppos, Tino. I followed the scent all the way, only to end up chasing a frisky dog. The situation with Aizen is exceedingly perplexing. Unless we enlist the help of Admiral Kazuru, we stand no chance of keeping pace with him." The leader among the three sighed in frustration. He was still undergoing treatment and unable to summon assistance. And even upon completion, it would be impossible for him to arrive. "Captain, why is that impossible?" one of the others inquired. "Have you forgotten? In just 4 days, the world government must confront the Whitebeard pirates. There is no time to attend to other matters. This Aizen undoubtedly poses a significant threat. An ordinary person could never evade us." Subsequently, the 3 members of CP0 returned to their posts, diligently ensuring the safety of Celestial Dragon Shiryu and awaiting the next appearance of Aizen. Chapter 10. All set, Rayleigh and Amp, Oppos, S request. Upon returning to the Shaki bar, Ulquiorra encountered Rayleigh, who had just finished his work. Their eyes met briefly, but Rayleigh was reluctant to engage in conversation, still perplexed by Ulquiorra and Amp, Oppos, S intentions. Nevertheless, Ulquiorra broke the silence, inquiring, "Are you a devil fruit user?" After setting aside his tools, Rayleigh stretched and replied, "I despise being unable to swim." After a moment of contemplation, Ulquiorra informed Rayleigh about his upcoming trip to the Marine headquarters at Mariewa in 3 days. "You're going to the Marine headquarters? Why?" Rayleigh glared intently at Ulquiorra, unable to comprehend the young man and Amp, Oppos, S motives. "Of course, to witness more formidable powers. It seems there will be a clash between the 4 emperors and the world government." "What?" Rayleigh and Amp, Oppos, S expression shifted dramatically. He had been preoccupied with his work and had not been keeping up with the news. "Explain this to me clearly." Ulquiorra maintained his benign demeanor as he briefly recounted the situation. Upon grasping the details, Rayleigh was even more astonished. The world government had captured Whitebeard and Amp, Oppos, S crew. And given Whitebeard and Amp, Oppos, S nature, he would never let this matter rest. Rayleigh recalled that in the past, Whitebeard had been Roger and Amp, Oppos, S greatest adversary at sea, fully aware of Whitebeard and Amp, Oppos, S principles. For Whitebeard, everyone on his ship was family, and he would never abandon any of them. After a moment and Amp, Oppos, S reflection, Rayleigh began to understand. No wonder Ulquiorra and Amp, Oppos, S actions against the Celestial Dragons had not provoked the anticipated fierce response from the world government. They were likely gathering strength to confront Whitebeard. "Do you intend to get involved? Don't forget, you're currently wanted by the entire world," Rayleigh cautioned, his tone lighthearted yet serious. Speaking of being wanted, you're in the same boat." Ulquiorra and Amp, Oppos, S smile faded as he looked earnestly at Rayleigh, fully aware of the vast difference in their bounty amounts. Rayleigh frowned. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you want to fight?" Ulquiorra nodded. "Indeed, I wish to witness the prowess of the Pirate King and Amp, Oppos, S first mate." Rayleigh and Amp, Oppos, S expression fluctuated, thinking, and Amp, Oppos, surely this young man is not serious, and Amp, Oppos, however, upon seeing the determination in Ulquiorra and Amp, Oppos, S eyes, he realized the youth was earnest in his challenge. "Not today. I and Amp, Oppos, am too exhausted." He hastily concocted an excuse, which Ulquiorra did not press further. The following day, Ulquiorra sought out Rayleigh once more, unable to evade the situation any longer. Rayleigh remarked, "You're not a combat enthusiast, are you?" "Not at all," Ulquiorra replied. "All right then, let us head outside." Thus, the two ventured to an open area outside the bar. However, instead of stopping there, Rayleigh led Ulquiorra to the island and Amp, Oppos, S shore, pointing to a distant island. "Let us go to that uninhabited island." "Sure." With a splash, Rayleigh dove into the sea, swimming towards the island. Observing this, Ulquiorra smiled and used Shuanpa to swiftly reach the deserted isle. He immediately employed his sensing abilities and confirmed the absence of people, though wild beasts still roamed. Half an hour later, Rayleigh arrived on the island, and upon seeing Ulquiorra waiting, his face twitched in annoyance. "Couldn't you have flown me over?" Ulquiorra maintained his smile. refraining from revealing that he was the junior. Rayleigh shed his outer layer, revealing a muscular physique, and began warming up. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted as he beckoned to Ulquiorra. "Come here." Without hesitation, Ulquiorra engaged Rayleigh in combat. Their clash obliterated the uninhabited island from the map, and Ulquiorra carried Rayleigh back to GR-13. Rayleigh bore several visible bruises, the result of Ulquiorra and Amp Oppo's strikes, leading to his grumbling. "You truly lack decorum. You relish striking faces." Ulquiorra said nothing, having controlled his strength as best as he could. Yet he had gained much from the encounter. Rayleigh had refined his hockey techniques, enveloping his weapon and attacks with Conqueror and Amp Oppo's hockey, enhancing their potency beyond that of armament hockey. He even discovered that Conqueror and Amp Oppo's hockey could facilitate attacks from a distance. Ulquiorra and Amp Oppo's clothing bore a tear from Rayleigh's Conqueror and Amp Oppo's hockey slash. Furthermore, Rayleigh noted that the color of his Conqueror and Amp Oppo's hockey had shifted to red, indicating its intensity. He explained to Ulquiorra that the color of Conqueror and Amp Oppo's hockey varied with its usage. Typically transparent, it transformed into various hues under full exertion, reflecting the user's traits. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra realized that though his zinc Bakudo had fused with his body, enhancing his hypnotic abilities, he had effectively lost his weapon. Thus, during their earlier bout, he had resorted to using his hands as a substitute for the sword, while unscathed. He found it rather undignified. Upon returning to the bar, Shaki noticed Rayleigh and Amp Oppo's disheveled appearance contrasted with Ulquiorra's lack of injury. "Did you encounter an enemy?" she inquired. Concern etched on her face. Rayleigh and Ulquiorra exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to answer. "Shaki, could you prepare us some food? We're rather famished after our morning exercise." After their meal, Ulquiorra departed the bar first. Rayleigh, watching him leave, unexpectedly activated a deeper level of observation hockey. To his astonishment, he dropped his wine glass, shattering it on the ground. What just happened? After leaving the Shaki bar, Ulquiorra opted not to visit Shiryu and Amp Oppo's palace, but instead hurried to the auction venue. He activated his complete hypnotic ability, rendering everyone on the way oblivious to his presence. In the Sabaody archipelago, there were auction venues numbered GR1 to GR24, with the exception of the destroyed GR12, leaving 23 remaining sites. Ulquiorra planned to explore each auction house in search of a devil fruit. However, the ideal turned out to be a cruel reality. All 22 venues yielded no devil fruits or even anything of value, leaving Ulquiorra disappointed. With only the GR24 area left, he swiftly departed GR23 for GR24. Perhaps by divine intervention, although he did not find a devil fruit at this auction house, he stumbled upon a sword, a katana radiating a faint blue glow. Its hilt black and blade measuring 6 centimeters in length. It was named the famed sword, Kinsei Masamune. Ulquiorra was captivated by the sword at first sight. As all attendees remained in a state of complete hypnosis, he seized the opportunity and effortlessly acquired the Kinsei Masamune. Holding the sword, Ulquiorra felt as though he grasped unparalleled authority. After sheathing the sword, he affixed it to his waist and strode out of the auction house with confidence. Once these matters were concluded, Ulquiorra finally met with Shiryu's palace, where they agreed to board a Navy ship together to the Marine headquarters at Mariewa in 2 days. Very well, it's settled then. Shiryu's palace bade Ulquiorra a reluctant farewell. This time, Ulquiorra did not leave immediately. He watched until she disappeared from sight. "Are you not coming out?" Ulquiorra glanced around, spotting 3 CP0 agents concealed in the vicinity. Observing the 3 individuals remaining unperturbed, Aizen unsheathed his renowned blade, Kinsetsu Masamune, and with a swift motion, struck in the direction where they were concealed. A faint azure light emanated from the blade, slicing through the air towards 3 distinct points, severing everything in its path. The trio of CP0, left with no alternative, was compelled to reveal their positions. It was in that fleeting moment that Aizen employed his impeccable hypnosis upon them. With his objective achieved, Aizen chose not to linger and departed, while the 3 remained under the false impression that he was still toying with them. Upon his return to the bar, Aizen noticed Rayleigh sitting at the entrance, his expression laden with concern. "Rayleigh, what troubles you? Have you upset Shuki? Were you cast out?" Ignoring Aizen and Amp Oppo's inquiries, Rayleigh quickly approached, his demeanor serious as he spoke. "Aizen, I require your assistance." Chapter 11. Respecting Others' Fates, the 7 Warlords of the Sea. What troubles you, Rayleigh? What assistance do you require? A look of perplexity adorned Aizen's face. Rayleigh spoke in a hushed tone. I have glimpsed a fragment of the future through the advanced capabilities of my observation haki. For reasons unbeknownst to me, Luffy is destined to arrive at the Navy headquarters to partake in this public execution. Oh, that boy who aspires to be the Pirate King? Aizen and Apos' recollection of Luffy was vivid, as he was the one who ignited the voracious desire within the H-Gyoku. Indeed. I seek your protection for him at a crucial moment. Rayleigh had braced himself for Aizen's likely refusal. Why do you not go yourself? Aizen countered with a question instead of a direct answer. Is it not better to personally safeguard someone you wish to protect? Rayleigh hesitated, grappling with his words before confessing the truth. There exists an unwritten code among pirates. One must not interfere with another's fate. Each individual embarks on their own adventure, accompanied by their own companions. The involvement of an outsider in such matters is a disgrace to both parties. Aizen, not being a pirate, could not fathom this sentiment. A brief silence ensued between them before Aizen acquiesced, stating, I shall ensure his survival, yet I shall also require a measure of interest in return. Aizen's candidness piqued Rayleigh's curiosity regarding what a fledgling like Luffy could possibly possess that Aizen would find valuable. Shaking his head, Aizen chose not to divulge, as it pertained to the H-Gyoku's desires, one of his greatest secrets. Thus, the arrangement was settled, and in the following 2 days, Aizen and Rayleigh trained together every morning. Through their practice, Aizen learned to control the hue of his conqueror's haki and even mastered its advanced application. Rayleigh could not help but marvel at Aizen, whom he deemed the most gifted individual he had ever encountered. Finally, the appointed time to meet with Shiryu arrived. Aizen donned a bespoke uniform of black and white, cinched with a dark red belt, his renowned sword, Keisetsu Masamune, casually hanging at his side. Rayleigh, Miss Shaki, I take my leave. Aizen bid farewell to the two before exiting the bar. Rayleigh observed silently, sensing that Aizen and Apos' departure this time might be final. Alas, I hope all goes smoothly. At the GR-66 Navy Base Harbor on Sabaody Archipelago, the elegantly dressed Shiryu, showcasing her devilish figure, anxiously awaited in the makeshift waiting hall. Aizen, where is he? Surely he hasn't, Apos. Forgotten. Shiryu commanded a nearby government official. Go check if Aizen has arrived. Yes, my lady. The government official, a newcomer tasked with overseeing Shiryu and Apos' affairs, had only heard of her predecessor's mysterious disappearance. She noticed that Shiryu was unlike other celestial dragons. A mere compliment about Aizen would bring a smile to her face and soften her demeanor. As the government official stepped out of the waiting hall and onto the main avenue, she spotted a man approaching. Aizen, clad in his new custom uniform, radiated an air of authority, his brown hair slicked back, sharp gaze piercing, effortlessly exuding a powerful aura. Upon reaching the government officer, she regained her composure. You must be Aizen. Lady Shiryu has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. And you are? Aizen inquired, intrigued, as this was his first encounter with the woman before him. I am Lady Shiryu's new aide. You may call me Califa. As she adjusted her glasses, Califa expressed her interest in Aizen, having been assigned as Shiryu and Apos' aide partly due to the enigmatic nature of this man, whose background was entirely untraceable within their organization. Aizen narrowed his eyes, committing Califa's name to memory, while contemplating whether to wish for a slight increase in height through the H-Gyoku's powers. The golden-haired beauty stood nearly at eye level with him, and in her high heels, she towered over him. Once again, Aizen felt the world's disdain for his stature, maintaining a stoic expression as he followed Califa to the waiting hall. Upon seeing Shiryu, a smile broke across his face, eliciting immense joy from her, who disregarded those around her, leaping into Aizen and Apos' embrace. I was beginning to think you wooed and Apos, come. Aizen gently caressed her back, whispering, let us proceed. Indeed, the 178 centimeters tall Shiryu was a source of comfort for Aizen. With her arm entwined with his, they shared a sweet moment as they boarded the warship. Califa trailed behind, observing Aizen in silence, noting his uniqueness compared to any man she had encountered. But why was Shiryu so infatuated with him? It was as though she had been bewitched. As they walked ahead, Aizen sported a slight smirk, relishing in the Navy's respectful demeanor towards him, even if it was merely a reflection of Shiryu's status. Upon reaching the harbor, Aizen had already utilized his perception to assess the situation. 6 presences aboard the warship mirrored those who had previously shadowed him, including the 3 he had hypnotized before. Upon stepping onto the harbor, Aizen activated his complete hypnosis ability. Merging with the H-Gyoku and Zanpakuto, His complete hypnosis had evolved into a form akin to a domain. Within this field, individuals would succumb entirely to the effects of his hypnosis. Aizen had previously attempted to envelop the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago. Yet the immense energy required limited him to just an hour before he had to release the ability. However, a complete hypnosis field of merely 100 meters could be sustained for a week without adverse effects. Thus, Aizen maintained the complete hypnosis field, engaging in light-hearted banter with Shiryu, both appearing blissfully enamored. The Navy soldiers aboard the warship envied their rapport, internally lamenting Aizen's inexplicable fortune in winning the favor of a celestial dragon. Aizen sensed their thoughts, intrigued by this newfound ability, which had not existed before. As he pondered, he continued to showcase his affection for Shiryu. 3 hours later, the warship arrived at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Lady Shiryu, we have arrived at Marineford, Califa reported respectfully. Finally, we're here. Aizen, let us make haste. Shiryu eagerly grasped Aizen's hand, hastening out of the ship's cabin. Upon exiting, they beheld the massive harbor of Marineford, brimming with Navy warships and soldiers bustling about, transporting various war supplies. After all, at noon tomorrow, a public execution of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace, was to commence. The Navy anticipated Whitebeard's arrival and prepared for battle. Come on, there is nothing to see here, Shiryu urged Aizen, disliking the idea of being in the presence of such lowly soldiers. However, the Navy held a different perspective, as they were bound to show the celestial dragon the respect she deserved. Cease your tasks at once. Form a line to welcome the esteemed celestial dragon, commanded the Navy Rear Admiral in charge of the harbor. In a flurry, the soldiers complied, swiftly forming ranks, bowing their heads in unison to applaud. Welcome, esteemed celestial dragon, to Marineford. In the past, Cerulean Palace believed that it was a fundamental courtesy for the celestial dragons to be respected by the entire world. However, today, especially in the presence of Aizen, she wondered if her demeanor might provoke disdain, leading him to perceive her as a haughty and unreasonable woman. Enough. You may continue your tasks without concern for me. Cerulean Palace's cold voice resonated through the air. At that moment, a tall man clad in a pink feathered outfit and sporting sunglasses swaggered down the main thoroughfare of the port, greeted by applause from the Navy. Haha. I never expected such a warm welcome from the Navy. The clapping sailors were momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to display such rudeness in front of the celestial dragon. The earlier Vice Admiral swiftly approached, having recognized the audacious man as Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo, this is not a place for your antics. Antics? Haha. Are you not the ones who brought the celestial dragon here, thus behaving even more outrageously? Doflamingo laughed heartily, pointing at Cerulean Palace, while dozens of threads shot toward her at an imperceptible speed. Just as the threads were about to strike Cerulean Palace, Aizen intervened. With astonishing swiftness, he grasped the incoming threads in his hand, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Doflamingo, sending a chill down his spine. Oh, what are these threads? You. Doflamingo was taken aback, astonished that this man had managed to block his parasite threats. Chapter 12. Doflamingo faces defeat. The Navy's Vice Admiral makes an entrance. Beside him, Cerulean Palace lacked formidable strength. Had it not been for Aizen's intervention to protect her, she would have likely succumbed to Doflamingo's parasitic strings. Just as her anger threatened to erupt, Aizen quietly reassured her. Cerulean, I will handle everything. She quelled her fury, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming happiness to be shielded by the one she cherished. Could there be a greater joy than this? She could not fathom why, but her trust in Aizen was unwavering and absolute. Her face flushed crimson as she discreetly hid behind Aizen, a scene that did not escape the observant eye of Califa. As a woman herself, she understood well the unusual display of vulnerability from a celestial dragon. Could it be that Cerulean had genuinely developed feelings for an ordinary person? Califa subtly signaled to the other CP0 agents aboard the warship, prioritizing the protection of the celestial dragon while refraining from obstructing Doflamingo. She intended to observe the unfolding drama and further gauge Aizen and Appo's capabilities, for information regarding him was exceedingly scarce. Doflamingo scrutinized Aizen, mentally reviewing all the notorious pirates he could recall, yet found no corresponding information about this individual. He deduced that Aizen was merely an inconsequential pretty boy with a modicum of power. Doflamingo was not intimidated by celestial dragons. He boldly confronted Aizen, loudly declaring, "Pretty boy, are you a new pet of the celestial dragons?" All present lowered their heads in terror, Even though their thoughts echoed Doflamingo's own, they dared not voice such sentiments. For the consequences of offending a celestial dragon were dire indeed. Suddenly, the temperature in the port plummeted, and Doflamingo felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. The surrounding Navy personnel remained unaffected, but Doflamingo stared at Aizen in horror. "What have you done?" Doflamingo gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Aizen remained silent, his gaze growing ever colder, while Doflamingo felt the pressure intensifying, compelling him to bend his knees. This could not continue. Doflamingo shot 5 transparent threads from his fingers, each taking the shape of a beast and Amp, Appo's claw and lunging towards Aizen and Amp, Appo's head. 5-colored thread. Unflinching, Aizen merely cast a scornful glance at Doflamingo. With a resounding thud, Doflamingo collapsed to the ground, his attack disintegrating before it could reach its target. The sudden kneeling of one of the warlords of the sea caught everyone off guard, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. In truth, Aizen had directed his spiritual pressure solely at Doflamingo, condensing what should have been a broad area of effect into a single point, exponentially amplifying its oppressive force, far beyond what Doflamingo could withstand. As Aizen maintained the pressure, he signaled to Shallua, "Shall we proceed?" "Yes." Shallua responded as she and Aizen began to descend from the warship. With each step they took, Doflamingo was pressed further into the ground. By the time they stood on the port and Appo's surface, Doflamingo was nearly embedded in the earth. "Damn it, move." Doflamingo's face twisted in fury as he struggled against the force. Yet, with each attempt to resist, Aizen escalated the pressure, suppressing Doflamingo's defiance. Crackling sounds erupted as Doflamingo and Appo's body emanated a red-black aura, which quickly fractured like a spider into Appo's web. Observing this, a Navy Vice Admiral and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Get away from him." However, in the next instant, Aizen and Appo's gaze sharpened, and his spiritual pressure erupted, overwhelming Doflamingo and Appo's haki. Under this crushing force, Doflamingo fell unconscious, his red-black aura dissipating. The crisis was thus averted, leaving the Navy and government officials baffled by the events. They could only witness Doflamingo's provocation of the celestial dragon, followed by his inexplicable collapse. This bizarre occurrence left the Navy personnel at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Aizen had previously employed his complete hypnosis domain to render his presence unnoticed, as he preferred to remain unobtrusive. After Shallua and Aizen disembarked from the warship, she stepped forward, indignantly reproaching, "I care not who this man is. How dare he behave so impudently before me? You must provide me with an explanation." Yes, Lady Shallua. We shall absolutely provide you with a satisfactory account." The Navy Vice Admiral, quick-witted, instructed soldiers to encircle Doflamingo, shielding him from the crowd and Appo's view. "Humph. Aizen, let us depart. I did not expect such a disheartening welcome." Shallua huffed, linking arms with Aizen as they followed the Vice Admiral away from the scene. Only after they had completely left the port did Aizen finally retract his spiritual pressure and detention from Doflamingo. Before departing, the Navy Vice Admiral issued a command for everyone to disregard the situation. Once the celestial dragons had left, the soldiers resumed their previous preparations. Doflamingo lay there quietly, unattended and untouchable. Shortly after Aizen's group departed, other vessels began to arrive at the port, all of which recognized the fallen Doflamingo. The events at the port had stirred the higher echelons of the Navy. In the Marshal and Appo's office, Sengoku and Appo's expression darkened upon receiving reports from below. The 3 men seated across from him noted Sengoku and Appo's unusual demeanor, with the man on the far right speaking up first. "Ah, Sengoku, you look troubled. Has something significant occurred?" This man, adorned with a green eye patch and sporting black curly hair, wore a languid expression. He was none other than the last of the 3 admirals, Admiral Kizaru. A warlord of the sea, Doflamingo, provoked the celestial dragons at the port and was effortlessly subdued. Sengoku spoke gravely. The 3 men exchanged varied expressions upon hearing Sengoku's words. After all, the warlords of the sea were recognized as formidable pirates by the world government. In a sense, they were the official pirates. And now one had antagonized their superiors. Was this not akin to flooding the Dragon King and Appo's temple? The admiral on the far left, bandaged from head to toe, shook his head in disbelief. How could someone dare to provoke the celestial dragons again? He had already resolved that he would not intervene this time, regardless of the consequences. He had no desire to get involved. After all, his injuries had yet to fully heal. The admiral in the middle, Akainu, maintained his usual arrogant demeanor, retorting, Sengoku, why did you permit the celestial dragons to witness this public execution? Are you unaware of how perilous this is? In Akainu's eyes, warlords of the sea were merely pirates, and they would eventually all be imprisoned. Ah, Akainu, you must not speak so. Do you dare to defy the wishes of the celestial dragons? Kizaru quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Akainu, who he particularly disliked. Their personalities, styles, and devil fruit powers were utterly incompatible. Kazan, do you believe I am oblivious to your sarcasm? Do you wish to fight? Akainu rose, looking down at the seated Kizaru. Let us fight. Then, who fears whom? Kazan stood undaunted, rising to confront Akainu, showing no signs of retreat. The atmosphere in the Admiral's office grew tense, a stark contrast of warmth and chill, with Kizaru having already stepped aside, appearing as though he were merely an observer. Sengoku's face twitched as he bellowed at the two. Enough. What are you thinking, bickering amongst yourselves at such a critical moment? His roar jolted both Akainu and Kazan, and with the looming confrontation against Whitebird's crew the next day, they momentarily ceased their conflict. Kazan, you will patrol the port, especially concerning the 7 warlords of the sea. Ensure they behave, Sengoku commanded. Sakazuki, seek out Doflamingo, take him into custody, and inquire about the recent events. Pagliusolino, locate Aramaki and accompany 2 vice admirals to ensure the celestial dragon's safety on the island. Sengoku swiftly issued commands, and upon receiving their orders, Kazan and Akainu exited the office, each heading in opposite directions. Only Kizaru remained, who, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Sengoku, are you certain that Aramaki can handle this? Of course, he joined the Navy through conscription, and his strength is already commendable enough to be viewed as a candidate for admiral. The youth today are truly formidable. Perhaps I should consider retirement sooner. Kizaru jested to himself as he departed, transforming into light the moment he exited the office. Alone in the office, Sengoku murmured, at such a crucial juncture, why do the celestial dragons choose to come? Do they not fear for their lives? When Akainu arrived at the port, Doflamingo had just regained consciousness, consumed by rage. What just happened? It must be connected to that man, he exclaimed, seizing a Navy colonel by the collar, demanding, where did that celestial dragon go? And who was the man with him? In his fury, Doflamingo inadvertently unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing the colonel to faint from the sheer pressure. Nearby Navy soldiers were similarly affected, collapsing to the ground. Enough, Doflamingo. Restrain your haki. A commanding voice descended from above. The temperature at the port began to rise, and Doflamingo looked up to see a crimson figure. Akainu, what does my haki have to do with you? Doflamingo retorted, though he had already retracted his power. Akainu dispersed the gathered molten fists and landed beside Doflamingo. Humph. If you hadn't acted quickly, you would be dead by now. What brings you here? The warlords of the sea are hardly worthy of a Navy Admiral and Apos' personal visit. Doflamingo calmed slightly upon seeing Akainu, having also caught a glimpse of Admiral Kazan. The simultaneous appearance of 2 admirals at the port was indeed rare. Akainu initially refrained from responding, glancing back to see Kazan standing at a distance. Oh, that explains the sudden drop in temperature, he thought, refocusing on Doflamingo. Let us converse elsewhere. Doflamingo, sensing something amiss, questioned, what can't be said here? If someone misconstrues our meeting as collusion, how will I survive on these seas? Akainu narrowed his eyes, incredulous at the thought of a Navy admiral conspiring with a pirate. In that case, I'll be direct. Do you know who knocked you out? Meanwhile, Kizaru swiftly located the prospective admiral, Green Bull, who was lounging on a recliner, asleep. Kizaru shouted into Green Bull's ear, hello, who dares disturb my slumber? Green Bull grumbled, displeased until he recognized the visitor. Ah, Admiral Kizaru, how may I assist you? Come along, young man, there and Apos, there's work to be done. Kizaru smiled, patting Green Bull and Apos' shoulder, who, though puzzled, followed. As they walked, Green Bull wondered why Kizaru had sought him out. Had he discovered his laziness? Tentatively, he asked, Admiral Kizaru, where are we headed? Relax. We're merely going to meet a celestial dragon. The mention of the celestial dragons left Green Bull astounded. Celestial dragon? His excitement was palpable as he realized the significance of the meeting, a tremendous honor indeed. What are you doing, you fool? Kizaru remarked, noticing Green Bull's exuberance. Ah, nothing. Just a bit excited about meeting a celestial dragon. Do not let your enthusiasm overwhelm you. Your task is to ensure the safety of the celestial dragon while on the island. You cannot afford to be in such a state. Kizaru and Apos. S reminder only heightened Green Bull and Apos. S exhilaration. To think I would be assigned to protect a celestial dragon. Meanwhile, a Navy Vice Admiral led Shalilia and her entourage to the Navy headquarters reception room, where soldiers opened the doors for their entrance. The room had been meticulously cleaned and was adorned with exquisite refreshments for the celestial dragons. Lady Shalilia, please take a moment to rest here. Shalilia, accompanied by Aizen, settled into the central seat, her demeanor icy as she commanded, summoned Sengoku immediately. I demand an explanation regarding that disrespectful individual. Yes, Lady Shalilia. I shall inform Admiral Sengoku at once, the Vice Admiral replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he bowed and exited the room. Hastily contacting Sengoku via Den Mushi. Within the room, only Shalilia, Aizen, and Califa remained. Califa, step outside and wait. Califa hesitated, unwilling to leave Shalilia alone with Aizen, fearing the consequences should Aizen act malevolently. My lady, this is not proper. You require someone to serve you tea. Shalilia turned sharply, her gaze frostier than before, as she glared at Califa for her insubordination. Just as she prepared to scold her, she felt a gentle squeeze on her hand from Aizen. Shalilia, let us not make it difficult for her. Why not enjoy some refreshments together? Very well, Shalilia replied, her expression softening. Califa let out a sigh of relief. Knowing the celestial dragons were notoriously unpredictable, their mood shifting as swiftly as a page turn. She had braced herself for reprimand, only to be rescued by Aizen. Meanwhile, Aizen remained unfazed, savoring the delicacies that Shalilia fed him, all the while sensing formidable presences surrounding the reception room, two particularly powerful figures approaching. One of these energies felt oddly familiar. Chapter 13, Identity Revealed? The son-in-law Aizen? Shortly thereafter, Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral Green Bull, accompanied by two rear admirals, arrived at the reception hall. The waiting Marine Rear Admiral promptly approached them and gestured towards the large door behind him. Admiral Kizaru, the celestial dragons are inside. Yes, I am aware of the situation. Leave everything to me, Kizaru replied, striding towards the entrance of the reception hall. During his journey with Green Bull, he had received a call from Sengoku, briefly discussing how to handle the matter of Doflamingo and Apos' offense against the celestial dragons. Adopt a humble demeanor and seek forgiveness. Given the extraordinary circumstances, we need Doflamingo's strength. We shall impose punishment only after tomorrow. After hanging up, Kizaru shook his head, feeling that Sengoku was clearly setting him up for failure. Haramaki, please refrain from speaking once we enter. Understood, Admiral Kizaru. Green Bull seemed to be suppressing some intense emotions, overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of meeting the celestial dragons. The rear admiral pushed open the grand doors, and Kizaru was the first to enter. However, upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Why were the celestial dragons exhibiting such a lowly demeanor? And the man seated in the main position, exuding an overwhelming presence, struck Kizaru as oddly familiar. Furrowing his brow, Kizaru approached the celestial dragon, intending to greet him politely, only to be interrupted by Green Bull and Apos' loud exclamation. Who are you? How dare you allow the esteemed celestial dragon to personally feed you? Xiaolilia, who was feeding Aizen delicacies, halted her actions and turned her displeased gaze towards the four newcomers. Where is Sengoku? Before Green Bull could continue, Kizaru swiftly covered his mouth and leaned in with a smile, replying, Admiral Sengoku is currently occupied with preparations for tomorrow's execution and cannot be present. Xiaolilia waved her hand dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. I simply wish to know how we will deal with the one who offended me. Kizaru relayed Sengoku and Apos' instructions to Xiaolilia, but his words fell flat. Xiaolilia and Apos' expression darkened as she threw a teacup on the floor at Kizaru and Apos' feet, expressing her dissatisfaction. She sensed the disdain and disrespect from the higher-ups of the Navy and was about to escalate her grievances when Aizen interjected calmly. Xiaolilia, that individual has already faced punishment. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Xiaolilia and Apos' demeanor transformed in an instant, her frown replaced by a softer, more feminine expression. Since you have said so, let it be. Then she turned to Kizaru, shaking her small fist, and coldly added, however, I do not wish for this to happen again. Yes, we assure you there will not be a next time, Kizaru responded, though his gaze remained fixed on Aizen. Despite their differing appearances, the tone and voice of this man felt profoundly familiar to him. For days, Kizaru had been unable to find peace, plagued by insomnia and anxiety. All due to the actions of a certain man. He was certain that the individual before him was the infamous Aizen Suk. What was he thinking? How could he dare to appear at Marine headquarters unaccompanied? Did he not fear for his life? As Kizaru continued to scrutinize Aizen, Xiaoliya noticed the Admiral and Amp, Appo's intense gaze, mistakenly interpreting it as disdain towards Aizen. Allow me to introduce you all. This is my future husband, Aizen. After our marriage, he will become a new celestial dragon. Xiaoliya boldly declared Aizen's future status to the Navy's high-ranking officials, leaving Green Bull utterly astonished, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. What could this man, aside from his handsome appearance, have done to capture the heart of a celestial dragon? With this announcement, his status had skyrocketed. Xiaoliya. Regarding the entry of a foreign son-in-law, this matter requires the consent of the 5 elders of Mariewa. Upon hearing Xiaoliya and Amp, Appo's proclamation, Califa mustered her courage to intervene. The marriage partners of the celestial dragons, especially the female ones, must receive approval from those 5 elders. It and Amp, Appo's, it's only a matter of time. I will petition them upon my return. The mention of the 5 elders made Xiaoliya uneasy. They were not only the supreme leaders of the world government, but also the leaders of all celestial dragons, known as the 5 elders. The conversation left everyone in the reception hall, including Aizen, momentarily speechless. Aizen, the focal point of the discussion, felt bewildered. Why was he suddenly being thrust into the role of a son-in-law? Amused by the absurdity of the situation, Aizen chuckled, finding it all rather entertaining. Aizen? Xiaoliya turned. Curious about his reaction, it was the first time she had witnessed Aizen's unguarded demeanor. Apologies, I was merely reminded of something amusing, Aizen replied apologetically. The situation had unfolded beyond Aizen's expectations. He hadn't anticipated that Xiaoliya would genuinely develop feelings for him. However, his laughter led the others to believe he was simply elated at the prospect of becoming a celestial dragon. Green Bull seethed inwardly, thinking, how dare this pretty boy become the husband of a celestial dragon? If he can, why can't Appo's? As his frustration mounted, Green Bull was about to erupt when Kizaru once again restrained him. Confused, Green Bull looked to Kizaru, who appeared tense and almost fearful. Xiaoliya, we actually have another matter to discuss. Oh dear, you are also bothersome. Speak quickly and then leave. Yes, we will be leaving after we finish. Your safety during your stay at Marine headquarters will be overseen by me. Kizaru glanced at the expectant Green Bull and then at the composed Aizen, deciding it was best for him to take charge of the celestial dragon's safety. Otherwise, Green Bull might unwittingly get himself into trouble. Upon hearing Kizaru's response, Green Bull wore a look of shock. This was not what he had been led to believe. Admiral Kizaru, this is not what we discussed. Silence. This is for your own good. Kizaru scolded Green Bull, concerned that the young man might become embroiled in Aizen and Amp, Appo's schemes. After all, he was a candidate for future admiral and could not afford to falter here. Fine, just remember not to disturb me, Xiaoliya stated. I will not disturb you, Kizaru assured as he dragged Green Bull out of the reception hall. Once outside, Green Bull immediately broke free from Kizaru's grip, transforming into a tree man, turning the corridor into a forest. Admiral Kizaru, please explain why I cannot protect the celestial dragon. The tree man Green Bull was furious, feeling deceived by Kizaru. That old man was quite cunning. Calm down and let me explain. Just then, the door to the conference hall swung open again, and Aizen emerged, calm and composed. Oh, it seems I arrived at an inconvenient moment. Kizaru turned sharply to glare at Aizen, feeling the familiar sting of his wounds resurfacing. Tensing up, he prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger, oblivious to the fact that Green Bull was unaware of Aizen's true identity. Pretty boy, what are you doing here? Aizen touched his face, acknowledging his pale complexion, but he did not appreciate being called a pretty boy. With a knowing glance at Green Bull, he turned his attention back to Kizaru. Shall we have a chat? Before Kizaru could respond, Aizen walked purposefully towards the deserted castle walls outside the reception hall. You dare ignore me. Green Bull was infuriated, extending his tree-like arms towards Aizen. His fruit ability, the forest fruit, allowed him to drain nutrients from anything touched by his branches. Suddenly, Kizaru transformed into light, positioning himself between Green Bull and Aizen, and he commanded sternly, Hawkeye, wait for me here. Without allowing Green Bull a moment to respond, Kizaru followed closely behind Aizen, stepping outside the city walls. Aizen gazed out at the boundless azure sea and suddenly remarked, what a beautiful sight. Kizaru frowned, utterly perplexed by Aizen's thoughts. How could he dare to venture alone to the Marine headquarters? This place was not only home to Marine admirals, but also to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. And the ranks of Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals were plentiful. The legendary Marine hero, Garp, was also known to have arrived at the headquarters. Kizaru could not fathom Aizen's reasoning for taking such a perilous risk, so he decided to cut to the chase. Aizen, what is your purpose for coming here? Oh, you truly are remarkable. You recognized me with just a glance. Aizen's ambiguous response infuriated Kizaru. Spare me the riddles. I am asking what you intend to do at the Marine headquarters. How about you provide me with cover, and in return, I shall assist you in eliminating a pirate tomorrow? What do you say? Kizaru was left utterly bewildered. He simply could not grasp Aizen and Appos' enigmatic nature. However, Aizen and Appos' next statement filled him with even greater trepidation. Even if it means going after that Yonko, Whitebeard, I would not be opposed to it instinctively. Kizaru took a substantial step back. Aizen was undoubtedly a madman. Chapter 14. The alliance is formed, and the ridiculed Doflamingo explodes. Is your aim Whitebeard? Aizen shook his head. I merely wish to witness more formidable warriors. You came here utilizing the celestial dragons for this purpose? Kizaru remained somewhat skeptical. Of course not. I am not a bloodthirsty monster. Look at you. You are living quite well, aren't you? Kizaru fell momentarily silent, acknowledging that his survival was a testament to his resilience. However, he soon pondered that had Aizen intervened to prevent Akainu from taking him, he would likely have perished then and there. With a deep sigh, Kizaru had to accept this reality. This is troublesome, then. Speak, what do you require of me? I shall consider whether to cooperate. Aizen smiled gently, realizing that he had achieved half of his objective. Green Bull, whose powers had been suppressed, awaited at the entrance of the reception room. Though he yearned to uncover the current situation, he understood that rank held power, and since Kizaru forbade him from following, he resolved to wait instead. Upon witnessing Kizaru and Aizen return, seemingly in good spirits, Green Bull grew even more curious. This scene felt incongruous. The atmosphere had been so tense moments ago, yet now they appeared as if they were the best of friends. Pleasant cooperation, Aizen remarked as he re-entered the reception room. Perplexed, Green Bull inquired, Lord Kizaru, could you clarify what is transpiring? I have just come to an agreement with Lord Aizen. He will assist in calming the celestial dragons and will no longer trouble us. Furthermore, tomorrow, you will assume my position as a Marine Admiral while I personally ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Green Bull pondered this and realized it was absurd. He was not an admiral, so why should he occupy that position? Lord Kizaru, please do not jest. As a novice, encountering Admiral Akainu would surely result in my demise. Green Bull and Appos' Mori Mori no Mi fruit belong to the wood element, while Akainu and Appos' Mago Mago no Mi was of the fire element, a perfect counter to him. Rest assured, it will be fine. Sakazuki prioritizes the greater good. He would not act against his own people. After all, tomorrow marks the direct confrontation between the world government and the four emperors, Whitebeard. Akainu is unlikely to strike at this moment. Green Bull hesitated to argue further, but Kizaru placed a hand on his shoulder, leading him away from the reception room while attempting to persuade him. Meanwhile, Admiral Akainu learned from Doflamingo that he had been knocked unconscious by an unfamiliar, handsome man. As Sengoku had not communicated with the admirals, Akainu was unaware of Aizen's identity. Akainu, do you know something? Tell me where that pretty boy is. I will make him pay. Doflamingo, eager for revenge, could hardly contain himself. Doflamingo, restrain yourself. Tomorrow we must face Whitebeard. Such matters should be set aside, Akainu urged, frowning. I cannot wait. I have never suffered such a loss. If you do not inform me, I shall seek him out myself. Doflamingo turned and rushed toward the reception room, only to be confronted by Akainu's stern voice. How dare you? The Marine headquarters is not a place for you to act recklessly. Do you wish for your demise? Tension escalated, and Doflamingo's surroundings began to emanate a dark, crimson aura, showing that he would not back down even against an admiral. Oh dear, Akainu, it seems you cannot handle this alone. A languid voice chimed from behind, as Admiral Akiji approached. Akiji, what brings you here? Did Sengoku not assign you to oversee the other warlords? Are you referring to them? Akiji stepped aside, revealing four distinct figures advancing toward them. Leading the group was the strikingly beautiful pirate empress, Boa Hancock, with long black hair, a tall figure, and unparalleled beauty. Often hailed as the world and Appos' most exquisite woman. It must be because I am so extraordinarily beautiful that you dare to gaze upon me so rudely. Hancock disdainfully glared at Akainu and Doflamingo. Quickly escort me to my chambers. Every second spent here tarnishes my beauty. Fortunately, the 7 present were all powerful individuals, capable of withstanding Hancock and Amp, Oppos, allure without succumbing. So the Empress has arrived as well, Doflamingo remarked with a lecherous grin, his gaze roving over Hancock, which she found repugnant. What hideous eyes you possess. Hancock swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick toward Doflamingo. Fragrant leg. Bang. Doflamingo barely managed to block her strike with his left hand. Hancock, do not assume I will hold back simply because you're a woman. To his surprise, Hancock's kick had been deflected, but in an instant, Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos' left hand turned to stone, a punishment for his disrespect. Let this be a lesson for your insolence, Hancock declared, elegantly turning away, leaving Doflamingo with a stunning silhouette. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by. Doflamingo had retaliated, swiftly raising his right leg to kick her. In that critical moment, a shadow darted between them, and with a resounding clash, a black sword intercepted Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos' strike, producing a series of sizzling sounds. Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos' gaze shifted from Hancock to the man before him. The man possessed sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, and wore a black top hat adorned with white fur, none other than Dracul Mihawk. Renowned as the world and Amp, Oppos' strongest swordsman and one of the warlords. Mihawk, it has been quite some time. You are obstructing my path. Mihawk lightly turned his wrist, effortlessly deflecting Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos' kick with his sword. Doflamingo retracted his foot, choosing not to pursue further aggression, as he held an unspoken dread of Mihawk. This time I shall let it pass, but should there be a next time, even if you intervene, I will not relent. Doflamingo raised his right hand to his petrified left, watching as the stone began to crumble, revealing his hand unscathed. Hancock and Oppos' pupils contracted in disbelief. She had failed to petrify him with her fragrant leg. Doflamingo had cloaked himself in a thin layer of transparent thread to defend against sudden attacks. Both parties remained unwilling to back down, yet just then, Akainu and Akiji spoke in unison. Enough. Cease this. For the sake of the 2 admirals. The warlords had no choice but to temper their tempers. Hancock and Doflamingo exchanged glances before turning away, temporarily halting their hostilities. Akiji, why are there only 4 of you? Akiji disregarded Akainu and Amp, Oppos' query, stating that with Doflamingo included, 5 warlords had been forcibly summoned by the world government. The 2 absent warlords were Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea, who declined to participate in the conflict between the world government and Whitebeard and was thus imprisoned in the notorious Impel Down. The other, Crocodile, had been removed from the warlord ranks after being defeated by Luffy in Alabasta and was also incarcerated in Impel Down. At that moment, a towering warlord let out an eerie chuckle. Hee, Doflamingo, I heard you were knocked down by someone with a single blow. The speaker's physique was exceedingly imposing, resembling a demonic figure. His forehead bore 2 horns, and both his ears and teeth were sharp, presenting a visage of sheer terror. This individual was none other than Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon Moria. If you dare utter another word, I shall sew your mouth shut. With a sinister chuckle, Moria retorted mockingly, I and Oppos am not afraid. His gestures were laced with derision, prompting Doflamingo to erupt into boisterous laughter. Ha 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 ha. He felt that today was undeniably his ill-fated day, as an array of insignificant creatures dared to provoke him. Unable to contain himself, he reached the brink of fury in that moment. White line of chaos. In an instant, thousands of translucent white threads materialized around him, coalescing into a turbulent wave, akin to the ocean's wrath, surging relentlessly toward Moria. Chapter 15. The Disappearance of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Prelude to Execution. Moria was taken aback by the transparent white waves, never anticipating that Doflamingo would directly employ the awakened powers of his devil fruit. Doflamingo. I was merely jesting. Please don't take it seriously. Moria had only intended to boast, never expecting that Doflamingo would respond with such gravity. Stop. With molten rock fists and icy arms, Akainu and Akiji teamed up to thwart Doflamingo's strike. However, the surrounding structures had already been engulfed by the waves, utterly annihilated. Doflamingo, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Akainu bellowed, surveying the ruins in sheer fury. What am I doing? As a fellow warlord of the sea, how dare he provoke me? And that pretty boy at the side of the celestial dragon, why should I not pursue him? Does he think this is the Navy headquarters? And I am afraid to act? Do you have any idea who I am? I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. After expressing his grievances, Doflamingo prepared to launch another assault on Moria, only to be interrupted by a colossal figure blocking his path. If you wish to travel, where would you like to go? The towering figure with black, curly hair, holding a book, spoke cryptically. Bartholomew Kuma, you. Before Doflamingo could react, Kuma raised his right hand, revealing a palm that resembled a soft, furry bear paw. In the next moment, the bear paw shot towards Doflamingo at lightning speed. With a resounding pop, Doflamingo vanished into thin air. Seeing Doflamingo disappear, Moria sighed in relief. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he immediately inquired, Kuma, where have you sent Doflamingo? Kuma stood motionless, akin to a cold machine. Moria assumed Kuma had not heard him, and approached to clasp Kuma and Amp. Apos, a shoulder, smiling, Kuma, stop pretending to be profound. Just tell me. Kuma turned his head to scan Moria, and after a series of beeping sounds, he replied, Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria, greetings. I am the Pacifista PX-0. How may I assist you? Moria was left dumbfounded, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. This scene left everyone perplexed, especially Aokiji and Akainu, whose expressions shifted dramatically. They were aware of the underlying truth. The tyrant Kuma had undergone complete transformation, becoming the human weapon Pacifista PX-0. Logically, he should have lost all memories of his past humanity. However, Kuma and Apos' sudden appearance and actions seemed to reflect the true essence of the original Kuma. Could it be that the transformation had failed? The two exchanged glances, opting to report the matter later. Gentlemen, shall we proceed to dine? Aokiji clapped his hands to draw attention to the four of them. Shortly after their departure, Navy soldiers arrived to clear the debris. Akainu followed suit, retrieving a transponder snail to relay the events to Sengoku. I understand. We must ensure the remaining warlords are pacified. There must be no further disturbances. After ending the call, Sengoku smashed a teacup in frustration. Why must this happen at such a critical moment? The Yonko Whitebeard was already a formidable adversary. Losing one warlord diminished their strength. With the forces sent to guard the celestial dragons, they had lost 4 combatants in total. This thought only added to Sengoku's exasperation. As Sengoku pondered his troubles, a tall, broad-shouldered elder, exceptionally muscular, teased while munching on rice crackers. Oh, Sengoku, are you lamenting the shattered teacup? Sengoku looked up, his expression shifting to one of delight. Garp, you finally arrived. As a Navy man, it is only natural for me to be here. Garp replied with a smirk. I hope you remember what you said today. You must not falter again. After a moment of silence, Garp replied, I have already said my goodbyes. Sengoku, momentarily at a loss for words, finally spoke after a long pause. It is fate. Sigh. If I had been persistent enough to force him to join the Navy, perhaps. Now it is too late. We must contemplate how to confront Whitebeard tomorrow. Upon returning to the reception room, Aizen found Shalilia impatiently waiting for him, approaching with tiny fists pounding her chest. Aizen, why did you suddenly leave? You didn't even let me follow. I merely needed to speak with the Admiral to ensure our protection tomorrow. Is that so? You truly are the one who cares the most about me. Aizen smiled, ruffling Shalilia's adorable little head, before they followed the Vice Admirals to the viewing room. To ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, the viewing room was constructed beneath the left side of Mariewa. It not only allowed for a comprehensive view of Mariewa, but also provided luxurious bedrooms and dining areas exclusively for the celestial dragons. This was hastily built by the Navy upon learning of Shalilia's impending arrival. Upon entering the lavish bedroom, approximately 200 square meters in size, Shalilia's heart raced at the sight of a massive bed in the center. Her cheeks flushed as she wondered, could this be the sight of my first time? She nervously clutched her dress, contemplating whether to resist. Unbeknownst to her, Aizen had already assessed the surroundings. Apart from the 2 vice admirals and his aide Khalifa, there were 5 hidden observers present. The aura of these watchers resembled those encountered previously at Sabaody Archipelago, likely from the same group. Insufficient. Far too weak. However, perhaps that is for the best. Aizen smirked, turning to Shalilia and softly suggesting, Shalilia, you seem tired. You should rest. Without waiting for her response, Aizen snapped his fingers, and Shalilia fell back as if compelled. Aizen swiftly caught her, laying her gently on the bed and covering her with a blanket. He then quietly settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes in repose. The next morning at 11:00 and Apos clock, Aizen awakened Shalilia. After they had breakfast, they proceeded to the viewing room, quietly observing the screen as they awaited the commencement of the public execution. Aizen, I fail to see what is so fascinating about this, Shalulia remarked. Watching the Navy and the warlords of the sea preparing for the event, finding it all rather dull. Perhaps Admiral Kizaru could provide us with an introduction? Kizaru, standing at a distance, perked up in surprise at being called upon. At that moment, the execution target, Portgasti, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was brought onto the execution platform. Kizaru cleared his throat and began introducing Ace, detailing his background, the allied warlords of the sea, the Navy admirals, the vice admirals, and finally, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Navy hero, Garp. While Shalulia showed little interest in the violence, Aizen listened intently. Kizaru and Appo's introductions included each individual and Appo's abilities, whether they were pure martial artists or devil fruit users, leaving no one unmentioned, especially when referring to the devil fruit users. Aizen and Appo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The introduction of the yellow monkey consumed half an hour, during which Aizen detected an anomaly and interjected. Where is that individual who wielded thread yesterday? Oh, you mean Don Quixote da Flamingo? He was sent away by the fellow warlord, Bartholomew Kuma. As for his destination, it remains unknown. Upon hearing Kuma and Appo's name, Aizen recalled him as the figure encountered alongside Rayleigh that day. At the same time, on the right side of the execution platform, where the 3 admirals of the Navy were seated, Akainu glared discontentedly at the individual beside him. Kazan, why are you seated here? Where is Borsalino? Admiral Akainu, please calm down and allow me to explain. Green Bull was drenched in sweat, regretting his decision to occupy this position. He deeply regretted heeding Admiral Yellow Monkey's advice. Now, he fervently wished to escape. Admiral Yellow Monkey stated that the celestial dragons required his presence more urgently, hence my predicament. Nonsense. Borsalino is blatantly shirking his duties. No. This is dereliction of duty. Akainu exhaled 2 streams of magma from his nostrils, truly incensed. Ah, let him be, since it has come to this. After all, Green Bull is merely a substitute admiral, Akiji interjected, attempting to alleviate Green Bull's plight. No, I must retrieve Borsalino. Just as Akainu stood, the sea in front of the execution site began to stir. The colossal Moby Dick, resembling a giant whale, surged forth from the depths, the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates. A formidable figure stood proudly upon the deck. Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, shouted with great authority, "Flora, Ace, my son, I have come to fetch you." Following this, the ships of the 43 subordinate crews of the Whitebeard Pirates also emerged from the ocean and Appo's surface. Ace, we have come to rescue you. Chapter 16. The onset of the Summit War and Luffy's appearance. Aizen's maneuver with the arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. The public execution officially commenced. Sengoku announced Ace and Appo's true identity before the eyes of the entire pirate world. He was the son of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe, leaving even the captain and crew of the Whitebeard Pirates in utter disbelief. Nevertheless, Whitebeard resolutely proclaimed, "Yet, Ace remains my son." Subsequently, the captains and crew of the various divisions regrouped and began their assault on the Navy, which responded in kind. Inside the viewing chamber, Aizen once again lulled Shalulia into slumber, while he urged Kizaru to continue his introduction of the Whitebeard Pirates, from Fire Fist Ace, the immortal Marco, Diamond Jozu, to Whitebeard himself. Aizen's attention was completely captivated upon hearing Kizaru's description of Whitebeard, particularly due to his extraordinary height. Upon hearing Kizaru's appraisal, Aizen became inexplicably excited, as Kizaru declared Whitebeard to be the strongest man in the world today. Aizen privately compared himself to Whitebeard, reflecting that even in the realm of Soul Reapers, he had never been deemed the strongest. Yet, this pirate world had a universally acknowledged strongest. This ignited Aizen's curiosity and competitive spirit. He resolved that once his promise was fulfilled, he would test Whitebeard's strength. "Kizaru, may I pose a question?" Aizen inquired. "Ask away, Aizen. Are the 4 emperors stronger than the Pirate King?" Kizaru, taken aback by the naivety of the question, cast a puzzled glance at Aizen. He made a mental note of this peculiar ignorance, sensing something significant beneath it, and then explained, "The Pirate King is the strongest, followed by the 4 emperors." "Oh, is that so?" Aizen mused, stroking his chin. "So the king surpasses the emperor? This world is indeed fascinating." Kizaru then elaborated on the exploits of the Pirate King, Roger. Under Kizaru's attentive narration, Aizen not only memorized the abilities of all the devil fruit users on the battlefield, but also gained a deeper understanding of the pirate world. Once the explanation concluded, Aizen could hardly contain his eagerness and remarked to Kizaru, "I intend to take a stroll. What do you say?" Kizaru hesitated, contemplating that it was quite pleasant to remain here. Accompanying Aizen would mean engaging in battle against Whitebeard and his crew, a task he found most undesirable. Just then, a group of figures descended from the sky. Aizen noted, spotting the familiar straw hat belonging to Luffy, who had rushed from Impel Down. Luffy's arrival confirmed Rayleigh's foresight of the future, prompting Aizen to decide that he would devote time to studying observation haki after this incident concluded. Aizen and Appos' face lit up with joy as he turned to Kizaru. "Let us go. The one I await has arrived." Unable to suppress his delight. It should not merely be the desire of the H-Gyoku. Each time Kizaru mentioned a devil fruit user, Aizen felt a flicker of desire, but upon Luffy's arrival, that longing magnified exponentially. Let me see what transpires, Aizen thought as he exited the viewing chamber. However, the two vice-admirals, Khalifa and the hidden observer, remained indifferent, as if Aizen still lingered within the confines of the chamber. In front of Kizaru, Aizen nonchalantly shed his white uniform, flipping it inside out. His attire transformed from a pristine white uniform into a dark robe complete with a hood. Once Aizen donned the hood and adjusted his glasses, Kizaru gulped, perplexed by Aizen's sudden change in appearance. "Kizaru, have you decided whom to kill or save?" Aizen inquired, recalling his promise to assist Kizaru once he provided cover. Kizaru shook his head, indicating he had yet to contemplate it. "Very well, I shall be on the battlefield. Remember to call for me when you decide," Aizen stated before beginning to chant. Upon completion, he declared, Bakud number 26, Kyako. Aizen and Appos' spiritual pressure transformed into a transparent veil enveloping him, rendering him entirely invisible. Vanishing from Kizaru's sight, Kizaru and Appos' pupils constricted, unable to sense Aizen and Appos' presence. What is this? An invisibility fruit? No. I can assert with certainty that Aizen is no devil fruit user. As fellow devil fruit users, they could vaguely sense each other and Appos' powers. Yet Kizaru had never perceived such a force emanating from Aizen. Suddenly, a realization struck Kizaru. Aizen could effortlessly reach the Navy headquarters without relying on the celestial dragons and Appos' powers. Contemplating this, he called out to the empty passageway, "Are you still there? Have you decided whom to kill?" A gentle voice replied, though no figure appeared, "No. I merely wish to confirm your presence." "All right, since all is well, I shall take my leave." Aizen utilized Shuinpa to exit the underwater viewing chamber, swiftly traversing the corridor until he reached the surface. The battle above raged fiercely, with various fruit users unleashing their powers against one another, resulting in countless casualties among Navy soldiers and Whitebeard and Appos' crew. Aizen ascended to the battlefield, employing his perception to locate the young Luffy, who found himself in mortal peril. Navy Commodore Smoker, a smoke fruit user, had his weapon poised against Luffy and Appos' chest, ready to strike. Suddenly, a dazzling figure delivered a powerful kick infused with haki, sending Smoker flying. "How dare you threaten my beloved?" Hancock, what on earth are you doing?" Smoker exclaimed, bewildered. For the warlord of the sea was not supposed to side with the Navy. Ignoring Smoker, Hancock had just saved Luffy and discreetly handed him the key to Ace and Appos' handcuffs. "This is all I can do. Luffy, please take care of yourself." "Thank you, Hancock." Luffy gratefully accepted the key, struggling to rise. Aizen observed this scene from above, murmuring, "Indeed, this battlefield is still too early for the young Luffy." Aizen, a being of his caliber, could discern the approximate strength of each individual with a single glance. In his eyes, Luffy and Appos' strength ranked low on this battlefield, akin to that of mere cannon fodder in the presence of absolute power. While Aizen focused half his attention on Luffy, he navigated the battlefield in his invisible state, collecting vials of blood from the fallen devil fruit users. Each drop contained the essence of their powers, and Aizen speculated that with sufficient samples, he might create his own devil fruit. Suddenly, Aizen halted, noticing a formidable figure targeting Luffy. "The light of the new era, this battlefield is still too early for you. Retreat." Mihawk, the world and Appos' strongest swordsman, raised his black blade. Yoru, locking his gaze onto Luffy, who had unwittingly entered his range. Soaring slash. The colossal azure sword energy created by the swing of the blade surged directly towards Luffy, its speed so swift that it reached him in the blink of an eye. Just as Luffy braced for impact, Aizen materialized before the strike, drawing his renowned sword, Kyuka Suigetsu, and unleashed a swift counterattack. The purplish-black blade aura collided with the azure sword energy, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves, hurling everyone and everything in the vicinity. The high-ranking officers of the Navy and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates took notice of the unfolding spectacle. Who was combating Mihawk? Who was this cloaked figure capable of matching Mihawk and Appo's prowess? This individual was certainly no ordinary foe. Aizen, having successfully intercepted the blow, revealed his form, shedding the cloaking state. Mihawk, the esteemed swordsman, regarded the sudden appearance of this man with keen vigilance, sensing an aura of profound danger. Instinctively, he recognized that this was not someone to be trifled with. Aizen stood in silent confrontation with Mihawk, his black cloak and hood obscuring his face, prompting speculation among the onlookers regarding his identity. The Whitebeard crew pondered whether he was a concealed ace from the ranks, while the Navy shared similar musings. However, apart from Kizaru, who had just arrived at the battlefield, none were aware that this enigmatic figure was the infamous Aizen, whose notoriety had recently surged. Mihawk tightened his grip on his black blade, pointing it at Aizen and declaring that anyone capable of withstanding his attack could not be an unknown. State your name. Oh, there is no need for names. I am merely here to protect someone at the behest of another, Aizen replied nonchalantly, leaving Mihawk perplexed. He glanced at Luffy, questioning why such a formidable warrior would deign to protect him, and who could command such strength. Aizen, wielding his light blue blade, remained vigilant against Mihawk while also keeping an eye on Luffy's condition. Though Luffy harbored many questions regarding Aizen and Appo's appearance, he understood the urgency of his situation and seized the opportunity to escape the range of Mihawk and Appo's attack. Observing this, Aizen began to withdraw slowly. His intentions clear, to collect blood and safeguard Luffy. The blood vials he had previously gathered were now carefully stored within the layers of his clothing, and dozens had accumulated. To prevent the fragile vials from shattering amidst the battle, Aizen chose to avoid combat, as these samples were invaluable for his research. Mihawk silently observed Aizen's retreat, aware that this concealed individual was not affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates, who were known for their brashness and lack of subterfuge. Having retreated behind the crowd, Aizen activated a technique, Shaku, cloaking himself from view. Where did he go? The cloaked man vanished. The Navy and pirates alike, startled by Aizen and Appo's sudden disappearance, were left bewildered. This also prompted caution on both sides, as they now recognized the presence of an individual capable of invisibility. Whether he was friend or foe remained uncertain. And in such ambiguity, he would typically be treated as an adversary. Unperturbed by the confusion surrounding him, Aizen continued to collect blood while maintaining vigilance over Luffy. Suddenly, he halted his collection, having noticed 3 imposing Navy officers standing before Luffy, one of whom he recognized as Admiral Akainu. Aizen recalled an intriguing notion and fixed his gaze upon Akainu, employing Shuipa. He swiftly approached Luffy, while simultaneously exerting his spiritual pressure to suppress all enemies seeking to close in on him. Akainu, Akiji, and Green Bull were taken aback to see Straw Hat Luffy in their midst, as logically, given his strength, it seemed implausible. Nevertheless, an admiral would not show leniency simply because an adversary appeared weak. Raising his right hand, Akainu transformed it into a colossal molten fist, hurtling towards Luffy like a shooting star. Ace, shackled upon the execution platform, had been observing the battlefield intently. Upon realizing that the target of Akainu and Appo's molten fist was his brother Luffy, he shouted desperately, "Luffy, run, hide." Yet, Luffy, faced with the overwhelming sight of the meteor-like fist, was utterly exhausted from his efforts to rescue Ace. With his strength nearly depleted, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by fear, failing to react immediately. The Whitebeard crew, also acutely aware of Luffy and Appo's perilous predicament, were preoccupied with their own battles and unable to assist him in time. As the molten fist loomed, Luffy was on the brink of being engulfed, and Ace shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. In that critical moment, Aizen and Appo's deep, resonant voice echoed, "Void Sever." Chapter 17, 2 Promises. In the discomfort of the battlefield, a transparent defensive wall suddenly materialized before Luffy, effectively blocking the colossal molten lava punch. Boom! The molten punch exploded, scattering lava across the ground, and Luffy, jolted by the intense heat, regained his senses. So hot, he leaped backward, hastily retreating from the lava-drenched area. Upon escaping the molten reach, Luffy gazed at the protective wall that had saved him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Ah, this is the move of the glasses-wearing man." Akainu, overhearing him, realized that someone had intervened, as there was no way Straw Hat Luffy could have withstood such a blow on his own. Having kept a close watch on Luffy, Akainu scoffed, "Glasses-wearing man. You cowardly rat. Show yourself at once." It was understandable that Akainu failed to recognize the technique Kongu, for at that time he was preoccupied fighting Rayleigh and had no opportunity to observe Kizaru and Appo's actions. At that moment, Kizaru, who had arrived on the battlefield yet remained in the shadows, thought to himself, "This is bad. Sakazuki is in trouble." Shortly after, Akainu and Appo's taunts, an unsettling stillness enveloped the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The once bright sky of Mariawa began to weep, droplets of rain cascading down to the ground. Ordinary soldiers and pirates caught in the rain immediately fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. This bizarre spectacle caused both fighting factions to cease their skirmishes. "What is happening? What is this? You vile pirates, how dare you poison the rain? Nonsense. Who would do such a thing? Everyone be cautious. This rain is toxic." Both sides temporarily halted their conflict, showcasing their abilities to evade or shield themselves from the strange rain. However, as the downpour intensified, elite pirate crew members and navy captains found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Just then, Sengoku and Whitebeard simultaneously unleashed their respective powers, striking fiercely at the cloud-laden sky. Buddha and Appo's impact. Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, his massive form swinging a hand towards the heavens, emitting golden shockwaves. Quake. Whitebeard, having repelled nearby foes, began to gather energy in his left fist, a white spherical shield forming around it. He then swung his left hand, launching a punch skyward along with the white sphere. The combined might of these two formidable warriors split the sky, illuminating it in golden and white hues. At this moment, a sudden, piercing scream drew everyone and Appo's attention. "Ah, you rat, I will kill you." One of the Navy and Appo's three admirals, Akainu, knelt on the ground, clutching his bloodied right thigh, while his right calf had been severed. The assailant, a mysterious figure in a black cloak, hovered before him. Aizen, wielding the renowned blade Kanzeon SC, looked down upon Akainu, declaring, "Akainu, I have come to fulfill my promise." Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Akainu recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his head to face the cloaked figure. A gust of wind blew away the man's hood, revealing his face, prompting Akainu to roar in rage. You rat, it's you. Aizen S. Sook. Who gave you the audacity to come to the Navy headquarters? Are you in league with Whitebeard?" As Akainu uttered his incredulous remarks, Aizen willingly removed his hood, exposing his visage. "You truly look disheveled now. Just a leg, and it has rendered you this unhinged." Both Navy and pirate onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. The villain Aizen? The madman who slaughtered the celestial dragons? Is that the notorious Aizen, so recently risen to infamy? How incredibly youthful! How audacious! He dares to sever Admiral Akainu and Appo's leg. "Father, is he one of us?" Several captains from the Whitebeard pirates inquired of Whitebeard. After releasing his quake, Whitebeard took a moment to steady himself before responding, "Gurura, certainly not. This is my first encounter with such a courageous young man." In an instant, all eyes, both pirate and navy, turned towards Aizen, captivated by his sudden appearance. At this moment, Sengoku, maintaining his golden Buddha form, hopped over to Akainu and Appo's side. "Sakazuki, retreat and tend to your wounds. I will handle this." "No, I must kill him myself. Otherwise, I cannot swallow this humiliation." Akainu and Appo's face twisted with rage. He had never endured such an affront. Harnessing the power of his magma fruit, he molded a magma leg at the site of his severed limb, steadily rising despite the agony. Akainu glared fiercely at Aizen. "From this moment on, I, Sakazuki, will not rest until one of us is dead." "Oh, to the death, is it?" Aizen burst into laughter. "Admiral Akainu, that jest is the most amusing I have heard in years." No longer wasting words, Akainu transformed into a towering magma giant, charging towards Aizen. Unfazed by the approaching giant, Aizen calmly raised his finger to the sky and began an incantation, emerging from the murky depths of the ocean. A talent of unparalleled and arrogant dominance. Unite, encircle, extend to the heavens. Recognize your own insignificance. Keto number 90, Black Coffin, Dominance. Suddenly, a colossal black cylindrical barrier appeared, enveloping the area around Akainu without warning. It swiftly encapsulated the towering figure, and then the black coffin began to ascend. This technique, a fusion of Aizen and Amp, Appo's newly acquired haki and his original Kido, was now immensely powerful. Trapped within the cylindrical prison, Akainu furiously assaulted the walls of the black coffin. Yet his efforts proved futile. The newly formed black coffin was fortified by both spiritual pressure and haki, bolstering its defenses far beyond the previous iteration that had ensnared Kizaru just days prior. Moreover, this was a Kido unleashed through a complete incantation, amplifying its potency several-fold. After casting this formidable spell, Aizen glanced at Kizaru, who had been lurking in the shadows, and muttered to himself, "Are you not coming?" All eyes were drawn to the suddenly appearing massive black cylindrical structure, and Kizaru, having witnessed the terror of the black coffin firsthand, sensed the impending danger. Understanding that he had to rescue Sakazuki immediately or risk his demise, Kizaru instantaneously materialized before Aizen. "Aizen, please spare Sakazuki." Aizen smiled slightly. "Very well. This fulfills my promise with you." Kizaru paused in surprise, taken aback by Aizen's swift acquiescence. Then, Kizaru's expression shifted as he comprehended the implication. "This was your plan all along?" Aizen merely smiled, remaining silent as he waved his left hand. The black coffin, suspended in the air, began to crack ominously from top to bottom. Snap! Snap! A series of resounding fractures echoed as the massive cylindrical barrier shattered, revealing the darkness within. Countless violet-black shadow blades cascaded down like a torrential rain from above. In the lowest corner, Akainu had already relinquished his magma giant form. He struggled valiantly against the innumerable shadow blades, when suddenly a glimmer of light pierced through the chaos. Driven by an instinctual will to survive, Akainu gritted his teeth and summoned the last remnants of his strength to crawl toward the light. Fortunately, your timely warning spared him. Had it been even a few seconds later, he might have perished. Aizen once again waved his hand, dispersing the shadow blades. Kizaru, witnessing Akainu's dire state, transformed into light and appeared beside him. Akainu was battered and on the brink of death. The black coffin, enhanced by haki, had significantly increased its lethality, rendering Akainu unable to evade damage even in his elemental form. At that moment, Aizen suddenly ceased his smile, stroking his chin as he fell into deep contemplation. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an invisible dissonance permeating the battlefield. Kizaru quickly assessed Akainu's condition. If he did not intervene immediately, Akainu might die. He carefully lifted Akainu and vanished in a flash of light, reappearing behind the execution platform. Kizaru did not linger, but continued to carry Akainu away from the execution area, needing to find a doctor for urgent treatment. Thus, due to Aizen and Appo's actions, the Navy lost 2 of its top admirals on the battlefield, tipping the scales of war in favor of the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, while everyone in Appo's attention was focused on Aizen, Luffy had stealthily approached the vicinity of the execution platform. At this critical moment, Luffy knew exactly what he needed to do, but a towering figure stood before him. The silhouette, backlit, obscured Luffy's view of the person's face. "Luffy, you shouldn't," and Appo's TB here, Carp urged solemnly. Hearing the familiar voice, Luffy stepped closer and recognized the figure blocking his path as his own grandfather, Monkey D. Carp. "Grandpa, Ace is my brother. I have to save him," Luffy declared resolutely. Carp, well aware of his grandson and Appo's tenacity, sighed helplessly. "If you wish to rescue Ace, you must first defeat me." "Grandpa, what are you saying? Ace is also your grandson." Luffy struggled to comprehend why his grandfather would impede him when both he and Ace were his grandsons. "Enough with the chatter, let us fight." Carp, torn between familial love and duty, felt immense internal conflict. He yearned to let Luffy pass to save Ace, yet as a Navy officer, he was bound to obey orders. Left with no choice, Luffy assumed a combat stance, determined to overcome his grandfather and rescue his brother Ace. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Aizen and Appo's deep voice resonated once more. "Oh dear, young Luffy, this esteemed elder is not someone you can contend with at present. Allow me to handle him." After dispatching Akainu, Aizen swiftly moved through the encirclement to Luffy's side. Upon seeing Carp, Aizen sensed a formidable power emanating from him, a strength he had only encountered in a select few. Carp looked up at Aizen, suspended in the air. "You wish to confront me, young man?" No. I merely need to restrain you." Aizen replied with an air of calm that obscured his true intentions. Having swiftly defeated Akainu, Aizen's prowess made Carp wary. Carp rolled up his sleeves, adopting a fighting posture. aware that restraining him would not be an easy feat observing Karp and Apos' robust physique. Aizen mused that he would be foolish to engage in close combat with such a formidable opponent. On one hand, he needed to protect the vials of collected blood. On the other, he wished to test whether his spiritual pressure would remain effective against such a strong adversary. "Young Luffy, do not tarry. Go do what you must," Aizen called out, noticing Luffy still standing in place, dazed. In the next moment, Karp leaped forward, closing the distance to Aizen in an instant, throwing a powerful punch. "You dare to be distracted while fighting an old man?" Karp admonished. Aizen smiled, brandishing his blade to parry the blow. "Everything is under my control. Distraction is not an issue." The clash of fist and blade resonated with a metallic clang. Karp and Apos' fist was as hard as a famed blade. "Young man, do not be arrogant. Beware of unforeseen pitfalls." Karp retracted his unscathed fist and unleashed a flurry of punches at Aizen. Aizen skillfully wielded his renowned blade, Kinzen SC, deflecting Karp and Apos' iron fists while using Karp and Apos' final punch to create distance. Furrowing his brow, the sense of dissonance returned in Aizen and Apos' perception. The elderly man before him was of the same caliber as the Dark King Rayleigh. Yet, why did he feel so ordinary in combat? Unlike the more formidable presence he sensed during his recent encounter with Rayleigh, Karp paid no heed to Aizen's distractions, seizing the opportunity to land a solid punch aimed at Aizen's face. Boom! The massive fist struck Aizen squarely, sending him flying. Aizen soared through the air for several meters before regaining his balance. Yet, Karp's punch had inflicted no real damage, barely breaching Aizen's defenses. However, it was this very blow that unveiled the source of the dissonance to Aizen. It is Haki. In his previous battle with Rayleigh, the latter's formidable Haki techniques had posed significant challenges for Aizen. He had dared not confront Rayleigh's attacks directly, as each strike was imbued with Haki. Yet, on this battlefield, as Aizen collected blood, he traversed much of the area, witnessing the clashes between the majority of pirates and Navy personnel. Regardless of whether they were rear admirals, or even the fleet admiral, they had scarcely employed Haki in this crucial conflict. Moreover, this peculiar phenomenon was not limited to the Navy. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates seldom utilized Haki. It was a strange occurrence indeed, especially since even Whitebeard, the man universally recognized as the strongest in the world, refrained from using Haki. Who would believe such a claim? Aizen began to question the authenticity of this war. Could it be a grand performance staged by both sides? At that moment, Luffy had swiftly dispatched the guards watching over Ace and was now unlocking Ace's handcuffs. In that instant, the desires within Aizen's body surged uncontrollably. Devour them. Consume them. Chapter 18, The Unraveling of the Hollow, the Child of Destiny? A perplexed Aizen could not fathom why, at this precise moment, the H-Gyoku would manifest such an overwhelming desire to consume. Consume? Consume whom? Once again, the H-Gyoku responded to Aizen. An occurrence unheard of in the realm of Soul Reapers. Who is Aizen? He is the singular existence in the Soul Society. And he would not allow himself to be devoured by desire. He struggled to suppress the H-Gyoku and Apos' cravings. Meanwhile, after sending Aizen flying, Garp did not pursue but instead returned to the execution platform. At that moment, Luffy had successfully released Ace from his sea stone cuffs. Upon release, Ace felt nothing but immediately retaliated against Luffy. Smack. "Ace, why did you hit me?" Luffy exclaimed, clutching his left cheek, a look of grievance etched on his face. "Did no one tell you how perilous it is to come and rescue me?" Ace scolded sternly, while Luffy, bewildered, had not considered the dangers. He simply acted upon his desire to save his brother. The next instant, Ace embraced Luffy, filled with regret. "You foolish little brother, you almost lost your life." Ace had been vigilantly observing the battlefield from the execution platform, particularly concerned for his brother Luffy. Time and again, they faced dire peril. And Ace did not wish to see his brother endangered because of them. Just then, Garp had arrived at the execution platform, and from a distance, Sengoku called out to him amidst his battle with Whitebeard. "We must not let them escape." Whitebeard, noticing the situation at the execution platform, remarked, "It appears Ace and Apos' brother is quite capable." He instructed his sons to assist Ace in their escape. However, all the captain-level pirates on Whitebeard and Apos' side were entangled in fierce battles with the Navy and could not lend a hand. Upon hearing Sengoku and Apos' shout, Garp's imposing figure silently blocked the escape route for the two, his expression a tumult of emotions. "Ace, Luffy, unless you defeat me, I will not allow your departure." Garp and Amp, Apos. S. heart was heavy. Both before him were his grandsons, yet duty to the Navy compelled him to set aside personal feelings. Grandpa, let us go, Luffy urged innocently, still not grasping the gravity of the situation. In contrast, Ace understood Garp and Amp, Apos, as predicament and the urgent actions required. With the sea stone cuffs removed, Ace could once more wield the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi. Without hesitation, he grasped Luffy's hand, half of his body igniting in flames as they soared towards the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, come back. Garp employed Shunpa, appearing before Ace in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that caught Ace off guard, sending both him and Luffy flying. Bang! Bang! The duo crashed into the execution platform, causing it to collapse under the force of their inertia. You little brat, you think you can escape from me? You're 100 years too early, Garp scoffed. At that moment, another voice rang out behind Garp, startling him as he realized he had been flanked. Oh, it seems you've remembered to use haki. Aizen, having temporarily subdued the H-Gyoku and Apos, S. desires, arrived belatedly, witnessing Garp and Apos, S. punch sending Ace in his elemental form flying, an act that could only be achieved through the use of haki. Aizen, this is no concern of yours. I have no desire for feudal conflict. Garp turned to glare at Aizen, who, from their earlier brief encounter, seemed to be somewhat hesitant, as if guarding something. Feudal conflict? Coincidentally, I too have no desire for it. How about you remain here for the time being? Aizen pointed his left hand at Garp, beginning to chant a Kido spell. Thunderous carriage, the seams of the spinning wheel. This object divides its light into 6. Binding spell number 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 thick golden light rods materialized around Garp, rotating incessantly, and before he could react, the rods intertwined, ensnaring him at the center. What is this strange thing? Garp was taken aback, having never encountered a Kido technique before. Attempting to break free through sheer strength, he found that the light rods merely trembled, remaining intact. Then Aizen and Apos' voice echoed once more. It seems you are not a Logia-type user. Aizen was quite pleased with this development. The strength of the binding spell was threefold compared to its original form, and unless faced with a formidable Logia user like Kizaru, a non-ability user would require considerable effort to escape. Seizing the moment, Aizen instantaneously appeared beside Luffy and Ace, who had just emerged from the ruins of the execution platform. Before they could assess their surroundings, Aizen swiftly spoke. Luffy, Ace, I will take you away from here. Who are you? Ace shielded Luffy protectively, eyeing Aizen warily. He did not recognize Aizen, as he had been captured by the Navy long before Aizen's assault on the Celestial Dragons. Furthermore, Aizen's dark cloak and concealed presence on the battlefield cast a suspicious shadow. Ah, glasses guy? Why are you here? Luffy, ever oblivious, recognized Aizen. I promised Rayleigh to save your life. Aizen disclosed the reason for his intervention. Rayleigh uncle? Luffy and Apos' expression transformed to one of realization, and he gestured to Ace, signaling that Aizen could be trusted, which allowed Ace to ease his guard slightly. Aizen reattached his famed blade to his waist, grasped Ace with his right hand, and Luffy with his left, activating Shunpa to leave the execution platform. As he seized them, the H-Gyoku began to stir. Aizen felt, much like before, a peculiar essence flowing from Luffy and Ace into his own being, ultimately absorbed by the H-Gyoku. Delicious. Aizen and Amp, Apos' expression shifted only slightly, his feet still propelling him forward with Shunpa, now nearing the harbor filled with pirate ships. This development was keenly observed by both parties monitoring the execution platform. Sengoku struck out with massive golden Buddha fists, simultaneously commanding the Navy, do everything to stop Aizen. You are permitted to kill Ace on sight. Sengoku, you shall not. Whitebeard countered, blocking Sengoku and Amp, Apos' fists and, gathering strength, stomped the ground hard, invoking the tremors of the Gura Gura no Mi to ravage the surrounding structures and alter the terrain to obstruct the Navy's advance towards Aizen. All sons, protect Ace at all costs. Understood, Dad. Sengoku, filled with anxiety, endured a punch from Whitebeard and shouted at Garp, if you hold back again, I will order a full-scale extermination of the Revolutionary Army tomorrow. Garp, trapped within the light prison, had initially considered remaining ensnared to allow Ace and Luffy to escape. Little did he expect Sengoku to leverage his son against him. After all, the Revolutionary Army was an organization established by Garp and Apos' son, Dragon, and annihilating it would be akin to killing Dragon himself. Sengoku, if you dare mention that again, I shall resign and return to my hometown to retire. Garp retorted, exasperated, before swiftly channeling his power into his fists, striking the light prison repeatedly. Yet, the prison held firm. Garp realized he had underestimated Aizen's capabilities. He unleashed even greater haki upon his fists, striking the prison with ferocity. With relentless blows, he finally shattered the light prison. Emerging with great effort, Garp and Apos' expression turned grave. He had come to understand the terrifying prowess Aizen possessed. He sensed that even now, Aizen was fighting with a playful demeanor. Then, he scanned the surroundings in search of Aizen's figure and soon pinpointed his location, which was rapidly approaching the Whitebeard pirate ship. This cannot be allowed. Garp crouched down, his thighs swelling to twice their size, and instantly propelled himself forward. Boom! With tremendous force, the ground beneath Garp's feet shattered into rubble. Bang! 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 Garp's speed broke the sound barrier, and in a flash, he soared past Aizen, utilizing the moonwalk to suspend himself in midair, turning to face Aizen. Leave them to me. This matter has nothing to do with you. Gazing at the imposing elder blocking his path, Aizen did not respond immediately, for the H-Gyoku was in its final stages. In the next moment, the H-Gyoku provided Aizen with an answer. I am full. Aizen felt something within him awakening, while he held onto Luffy and Ace, both of whom had already fainted. This is for you, Luffy. To buy time, Aizen hurled Luffy towards Garp. He had previously overheard their conversation and learned of their familial bond. Garp was Luffy's grandfather, meaning they were blood relatives. Surely, as kin, he could not bring himself to harm his own grandson, right? As for his promise to Rayleigh to protect Luffy, he felt he had fulfilled that obligation. Garp caught Luffy, initially bewildered as he glanced at the unconscious Luffy, then at Ace, who was similarly incapacitated by Aizen's side. For a moment, he was taken aback. What was happening? Wasn't and Apos, Ace supposed to be thrown over? Aizen, did you throw the wrong one? Aizen merely smiled in silence, communicating with the H-Gyoku. After absorbing something from Luffy and Ace, the H-Gyoku had grown increasingly sentient. What have you done, H-Gyoku? Master, I have absorbed the fortune of the destined child of this world, leading to my further growth. Destined child? Aizen looked at Ace in his right hand, then at Luffy cradled in Garp's arms. Were these two boys the destined children? Indeed, they are individuals chosen and favored by the world, bearing special missions and responsibilities. With Aizen and Apos' intellect and astounding comprehension, he grasped the meaning behind the H-Gyoku and Apos' words. Luffy and Ace were extraordinary beings, significantly impacting the world and Apos' destiny. Much like the traveling youth, Ichigo Kurosaki. At that moment, Garp grew somewhat impatient and spoke gruffly. Aizen, have you lost your tongue? Why are you silent? Hearing this, Aizen raised an eyebrow and replied, just a moment, I am pondering. Garp, upon hearing the response, felt utterly exasperated. What was there to contemplate? These two brats had no connection to you. Why go to such lengths to defend them? The atmosphere grew tense, with Garp warily watching Aizen, who occasionally nodded and displayed a contemplative demeanor. Suddenly, Aizen's entire aura shifted, his eyes locking fiercely onto Garp. Garp was startled by Aizen and Apos' abrupt transformation and immediately prepared for battle. Are you planning to strike? However, before Aizen could respond, a boisterous laughter echoed through the skies above Mariewa. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 19. Has Aizen perished? Round 2. In the heart of the battlefield, the flamboyant Don Quixote Doflamingo, adorned in pink feathers, descended from the sky with a maniacal laugh. Upon landing, a cloud of dust erupted. Yet he emerged unscathed. Before hitting the ground, Doflamingo had utilized the powers of the string fruit to weave a cushioning net beneath him, allowing for a safe descent from such heights. Surveying the chaotic scene around him, he noted the numerous corpses of both marines and pirates strewn across the ground. His gaze fell upon Bartholomew Kuma, and a surge of anger welled within him as he recalled how Kuma had indiscriminately struck him, sending him flying to Sabaody Archipelago. It had taken considerable effort to return here, utilizing his powers to tether clouds and traverse the skies. Just you wait, Kuma. I will settle the score after this battle. At that moment, Sengoku recognized the newcomer as the previously missing warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. His presence could prove invaluable in the current predicament. Sengoku shouted, Doflamingo, stop Aizen. Following Sengoku and Apos' Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Aizen, who stood in the distance. Initially, he recognized Aizen as the recent sensation who had slain a celestial dragon. But upon closer inspection, a tremor coursed through his body, accompanied by an eerie laugh. So it is you. Doflamingo and Apos. S sunglasses had indeed revealed Aizen and Apos' true identity as the pale-faced figure from the port. I shall kill you, Aizen, Doflamingo bellowed with fervor, propelling himself toward Aizen with the aid of his abilities. Aizen, engaged in a standoff with Carp, heard Doflamingo's laughter and murderous intent. His expression turned cold. This man was relentless. Carp, with a hint of jest, suggested, Why Don and Apos? Do you hand over Ace to me and take on that feathered fool? I promise I won't end Apos. To interfere. Aizen waved his hand dismissively. There was no need. The previous encounter had merely been a lesson, and it appeared that it had not been sufficient. Doflamingo had already closed in, now just 50 meters behind Aizen, raising his right hand toward him. From his palm erupted hundreds of translucent, thread-like strands that intertwined to form a massive pillar resembling an arm. Super String Whip. The pillar shot toward Aizen's back at supersonic speed, and as if unaware, Aizen was pierced through. Pale face, die. Doflamingo shrieked, exerting more force to bisect Aizen and amp Apos' body. Carp, eyes wide with disbelief, watched as Aizen was effortlessly dispatched. How could he fall so easily? In the next moment, Carp lunged toward Aizen's plummeting form, seizing Ace and allowing Aizen to crash to the ground. Thud. Aizen's body struck the ground, blood splattering onto the surrounding combatants. Ha ha ha. Is the pale-face dead at last? Doflamingo cackled as he approached Aizen's corpse. Although he had killed Aizen, it felt insufficient to release his pent-up frustration. He spat on the body and kicked it in a fit of rage, venting his earlier humiliation. Whitebeard, Sengoku, Akainu, the warlords of the sea, and the captains of various pirate crews were left astounded at Aizen's sudden demise. Was Aizen merely a fraud? Had the rumors of him single-handedly battling two admirals been false? Confusion reigned as they recalled Aizen and Amp Apos' earlier display of power, wondering how the tide had turned so dramatically. Could it be that Doflamingo was the true mastermind? With Aizen's death, Luffy and Ace found themselves once again in the clutches of the Marines. Whitebeard rallied, Sons, we must reclaim Ace and Luffy from Carp. No longer holding back, Whitebeard unleashed the full power of the Tremor fruit, sending Sengoku reeling. He then took to the skies, charging toward Carp. On the other side, Doflamingo felt a surge of satisfaction after Aizen's demise. He prowled the battlefield, occasionally ambushing pirates to assist the Marines in securing victory. Carp faced off against Whitebeard, each cradling Luffy and Ace in their arms. Newgate, it has been far too long, Carp exclaimed. Hand over Ace and Luffy, you old fossil. It's time you retired. Retirement? I wish. But Sengoku won't allow it. Carp retorted before hurling Luffy and Ace skyward, finally freeing his hands. Instantly, black hockey enveloped his fists as he unleashed a flurry of punches at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, in turn, tossed his weapon into the air and met Carp's assault with his own fists. The clash of their strikes warped the very fabric of space, creating an atmosphere so charged that none dared approach. Newgate, your punches have grown feeble over the years, Carp taunted, and you are no different. I am merely adapting to your current strength. With that, Carp charged his right hand, delivering a rapid punch that struck Whitebeard beneath the chin. Thud. Whitebeard leaned back slightly but quickly retaliated, a transparent aura forming around his fists. Each subsequent blow shattered the air around them, causing the atmosphere to tremble. At that moment, Luffy and Ace, suspended in midair, were suddenly caught by an unseen figure. Carp and Whitebeard turned their gaze upward, spotting a familiar silhouette. Oh, pardon the interruption, gentlemen. Please, continue, came the calm and deep voice of Aizen, still clad in his black robe and completely unharmed. As Carp and Whitebeard staggered back from their exchange, confusion etched on their faces, they stared at Aizen, now seemingly unharmed in the air. Carp glanced down at the ground where Aizen and Apos' body had fallen, only to find no trace of it remaining. What have you done? I saw you die before my very eyes. Is what the eye perceives truly the reality? Aizen replied cryptically, having employed complete hypnosis to make everyone believe he had perished. In that brief moment, he had returned to the viewing room, storing all his blood in test tubes before swiftly returning to the battlefield. During his journey, he had also further communicated with the Hogyoku, uncovering a vital insight. By absorbing sufficient world destiny and fortune, not only could the Hogyoku evolve, but Aizen himself could ascend to a higher dimensional plane. Moreover, the evolved Hogyoku could traverse other worlds, even returning to the realm of the Soul Reapers. This revelation piqued Aizen and Apos' immense interest. After teasing Carp, he instantaneously moved to the Moby Dick, tossing Luffy and Ace into the ship's hold. The two had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the Hogyoku draining their internal fortune. While this would not harm them, they would no longer be graced by the world and Appos, as favor. In times of peril, Luffy may find no one to rescue him, and he would have to rely solely on his own strength to navigate adversity. Yet, this was the right path. For true strength lies in one's own capabilities to face any challenge unflinchingly. Aizen returned to the center of the battlefield, standing before Doflamingo, and provocatively gestured. Doflamingo and Appos' fury reached a boiling point. Why had this pale face not perished? As a result, Aizen smiled and said, "Come now, let us commence the second round." Chapter 20, Dominance Like Rain, Mastery of the Black and White Sphere. Aizen, are you courting death? Doflamingo roared in fury, his hands swirling as countless threads multiplied, swiftly converging into a sea of lines. Courting death? I perceive that all of you are merely performing. Perhaps I shall add a touch of fire. Aizen disregarded Doflamingo's actions, his eyes narrowing before suddenly widening. A deep purple-black conqueror and Appos' haki erupted forth, enveloping the battlefield in an instant, transforming the azure sky into a shade of ominous purple-black. You possess the qualities of a king. How is this possible? Doflamingo was taken aback, his movements halting as he could hardly fathom Aizen wielding Conqueror and Appos' haki. Not just him, even Whitebeard, Sengoku, and numerous formidable pirates and navy members were profoundly shaken. Conqueror and Appos' haki is a rare talent that surfaces only among millions, yet the next moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The sky suddenly wept purple-black rain. Each droplet crystallized from Conqueror and Appos' haki. In an instant, Mariewa was drenched once more, with the rain causing weaker pirates and navy personnel to faint on the spot, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity among the onlookers. Indeed, the previous instance was spiritual pressure like rain, and now it was haki like rain. Both phenomena were orchestrated by Aizen, albeit with differing intentions. Aizen cast a mocking glance at the stunned Doflamingo, taunting, "It is merely Conqueror and Appos' haki. What is there to be so alarmed about?" Waves of navy and pirates continued to collapse, as those of lesser strength could not withstand Aizen's overwhelming Conqueror's haki. Aizen, cease at once. Enough, Aizen, halt your Conqueror's haki. Sengoku and Whitebeard simultaneously urged him to stop, for Aizen was not employing the transparent, rudimentary form of Conqueror's haki, but a more advanced and potent variant. The damage inflicted far exceeded that of ordinary Conqueror and Appos' haki. However, Aizen dismissed their pleas with contempt. While evading Doflamingo's advancing sea of threads with Shuinpa, he responded imperiously, "All present are but trash. Why not utilize haki? Your battles appear to me as mere childish play." The crowd was initially astonished by his words, soon followed by intense feelings of humiliation, and then anger. How dare you, a newcomer, speak such nonsense? Indeed, everyone here is your senior. Do you think you are impressive? If you have the guts, come down for a duel. Youngster, do not believe yourself invincible just because you killed a celestial dragon. There are always greater powers beyond. The battlefield was soon filled with the banter and insults exchanged between the powerful factions. Only a handful of rational warriors pondered how Aizen dared to act thus. Was he attempting to make an enemy of everyone? Doflamingo laughed eerily. "I thought I was mad enough, but you were even more insane." Without further ado, he intensified his grip, transforming the sea of lines into a towering tsunami aimed at Aizen. Just as it was about to engulf him, a translucent barrier halted the wave. Aizen did not even glance back, employing a technique to block Doflamingo and Appos' assault. He fixed his gaze on Edward Newgate, the world and Appos' strongest man, and continued. "Someone has informed me that you are the mightiest in this world. Then why do you not employ haki? Where has your Conqueror and Appos' haki vanished? Could it be that the world and Appos' strongest man cannot wield it? Surely, your title must have been purchased." Aizen wore a derisive expression, jesting at Whitebeard, who fell into a contemplative state upon hearing the words. Simultaneously, Aizen and Appos' taunts echoed in the ears of all present, particularly those of Whitebeard and Appos' crew, who hesitated momentarily before abandoning their original foes and converging towards Aizen's position. "Whitebeard is our father. We shall not allow anyone to insult him." "Aizen, you dare to slander our father. I will take your life. Our father is undoubtedly the strongest in the world." "You insolent wretch, how dare you insult my father?" You shall regret this. The captains of the various divisions, including Marco the Phoenix, Joza the Diamond, and Vista the Flower Sword, arrived at Aizen and Apos' side first, forming a surrounding circle around him. Aizen regarded them nonchalantly, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The purple-black rain continued to fall, each droplet causing the captains to shudder slightly. They struggled against Aizen and Amp, Apos' Conqueror and Amp, Apos' Haki with their own strength, prompting Aizen to speak solemnly. It seems you still do not comprehend. If that is the case, allow me to stoke the flames further. Suddenly, a layer of silver appeared in the purple-black sky, and the rain transformed from purple-black to silver-purple-black. Aizen unleashed both spiritual pressure like rain and Haki like rain, a phenomenon that could be termed the rain of Haki spirit. Its power surpassed that of either alone, capable of rendering even captain-level warriors, warlords of the sea, and marine rear admirals unconscious after multiple encounters with the raindrops. The downpour intensified, and Whitebeard and Apos' captains began to exhibit signs of being unable to withstand it. At that moment, Whitebeard bellowed, "Enough!" The incessant cracking sounds echoed as he struck the sky with his hands repeatedly. Each blow created enormous fissures, and with each successive hit, the sky ruptured, generating a turbulent airflow that ultimately dispersed the clouds. The rain ceased, and Aizen silently observed Whitebeard's actions. He could have intervened, but chose not to. He wished to ascertain the efficacy of his own maneuvers. "Gururara, thank you for the reminder, Aizen." Whitebeard laughed heartily, raising his right hand, gathering power before launching an attack towards Aizen. Pop, pop, pop. A concentrated black and white sphere materialized atop Whitebeard's fist, slowly soaring towards Aizen's position. The moment the captains of the Whitebeard pirates beheld the sphere, their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily cleared a path, unwilling to stand in the way of the ominous orb. Some even broke into a cold sweat, having previously witnessed the terror of this technique. Sengoku took note as well, urgently calling for everyone to retreat at once. Damn it, does Whitebeard intend for everyone to perish here? Simultaneously, it seemed as if a certain shackle within everyone's hearts was severed, as if something long buried in their memories was awakening, prompting them to retreat in unison. Even Doflamingo, who had circled around Aizen and Apos' rear, changed countenance upon seeing the black and white sphere, laughing maniacally as he fled the scene. Has Whitebeard gone mad as well? Aizen regarded the approaching black and white sphere with a newfound vigilance. For the first time, he sensed danger emanating from this entity. It was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt such an immediate threat. Aizen, if you wish to live, flee quickly. That is Newgate's ultimate technique. Observing Aizen standing still, Karp assumed he was paralyzed with fear and shouted, "Aizen, move." To this, Aizen merely shook his head. He chose not to evade, standing quietly in place, awaiting what was to come. The audacity of the youth today is truly remarkable. They do not heed the wise words of their elders. Karp shook his head with a sigh, realizing that since Aizen refused to heed his warnings, he had no choice but to let it go. After all, he had said all that needed to be said, and he swiftly departed from the scene. How could Aizen not hide? Surely he was aware of the formidable power behind his father and Apos' attack. It was time for him to experience the terrifying reality of the strongest man and Apos' true assault. Quickly, he needed to evacuate the surviving comrades and retrieve as many bodies as possible. Soon, the Navy and pirates retreated, leaving only Aizen behind. Aizen gazed at the approaching black and white sphere, and a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. This was how it should be. This was the power befitting the world and Apos' strongest. One of his purposes for coming here was to witness the might of true warriors. Yet, the others had been hesitant, playing it safe as if they were merely toying around, leading Aizen to almost believe his journey had been in vain. Thus, he decided to provoke Whitebeard, hoping to draw forth the true extent of his power. As the black and white sphere made contact with Aizen and Apos' body, it rapidly expanded into a massive orb, engulfing him entirely. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted from within the luminous sphere. The earth trembled, and the fabric of space itself fractured. The skies above Mariawa were once again painted, this time in a half-black, half-white hue. The blinding white light compelled all to shut their eyes, while the darkness consumed everything. The immense shockwave obliterated all within its vicinity, an invisible tide sweeping away everything in its path, including some Navy personnel who were unable to escape. The onlookers, who had distanced themselves, stared in stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. Coughing, Whitebeard leaned against the mast of the Moby Dick. Aware that this technique consumed not only his physical strength and haki but also his very life force. The Tremor fruit generated immense destructive power by striking at the very fabric of space, a part of Whitebeard himself. The black portion represented Whitebeard's own haki, temporarily restraining the white. Together, they formed a peculiar balance. Upon contacting the first object, the black would release its suppression, allowing the white to erupt violently, enhanced by the prior restraint, resulting in an even more formidable force. In his youth, employing such power would have been effortless, but now, in his twilight years, it was a considerable strain. "Father, are you all right?" The captains rushed to surround Whitebeard, deeply concerned for his well-being. "Not to worry, quickly check for any remaining children." "Father, we have confirmed that all the living have returned to the ship, and most of the deceased brothers have been laid to rest," reported Marco, the 1st Division captain and ship and Apos' doctor, as he treated Whitebeard and relayed the current situation. Good. That Eisen lad has some spirit. Let us retreat swiftly." What are you saying, father?" Don and Amp, Apos, asked too many questions. "Ace and his brother have already been hidden in the cabin by Eisen. Our goal to rescue Ace has been accomplished. We must take this opportunity to withdraw while the Navy is still reeling. Act quickly." The captains, initially taken aback and filled with questions, sprang into action without hesitation. Meanwhile, the colossal black and white sphere gradually dissipated after several minutes, revealing a massive, deep pit. The Navy headquarters and Amp, Apos, port had vanished, leaving only an unfathomable abyss, soon to be filled by the surging sea. Above the pit, the thick fog lingered, obscuring any view within. Yet, on the Navy and Amp, Apos' side, particularly Sengoku, he understood the true potency of Whitebeard and Amp, Apos' technique. In his youth, few had survived such an assault. Not even the pirate king Roger would dare confront it directly. Sengoku believed that even someone as peculiar as Eisen should not emerge unscathed. Just then, a brazen, arrogant, and chilling laughter echoed throughout Mariehua. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 21. The situation changes again. Blackbeard versus Eisen. Ha 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 ha. "Father, your beloved son Teach sends his regards, hoping I and Amp, Apos, am not too late." At the port, Whitebeard and his crew were in the midst of evacuating the ships when they heard this voice and turned in astonishment to the newcomer. "Teach." Whitebeard and Amp, Apos' anger boiled over. The arrival was none other than Marshal D. Teach, a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The reason the Whitebeard Pirates launched an assault on the Navy headquarters was largely due to Blackbeard's machinations. He not only murdered members of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also surrendered Ace to the world government, forcing Whitebeard into conflict with them in a desperate bid to save Ace. The imposing figure of Blackbeard, clad in a black coat with a green bandana and a black captain and Amp, Apos' hat, swaggered onto the battlefield. The surrounding Navy soldiers immediately raised their guns and drew their blades, while Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow and sternly inquired, "Blackbeard, our dealings have concluded. What brings you here?" Sengoku also noted that many of the individuals accompanying Blackbeard were notorious criminals previously imprisoned in Impel Down, recalling earlier reports of a massive prison break. It appeared that Blackbeard had recruited a formidable cadre of criminals during his time in Impel Down, causing Sengoku's expression to darken. Blackbeard noticed Sengoku and responded with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha. I am now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I have come to assist the Navy in winning this war." Before Sengoku could respond, Blackbeard pointed toward the fleeing Whitebeard pirates. "Sengoku, they are escaping. Shall I help you detain them?" With that, Blackbeard and Amp, Apos' right hand unleashed a torrent of darkness that spread towards the port where the Whitebeard pirates were located. Dark hole. As the darkness enveloped the ships of the Whitebeard pirates, they began to sink, ensnared by the gravitational pull of the black void, just as Blackbeard prepared to crush them. A resonant voice echoed in his ear. "Oh, are you the third one?" Eisen's deep, powerful voice reverberated, and before Blackbeard could react, Eisen seized his hair and slammed him into the ground. Boom. Blackbeard was embedded into the earth, suppressed by Eisen's spiritual pressure. However, Eisen showed no intention of releasing him. As the Kyoku was gleefully absorbing the fate energy within Blackbeard, Eisen's sudden appearance shocked the Navy, particularly Garp and Sengoku, who understood the destructive power of Whitebeard's techniques. How had he survived? Moreover, aside from some torn clothing, he bore no visible wounds. How was this possible? Sengoku, standing close to Blackbeard and Aizen, transformed into his golden Buddha form and struck at Aizen with a fist. Boom. Bang. Aizen reinforced his blade, the Kanti Masamune, meeting Sengoku and Amp Appo's fist with the tip of his sword. The collision of blade and fist created a gale that tousled Aizen and Amp Appo's hair. Admiral Sengoku, ambushes are quite improper, you know? Aizen taunted, but Sengoku ignored him, continuing his assault with both fist and palm aimed at Aizen. Aizen smiled faintly, raising Blackbeard with his left hand to use him as a shield. Sengoku was forced to deliberately misplace his strike. After all, Blackbeard was now one of the new 7 warlords. Despicable. Despicable. Before Aizen could finish, a member of Blackbeard's crew, Van Augur, teleported before Aizen, aiming a spear at his forehead and firing without hesitation. Bang. The bullet struck Aizen's head, but Van Augur's anticipated explosion of red and white did not occur. The flattened bullet merely slid off Aizen and Amp Appo's forehead, leaving a faint black mark. That stung a bit. Aizen fixed his gaze on the man donning a peculiar hat, who had managed to evade his perception. Meanwhile, Van Augur and Amp Appo's eyes widened in shock. How could someone survive a shot to the head? In the next instant, Aizen's expression darkened as he swung his blade toward Van Augur's head, an occurrence he had never experienced before. Just then, a man with a cigar in his mouth appeared beside Van Augur, intercepting the strike with his own sword. Simultaneously, several of Blackbeard and Amp Appo's crew began their assault on Aizen. Shiryu aimed a heavy punch at Aizen and Amp Appo's abdomen. Lafitte lunged with his cane sword toward Aizen and Amp Appo's eyes, and Basque shot flames in Aizen and Amp Appo's direction. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught, Aizen was left with no choice but to hurl Blackbeard toward them while exerting a localized suppression with his spiritual pressure. The attacking crew members suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, their movements collapsing under its weight. Aizen had utilized this brief interval to create distance from them. But a colossal hand descended from above, slamming Aizen into the ground. Boom. A massive handprint was left in the earth, embedding Aizen just as he had done to Blackbeard moments earlier. At this point, Blackbeard's crew regrouped around him, and Blackbeard regained his composure. Ha ha ha. Indeed. There is strength in numbers. After laughing, Blackbeard and Amp Appo's expression grew grim. This boy Aizen dared to strike at him. Did he have a death wish? Meanwhile, Whitebeard, witnessing the clash between Blackbeard and Aizen, immediately commanded, "Sons, let and Appo's support Aizen." Brandishing his reclaimed weapon, Whitebeard charged down the ship toward the battlefield, completely disregarding the evacuation plan. Blackbeard, amidst his crew's support, approached the site of the handprint, but his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. The anticipated crushed form of Aizen was nowhere to be found. The handprint pit revealed no trace of him. Where has Aizen gone? Blackbeard scanned his surroundings, but Aizen was nowhere in sight, as were his crew members. At that moment, a disheveled Aizen hovered 100 meters above Blackbeard and Appo's head. He extended a finger toward Blackbeard and Amp Appo's position, his spiritual pressure and haki coalescing into a swirling silver-purple-black sphere. Zero. A massive beam of energy descended like divine retribution. And it wasn't until the light appeared that Blackbeard's crew reacted. There was no time to evade. They could only brace for impact as torrents of darkness erupted from Blackbeard, enveloping him and his crew. In the blink of an eye, the Zero completely engulfed Blackbeard and his men. Everything within a 50-meter radius seemed to vanish. After unleashing the Zero, Aizen fixed his gaze on the imposing giant who had attacked him. This individual was San Juan Wolf, a giant and a user of the expansion fruit. Aizen had long grown accustomed to encountering towering figures in this world, yet this giant stood over 150 meters tall. His massive form impossible to conceal even behind the Navy and Appo's fortress. This exceeded Aizen and Appo's expectations. He had never before encountered a creature larger than 100 meters, even among the hollows in his own world. Determined to retaliate against the giant, Aizen observed the tattered clothing and dirt on his face without a hint of concern. He spread his arms wide, glaring at the giant as he bellowed, 99th Keto. 5. Dragon. Turn. Annihilation. Chapter 22. The 5 Dragons of Annihilation. Even a rebellious son is still my child. 5 colossal eastern dragons appeared around Aizen, as if they had torn through the fabric of space. The Marines and pirates on the ground were rendered utterly speechless by this astonishing sight. They could hardly comprehend that legendary dragons were soaring through the sky. Aizen's gaze was icy as he fixated on the retreating giant, gesturing with a wave of his hand. The 5 dragons, materialized from Aizen's spiritual pressure, surged towards the fleeing giant with tremendous speed. Saint One Wolf exerted all his strength to escape, but his massive size rendered him sluggish. 4 of the dragons seized his limbs with their powerful jaws. Ah, it hurts. Saint One Wolf writhed in agony, desperately trying to free himself from the dragons and Appo's grasp, but to no avail. This was the might of the dragons. At that moment, the 5th dragon opened its gaping maw and swallowed his head whole. Saint One Wolf and Appo's cries were silenced as the 5 dragons dragged him into the waters of Mariehua, resulting in a cataclysmic roar from the depths below. The ocean began to boil, and soon a towering tsunami rose, surging towards Mariehua. Just as it seemed the entire Mariehua would be engulfed, Akiji appeared before the tsunami, unleashing the powers of his Ice fruit. Ice Age. A tremendous chill emanated from Akiji, freezing the 100-meter wave in an instant. Ah, Weekin and Appo's let the marine headquarters be flooded. Akiji sighed in relief, thankful to have arrived just in time. Meanwhile, Akaina lay unconscious from his injuries, with Kizaru assisting him, leaving only Akiji and Green Bull to hold the line. At this juncture, Sengoku was utterly bewildered. The war had descended into chaos. Ace had been rescued, and the Marines had lost all bargaining chips. This was a complete and utter defeat. The unexpected conflict between Blackbeard and Aizen was beyond his anticipation, and he also noticed Whitebeard approaching. His lips twitched slightly. Why had Whitebeard returned after preparing to flee? Whitebeard sensed Sengoku and Appo's gaze and exchanged a brief look with him before turning away, focusing instead on the crater left by Aizen and Appo's attack, searching for Blackbeard's presence. Aizen, using his perception, confirmed that the giant's aura had nearly vanished and chose to disregard the sea. He swiftly stepped before Whitebeard, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Whitebeard, why haven't you departed yet? I came to ascertain whether Teach is still alive. What is there to confirm? That bunch should have. Aizen abruptly turned, re-examining the crater left by his attack. Oh, to his astonishment, he sensed that the 3rd child of destiny was still alive, albeit with a weakened presence. The fusion of haki and spiritual pressure in his attack had failed to obliterate the opponent completely. This piqued Aizen's interest. Additionally, with the Kyoku having absorbed a portion of the opponent and Appo's fortune, he was left wanting more. Whitebeard, the one named Teach is still alive. Could you enlighten me about him? Whitebeard fell silent for a moment before briefly outlining Blackbeard's circumstances. Killing his own crew for treasure? Intriguing. Aizen mused to himself after hearing Whitebeard's account, finding a degree of respect for such ruthless decisiveness. Suddenly, Aizen exclaimed, "They are coming," as he fixed his gaze on a specific direction. In an instant, 8 figures materialized from what was previously an empty space, Blackbeard and Appo's crew. The darkness enveloping them was retracted by Blackbeard, a maneuver that had allowed them to survive. As a user of the dark fruit, Blackbeard could absorb and compress anything that came into contact with darkness. Aizen and Appo's attack had primarily affected the spiritual pressure, leaving haki intact. As the darkness dissipated, the faces and bodies of Blackbeard and Appo's crew bore the marks of haki-inflicted wounds. Blackbeard himself was bruised and battered, suffering twice the damage due to his unique constitution. Ha ha ha. That was close. We nearly got wiped out. Blackbeard exclaimed, relieved to have escaped. Before they could catch their breath, Aizen and Appo's voice cut through the air once more, refusing to grant them respite. Baikad number 63, Rake H. A golden lightning bolt erupted from Aizen and Appo's palm, hurtling towards Blackbeard and his crew with blinding speed. Boom. They were once again engulfed in an explosion, the lightning striking far faster than Aizen's previous attack. But this was merely the beginning, as Aizen unleashed a relentless barrage of Rake HS, opting for sheer quantity over sheer power. After unleashing 6 consecutive blasts, he finally paused, leaving Whitebeard astonished. The Marines were equally dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a relentless assault. Only then did Aizen allow a smile to grace his lips. Sensing that the energies of Blackbeard and Appo's crew had diminished significantly. So, the fruit and Appo's powers can absorb damage, can they? Then I shall strike with unprecedented speed before they can react. Drawing his esteemed blade, K10 Zanch, he casually swept it toward Blackbeard's direction. The blade and Appo's energy scattered the smoke, revealing 8 gravely wounded figures on the ground. Aizen instantly appeared beside them. The condition of Blackbeard and Appo's crew was dire. Their bodies bore the marks of lightning strikes, blood flowing profusely. They were paralyzed, unable to move. Blackbeard glared fiercely at Aizen, his resilience remarkable despite his severe injuries. Aizen, If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will reclaim my honor. Aizen was taken aback by Blackbeard and Appo's defiance in such a pitiful state. He raised his blade, preparing to strike. Just then, Blackbeard, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted, "Old man, save me." In an instant, Whitebeard swung his naginata, the back of the blade crashing toward Aizen. Aizen raised his left hand to block. But the sheer force of Whitebeard and Appo's strike caused the ground beneath him to crack, leaving him with no support as he sidestepped. Boom. The back of the naginata struck the earth, sending Blackbeard and his crew flying. "What do you mean by that, Whitebeard?" Aizen queried, perplexed by Whitebeard's interference. Wasn't Blackbeard guilty of a grave sin in the pirate world? Even if he betrayed his crew, even if he was a rebellious son, he is still my child. Whitebeard pronounced, each word resonating with deep conviction. Upon hearing this, Aizen grasped Whitebeard and Appo's intentions. He sought to deliver the fatal blow himself. However, Aizen couldn't and Appo's help but view Whitebeard and Appo's paternal affection as somewhat pathological, perhaps stemming from a traumatic past. Whitebeard, be wary of potential pitfalls, Aizen cautioned, motivated by goodwill. For he suspected that Blackbeard still possessed a portion of his fortune, signifying a potential chance for a comeback. Whitebeard remained silent, moving to grasp Blackbeard by the throat and lifting him high. "Father, what are you doing? Let me go." "Teach. My dear son, you are far too arrogant and reckless. These are your weaknesses." Chapter 23, The Mercy of a Woman, Merely Research Material. "Father, I realize my wrongs. I should not have slain Captain Saki. It was a moment of madness. I implore you, spare me this once. I swear I shall not err again," Blackbeard pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Fully aware that Whitebeard was susceptible to such entreaties. Yet, this time, his calculations seemed misguided, as Whitebeard and Appo's grip tightened, as if intent on crushing his throat. "Ah, father. It hurts terribly. It truly hurts." Blackbeard cried out in anguish, thrashing violently. "Teach, you have committed the gravest of sins upon the sea. To slay a comrade is to forfeit your life," Whitebeard declared, his right hand, wielding the Tremor fruit, coalescing with a formidable aura. Before delivering a mighty punch to Blackbeard and Appo's abdomen, the force of the impact reverberated through Blackbeard and Appo's body, causing him to spew blood, his cries echoing across the battlefield. Yet, even in such dire straits, Blackbeard clung to life, the dark fruit silently absorbing the damage. "Father, I truly regret my actions. Please, show me mercy." "I shall never dare again," Blackbeard gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he begged for clemency. Whitebeard recalled the days when Blackbeard had first joined the crew, and, unexpectedly, he loosened his grip, allowing Blackbeard to plummet to the ground. Thud. Blackbeard landed on his hands, gasping for breath, blood pooling beneath him. He had nearly been choked to death by Whitebeard, yet, mercifully, his father remained just that, merciful and naive. Blackbeard continued to feign submission, wailing that he understood his mistakes. In truth, he was inching closer to Whitebeard, driven by the desire for the dark fruit, which possessed an extraordinarily overpowered ability, rendering the powers of other devil fruit users ineffective upon mere contact. Suddenly, Blackbeard and Appo's hands transformed into darkness, wrapping around Whitebeard's leg with a frenzied expression. "Father, perish." Whitebeard, temporarily stripped of the Tremor fruit's abilities, glared with cold intensity, raising his weapon to strike at Blackbeard. Blackbeard endured the blow, suppressing his agony, before bursting into laughter. Darkness. A vast surge of darkness erupted from Blackbeard, as if to engulf the very sky. In the following instant, the darkness enveloped both him and Whitebeard, forming an immense black sphere, obscuring all that transpired within. At that moment, the other captains of the Whitebeard crew finally understood. Their father had indeed fallen into a trap. That cursed Teach was as cunning as ever. The captains unleashed their powers against the black sphere in a frenzy, yet all their assaults were absorbed, causing the sphere to swell even larger. Standing at a distance, Aizen observed the unfolding scene with quiet contemplation, recognizing that Whitebeard and Appo's mercy had led to his downfall. Why not simply cleave Blackbeard and Appo's head off? Instead, he resorted to such convoluted tactics, and now he was being ensnared. Aizen sensed Whitebeard and Appo's aura swiftly waning while Blackbeard and Appo's grew stronger. Was this the power of fate? Could one truly turn the tide in such dire circumstances? The battlefield was ensnared in a peculiar stillness, with some watching in awe and others attacking in desperation. Moments later, cracks began to form on the surface of the black sphere, dark matter cascading to the ground, followed by Blackbeard and Apo's unmistakable voice. Ha ha ha. Father, you have shown too much mercy. You are no longer suited for this era. From now on, it is my time. As the sphere gradually dissipated, Whitebeard stood motionless, resembling a lifeless statue. The captains rushed to his side, their anger boiling over. Teach, you beast. Father gave you a chance, and you repay him with betrayal. Scoundrel. Father should never have trusted you. Amidst the uproar, Blackbeard contemptuously roared, raising his hand, a white aura forming around his fist. With a thunderous blow, he struck the space beside him, shattering the surrounding air and sending the approaching captains flying. Impossible. That is Father's power. Teach, what have you done? Both Aizen and the naval forces were taken aback, particularly Sengoku, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Blackbeard had harnessed the Tremor Fruit and Apo's abilities? A single individual wielding two Devil Fruit powers? How could this be? Throughout the annals of history, there had never been a report of anyone possessing the abilities of two separate Devil Fruits. Sengoku signaled the Navy to prepare for battle. This Blackbeard could be more formidable than Whitebeard himself. Yet, his concerns proved excessive, for Aizen was steadily advancing towards Blackbeard, a knowing expression gracing his features. Blackbeard, in a state of exhilaration, turned to Aizen with a cold smile. Aizen, you shall pay for all you have done. With the dark water in his left hand and the tremor in his right, Blackbeard launched a simultaneous assault on Aizen. Oh, you dare to attack me? What grants you such audacity? Aizen halted, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed his conqueror's haki and spiritual pressure, both converging upon Blackbeard. A tangible silver-black pillar materialized, causing Blackbeard to stumble and collapse to the ground before he could rise. Before he could regain his footing, an even greater force pressed him firmly into the earth. Crack! Blackbeard and Apo's bones could not withstand the pressure, producing a sharp, resonant sound of fracture. How can this be? In excruciating pain, Blackbeard clenched his teeth, ejecting a mouthful of blood. He could neither comprehend nor accept how he had been subdued so effortlessly. Impossible. How can there be someone this powerful in the world? Who are you? Ignoring Blackbeard and Apo's desperate inquiry, Aizen approached, his blade poised against Blackbeard and Apo's forehead, stating plainly, Blackbeard, you are but a mere research specimen in my eyes, relying solely on your Devil Fruit powers. With that, Aizen sliced open Blackbeard and Apo's forehead, extracting a test tube to the astonishment of onlookers. Disregarding Blackbeard and Apo's resistance, Aizen inserted the tube into the wound, blood flowing forth to fill it in an instant. Ah, it hurts. Aizen, I will kill you. Do not grant me a chance, or I shall ensure your demise. Aizen merely smiled at the threats, having heard such words before upon entering this world. He seized Blackbeard and Apo's head. As the H-Kyoku began to absorb Blackbeard and Apo's fortune. In my eyes, this is your purpose. At that moment, a figure appeared swiftly beside Aizen, offering no words as they swung a blade towards Aizen and Apo's arm. Cut. Aizen had no choice but to release Blackbeard and Apo's head, turning to counter the attacker. Clang. You must be the renowned Aizen Sosuke. Might I request that this war comes to an end? A man with crimson hair blocked Aizen's strike, smiling as he made his proposal. Casting a disdainful glance at Blackbeard, he had no desire to save him. Yet the conflict had escalated to a point where it ought to cease. Aizen's expression grew slightly grave. This individual had evaded his perception. Moreover, the H-Kyoku radiated an unprecedented desire to consume. Master, you must devour him. Chapter 24. Show some respect. Let and Apo's discuss after this strike your formidable, Aizen remarked, offering his assessment not only for the opponent's ability to evade his perception, but also due to a certain calm demeanor that resonated with his own. Only those who possess everything in their grasp exude such an aura. Furthermore, the overwhelming desire to devour exhibited by the H-Kyoku was a testament to the exceptional nature of this individual. Thank you for the compliment, the man replied graciously. At that moment, Aizen had retracted his spiritual pressure and conqueror's haki in response to the red-haired man, allowing Blackbeard the opportunity to escape. He quickly withdrew from Aizen's vicinity and addressed the red-haired man. Shanks, I truly never imagined there would come a day when you would save me. Save you? Do you think you deserve my assistance, Teach? Shanks replied, stroking the 3 scars on his left eye, a painful reminder from his youth inflicted by Blackbeard himself. Haha, then were you not just saving me? Blackbeard retorted, shifting his focus back to Aizen. Eisen, it's time we settled our score. He raised his hand, gathering a substantial amount of darkness, and in the blink of an eye, a sphere of darkness with a diameter of 30 meters was formed. However, just as Blackbeard prepared to launch this sphere towards Eisen, Shanks struck him away with a single slash. Teach, do you wish to continue? If so, do not blame me for being ruthless. Shanks raised his sword, Griffin, pointedly towards the flung Blackbeard, suggesting that any refusal would prompt immediate action. Haha, you heard that, Shanks? It and Amp. Oppos, it's not that I refuse to cease, but they won and Amp. Oppos, let me go? Blackbeard laughed heartily as he regained his footing, though beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. After multiple injuries inflicted by Eisen, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed despite his unusual resilience. Additionally, having achieved his primary objective, though fraught with difficulties, he had killed Whitebeard and acquired the Trimmer fruit. Understood, I concede. I've raised my hands in surrender. Continuing this fight would be a losing endeavor. Upon receiving Blackbeard's response, Shanks called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, please grant the red-haired one some respect. Let this battle conclude here. Let us not incur further needless casualties." Shanks' gaze traversed over Sengoku, Akainu, and Green Bull. Sengoku, having long wished to cease hostilities, found this conflict too chaotic with Eisen's interference. Though he could not execute Ace, Whitebeard and Amp, Oppos, demise would bolster the credibility of the world government. With this realization, Sengoku responded, "I agree." Sengoku, no? We cannot allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Commander, we can still fight. We must annihilate them. Hearing Sengoku and Amp, Oppos, as concurrence with Shanks and Amp, Oppos, proposal, the Navy vehemently opposed, driven by their desire for vengeance for their fallen comrades. Silence. The war is over. Do not delay in tending to the wounded. Sengoku bellowed, concerned about the potential loss of more lives. Following Sengoku's response, Shanks turned his attention to the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. His gaze finally rested on Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, who now stood as the highest authority on Whitebeard's side. "Marco, Whitebeard is dead. Do you wish to continue this fight?" Marco fell silent for a moment. The battle with the Navy had concluded, and Ace had been safely rescued. However, the reckoning with Blackbeard had only just begun. "I agree not to engage the Navy, but Blackbeard does not belong to them. We must fight him to avenge our father." "Exactly. We must avenge our father. Blackbeard, you parasital beast." The captains chimed in, each affirming that while their conflict with the Navy was over, they would pursue Blackbeard relentlessly. Haha, Shanks, you heard that? It and Amp, Oppos, not that I refuse to stop. It and Amp, Oppos, they who won and Amp, Oppos, let me go? Blackbeard interjected at an inopportune moment, as his crew gathered around him, all prepared for continued battle. Shanks observed the movements and expressions of both sides, swiftly unsheathing his sword and unleashing a wave of sword energy that carved a chasm between the two factions. "If you wish to resolve this grudge, arrange a time and place to do so. Not here, not now," Shanks declared with an imposing presence, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Haha, I am always ready." Blackbeard was the first to acquiesce, and after a brief exchange among the captains of Whitebeard, they too agreed. Next, Shanks turned his attention to the warlords, especially Mihawk. "Mihawk, what about you? Do you wish to continue?" "My cooperation with the Navy is limited to matters concerning Whitebeard." Mihawk met Shanks' gaze, then turned away, departing without a backward glance. The war was over, and remaining here held no significance. Other warlords expressed their intent to cease fighting, except for Doflamingo, who sought to continue. "Shanks, I am not your subordinate. I intend to kill Eisen here." Doflamingo pointed at Eisen, undeterred by Eisen's earlier demonstration of power. "Oh, Doflamingo, do you not give me face? Do you dare to challenge me?" Shanks threatened, his gaze turning to Eisen. "Oh, is it finally my turn?" "Yes, what is your answer? Can you tell me who you are?" "I actually do not know you." Shanks was momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone did not recognize him. "One of the 4 emperors of the sea." Before Shanks could introduce himself, Doflamingo interjected, mockingly stating, "He is a former crew member of the Pirate King and the current emperor, red-haired Shanks." "Eisen, you do not even know him? How ignorant you truly are." He. Silence. Doflamingo, who had been ridiculing Eisen, fell instantly mute as once more, the spiritual pressure pressed him into the ground, reminiscent of the earlier encounter at the port. "Damn it, this is infuriating. What power is this?" Doflamingo questioned defiantly amidst the immense pressure. This is called spiritual pressure. Aizen answered, unprecedentedly revealing this information, directing his gaze at Shanks, who was pointing his sword at him. Your reputation holds little value in my eyes. Boom. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of noise. Astonishingly, someone dared to refuse Shanks, disregarding his stature. Is that so? Then allow me to be your opponent. Shanks enveloped his sword, Griffin, in armament hockey, readying himself for battle with Aizen. If you can withstand my strike, I shall relent. Aizen retracted his pressure on Doflamingo, utilizing Shuanpa to ascend to the sky, raising his renowned sword, Keisai Sai, as he began to gather hockey and spiritual, feeling an unprecedented threat emanating from Aizen's blade. Everyone, vacate the area around me. Quickly. The Navy, pirates, warlords, and Blackbeard, though uncertain why, immediately distanced themselves from Shanks. No one remained near Shanks, not even Whitebeard's corpse, which had been carried away by the captains. Shanks, if you choose to evade, this island will surely vanish. Bankai. Chapter 25. The conclusion of the summit where a colossal full moon erupted from the famed sword, akin to a miniature moon colliding with the position of the red-haired Shanks. With wide eyes, Shanks gazed at the approaching moon, astonished that Aizen could achieve such a feat. Who would have thought that in this era, someone like you existed? How intriguing it has become. Shanks became serious, and the crimson aura of his conqueror's hockey swiftly manifested upon the blade, coalescing into a vibrant red energy sphere. Divine avoidance. The conqueror's energy sphere was unleashed by Shanks in a wave-like form, hurtling towards the moon. In the next moment, the moon vanished entirely, leaving only the divine avoidance soaring into the sky. The heavens were stained crimson by Shanks' divine avoidance, and a massive rift was cleaved through the atmosphere, allowing for a clearer view of the starry expanse. Shanks soon realized something was amiss. He peered more intently, searching for any trace of Aizen. Aizen had long since disappeared. That moon-like maneuver seemed to have been an illusion. Shanks was puzzled. Such a grand display turned out to be a ruse? Nevertheless, the absence of his opponent suggested that Aizen had acquiesced to the proposal for a ceasefire. With this realization, a subtle smile crept onto Shanks' lips. An intriguing individual. I look forward to our next encounter. Meanwhile, Aizen had stealthily returned to the corridor of the viewing chamber, donning a pristine white suit of unknown origin. His hair had been slicked back with gel, and his glasses were removed. He had once again transformed into Aizen. Master, why did you not devour that individual? In response to the inquiry from his Zanpakuto, Aizen elaborated, one must savor their meal bite by bite, not devour all the dishes at once. Very well, master. I may require a period of slumber. Why must you slumber? Having consumed fortune, I may be on the verge of evolution. Aizen was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming urge to dissect his own body to locate and study his Zanpakuto closely. The notion that his Zanpakuto could evolve was beyond his expectations, especially since it had been his own desire that had halted the evolution years ago. It was his ambition that had ceased, not that of his Zanpakuto, indicating that it indeed possessed its own aspirations. This revelation filled Aizen with delight. He was always fond of entities that could stand on equal footing with him. How long will the evolution take? I do not know. It could be a week, a month, or even a year. Very well, I understand. You can rest easy. I shall also take some time to consolidate myself before your awakening. Understood, master. Afterward, the Zanpakuto ceased to respond to Aizen, who then returned to the viewing chamber. The once sleeping Shiraya had awakened, having previously been enraged by Aizen and Appo's absence. Upon seeing Aizen and Appo's return, her demeanor instantly brightened as she joyfully welcomed him. Aizen, where have you been? I went out for a fight, Aizen replied candidly, unperturbed by the presence of Khalifa and the Marine Admiral. Throughout his absence from the viewing chamber to the battlefield and back, his complete hypnosis domain had remained active. Aizen had engaged in combat against the Marines, the 7 warlords, Blackbeard, Sengoku, Garp, Shanks, and others while employing a large-scale, fully activated hypnosis domain. His return to the viewing chamber was motivated by his desire to utilize Shiraya and Appo's authority to obtain research equipment for studying the blood of ability users. Otherwise, after toying with Shanks, he could have departed from Mariawa. Upon hearing that Aizen had fought on the battlefield, Shiraya immediately reached out to check for any injuries. Aizen waved her off, assuring her that he was unscathed, and gently hinted that it was about time to leave. Shiraya wholeheartedly agreed with Aizen and Appo's suggestion. She had long wished to exit this place. She commanded the Marine Admiral to notify Sengoku of her impending departure. At that moment, Sengoku was overwhelmed with post-war cleanup duties and had little inclination to attend to the celestial dragons. Telling them to wait a few more days was prudent. The pirates had not yet vacated the premises. To attempt leaving now would be courting disaster. On the battlefield, both pirates and marines were busy recovering the bodies of their comrades, with the Whitebeard crew nearly finished collecting the fallen. However, a dispute arose regarding the handling of Whitebeard and Apos' corpse, with both the marines and the Whitebeard crew holding firm to their respective opinions. Ultimately, it was Shanks who stepped in to oversee Whitebeard's burial, which defused the tensions threatening to reignite conflict between the two factions. While the conflict between the Marines and the Whitebeard crew was resolved, an odd situation unfolded with Doflamingo. Previously, Doflamingo had boasted a vendetta against Aizen. But now that Aizen had vanished, he speculated that Aizen might have sought refuge among the celestial dragons, using their status as a cover. This dilemma left Doflamingo pondering whether he should divulge Aizen's hidden identity to the Marines. Just then, the other warlords passed by, each bearing distinct expressions. Hancock wore a worried visage, her thoughts consumed by concerns for Luffy and Apos' fate. Earlier, she had been ensnared by a pirate, which had inadvertently allowed Aizen to abduct Luffy. How infuriating! To hold Luffy and Apos' hand, even if merely a man, was intolerable. Indeed, Hancock and Apos' thoughts were rather peculiar. The other warlords had not achieved noteworthy feats during the battle. Their relationship with the Marines had been one of collaboration, not servitude. Doflamingo, are you not leaving? Still nursing thoughts of confronting Aizen, the moonlight-drenched Moria mocked as he passed. Striking a chord with Doflamingo, he eagerly welcomed an opportunity to extricate himself from his predicament. Confront Aizen? Only if he were seeking a swift demise. Very well, Moria. I have yet to settle the score with you from earlier. Let us rectify that. Doflamingo lunged at Moria, binding him with threads before he could retort. With a swift motion, he flung Moria into the waters near Mariewa, indifferent to whether Moria would survive. Having completed his task, Doflamingo felt invigorated, opting against pursuing Aizen further. He had already faced Aizen twice, both times rendered helpless, particularly against the latter and Apos' enigmatic powers. Doflamingo resolved to postpone his vengeance until he had comprehended Aizen and Apos' abilities. Blackbeard and Apos' crew also departed, arriving with 10 members, but leaving with only 9. Their giant companion had vanished into the depths, yet Blackbeard remained unconcerned. He had accomplished the primary objective of his involvement in the battle. As for the inevitable confrontation with the Whitebeard crew, he was untroubled. He would not falter against them. Ha ha ha, the time of my reign has arrived. The entire pirate world was fixated on this conflict, with the Marines broadcasting live coverage during the initial phase. However, once Luffy descended from the heavens, the stream was abruptly severed. Thus, the world remained oblivious to the true nature of the war. On the following day, the world government labeled the conflict surrounding the Whitebeard pirates as the Summit War, proclaiming that the Marines had emerged victorious, having slain the Emperor Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. A wave of shock rippled through the world, and the pirates were engulfed in fear, struggling to comprehend that the strongest entity in the current world had fallen at the hands of the Marines. Following this incident, the world began to descend into greater chaos, accompanied by the astonishing rumor that the old emperor has perished and a new emperor is to be established. Chapter 26, The Exorbitant Bounty. Aizen's disappearance 3 days had elapsed since the conclusion of the Marineford War, during which the world government publicly announced the demise of Whitebeard while simultaneously elevating Blackbeard to the status of a new warlord of the sea. However, on the following day, Blackbeard leveraged the power of the media to issue a declaration, declaring, "Ha ha ha, I intend to be king. I have no need for the title of warlord of the sea." This statement delivered a resounding slap to the face of the world government, marking a formal rupture between Blackbeard and the authorities. In response, the world government promptly raised Blackbeard's bounty to an astonishing 247,600,000 berries, yet took no further action. Admiral Sengoku found himself overwhelmed in his office, while Akainu, having lost a leg, was fortunate to receive timely medical attention. Otherwise, the Navy would have lost a valuable admiral. "Sengoku, I don't care what the reasons are, provide me with manpower. I must slay Aizen." Akainu's furious words echoed, vowing vengeance for his severed limb. "Calm down, Akainu. You left prematurely and missed Aizen single-handedly subduing the Blackbeard pirates, not even sparing the red-haired pirates a glance. Could you have done any better?" Sengoku cautioned, wishing to avoid further calamity for the Navy. Akainu fell silent, fully aware of his own limitations. I don't care. Even if it means going above their heads, I must have my revenge. Upon hearing this, Akainu eagerly inquired about the higher-ups' plan. What plan? He pressed, excitement glinting in his eyes, for the 5 legendary figures must have devised a strategy. They and Amp, Apos, VE authorized a bounty increase. Report immediately upon finding Aizen. And they will take action themselves, Sengoku replied. Akainu scoffed at the mention of the bounty increase, deeming it of little use. However, when he learned that the 5 were willing to intervene, his interest piqued. Sengoku, is this true? Sengoku nodded, equally astonished that the 5 supreme leaders of the world government, known as the gods of war, were willing to act against Aizen. This unprecedented event in decades sparked Sengoku and Apos' curiosity. What secret did Aizen possess that could entice such powerful figures? Very well. I shall devote all my efforts to locating Aizen across the globe. Borsalino, join me. Can't we skip this? The risks are too great. And it's quite troublesome, the yellow-haired Borsalino interjected, surprised that Akainu had inadvertently drawn him into this. He was acutely aware of Aizen's terrifying capabilities and truly wished to avoid confrontation. To simplify matters, he refrained from mentioning that Aizen was disguised as Aizen. Moreover, Borsalino later learned that throughout the war, Aizen had not taken a single life, with all who encountered him surviving, including the giant San Juan wolf, who was eventually washed ashore near Mariehua, barely alive, and subsequently imprisoned and impelled down. Reluctantly, Borsalino accompanied Akainu on their venture. 3 days after the war, the Navy announced an astronomical bounty on Aizen, 440,000 berries. This made Aizen the fastest individual in history to achieve a bounty exceeding 4 billion. This sum even surpassed that of red-haired Shanks, which stood at 4,048,900,000 berries. Numerous fans of Shanks protested to the authorities, questioning why Aizen's bounty was higher and alleging misconduct. The officials were well prepared, presenting Aizen's remarkable feats during the Marineford War in written and visual formats, thereby silencing dissent. Seizing the opportunity, the government declared that anyone providing credible information regarding Aizen would receive a reward of 100 million berries, a sum unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. Consequently, the entire pirate world embarked on a quest to find Aizen. Yet, he seemed to have evaporated from existence, as no traces of him emerged despite a month of fervent searching. Meanwhile, clad in white, Aizen was engrossed in his research on the blood of devil fruits at the GR-66 Navy base. For the past month, aside from essential necessities, he had sequestered himself in the laboratory. After the Marineford War, Aizen had returned to Sabaody Archipelago with Shirahoshi. Initially, Shirahoshi intended to take Aizen directly to the Holy Land of Mariehua, but Aizen declined, feeling an instinctive aversion to the notion that it was not yet time for such a journey. Consequently, he followed his intuition back to Sabaody Archipelago, believing it to be both the most perilous and secure location. After a few days of companionship, Shirahoshi was taken away by her father. Before her departure, Aizen implanted a constant hypnotic suggestion in her mind, ensuring she would wholly forget him and the identity of Aizen. Aizen deemed this arrangement satisfactory, as it alleviated the need for him to play the role of a romantic interest. Through a month of research, Aizen made significant progress and believed he would soon fully comprehend the principles of devil fruits. He set aside his research materials, closed the laboratory door, and departed. As he walked, the Navy personnel ignored his presence entirely. Aizen strolled leisurely out of the base. Everyone within had succumbed to complete hypnosis, unconsciously overlooking Aizen and the laboratory. Ring, ring. Welcome. Oh, is that you, Aizen? Upon initially expecting a customer, Shuki quickly corrected herself upon recognizing Aizen. During the past month, aside from his research, Aizen had often returned to Shuki and Apos' bar, as she was one of the few familiar faces he had there. As for Rayleigh, he had departed shortly after Aizen and Apos' return. Aizen informed Rayleigh that he had fulfilled his promise to protect the young Luffy and even rescued Luffy and Apos' brother, Ace. Ace? Rayleigh feigned ignorance, perhaps genuinely unaware that Ace was Roger's son, a fact Aizen chose not to reveal. Aizen also critiqued Luffy's abilities, stating they were inadequate, suggesting that if Rayleigh truly cared for him, he should personally train him. Rayleigh had long harbored such intentions. The two indulged in a day of feasting and revelry at Shuki and Apos' bar, and the following day, Rayleigh set off in search of Luffy, seemingly aware of where the Whitebeard pirates would take him. Subsequently, Aizen continued his research, lost in its depths. Time flew, and an entire year passed since the Marineford War. The dynamics of the pirate world shifted subtly, and the fervent search for Aizen persisted throughout the year. During this period, the Navy raised the bounty for information to 200 million berries, yet there remained no leads. Aizen appeared to have vanished from the world, his whereabouts unknown. Chapter 27. The man chosen by Big Mom in the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar, within the new world of the Grand Line. A man clad in white garments was fleeing across an island composed entirely of cake and cream. Stop right there. A colossal figure loomed above on a cloud, relentlessly pursuing the man ahead. I refuse, he shouted. Mama, that is unacceptable. I require you to become my 44th husband. Submit to me, willingly. The man, with a furrowed brow, cast a disdainful glance at the woman in pursuit. Towering over 8 meters, she appeared frail and aged, a stark contrast to Shiryu, who was 100 times more alluring. The fleeing individual was Aizen, and the one chasing him was none other than Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. The reason for Aizen and Appo's flight dates back to an hour prior. After spending over half a year on Sabaody Archipelago, Aizen and Appo's research had finally borne fruit. He bid farewell to Shaki and set sail alone. Utilizing his Shuinpa ability, Aizen traversed vast distances with the ease of flight, never needing a vessel. In the months that followed, he visited Amazon Lily, where he encountered the young Monkey D, Luffy, and Rayleigh. He had also wandered through the ethereal floating island of Skypiea and witnessed the grandeur of the 1,000-year elephant. It was only recently that Aizen crossed the Grand Line into the New World. During his travels, he realized that he had subtly transformed since entering the pirate world. Faced with marauding pirates committing heinous acts, he found himself intervening out of sheer interest. He noted a newfound compassion within himself, often refraining from exerting his full strength, instead calibrating his power according to the strength of his opponents, much like during the Marineford War, when he could have single-handedly vanquished all but chose to engage in playful combat with them. Aizen even jested that avoiding stepping on ants was a challenge in mastering such control over his power. Upon entering the New World, Aizen casually selected a direction and commenced his journey using Shuinpa. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a peculiar aroma, leading him to this island, which was the origin of his predicament. For the first time, he encountered such a fantastical isle where everything cakes, creams, and bread was edible. After sampling the delightful treats, he began to meander through the island, encountering various oversized inhabitants. Aizen, accustomed to such sights, was at least willing to compromise on the matter of height. However, it was at this moment that he encountered Big Mom, who had ventured out for a stroll. Instantly captivated by Aizen and Appo's appearance and demeanor, she set her sights on him, intent on dragging him back to marry her. Who was Aizen, after all? With a bounty exceeding 4 billion, he was a singular entity from the Soul Society. How could he possibly acquiesce, especially given Big Mom and Appo's less than appealing visage, which prompted Aizen to scoff. I refuse. You are far too unattractive. Mama. No man I desire can ever reject me. With a burst of her Conqueror and Appo's haki, Big Mom bellowed, her laughter echoing through the air. Love or die? Aizen was taken aback to encounter someone wielding Conqueror and Appo's haki shortly after his arrival in the New World. Was it not said that such individuals were exceedingly rare? Undeterred by Big Mom's haki, Aizen unleashed his own purple-black aura. Big Mom, momentarily surprised, found herself even more intrigued by this man who possessed similar powers. The clash of purple and red sent tremors throughout the Cake Island. The other inhabitants, particularly Big Mom's children, recognized this power instantly. Who dares to challenge Mother? I don't know, but it seems to be a man. This cannot continue. Mother's hunger pangs will awaken. Meanwhile, Big Mom realized that merely relying on her haki would not suffice to subdue Aizen. She transitioned into a combat stance, brandishing her Napoleon sword and summoning thunderclouds to charge at him. Mama, you too possess the qualities of a king. Our future children shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. Faced with such a deranged adversary, Aizen had no desire to engage in combat. He utilized Shuinpa to escape, yet the thunderclouds beneath Big Mom and Appo's feet pursued him relentlessly. Mama, you cannot escape. Suddenly, Aizen halted, turning to fix a cold stare upon Big Mom. Escape? Who is fleeing? Why should I run? With those final words, his spiritual pressure condensed and pressed upon Big Mom. She faltered, descending from the thunderclouds. However, the anticipated scene of her being completely subdued akin to what had happened with Doflamingo, did not materialize. Big Mom, laughing maniacally, rose to her feet, countering Aizen's spiritual pressure. This power is quite amusing, but it holds no sway over me. Her physical resilience was immense, far surpassing that of Doflamingo, with an extraordinary defense and a stature akin to a small giant. Aizen's formidable spiritual pressure failed to overwhelm her. Aizen's pupils constricted. He realized he had underestimated her. Truly, the strength of the new world is unparalleled. He withdrew his spiritual pressure and regarded Big Mom earnestly. You are no ordinary foe, are you? Reveal your name. I am Charlotte Linlin. You are the 4 Emperor known as Big Mom? Aizen inquired, astonished. Although he had never met her, he was aware of the names of the current 4 emperors. Now, there were only 3, following Whitebeard and Amp Apos, estimates a year prior. Indeed, that is I. Now, will you consider becoming my husband? Let us set that question aside for now. I desire a small amount of your blood. Would you be willing to grant me this? Blood? Big Mom's expression shifted to one of confusion. Why do you seek my blood? Do you intend to harm me? Her eyes turned crimson, and she began to rave, unleashing her conqueror and Apos' haki in a fit of rage. I want cake. Bring me cake now. Big Mom's sudden transformation caught Aizen off guard. She seemed like an entirely different person. At that moment, her children rushed onto the scene, realizing that their mother had entered a hunger-induced frenzy. If we do not provide her with her preferred food, she will unleash chaos until she is satisfied. Those lacking strength should hide. Katakuri, quickly find a cake for mother. Understood. I shall find a cake at once. You all retreat. Just then, Aizen, using Shunpa, arrived at the scene, prompting Katakuri and the others to assume a defensive stance. Who are you? And how did you arrive on Cake Island? Katakuri questioned, eyeing Aizen warily. Without answering, Aizen countered, is it not sufficient to simply feed that woman cake? It must be exceptionally delicious cake. Someone from the crowd interjected. Very well, allow me to handle this. Aizen merely snapped his fingers. And the frenzied Big Mom seemed to notice something. She ceased her shouting and approached a mountain of cake, voraciously devouring it. Within moments, she was satisfied, patting her belly before lying down to sleep. The children of the matriarch gazed in astonishment at Aizen's bizarre display. What have you done? Katakuriki inquired. Unable to fathom the incomprehensible nature of Aizen and Amp Apos' actions. Hypnosis, Aizen explained. All it takes is to hypnotize the matriarch, leading her to believe that the cake mountain is an exceptionally delectable delicacy. The realm of complete hypnosis allows one to manipulate the opponent's 5 senses, which naturally encompasses touch and taste. Now, let us discuss the remuneration. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aizen S. Sook. Chapter 28, Treating the Insatiable Hunger. Encountering Luffy again what? You are the notorious criminal with a bounty of 4 billion, Aizen? Katakuri took a step back in fear. A bounty exceeding 4 billion is certainly not to be underestimated. Mama's bounty is 388 billion berries. Yet, even such a considerable sum pales in comparison to that of the man before me. You have been missing for an entire year. Rumors at sea suggested that you had been secretly executed by the Navy. Did you believe that? Aizen chuckled, remarking, the Navy capable of killing me has yet to be born. With the fusion of the H-Gyoku, he had transcended mortality, rendering the notion of death irrelevant. Katakuri shook his head furiously. The Real deal stood before him, and there was no room for doubt. However, to discern Aizen's intentions, Katakuri's eyes transformed to crimson as he utilized his observation haki to glimpse a fragment of the future. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Mama could never become like that. Katakuri's astonished expression caught Aizen's attention. What is the matter? Did you witness something astonishing? Katakuri hesitated, sealing his lips, for revealing the future he glimpsed might trigger a butterfly effect. What is wrong with me? And nothing. Haha, do you think I cannot foresee the future? This statement sent a tremor through Katakuri's pupils. Could Aizen possess the same foresight? Indeed, how could a being of such caliber lack such an ability? With a hint of embarrassment, Katakuri adjusted his demeanor. What brings you here? I glimpsed a fragment of the future. My opportunity lies here. I intend to stay and cure Mama's insatiable hunger. Is that true? Katakuri struggled to believe it. This affliction had plagued Mama since her childhood. Countless doctors from the vast seas had failed to heal it. Yet Aizen claimed he could. Of course, I assure you, I can heal her. Aizen asserted confidently, proposing additional requests. Prepare the most advanced research equipment for me, and gather the blood samples of devil fruit users, whatever amount you can procure. Research on devil fruits had already commenced on Sabaody Archipelago, but more experimental materials were necessary for refinement. During his half-year voyage, Eisen had personally collected dozens of blood samples, yet the pace was far too slow to meet his needs. Thus, since he had inadvertently landed on the island governed by the Big MOM pirates and encountered Mama, he decided to leverage their power for collection. Gathering samples through the vast might of the pirate crew would be far more expedient than his solitary efforts. I will relay your requests promptly, but can you truly cure Mama? Rest assured, if I fail, I shall remain here until I succeed. Thus, under the pretense of aiding Mama and Apos' recovery, Eisen stayed on Whole Cake Island, and upon awakening, Mama was pleasantly surprised by the news. Eisen, have you agreed to be my husband? Eisen twitched at her words, forcing a reluctant response. If you slim down and become more appealing, I might consider it. Agreed. It's a deal. From that day forth, Mama and Apos' demeanor transformed dramatically. Faced with her beloved sweets, she initially struggled to resist, then gradually reduced her intake, eventually reaching a point where she could entirely refrain from indulging. During this period, every instance of Mama's insatiable hunger was quelled solely by Eisen. The frequency of her episodes decreased from once every 3 days to once a week, then once a month, and recently it had been 3 months without incident. As time passed, a year had gone by since Eisen and Apos' arrival at the cake shop, marking 2 years since the Summit War. In the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, Monkey D. Luffy returned to Sabaody Archipelago after 2 years of intense training. Reuniting with his companions who had also completed their training, they set sail once more for the New World, pursuing their dream of becoming the Pirate King. Subsequently, Luffy and his crew traversed Fishman Island, the Banquet Zone, and after a grueling battle against Doflamingo and Dressrosa, they entered the waters ruled by Big MOM. On board the Thousand Sunny, Nami appeared troubled, repeatedly admonishing Luffy. Luffy, we've now entered the territory of the Yonko Big MOM. We must exercise utmost caution. Oh, I know. We and Apos, here to negotiate with Mama regarding the sweets for Fishman Island and Sanji and Apos' wedding. At this moment, Luffy and Apos' crew remained oblivious to Mama and Apos' diminished need for sweets. The ongoing collection from Fishman Island was merely an oversight by the crew responsible. They were preoccupied with preparations for a tea party. For Mama had sent invitations to partners across the New World, inviting them to attend. Speculation abounded regarding the reason, with the most credible rumor being that the third son of the Vinsmoke family was to wed Mama and Apos' daughter. Consequently, Sanji had stealthily departed from the Straw Hat crew, prompting Luffy, as the captain, to ensure his chef was not coerced. Thus, he led his crew to Whole Cake Island. Nami, peering through her telescope, spotted the silhouette of the Cake Island, observing numerous ships docked at the harbor. Cautioning once more, she said, Luffy, we and Apos, nearing Cake Island. We must proceed carefully and avoid impulsive actions. Got it. Stop being so annoying. Luffy found Nami's constant warnings tiresome. He would never recklessly confront a Yonko. Nami, exasperated, understood Luffy's nature well. If he disregarded her advice, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? After reminding Luffy, her attention shifted to the green-haired swordsman. Zoro, stay close to us and don't get lost. Quit being so naggy. I want to get lost. Zoro replied, diligently polishing his swords, a necessary ritual before battle. Ah. May everything go smoothly. On Whole Cake Island, Mama and Apos' children busily arranged the venue for the tea party, scheduled for the following morning, where Mama would unveil a grand surprise. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Big MOM and Apos' castle, Katakuri and several of Mama and Apos' children awaited something. Dressed in research attire, Eisen emerged slowly from the manor, addressing the gathered crowd. Katakuri, what brings you to me? Eisen, can you tell me how Mama is doing? We haven't seen her for 3 months. Indeed, 3 months prior, Mama had issued an edict forbidding anyone but Eisen from entering the castle, threatening life for any who defied her command. Mama's children were rife with questions, yet they dared not oppose her will. Furthermore, the presence of Eisen, a being rivaling the Yonko, was beyond their capacity to challenge. Even Katakuri, one of the Sweet Commanders, acknowledged he could not contend with Eisen, let alone the others. Now I understand. You may enter to see her, but brace yourselves for a shock. A shock? Katakuri echoed Eisen's words, recalling the fragment of the future he had glimpsed a year prior. Could it be that Mama had truly succeeded? At present, the children followed their elder brother, Katakuri, into the castle, while Eisen slightly adjusted his attire and swiftly departed from the castle grounds. He was headed to the port to meet someone. It had been nearly 2 years since their last encounter. Why has your fortune resurfaced once more? Chapter 29. Luffy and Appos. Overconfidence. Upon reaching the harbor of Cake Island, Luffy and his crew dutifully complied with the regulations of the Big Mom pirates, registering their arrival. The tea party would commence the following day, allowing them to either stay at a local hotel or indulge in the island and Appos' exquisite natural delicacies. Once the pirate responsible for the registration had finished his instructions, he proceeded to the next vessel. Surprisingly, it was far easier than anticipated. They had expected to engage in combat upon disembarking. Nami, relieved, patted her ample chest, having been genuinely worried moments before. Just then, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before Luffy, startling him. Mistaking the individual for an enemy, Luffy instinctively extended his arm, utilizing the recoil of his rubbery elasticity to launch an attack. Gum Gum Pistol, he shouted. However, his fist was effortlessly caught by the newcomer, Aizen. Oh, Luffy, is this how you greet me upon our reunion? Aizen remarked, his presence exuding an aura of familiarity. At that moment, he sensed the flow of Luffy's fortune coursing into him, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. Indeed, the Hokage had revealed the destined one to him, and upon further perception, it was none other than Luffy. This intrigued him. Although he had drained Luffy's fortune 2 years prior, it had evidently resurfaced. Ah, it's the glasses-wearing man. No, wait, Rayleigh instructed me to refer to you as Uncle Aizen, Luffy exclaimed. Aizen raised an eyebrow at the term uncle, finding it amusing and rare. Nonetheless, he released Luffy's hand, and the Hokage ceased its absorption of fortune. What brings you here? Luffy inquired boldly. I am here to negotiate with Big Mom. Should that fail, I shall engage in battle. His loud declaration drew the attention of the registration crew nearby, who resumed their duties upon realizing they were witnessing an interaction with Aizen during his year at Cake Island. Although Aizen had not officially joined the Big Mom pirates, it was widely accepted among the crew. His immense strength had quelled Big Mom and Appos' rampages on several occasions, and his gentle demeanor earned him the respect of the crew members. Engaging in battle? Perhaps that is best avoided, for you still have much to learn, Aizen advised. Why not? Uncle Aizen, I am quite strong now, Luffy insisted, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. Having returned from 2 years of training, where he defeated the former warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Luffy felt a bit inflated in ego. Aizen merely chuckled lightly. It wasn't that Luffy was weak, but rather that Big Mom had significantly grown in strength with Aizen's guidance, particularly utilizing the Soul fruit, which he had inspired her to develop further. Do as you wish. I have warned you, Aizen replied nonchalantly. Humph. Uncle Aizen, are you afraid? Let us have a spar, Luffy declared, removing his coat and assuming a combat stance on the empty dock. In response to such provocation, Aizen glanced back at Luffy and Appos' crewmates, who appeared filled with anticipation. Nami, Zoro, and the others recognized Aizen, the formidable powerhouse who had emerged 2 years prior. They were eager to witness whether their captain could contend with such a strong opponent. Won't anyone advise him? What if he were to lose? One crew member exclaimed. That won't happen. Luffy will become the Pirate King. He cannot lose. Zoro replied earnestly, his faith in Luffy unwavering. Aizen ceased his chatter, raising his right hand to grasp at the air, summoning the legendary sword, Kokusuajetsu, into his grasp. This singular action left everyone astounded. How had he accomplished this feat? In truth, this ability stemmed from the Hokage and Appos' awakening, allowing him to store any non-living object within. With a current capacity of 10 cubic meters, Aizen pointed the blade towards Luffy before changing direction towards the vast, empty sea. The dark purple hue of his Conqueror's haki coiled tightly around the sword, and he turned back to Luffy. Watch closely, young Luffy. This technique is called Conqueror's Haki Infusion. After gathering his strength, Aizen made a gentle sweep towards the ocean. The dark purple Conqueror's haki erupted forth, cleaving the sea in two, revealing the rocky seabed beneath, like soldiers standing at attention for their leader. Where Aizen and Appos' technique passed, even colossal sea beasts faced annihilation. This technique, learned from the red-haired Shanks, had been mastered by Aizen with mere observation and his own research. At that moment, the previously occupied crew member ran over. Trembling as he stammered, Lord Aizen, have you discovered an enemy? There are no enemies. I merely wish to demonstrate for the younger generation. You should return to your duties, Aizen replied dismissively. Why yes, sir. The crew member hurried back, leaving Aizen to turn to a stunned Luffy. Only when you can effortlessly execute such techniques will you stand a chance of becoming the Pirate King. With that, Aizen vanished in an instant, leaving Luffy and the Straw Hat crew in awe. Indeed, it is easy for a young man blessed with fortune to grow overconfident. Hopefully, Luffy would glean some understanding from this encounter. It was and Appos. Until Aizen had departed that Luffy and Appos' crew regained their composure, especially Zoro. The crashing waves that followed the ocean and Appos' rejoining mercilessly drenched him, akin to reality delivering a harsh reminder. His face flushed with embarrassment. While he had confidently declared Luffy would never lose, witnessing Aizen and Appos' display had shattered that belief. If the Emperors of the Sea were of such caliber, how could they hope to prevail? Suddenly, Luffy burst into laughter. Ha! So, being able to perform such techniques is a prerequisite for becoming king. Instead of disheartening him, Aizen and Appos' display ignited an indomitable spark within Luffy and Appos' eyes. He was determined to master the Conqueror and Appos' Haki infusion. When Aizen had visited last year, Luffy had observed the practice with Rayleigh, but at that time, Rayleigh had advised him not to pursue advanced techniques until he had mastered the basics. Since then, the matter had lingered unresolved as Luffy devoted 2 years to honing his foundational Haki skills. Today, however, as memories resurfaced, he resolved that if Rayleigh would not teach him, he would seek Aizen and Appos' guidance instead. Let us go, everyone. Time to eat. Meanwhile, within the castle of Big Mom, led by her son Katakuri, the family gazed in astonishment at their mother. One of them, rubbing their eyes, asked, "Katakuri, am I seeing things, or am I dreaming?" Katakuri remained silent, pinching his thigh to confirm his reality. The pain proved it was not a dream, yet how was this possible? Their mother had regained the devilishly slender figure of her youth. Chapter 30. The Astonishing Declaration of Big Mom. Undercurrents, surging mother has astonishingly regained her youth, shedding the frail visage marked by wrinkles. Now, her face is radiant with collagen, an utterly incredible transformation. Katakuri, leading the inquiry, asked, "Mother, what transpired over these 3 months? How did you become like this?" Upon hearing this, Big Mom opened her eyes wide, casting a captivating gaze upon her children. "Oh, you've arrived? As you can see, with the assistance of Aizen, I have restored my youthful appearance. Mama, he is truly a remarkable man." From her expression, her children discerned admiration intertwined with an unsettling undercurrent. After 3 months apart, pleasantries were exchanged, particularly from Big Mom's daughters, who were eager to learn the secret behind their mother's rejuvenation. Youth, figure, beauty, these are perennial concerns for women, without exception. Aizen provided me with a fresh perspective, which enabled me to re-examine and develop the abilities of the soul fruit, leading to my current form, Big Mom succinctly explained. However, no matter how her children pressed for further details, she remained resolute in her silence. Adhering to her agreement with Aizen, frustrated by their mother's reticence, her children fell silent as Katakuri began to report on the events of the past 3 months, particularly the matters entrusted to them by their mother. "Mother, the preparations for the tea party are nearly complete, and we have invited all pirates with a bounty exceeding 1 billion from across the seas." Big Mom listened intently, nodding occasionally. "Indeed, you have done well during my absence. Now, there are 2 crucial tasks that require your immediate attention. Tomorrow's tea party will also be attended by Aizen, so ensure he is provided with an appropriate suit. And my gown must be tailored anew. Yes, I will announce something significant tomorrow, so please arrange for the media to be present." With their mother's South directives firmly in place, her children sprang into action, while Katakuri set off to locate Aizen. However, just as Katakuri reached the castle entrance, he was called back by his sister. "Brother, please wait." Charlotte Castad, Big Mom's 6th daughter, exclaimed. Katakuri paused, turning to her with a questioning glance. "What is it? Don't you find Mother's state concerning?" I don't quite understand what you mean. Is there something wrong with Mother?" Katakuri, somewhat oblivious, perceived only a heightened sense of excitement in her. Castad sighed, realizing her brother lacked her insight. She proceeded to share her observations and suspicions. Upon hearing her, Katakuri's expression shifted, and he replied sternly, "Are you certain? Could it be that you misinterpreted something? Such matters are not to be trifled with." "I am quite certain. I just saw in Mother's secret room. The walls were covered. There's no way I could have misseen it. Let me there." Katakuri, skeptical of his sister and Appos' conjecture, followed her to the secret chamber. Upon witnessing the multitude of photographs, his disbelief began to wane. "Brother, do you believe me now? Let me take another look." Katakuri's eyes turned crimson as he activated his advanced observation haki to glimpse a fragment of the future. The vision he beheld left him astounded. He saw Aizen and Mother engaged in battle at the tea party the following day. Seeing her brother's astonished expression, Castad immediately inquired, "Brother, what is the matter? What did you see?" Katakuri offered no response. Amid Castad's puzzled gaze, he hastily exited the room to find Aizen. The next day, the tea party of the Yonko Big Mom commenced promptly at 10 a.m. The enormous venue was filled with prominent figures, with nearly all the pirates allied with Big Mom in attendance. Even Kaido, one of the four emperors, despite being inebriated, sent his formidable subordinate, Jin, as a representative. In contrast, Shanks, another Yonko, did not send anyone, as he has always eschewed such gatherings, a fact well known among the pirates. Luffy and his crew were seated at the guest table, while Sanji donned a formal suit alongside the Vinsmoke family. Oblivious to the decorum of the occasion, Luffy spotted Sanji, whom he hadn't seen in days, and swaggered over. "Sanji, I can't eat without you. Come back with me." "Luffy, I am preparing to leave the Straw Hat crew, and I am about to marry one of Big Mama's daughters. Please do not pursue this any further." Sanji, his expression pained, averted his gaze, choosing to close his eyes. I refused to believe it. At that moment, lively music filled the air, capturing the attention of all guests, accompanied by the host's enthusiastic voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome the sovereign of the seas, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin." Amidst a dazzling atmosphere, Big Mom emerged from the smoke. Mama, I welcome you all to my tea party." Suddenly, gasps erupted among the guests. "My heavens, who is this stunning beauty? Is this Big Mom? Goodness, I think I'm in love." What could have caused such a transformation in Big Mom? She had regained her youth. The guests were in awe, struggling to reconcile the image of the glamorous woman clad in a pink gown with their previous notions of Big Mom. Mama, I know you are astonished, but allow me to introduce another guest." Big Mom paused briefly before stepping aside to reveal Aizen. "Please welcome my partner for today, Aizen Sosuke." As her words resonated, the venue fell into an eerie silence. Did Big Mom just mention whose name? Aizen Sosuke? The notorious criminal with a bounty of 4 billion who was wanted by the world government 2 years ago. The one who had eluded capture for 2 years? The one rumored to have single-handedly subdued Blackbeard's crew? Various rumors about Aizen flooded the guests and Appo's minds, and upon witnessing him in a light blue suit, some guests fainted from fear, while others gazed at him with fervor, discreetly reaching for their transponder snail. Aizen exuded the aura of an aristocrat, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the other pirates present. Among the attendees were many female pirates, who, upon seeing Aizen, erupted into ecstatic screams. "So handsome. His presence is simply extraordinary. If only he were a bit taller indeed." The stark height difference between the towering Big Mom and the relatively shorter Aizen was somewhat disconcerting. Many pondered, so the legendary Aizen is merely this height? Perhaps the rumors aren't entirely accurate. Aizen's heightened perception allowed him to discern the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. In response to their peculiar musings, he merely smiled faintly. Regarding height and such matters, one can only remark on the fascinating diversity of human races in this world, how one wishes to dissect and study them thoroughly. As Big Mom and Aizen took their seats at the main table, the host commenced with the customary proceedings. After a few trivialities, the main event of the day began. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, Big Mom has several significant announcements to make. Let us invite Big Mom back to the stage to address us." Big Mom returned to the podium, microphone in hand, prepared to speak, while Katakuri, seated at the main table, furrowed his brow. He had approached Aizen yesterday to share his foreseen future, but Aizen dismissed it with a mere phrase, assuring him, "Do not worry, that future shall not come to pass." Yet, the unfolding scenes before him mirrored exactly what Katakuri had envisioned, leaving him anything but reassured. Katakuri raised his gaze to Aizen, who happened to be looking back at him. Aizen mouthed words silently, and though Katakuri perceived them, his confusion deepened, for he discerned Aizen and Appo's lips forming the words, "I am leaving." Leaving? Where could Aizen possibly be going? This question consumed Katakuri's thoughts just as Big Mom began to speak. "From today onward, my territory shall no longer be required to provide tribute in the form of desserts." This declaration incited a stir among the attendees, with the overseers of those territories collapsing to their knees in terror. Could it be that Big Mom intended to abandon them? Such a fate was unthinkable. Without the protection and deterrent influence of the Yonko, their small nations would quickly fall prey to other pirates. Silence. Big Mom's displeasure was palpable as the weaklings chattered incessantly, unable to let her finish her statement. As you can see, I have regained my youthful form and appearance, and with Aizen and Amp, Appos, as assistants, my craving for sweets has been cured. So there will be no need for excessive tributes any longer. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward Aizen, astonished to learn that he possessed the ability to heal. Before they could fully process this revelation, Big Mom continued, "The second matter I wish to announce is that I, the Yonko Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, shall marry Aizen Sosuke, and everything I possess shall be shared with him." Boom. As soon as Big Mom uttered these words, the venue erupted into chaos. Particularly, her children reacted with extreme shock, unable to fathom their mother's astonishing declaration. Among the most bewildered were the Vinsmoke family, exchanging glances, perplexed as to why the announcement was not about Sanji and Pudding and Amp, Appos, union. The guests were equally astounded. Had they misheard? Big Mom marrying Aizen Sosuke? Such a union would signify the merging of two Yonko, and if true, who in this vast sea could possibly challenge Big Mom? It was known that Aizen had once single-handedly subdued the Blackbeard pirates, and now Blackbeard had ascended to become a new Yonko. Aizen and Amp, Appos, ability to quell the Blackbeard pirates alone was, without exaggeration, what many regarded as his true claim to being a new Yonko. Had it not been for Aizen and Amp, Appos, prolonged absence over the past 2 years, leading many to believe he was deceased, Blackbeard would never have risen to this position. While all present were reeling from Big Mom and Amp, Appos' proclamation, Aizen calmly sipped tea from the table and declared, "I refuse." The once boisterous tea party fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed on the composed Aizen at the main table. What had he just said? He had rejected Big Mom. Did he not fear her wrath? Indeed, as everyone suspected, a tempest of crimson erupted in the tea party. It was Big Mom and Amp, Appos' conqueror and Amp, Appos' hockey. "Aizen, you dare to refuse me?" she thundered. "Miss Lin, do take a moment to recall when I ever consented to marry you," Aizen retorted, unfazed by her furious hockey, which merely formed a purple-black barrier around him, leaving him untouched by her overwhelming presence. This display of control over his hockey drew the attention of the formidable pirates present, with Luffy staring intently, admiring Aizen's finesse in managing his conqueror's hockey, a skill he himself had yet to master. Aizen then snapped his fingers, causing the oppressive hockey enveloping the room to dissipate instantly. Gasps echoed as all turned to Aizen, only to witness Big Mom in a dazed state, her eyes sparkling with hearts, lost in some enchanting vision. How had he accomplished that? This question reverberated in the minds of the assembled pirates. "Lord Aizen, what have you done to Mother?" Katakuri inquired, noticing the bewildering spectacle. "Oh, nothing much, just guided Miss Lin into a dream state." A dream state? Wasn't that akin to hypnosis? Katakuri was perplexed. In the previous year, Aizen had predominantly employed a peculiar hypnotic ability to manage Big Mom during her episodes. However, now he was utilizing the powers of the Dream fruit, which allowed the afflicted to enter a state of daydreaming, wherein they would encounter their most fervent desires. As for how Aizen had acquired such a devil fruit ability, it was attributed to a year of research and the collection of numerous samples through Big Mom and Appos' formidable influence. "Well then, Miss Lin shall awaken in an hour. I shall take my leave," Aizen announced, rising from his seat. Yet, someone was determined to prevent Aizen from departing so easily. "Mr. Aizen, please wait." A bird-like creature approached, blocking his path. A talking bird? No. It must have consumed a devil fruit to acquire such form. How intriguing. In a flash, Aizen deduced the creature's identity, causing it to break into a sweat. The bird was none other than Morgans, the founder of the World Economic News Agency. He had been invited to cover the momentous news and sensed that Aizen's presence would be a headline. Over the past 2 years, even with his unparalleled intelligence network, he had been unable to trace Aizen's whereabouts, which made this encounter all the more significant. "Mr. Aizen, may I conduct an exclusive interview with you?" "Of course. I will provide appropriate compensation," Morgans inquired eagerly. "Oh, an exclusive interview? How intriguing. But let us discuss compensation first." Aizen paused, intrigued by the Birdman's proposition. "Excellent. According to my intelligence network, the main naval fleet is heading this way, and at least 3 admirals are en route as well." Morgans flapped his wings and craned his neck to amplify his voice, continuing, "Moreover, this commotion began only after Big Mom introduced you as her partner. So someone must have alerted the Navy about your appearance." The news sent shockwaves through the attendees. The Navy fleet? 3 admirals. Did the Navy truly dare to encroach upon Big Mom and Amp Apos as territory? Were they seeking a confrontation with the Yonko, who reported to the Navy? Step forward and face the consequences. I despise those who act treacherously behind others' backs, bellowed a particularly loud pirate, seething with rage. Katakuri approached Aizen with a grave demeanor, questioning him. Lord Aizen, did you foresee this moment, prompting your desire to depart? In response, Aizen shook his head, clarifying that he had not anticipated such an occurrence. His foresight extended only until Big Mom's declaration. Beyond that, the future remained obscured from his view. However, contrary to his initial intentions, he now felt a reluctance to leave. Having been dormant for 2 years, it was time to re-engage. Aizen resumed his seat, savoring the floral tea that remained untouched. This action bewildered the assembly. Why did Aizen choose to remain? Shun and Amp Apos. TEF fled upon hearing of the Navy and Amp Apos as pursuit. Why did he sit there with such tranquility? Was he not afraid? In a state of dreamy disorientation, Big Mom inadvertently compelled Katakuri to take charge of the proceedings. Meanwhile, Aizen leisurely surveyed the crowd, soon discerning 2 individuals whose expressions betrayed their treachery, likely the ones who had reported him. Unfazed, he redirected his attention to Morgans. Why not conduct an exclusive interview now? Morgans, who was preparing to leave, was taken aback. Was Aizen not fleeing? After all, 3 admirals in the main fleet of the Navy were more than capable of confronting any of the emperors. Mr. Aizen, won't you escape? Escape? Why would I? Aizen responded, his gaze imbued with anticipation, as if he had long awaited the Navy's arrival. Are you not afraid of their pursuit? I look forward to their arrival. I hope it brings forth a delightful surprise. Morgans and Amp Apos' pupils constricted as he realized that Aizen was entirely unlike any of the prominent figures he had previously interviewed. His information on Aizen was 2 years old, and the accounts from that battle regarding Aizen had been purely oral, devoid of any visual documentation. The Navy preferred to remain silent about Aizen. Blackbeard was similarly reticent, and Shanks had merely remarked that Aizen was a rather intriguing individual. Thus, Aizen remained an enigmatic figure. What was his true nature? What were his capabilities? Were the rumors accurate? Morgans was filled with curiosity about this mysterious man. After a brief contemplation, Morgans produced paper and pen, beginning to formulate his interview questions. He reasoned that since Aizen himself exhibited no fear as a professional journalist, he had nothing to fear either. Consequently, a dramatic scene unfolded at Big Mom and Apos' tea gathering. Some guests departed, while others wished to flee but lacked the courage to do so. Aizen, on the other hand, appeared as an aloof spectator, awaiting the climax of this brewing tempest at the tea party. Chapter 31. My disinterest in becoming king moments earlier. Within the Admiral and Apos' office at the Navy headquarters in New Mariehua, Admiral Sengoku received intelligence indicating the appearance of Sosuke Aizen in the territory of Big Mom in the New World. Crack. The teacup in Akainu and Apos' hand shattered as he sprang to his feet, his excitement palpable. Wait, Sakazuki. Sengoku called out, aware of the urgency in Akainu and Apos' demeanor. Wait. I have waited for 2 entire years. Now Aizen has appeared, and you want me to wait? Akainu turned to Sengoku, his magma-formed leg glowing ominously. Calm down. Take Kizaru and Green Bull with you, Sengoku urged. Understood. Akainu promptly contacted the other 2 admirals, while Sengoku ordered the mobilization of the Navy and Apos' main fleet. The location where Aizen was sighted fell under the jurisdiction of Emperor Big Mom, regardless of Aizen's relationship with her. The Navy had to prepare for a confrontation with the 4 emperors. The Navy and Apos' main fleet, comprising 50 ships of various types, began to assemble at once upon receiving orders. After hanging up the transponder snail, Akainu excitedly informed Sengoku, we will reach Whole Cake Island ahead of time to prevent Aizen from escaping. Without waiting for a reply, Akainu swiftly exited the Admiral and Apos' office using the shave and moonwalk techniques. Sengoku sighed, somewhat resigned, but chose not to comment further. During the Marineford War, Akainu had nearly lost his life to Aizen. Although he survived, his right calf remained irreparably damaged. For over a year thereafter, he and Kizaru scoured the seas for any leads on Aizen, but every bit of information turned out to be false. In a fit of rage, Akainu imprisoned those who had provided misleading tips, and thereafter, no one dared to share information about Aizen. Sengoku quietly retrieved a special transponder snail and dialed a number. Meanwhile, Aizen was engaged in an interview with Morgans on Whole Cake Island. each of his responses rendering Morgans increasingly intrigued by Aizen and Amp, Apos' uniqueness compared to other notorious pirates. Aizen-san, this is the final question. Do you aspire to become the Pirate King? Morgans asked earnestly, eager to discern whether someone so extraordinary held interest in the title. After a brief contemplation, Aizen replied with a smile, I am not interested in becoming the Pirate King. However, if becoming the Pirate King is the only means to uncover the truth of the world, then I might begrudgingly accept the title for the sake of that truth. Hearing this, Morgans bowed his head, understanding Aizen and Apos' implication but feeling the statement was rather pretentious. After a moment, Morgans raised his head with a smile, thanking Aizen. Thank you for your cooperation, Aizen-san. My interview concludes here. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Earlier, Morgans had introduced himself as a journalist and information broker. Yes, Aizen-san, feel free to ask me anything. I assure you, I will provide full disclosure. Morgans declared, thumping his chest with his wings. I have discovered 2 pieces of the poneglyph. I wish to know the whereabouts of the remaining 2. At this question, Morgans nearly lost his composure. He had anticipated Aizen would inquire about simpler matters, never expecting a question linked to the legendary treasure, One Piece. Connecting this with Aizen's earlier disinterest in the title of Pirate King, Morgans suddenly felt Aizen was toying with him. Disinterest? This is clearly a matter of great interest. Morgans exclaimed, then, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, lowered his voice. Aizen-san, please tell me where you found the 2 pieces? One is located on the back of a giant elephant, and the other is right here, Aizen stated openly, showing no concern for potential listeners. Gasping. Morgans realized this matched the information he possessed, confirming Aizen and Amp, Apos' findings. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned closer to Aizen and whispered, One Piece is hidden within Wano country, controlled by one of the strongest creatures, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. As for the last piece, there is no specific location, but rumors suggest that one of the current 4 emperors possesses it. Aizen nodded thoughtfully. During his year at sea, he had traveled to the kingdom on the Elephant and Amp, Apos' back to find the first piece and had spent an entire year with Big Mom to uncover the second. Now, with Morgans and Apos' information, he planned to visit Wano once this matter concluded. The strongest creature? Aizen murmured, recalling the term last used to describe Whitebeard 2 years prior. He hoped this latest claim held true and did not lead to further disappointment. The conversation between them wrapped up, and Morgans bowed respectfully before taking his leave. He returned to his airship anchored at Whole Cake Island, not wasting a moment to begin drafting his exclusive feature on Aizen. From his vantage point in the sky, he could safely monitor the unfolding events on the island. Meanwhile, Luffy approached Aizen, stating directly, Aizen uncle, can you teach me how to use Conqueror and Amp, Apos' haki? Are you not going to flee? The Navy may arrive shortly, Aizen remarked, amused by Luffy and Amp, Apos' request for instruction. Uncle, if you, the person involved, Arin and Amp, Apos, escaping, why should I? Luffy replied confidently. Very well, but I must warn you, I will not be responsible for your safety. Don't worry, I am much stronger now than I was back then. Luffy asserted with enthusiasm, leaving Aizen without further words to say. At the same time, at the main port of Whole Cake Island, Kaido and Apos' subordinate, Jin, prepared to return and report all that had transpired to Kaido. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky. A vast expanse of red clouds surged toward Whole Cake Island with astonishing speed. As the fiery clouds neared, Jin observed with caution as they halted mid-air. When the clouds dissipated, Akainu and Apos' figure emerged, having hastened his arrival by simulating a volcanic eruption through his devil fruit abilities. We and Apos' arrived. Sakazuki, you are quite relentless, Jin remarked. Surprised, a golden flash appeared beside Akainu. Kizaru, another admiral, who wore a reluctant expression. Upon learning of Aizen and Apos' whereabouts, he had anticipated trouble. Akainu would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Aizen, a fact Kizaru had observed over the past 2 years. However, Kizaru understood the formidable nature of Aizen, a power that far surpassed that of the admirals. Indeed, Kizaru had once suspected that Aizen could easily have eliminated Whitebeard if he had wished. Now, 2 years later, you wonder just how powerful Aizen had become. Borsalino. Where is Ashuradoji? Wherein and Apos, you supposed to bring him along? Oh, I ran too fast and forgot. Kizaru responded, glancing back down the path, where a small yellow figure, green bull, riding a flower, was visible at the end. Wait a moment, the wild shepherd will arrive shortly. Wait? If we delay any further, Aizen will escape. Without heeding Kizaru's advice, Akainu bellowed towards Cake Island below. Aizen, come out. Chapter 32. Confronting the Admirals. The Navy's main fleet arrives. Aizen, step forward. In that instant, Akainu's voice reverberated throughout the Cake Island. Aizen, who had been engaged in conversation with the young Luffy, looked up, squinting at the two familiar figures in the sky. It and Appos, Akainu and Kizaru, unchanged as always. Uncle Aizen, what are you planning to do? Luffy inquired, inadvertently involving himself in the conversation. You mentioned wanting to learn Conqueror's Haki, didn't you? Yes, Uncle, will you teach me? Luffy's enthusiasm surged at the mention. Yet Aizen's subsequent remark doused his excitement like cold water. Fight them. If you win, I will teach you, Aizen jested, pointing to the two admirals in the sky. Uncle, are you joking with me? Aizen shook his head and added, remember, no idle chatter. Unleash your full power. Luffy stared at Aizen for a moment, determination hardening on his face. All right, Uncle, I and Appos am going. Under Aizen and Appos' curious gaze, Luffy shouted Gum Gum. His body began to exhibit red and black patterns of haki, expanding like a balloon until he transformed into a small giant nearly 4 meters tall. Fourth gear. Subsequently, Luffy utilized the elasticity beneath his feet to bounce through the air, landing before Kizaru and Akainu. Oh, Isn and Appos. This straw hat Luffy, the grandson of Garp. Kizaru observed Luffy with feigned amusement, internally questioning what this brat was up to. Akainu was after Aizen, not him. His mention of Garp and Appos' grandson subtly warned Akainu not to overstep, lest Garp learn of it and retaliate. Indeed, upon seeing Luffy, Akainu contemptuously replied, get lost, you are not my target. As Luffy opened his mouth to respond, he recalled Aizen and Appos' words. He immediately retracted his fist and in an instant unleashed the Gum Gum King Kong gun, directing his attack at both Akainu and Kizaru. Gum Gum King Kong gun. In his fourth gear state, Luffy's fists were enveloped in armament haki, capable of inflicting harm on Logia-type devil fruit users. You dare strike me, you little brat? Do you wish to perish? Akainu and Appos' hands morphed into colossal magma fists to counter Luffy and Appos' assault, while Kizaru swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. Kizaru glanced downward and immediately spotted Aizen, who was raising a glass as if inviting him to share a drink. Still so composed, Kizaru muttered softly, but he remained atop, waiting. Although Luffy had made significant progress in strength, defeating Akainu was still a formidable challenge. Kizaru noticed the approaching yellow dot behind him. Green Bull, one of the admirals, was almost there. With 3 admirals present, they should be able to handle Aizen, right? Kizaru, however, felt uncertain. He wished to summon Akiji as well, but alas, ice and fire were incompatible. The discord between Akiji and Akainu was an open secret within the Navy, their conflict seemingly irreconcilable. Had Sengoku not still been around, Kizaru couldn't and Appos fathom how far their rivalry could escalate. Apologies for being late. Green Bull finally arrived on his flower carriage beside Kizaru, spotting Akainu engaged in battle with Luffy. Shouldn't we assist Admiral Akainu? No, we should focus on safeguarding Aizen. Kizaru pointed to the ground, and Green Bull followed his gaze to see Aizen, impeccably dressed. Oh, Admiral Kizaru, I noticed Aizen bears a striking resemblance to someone. To whom? To that pretty boy Aizen favored by Lady Shirulia 2 years ago. Could they be the same person? Kizaru turned sharply to Green Bull, finally realizing the gravity of the revelation. He knew Aizen and the other Aizen were one and the same, but others were oblivious to this fact. Green Bull, caught under Kizaru's scrutinizing gaze, felt puzzled and was about to ask what was amiss when his transponder snail rang. Bloop, Bloop Palusalino, have you arrived? Sengoku and Appos' anxious voice echoed from the transponder snail. Sengoku, the 3 of us have arrived, but the main fleet has yet to. All right, listen carefully. Once the fleet arrives, you must protect the main ship at all costs. Huh. What is on the main fleet that necessitates such protection? Can it compare to the 3 admirals? Kizaru suppressed his rising questions and affirmed Sengoku's command. Make sure to protect it well. As long as we secure it, the operation to capture Aizen will succeed. Following this, Sengoku ceased further conversation and hung up. Green Bull and Kizaru exchanged glances, both perplexed about what could be so vital to protect. Meanwhile, Akainu realized he could not easily subdue Luffy. He was astonished by Luffy's growth over the past 2 years and decided to cease holding back. Dog bite. Crimson Lotus. His molten arm transformed into the shape of a colossal dog head, attempting to engulf Luffy in one bite. Instantly, Luffy felt the temperature surge. his body scorching as if melting. He quickly adapted, using his elasticity to amplify the power of his punch, targeting a specific point to strike. Gum Gum, King Kong Gun. With this blow, he pierced through the Molten Dog and Amp, Apos, jaw, seizing the opportunity to escape. At that moment, Luffy bore numerous wounds from his battle with Akainu. Straw Hat Luffy. Cease this futile struggle. My target is not you. Akainu urged once more, unwilling to expend too much energy on Luffy. Gasping for breath, Luffy gazed intently at Admiral Akainu, beginning to understand Aizen's intentions. Facing one admiral was already such a strain. It was unfathomable to consider the other two admirals nearby who had yet to engage. Moreover, Luffy felt his haki waning. This had only been a skirmish lasting less than 5 minutes. Just as Luffy contemplated retreating, Akainu paused, then glared at Luffy and Amp, Apos, back with a twisted expression. Aizen. The roar erupted like a hellish howl, expressing years of hatred Akainu harbored for Aizen. Oh. It seems we aren't quite that familiar, are we? Aizen casually extracted a few drops of blood from Luffy before stepping between the two, addressing Luffy. Young Luffy, now you understand, Don and Amp, Apos, to you? You still need to hone your skills. Ignored by Aizen, Akainu and Amp, Apos' eyes reddened with fury as he bellowed, Hell and Amp, Apos' three-headed dog. A massive surge of magma flowed from Akainu, gradually forming a 50-meter-tall three-headed hellhound. The creature, appearing animate, lowered its head and unleashed 3 torrents of magma towards Aizen. Just as the magma threatened to engulf him, Aizen transformed into a golden light, evading alongside Luffy. This scene struck Akainu as eerily familiar. He turned to Kizaru. That is unmistakably Kizaru's fruit ability. How could it manifest in Aizen? Kizaru, eyes wide with disbelief, watched Aizen in elemental form. Could it be that Aizen has become a Logia-type user? Meanwhile, outside the Cake Island, the Navy and Amp, Apos' main fleet had arrived. At the center of the fleet stood 2 towering figures. The green-haired Aokiji, wearing a blindfold, gazed reluctantly towards the distant Cake Island. Ah, it seems we must come after all. Aokiji, have we reached our destination? Inquired Fujitora, a scarred man with closed eyes beside him. Indeed, Fujitora, we have arrived. Prepare for battle. Upon finishing his words, Aokiji raised his gaze toward the sky, momentarily disregarding the members of the Big Mom pirates directly in front of him. The hellish 3-headed dog soaring above was far more captivating, and Aokiji recognized it as the technique of Akainu. Lord Aokiji, I sense an extraordinarily formidable foe in the air. Fujitora declared, despite his inability to see. His inner vision allowed him to perceive the world with greater clarity. Indeed, I too have spotted it. Akainu is engaged in combat. But we should first report this to the higher-ups, Aokiji replied, producing a Den Mushi from his pocket to contact Sengoku. The Navy's arrival had caught the attention of Morgans, who was hiding within the clouds. Morgans halted his pen mid-sentence. Incredulous at the sight before him, the Navy had dispatched the current 5 admirals in response to the threat posed by Aizen. It was well known that following the War of the Best, the Navy, recognizing the looming crisis, had resolved to bolster its elite forces, ultimately expanding the ranks from 3 admirals to 5. And now, on this very day, all 5 admirals had mobilized, solely for the purpose of confronting Aizen. This revelation left Morgans exhilarated, for he felt he was on the brink of witnessing history unfold. Chapter 33. The premiere of Aizen's research achievements. After deftly evading the initial onslaught from Akainu, Aizen instructed, Luffy, keep your companions at a safe distance. Got it, Uncle? Luffy gasped, bouncing away from the fray, his haki nearly depleted. He desperately needed a secure refuge to endure his moment of weakness, lest he succumb to defeat. Meanwhile, Akainu commanded the 3-headed hellhound to continue its assault, his rage tempered by a newfound calm as he positioned himself beside Kizaru. The 3 admirals and the ferocious canine fixed their predatory gazes upon Aizen, while Aokiji and Fujitora approached with swift moonwalks. Soon, the current 5 admirals converged, their eyes, except for Fujitora's, warily scrutinizing Aizen. Aizen, today marks your end. Akainu proclaimed with unwavering conviction, for this time he was not alone but accompanied by 4 formidable allies. Didn't you say the same last time? Yet here I stand, quite alive, Aizen retorted, observing the 4 foes he recognized, along with a newcomer whose eyes remained shut. He gestured towards Fujitora. Shall you not introduce this new friend? No need for introductions. You shall die soon. Akainu snarled, unleashing the hellhound upon Aizen. Concurrently, the other 4 admirals displayed their prowess. Aokiji conjured a colossal ice wall to block Aizen's retreat, while Kizaru created 10 clones, and began to gather the H-Gyoku. Green Bull found himself at a disadvantage, as his forest fruit could only unleash its full power from the ground, in the air. He could only launch massive vines at Aizen. Lastly, Fujitora, utilizing his Kanbunchika Haki, predicted Aizen and Appo's next landing spot and swiftly drew his sword. Gravity Blade. Fierce Tiger. Just as Aizen instantaneously teleported to the predicted spot, he felt an overwhelming increase in gravitational force. This moment was seized by Kizaru, who, along with his 10 clones, unleashed a barrage of dazzling light bullets toward Aizen. Boom. The sky erupted in a cacophony of explosions as countless light projectiles collided. Seizing the moment amidst Kizaru and Appo's attack, Akainu commanded the Hellhound to unleash a torrent of molten lava. 3 massive streams of magma surged forth, instantly melting Aokiji and Appo's ice wall. A thick, dark plume of smoke enveloped the air, which Green Bull dispersed with his vines. The 5 admirals stared intently at the center of the explosion, eager to ascertain Aizen's fate. However, a bizarre scene unfolded that left them all aghast. Aizen, in an elemental state, stood undeterred, shielded by a triad of defensive barriers composed of lava, light, and ice. In his elemental form, Aizen disregarded Fujitora's gravitational manipulation as the 3-layered defenses absorbed the assaults from Akainu and Kizaru. Meanwhile, he mentally calculated his data. 45. No. It's 50. How disappointing. Nearly half of what I expected. The admirals opposite him refrained from further attacks, their expressions laden with confusion. Aizen, have you become a devil fruit user? A Logia-type? Kizaru was the first to inquire, particularly struck by the resemblance of Aizen's elemental state to his own light fruit. Extracted from his calculations by Kizaru's question, Aizen regarded the puzzled admirals and decided it prudent to enlighten them, as part of his research derived from their own capabilities. I have not become a devil fruit user. Kizaru, ready to refute, paused, questioning how one could attain an elemental form without being a Logia user. Aizen, sensing Kizaru's disbelief, transformed from light to ice, prompting Aokiji to contemplate if it was another ice-based power. Ah, are you a dual fruit user? Aokiji mused. Yet, in the next instant, Aizen shifted from ice to magma, conjuring a miniature hellhound. This display prompted the other 3 admirals, excluding Fujitora, to cast incredulous glances at Akainu before returning their gaze to Aizen. The 2 transformations mirrored one another. Akainu, seething with indignation at his comrades and Appo's reactions, shouted at Aizen. What have you done? How can you possibly possess magma abilities? As he spoke, Aizen transformed into a fiery elemental form, reminiscent of Ace and Appo's powers. Since you've asked so earnestly, allow me to enlighten you. Aizen smirked slightly, showcasing an array of devil fruit abilities, nature, paramecia, and Zoan types, all before the 5 admirals. Kizaru silently noted the astounding variety, realizing there were already dozens displayed. The spectacle bewildered Kizaru, for he recognized some of the powers as those possessed by his naval colleagues. Why could Aizen wield them? Had he fallen under an illusion? As these thoughts crossed Kizaru's mind, he and Akainu exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously exclaiming, illusion. The mention of illusion made the other 2 admirals reconsider the nature of the display. However, Aizen's next words dismissed their doubts. This is no illusion. These are genuine devil fruit abilities, albeit at only 50 of their original strength. Indeed, Aizen revealed that what he exhibited stemmed from nearly 2 years of research. A capability he had dubbed the Devil and Appo's orb. It was created using the blood of numerous devil fruit users as research material, culminating in something akin to the H-Gyoku. Fear gripped the admirals as they absorbed Aizen and Appo's revelations, particularly Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. As the initial trio of admirals, they were aware of a man within the Navy known as the World and Appo's greatest intellect. His true identity was that of the renowned scientist, inventor, and head of the Navy and Appo's Special Science Unit, the brain fruit user, Dr. Vegapunk. He had dedicated himself to researching devil fruits and had indeed produced results. However, in comparison to Aizen, particularly in terms of the variety of abilities, he was at a disadvantage, as the scientist had only developed single-ability artificial devil fruits. Moreover, these artificial fruits bore side effects, impossibility to swim in the sea and vulnerability to sea prism stone. Akainu and Appo's fury intensified. Not only was Aizen a formidable adversary, but also a top-tier scientist. This solidified Akainu and Appo's resolve to eliminate Aizen, fearing the repercussions for the Navy if he were allowed to live. Enough talk. Let us commence the second round, Aizen declared, preparing to enter the next phase of testing. He aimed to enhance the Devil and Amp, Appos, S orb with the H-Gyoku. Eager to gauge its potency post-enhancement, Fujitora, who had remained silent, ventured cautiously, "Shall I not hold back then?" In an instant, he adopted a stance. Purple halos emanating from his being, ascending into the sky. A massive meteor was drawn to him, plummeting toward Aizen's head. Gravity light. Meteoric fall. Chapter 34. The overlapping of dual jewels, the generals and Appos. Ultimate techniques in the venue of the Cake Island Tea Party. Luffy, having shrunk, returned to his companions. He lay upon the table, gasping heavily, while his gaze was drawn to the enormous meteor plummeting from the sky. Uncle Blue Dye should be able to manage, right? Luffy, we must evacuate at once, Nami urged, having spotted the Navy encircling the island through her telescope. There's still a chance to escape. I won't leave. I still want to learn Conqueror and Appos. Haki from Uncle Blue Dye. Upon hearing this, Nami, exasperated, delivered a playful punch to Luffy and tossed him toward Zoro. Follow me, everyone. Zoro, remember to stay close and don't get lost. How annoying. I won't get lost. Thus, Luffy was led away by his companions, leaving only Big Mom and her crew at the scene. Katakuri surveyed his surroundings. All the invited notorious pirates had already departed. His siblings were poised for battle. Though the Navy and Appos' primary target was Blue Dye. In Katakuri and Appos' eyes, this was nothing short of a provocation against the Big Mom pirates. The final issue remained. Mother was still in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. She represented the most formidable strength of the entire crew, hence, Katakuri chose to remain by her side, awaiting her revival. Meanwhile, he also took note of the colossal meteor in the sky. If it were to strike, Cake Island would likely be obliterated. However, Katakuri felt no concern, for Blue Dye was present. He was the man capable of effortlessly subduing the entire Big Mom pirates. Have you lost your mind, Fujitora? Green Bull and Appos' complexion changed dramatically beside him. How many lives would be lost if such a massive meteor were to crash down? Cake Island would surely vanish. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Fujitora replied earnestly. For him, it was all part of the Navy and Appos' responsibilities. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had all retreated, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire. Blue Dye gazed up at the approaching meteor with a smile. This Admiral and Appos' abilities are truly delightful. With a mere glance, Blue Dye discerned that the meteor had been summoned from outer space, deducing it was merely a matter of gravitational and weight-related powers. Turning back to Fujitora, upon noticing the pure white of his eyes, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, and he murmured softly, "Blind, are you?" Fujitora and Appos' eyes reminded him of a deceased subordinate, yet this was not the moment for reminiscing. Crushing Jewel, enhance the Demon Jewel. Understood, Master Crushing Jewel replied. Having awakened 6 months prior after its evolution, it had become more agile, its power significantly heightened. Post-evolution. Crushing Jewel not only granted Blue Dye rare spatial abilities but also provided a stronger energy supply. Blue Dye had previously tested using his complete hypnosis domain centered around himself, successfully enveloping the entirety of Cake Island for a full hour without issue. Among its 2 special abilities was the capacity for enhancement. Crushing Jewel could temporarily amplify one of Blue Dye's powers, roughly doubling its potency. Inside Blue Dye's body, a silver spherical jewel began to draw nearer to a smaller black jewel. The black jewel, having only recently come into existence, was still disoriented and instinctively trembled in fear. Crushing Jewel pressed against the black Demon Jewel, forming a singular entity. In no time, the Demon Jewel matched the size of Crushing Jewel. At this moment, Blue Dye and Appos' right hand began to coalesce a white halo, still a short distance from the meteor. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch upward. Shockwave. The sky above shattered into a spiderweb pattern, and in the blink of an eye, it resembled a broken mirror. The powerful shockwave struck the meteor, which shattered into countless fragments after mere seconds. This spectacle left the admirals wide-eyed. That is Whitebeard and Appos' technique. But didn't Appos' Blackbeard seize Whitebeard and Appos' fruit? How could Blue Dye possibly use it? That monster, Blue Dye. Only Green Bull remained silent, contemplating escape routes. Blue Dye was simply beyond their capacity to confront. His abilities were exceedingly uncanny. Fujitora, however, maintained his composure, sensing the meteor he had summoned had been obliterated. Impressive. He managed to neutralize the meteor. Yet, this was not the end. Blue Dye and Appos' left hand transformed into darkness, enveloping the shattered meteor fragments and absorbing them into the infinite void. The meteor threat had been averted. The darkness fruit, Blackbeard and Apos' ability, Kizaru exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Today is truly an eye-opener. This is dire. We should retreat, Green Bull whispered, yet was met with Akainu's fiery glare. Green Bull promptly sealed his lips, bracing himself to gather energy for the impending battle. On the other hand, after resolving the meteor crisis, Blue Dye refrained from launching further attacks. Instead, he communicated with Crushing Jewel, calculating data in real time. With Crushing Jewel and Apos' assistance, the Demon Jewel and Apos' power had surged from 50 to a full 100. This signified that Blue Dye and Apos' ability with the Demon Fruit now bore no distinction from its original form. It could only be said that he had just met expectations. In Blue Dye's vision, it should have surpassed the original. After all, it was the state formed by the combination of Crushing Jewel and the Demon Jewel. Yet, upon reflection, the Demon Jewel was still small, leaving ample room for future growth. Having come to this realization, Blue Dye returned from his calculations, only to find the 5 admirals had each unleashed their ultimate techniques. Akiji summoned a colossal ice crystal phoenix. Towering at 100 meters, while standing atop its head, he gazed down at Blue Dye. Akainu dispelled the 3-headed hellhound, conjuring a near 200-meter infernal dragon from magma. The dragon's eyes were larger than Blue Dye, and Akainu controlled it with a fierce glare, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Kizaru coalesced light energy to form a 100-meter-tall giant of light, each hand wielding a sword of Amaterasu, both blades aimed at Blue Dye. Green Bull fashioned a multitude of plants, transforming into a towering treant, blocking Blue Dye and Apos' rear. Fujitora concentrated gravity, manifesting a 100-meter tiger, the surrounding space collapsing under its weight. The 5 admirals had each displayed their ultimate moves, encircling Blue Dye. Blue Dye, today you shall undoubtedly perish, Akainu declared from atop the dragon's head. Convinced that with the collective might of the 5 admirals wielding their awakened abilities, Blue Dye could not possibly survive. Akainu had long awaited this day. The leg he lost, and the dignity he forfeited would be reclaimed today. Yet, in the face of it all, Akainu could still perceive no trace of panic in Blue Dye's gaze. Instead, he saw a glimmer of delight. Yes, Blue Dye was exhilarated by the Admiral's techniques, realizing that the Demon Jewel still harbored untapped potential. However, just as the battle was on the verge of igniting, a sudden laughter resonated from below. Mama Chapter 35, The Awakening of Big Mom. Storming Cake Island suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder without any forewarning. The fierce Crimson Conqueror's Haki unleashed bolts of lightning that struck towards the 5 admirals. Accompanied by an unmistakable roar of fury, a voice thundered. You 5 insolent fools dare to intrude upon my territory and seek your demise. The admirals braced themselves against the overwhelming Haki lightning, while Big Mom, riding on the thundercloud and wielding the Emperor's sword, approached Aizen, having successfully shed her excess weight and regained her youth. Big Mom made her first appearance before the Navy admirals, leaving Akainu and Kizaru utterly astonished. In their youth, they had dealt with Big Mom on numerous occasions and were well aware of her youthful visage. But how could such a phenomenon occur? This was supposed to be the elderly Empress of the Sea, yet she now stood rejuvenated. Are you Charlotte Linlin, or her daughter? Kizaru inquired in disbelief. Astonished to the core, he would rather believe that this was one of Big Mom's daughters than accept that this was the legendary Big Mom herself. After all, you've connoted more than mere beauty. Ah, is that you, Yellow Monkey? Who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc here? Big Mom directed her gaze towards Kizaru, who stood upon the shoulders of the light giant, contemplating how novel this maneuver was. It was something she had never witnessed before. Yellow Monkey? Green Bull echoed, unable to restrain himself from repeating the moniker Big Mom had assigned to Kizaru. However, the implications of this name held vastly different meanings for Akainu and Kizaru. The two exchanged glances, initially filled with uncertainty, which gradually morphed into cautious acknowledgement. This individual could very well be the Empress of the Sea, Charlotte Linlin. For only she had ever referred to Kizaru as Yellow Monkey. As for Akainu, he simply remarked, "Oh, the Red Dog is also present. Do you truly believe that just because you have grown stronger, you can provoke me?" Upon hearing Big Mom refer to Akainu, Kizaru was entirely convinced that this was indeed Big Mom herself. Meanwhile, Akainu remained silent, while Green Bull seemed to relish the revelation, mentally noting the nicknames of his 2 esteemed predecessors. Ah, We have no intention of engaging in battle with you, Big Mom. Akiji interjected, noticing the lack of response from the others. Oh, the ice brat. You Navy scoundrels have already stepped into my domain. And you dare say it's not an act of war? Big Mom retorted bluntly, leaving Akiji no chance to explain. At that moment, Aizen interjected, his tone tinged with mild irritation. Miss Lin Lin, I am currently engaged in a friendly dialogue with them. This matter has nothing to do with the Big Mom pirates. Aizen had not anticipated that Big Mom would exhibit resistance to the dream state, awakening ahead of schedule. Big Mom and Amp, Appo's awakening and arrival disrupted Aizen and Amp, Appo's original plans. He still had several abilities he wished to test. Rewind to an earlier moment during the tea party, where a guest spotted Aizen and promptly relayed the information to a particular group via Den Den Mushi. On an island in the New World, a man with short black hair and freckles answered his Den Den Mushi. After a brief conversation, he hung up and stood to address his companions. Who would have thought our benefactor would appear on Big Mom's Cake Island? It is time for us to repay our debt. Cake Island isn't too far from here. Is it? Another inquired. Indeed, after 2 years, he has finally resurfaced. I have longed to express my gratitude in person. The man beamed with joy as he made his way back to the ship with his comrades. In short order, their vessel departed the island, heading towards Cake Island. Similar scenes unfolded across various islands in the New World, all with the same destination, Cake Island. Their ships bore a unified standard, a pirate flag adorned with the crossbones and crescent moon beard. Aizen despised having his plans disrupted. Originally, he believed he could handle the 5 admirals alone. To him, this was merely a friendly exchange. He had no intention of employing his full hypnotic capabilities, as that would render the encounter rather mundane. Now, with the 5 admirals finally revealing their ultimate techniques, he intended to gauge his current prowess, but Big Mom's unexpected interference altered everything. They have intruded upon my domain. This is an affront to my dignity, Big Mom declared, lowering the thundercloud to meet Aizen's gaze. Since they show such disrespect, allow me to teach them a lesson. Aizen and Big Mom engaged in a discussion, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the 5 admirals. At that moment, Akaina bellowed, "Let's strike together." Being referred to as the Red Dog once more ignited his rage, bringing forth memories he preferred to forget. Moreover, they were 5 strong, and even with Big Mom's involvement, the odds still favored them. Akiji took to the skies atop his ice phoenix, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters before directing the creature to plummet towards Aizen's location. Beneath him, Akainu's hellish dragon raised its head, inhaling deeply as white-hot magma began to coalesce within its maw, a manifestation of energy exceeding 1150 C. Fujitora commanded the giant tiger, which began to gather and compress a purple gravitational energy within its mouth. Kizaru, perched atop the shoulders of the light giant, wore an expression of mild exasperation. He felt that even with 5 of them united, they might not necessarily stand a chance against Aizen alone, let alone with an emperor in the mix. The light giant, wielding 2 massive Amatsukami swords, raised them in front of him, the blades shimmering with an abundance of light, causing Kizaru's complexion to pale. Such ultimate techniques demanded a significant toll. A minor consequence could leave one bedridden for days, while a severe one might even shorten one and Amp, Appo's lifespan. Yet, in this moment, Kizaru could afford no such reservations. He was still an admiral of the Navy. Green Bull controlled the colossal tramp behind Aizen and Big Mom, the tree absorbing sunlight with fervor. Fortunately, the day was bright and sunny, allowing Green Bull and Amp, Appo's ultimate technique to be executed smoothly, as an abundance of white sunlight energy coalesced in the Trant and Amp, Appo's chest. Ice Phoenix Falling Strike, Roaring Hell Dragon, White Tiger Gravity Cannon, Ultra Flash Cross Slash, Sunbeam Ray. The 5 admirals unleashed their respective ultimate moves. Their singular goal, to eliminate Aizen. 5 devastating attacks, each capable of annihilating Cake Island, surged towards Aizen and Big Mom. As the scene unfolded, Big Mom ceased her dialogue with Aizen, her expression grave as she observed the approaching onslaught. She began to gather her Conqueror and Amp, Appo's haki, wrapping it around the Emperor's sword in preparation for a direct confrontation. Just then, Aizen interjected, "Miss Lin Lin, leave everything to me." Big Mom immediately halted her haki gathering and stepped aside, placing her unwavering trust in Aizen. She was eager to see how he would confront the full-force assault from the 5 admirals. Aizen slowly raised both hands, each coalescing a silver-purple-black katana. Big Mom's pupils constricted. She sensed an overwhelming surge of Conqueror and Appo's haki emanating from the blades. Were those swords forged from Conqueror and Appo's S. Haki? Had Aizen reached a level of mastery where he could materialize his will? Aizen calmly raised his dual swords, casting a glance toward Big Mom's position before stating, Haki Flash. A wave of energy, composed of Conqueror's haki and spiritual pressure, erupted from the tips of his blades, colliding with the Admiral's ultimate techniques in a cataclysmic confrontation. But that was not all. Aizen began to spin, simultaneously unleashing a sustained haki flash. He spun like a top, allowing Aizen to simultaneously counter the lethal strikes of 5 formidable generals. Boom, boom, boom. A cataclysmic clash of immense energy erupted in the sky, obliterating the once clear heavens. Aizen and Appo's formidable H-Gyoku clashed with the generals and Appo's ultimate techniques, creating an eerie stalemate that distorted the very fabric of space, giving rise to a miniature black hole. The castle on Cake Island was devastated by the shockwaves as the island itself began to sink, causing seawater to inundate its shores. Big Mom swiftly commanded the storm clouds to retreat from the battlefield, realizing that the situation had far exceeded her expectations. How could the Marine Admirals unleash such devastating powers? If such a collision were to occur on Cake Island, it could annihilate the entire island in an instant. A hint of worry crossed Big Mom's face as she wondered, would Aizen be all right? Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Big Mom and Appo's children, led by Katakuri, were desperately trying to rescue their comrades. The island and Appo's subsidence and the resulting tidal influx caught them off guard, rendering their devil fruit abilities useless against the encroaching waters. Their only option was to assist their powerless allies, accepting that material possessions could be reclaimed later. After all, they were pirates. There would be opportunities to seize treasure anew. At the Cake Island port, Kaido and Appo's subordinate, Jin, had already departed before the battle commenced. However, having distanced himself from the island, he noticed the bizarre atmospheric changes occurring in the direction of Cake Island. This unprecedented phenomenon left Jin astounded. He speculated that Big Mom had personally taken action against the Marines. Initially intending to report this directly to Kaido, Jin decided to remain in the area, hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos. He retrieved a Den Den Mushi and began to contact the Beast Pirates captain, Emperor Kaido. Nami and Luffy's crew had just returned to the Thousand Sunny, fortunate enough to evade the tidal surge. Yet, as they gazed skyward, disbelief washed over their faces. Nami was so frightened that she began to weep. A vortex of purplish-black clouds enveloped the sky, with a central whirlpool devouring everything in its vicinity. Upon closer inspection, shades of blue, white, and gold flickered within the vortex, though these lights were dimming rapidly. Simultaneously, the space in this region began to fracture, resembling a shattered mirror, threatening imminent collapse with catastrophic consequences. In that moment, Nami instinctively voiced her fears, genuinely terrified. Luffy, if defeating Aizen is the only way to become the Pirate King, then I think we should just give up. Idon and Appo's want this. Besides, Uncle Aizen ISN and Appo's even a pirate. At the Marine headquarters in Mariowa, Admiral Sengoku paced within his office, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a frantic buzzing emanated from his desk. In an instant, he seized the Den Den Mushi. This is Sengoku. Quickly, explain the current situation. The Marine colonel on the other end hurriedly relayed the events, and Sengoku and Appo's expression shifted through various emotions. After a moment of silence, he commanded, Colonel, provide me with the precise coordinates of the vessel you are in charge of, and ensure everyone aboard evacuates the deck immediately. Although the colonel did not fully comprehend Sengoku and Appo's command, he complied. The Marines gathered on deck sprang into action upon receiving the order. Simultaneously, Sengoku obtained the vessel and Appo's coordinates, hung up the Den Den Mushi, and solemnly retrieved a black gold Den Den Mushi from his pocket. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the dial. Above Cake Island, the 5 generals continued to unleash their ultimate techniques in a fierce contest against Aizen. One of them had already lost a significant portion of his hair, a testament to the toll of burning one and Appo's life force. Akainu gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse with exertion. Damn it, is Aizen and Appo's energy truly inexhaustible? How can one man possibly contend with all 5 of us? The others shared his sentiments. Aokiji had intended to leverage the momentum of his Ice Phoenix and Appo's descent to strike Aizen, but the vortex and Appo's spiraling suction nullified his attack. Now, he struggled against the overwhelming pull, unwilling to let his painstakingly conjured phoenix be consumed. Green Bull and Appo's forest giant, too, had shrunk to a third of its original size due to relentless energy depletion. He felt as though he had been drained of moisture, resembling a desiccated corpse as he fought to maintain his stance. Regret flooded his mind. He lamented ever joining this battle. Kizaru bore a pained expression, having understood from the outset that confronting Aizen directly was an exercise in futility. His light giant was becoming increasingly translucent, its energy waning, and new wrinkles etched themselves into his face. This endeavor had turned out to be a most unprofitable venture. At that moment, Fujitora launched himself toward the center of the vortex, controlling his gravity-based white tiger in a desperate bid for an assault. Yet, before he could reach Aizen, the vortex's pull ensnared the white tiger entirely, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the maelstrom. I did my best, Fujitora uttered, plummeting towards the ground, his fate uncertain as he crashed into a cake mountain. The remaining 4 admirals reacted to this scene with a myriad of expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. At the vortex's center, however, the atmosphere was starkly different, devoid of any suction. Aizen stood at the eye of the storm, his dual blades spinning around him, continuously emitting H-Gyoku. He had ceased both spinning and releasing H-Gyoku, instead harnessing the power of the dark fruit to create an ultramicroscopic black hole anchored by his blades. Thus, the admirals and Appo's techniques had only initially clashed with Aizen and Appo's H-Gyoku. Thereafter, the black hole absorbed the energy they unleashed. Simultaneously, Aizen's theory from 2 years prior was validated once more. Natural-type users are not invincible. Their energy as individuals is finite, and once depleted, they are left vulnerable. Suddenly, Aizen received a message from the H-Gyoku within him. Master, Little Evil says it's feeling a bit full, Little Evil. Full. A moment of confusion washed over him before realization dawned. He had absorbed the energy from the generals through the black hole and transferred it to the H-Gyoku, reaching its absorption limit. After all, the H-Gyoku was akin to a newborn, with a limited capacity for sustenance. I understand, Little Evil. I will conclude this battle shortly. All right, Master. Aizen's gaze sharpened as he intensified the black hole's pull. The 4 admirals immediately sensed a surge in gravitational force, as though they were on the verge of being completely consumed. At the same time, on the deck of the main battleship of the Marine Fleet, the colonel who had previously contacted Sengoku stood alone, horrified as he beheld the sudden emergence of a black 5-pointed star formation before him. Chapter 36, The 5 Elders. Supporting the battle. As the black pentagram formation emerged, the atmosphere aboard the naval fleet became oppressively heavy. The soldiers waiting in the ship and Appo's cabin felt as though a mountain bore down upon them, causing each to kneel in submission. The nearest vice admiral felt the weight acutely, succumbing to the pressure and collapsing onto the deck. In that moment, the pentagram suddenly erupted with black light, and from its center, dozens of black lightning bolts materialized, radiating outward. The deck was charred black, culminating in a singular black lightning pillar that struck the formation, sending the vice admiral flying to the ship's rear. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the railing, preventing him from tumbling into the sea. Once he regained his footing and looked back at the formation, he saw that the lightning strike had enveloped the area in thick black mist. Within the haze, a towering silhouette emerged, and with a resounding thud, the mist vanished. A venerable elder with white hair, clad in a black suit and sporting a bushy white beard, stood at the formation's center, leaning on a wooden cane as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing the vice admiral at the ship and Appo's rear, he commanded in an authoritative tone, "What is the current situation?" The vice admiral, momentarily stunned, was unable to respond, for the figure before him was none other than Saturn, one of the 5 elders, the supreme rulers of the world government. Known as the god of scientific defense, Jagarusha Satan. The vice admiral hastened to Satan's side, bowing respectfully as he detailed the current predicament. After patiently listening, Satan recalled the call from Sengoku. This was the first time Sengoku had sought assistance from the 5 elders since the Pirate King Roger incident. When the 5 elders were in deliberation regarding the forthcoming World Conference, they learned that the long-vanished Aizen had resurfaced. This prompted the elders to remember their previous commitment to assist Sengoku in dealing with him. Ultimately, it was decided that Saturn, being the figure of the day, would lend his support. Satan, on his way, had been grumbling about the apparent ineptitude of the current naval admirals, who could not handle a single individual. The thought of needing to clean up their mess only fueled his disdain for the current state of the Navy. Returning to the present, Satan followed the direction indicated by the vice admiral, turning his gaze skyward. At that moment, the swirling purple clouds in the sky were rapidly contracting. Only 3 admirals remained in the fight, with Green Bull now having succumbed to unconsciousness, joining the ranks of those incapacitated by the Cake Mountain. All naval forces, launch an assault on Cake Island. Activate the Demon Slayer order. Satan commanded. With that, he exerted force, causing the entire ship to plunge downwards. In an instant, he vanished from the deck, reappearing in the aerial battlefield. His arrival sent shockwaves through Kazuru, Aokiji, and Akainu, all sharing the same thought. Why were the 5 elders present here? However, this question was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. The 5 elders represented the true pinnacle of the world government's combat prowess, far surpassing the admirals. The 3 admirals quickly realized an opportunity for reversal had presented itself. And Kazara couldn't help but internally lament, Aizen has even drawn Saturn into the fray. Had I known, I would not have fought so desperately. Satan remained silent. Observing the current state of the 3 admirals, 2 appeared nearly white-haired, while the youngest looked a decade older than he truly was. Truly pathetic. All 3 heard his thoughts. Yet no one dared to refute, for the truth was undeniable. 5 against 1, and 2 had already fallen. How could they not be deemed inept? After scolding the trio, Satan and Amp, Apos, gaze sharpened, fixating on the very center of the swirling purple clouds. At that instant, the clouds indeed ceased their tumult, granting Aokiji the moment he needed to withdraw his Ice Phoenix. Kizaru and Akainu also halted their onslaught, their respective constructs, the Light Giant and the Hell Dragon, dissipating in tandem. They were already at their limits. Had Satan not arrived, they could not have endured much longer. As the swirling clouds dissipated, revealing Aizen's figure, he maintained his composed demeanor, as though everything was under his control. Ah, what an intriguing elder. Might you not introduce yourself? Aizen inquired, sensing a power within Satan that eclipsed that of the 5 admirals. However, the 3 admirals had no strength left to respond, utterly exhausted from their exertions. Slowly descending towards the ground, this sight caused a brief twitch of irritation on Satan and Apos' face. He found it utterly ludicrous that he would need to introduce himself to an adversary. With both hands firmly grasping his wooden cane, he slammed it down, shattering the already fractured space further. Believing this display would intimidate Aizen, he finally began to introduce himself. Upon hearing this, Aizen's expression remained placid. Ah, yet another celestial dragon. And one of the 5 elders at that. So this is what Shalilia had mentioned. If I recall correctly, their approval is necessary for marriage. In a peculiar twist of fate, could this elder be considered a future relative? This thought prompted an unexpected laugh from Aizen, as he questioned how such a notion could arise. It seemed his time with Shalilia had indeed left a significant impression. Very well, do not let me down. I have yet to fully engage in this encounter. With a smile directed at Satan, Aizen and Apos' demeanor ignited a deep anger within Satan. How dare he exhibit such contempt? In the next moment, Aizen summoned the famed sword, Kanzin SHT, from his storage space, striking without hesitation. The dark purple conqueror and Apos' haki coiled around the weapon, and with a single swing, he unleashed it. God and Apos' avoidance. Regardless of whether one was a celestial dragon or not, if one could withstand this blow, then so be it. If not, they would meet their demise. Satan and Apos' pupils dilated in shock. This technique belonged to Roger. Could this individual be linked to the Pirate King? Contemplating this, he wielded his cane, enveloping it with Black Conqueror and Apos' haki, and swung forward with force. Aizen and Apos' God and Apos' avoidance was cleaved in 2 by Satan and Apos' strike, who provocatively gazed at Aizen, taunting him further. Yet, he saw no hint of disappointment on Aizen and Apos' face. If Aizen had managed to block it, it would have been one thing. But to have it severed? The misfortune would fall upon them. Aizen pointed behind Satan, prompting him to glance back. The bifurcated God and Apos' avoidance hurtled towards the naval fleet. Aside from the central ship, the vessels on either side were consumed by the attack. Satan seethed, locking his gaze onto Aizen. A tempest of fury brewing within him. How could a younger generation dare to toy with him? At that moment, Aizen and Apos' words ignited an inferno of rage within Satan. 5 elders, I implore you to unveil your full strength. Do not disappoint me with the power of the black hole I have so deliberately halted. Indeed, the earlier cessation of the swirling purple clouds was not a result of Satan's might, but rather Aizen's perception of an unfamiliar yet formidable force deliberately brought to a standstill. His true intention had always been to test his capabilities. An unparalleled fury surged within Satan. It had been years since anyone had provoked him to such an extent. You shall pay for your arrogance, young one. The price shall be your very life." As he spoke, the body of Satan began to undergo a profound transformation. A pair of enormous black horns sprouted from his head. His lower body expanded, morphing from 2 legs into 8, resembling the spindly legs of a spider. Eerie black clouds swirled around his neck and underarms. The awakening state of the hellish bull demon. Chapter 37. The Malevolent Eyes, the Illusion. A palpable excitement coursed through Eisen as he beheld the transformed Saint Satan before him, a sight of awakening he had never witnessed before. Though he had encountered Doflamingo and Apo's awakened fruit abilities during the war at Marineford, that merely represented an enhancement of existing powers. The presence manifested by the figure before him, however, was utterly distinct. It was as if a deity had descended, an experience that piqued Eisen and Apo's curiosity immensely, despite his disbelief in any divine entities. The aura exuded by Saint Satan stirred a vague familiarity within him, reminiscent of his first encounter with the Soul King. With the curiosity of a child, Eisen scrutinized Saint Satan from every angle, ultimately pinpointing the source of his familiarity to the dark, cloud-like ribbons that adorned him. He resolved to collect samples for research. "Youngster, what are you staring at?" Saint Satan barked, his horns jutting menacingly. Eisen recognized that look in his eyes all too well. It was the fervent gaze of a scientist encountering a novel subject of study. The audacity of this youth wanting to study him was both outrageous and bold. Without uttering a word, Eisen instantaneously stepped forward, his sword aimed at the horned figure's head. Clang! One of Saint Satan's spider legs, imbued with formidable power, intercepted the strike. How dare he engage in close combat? Had no one informed him that in close quarters, the one with more limbs held the advantage? Excluding the 3 legs supporting his stance and the one used to block Eisen and Apo's attack, Saint Satan unleashed the remaining 4 legs, thrusting them swiftly toward Eisen. The tips of these spider legs glimmered ominously with a purple hue, indicating their toxic nature, just as they were about to pierce his body. Eisen entered a state of light elementalization, causing the legs to pass harmlessly through him. "Ah, you are a natural type user as well?" Saint Satan mused, momentarily taken aback that what he thought was a certain hit had been evaded by Eisen's transformation. However, undeterred, he empowered all his legs with a surge of energy. "Now, let and Amp, Apo's, see how you evade this." At that moment, Saint Satan and Amp, Apo's, gaze locked onto Eisen, seemingly imbued with a special magic that ensnared Eisen and Amp, Apo's, attention. In the next instant, the 4 empowered spider legs lunged once more at Eisen and Apo's form. On the other side, when Eisen regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in an endless darkness. He recalled having slept for what felt like an eternity, during which he experienced a most fascinating dream. In this dream, he traversed other worlds, acquiring intriguing skills and encountering peculiar individuals. Just then, a man clad in a kimono, draped in a pink haori, sat before him, speaking. "Captain Eisen, why did you suddenly lose focus?" Eisen looked up, recognizing the man across from him as the current captain of the 1st Division, Kairaku Shunsui. Quickly, he glanced down at himself, noting he was clad in a black restraint outfit, bound to the wall. He was still imprisoned in the Hell of Infinities. After dispatching the Quincy King Yawatch, he had been returned here once more. "Captain Eisen, do you wish to escape?" Kairaku inquired again, his voice, tone, and demeanor identical to Eisen and Amp, Apo's memories. Yet, after a fleeting moment, Eisen smiled at him. "Ah, so you can cast illusions too. This is the first time I've been the target of such magic." Kairaku was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Eisen had finally lost his sanity after being confined for so long. "Eisen, what are you talking about? I am not you. How could I possibly use illusions?" Eisen did not respond, instead staring intently at the darkness behind Kairaku, as though he could see through it all. He knew that one of the 5 elders, Saint Satan, was undoubtedly lurking there. He had just summoned the H-Gyoku within him, which responded with clarity. This alone was enough for Eisen to be certain that everything before him was an illusion, if his experiences in other realms were merely a dream. And if he remained trapped in the Hell of Infinities, then the H-Gyoku could not have responded so swiftly and distinctly. Such clarity could only come after the H-Gyoku had absorbed the fortunes of Luffy, Ace, and Blackbeard, leading to its successful evolution. Thus, Eisen concluded that everything here was a fabrication. Yet, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for this place, hoping that one day he might indeed return to see it again. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows at the edge of that darkness, Saint Satan focused intently on Eisen. All that transpired was a result of his devil fruit, the Hellbull demon, having awakened to grant him the ability known as the Malevolent Eyes. Those ensnared by this gaze would randomly be thrust into a memory-laden illusion, and should they linger within it for too long, they would perish from blood loss. Furthermore, as the wielder of this power, Saint Satan too would be drawn into the illusion, able to observe his victim's final moments from a divine perspective. However, Eisen and Apos' words caused a flicker of doubt within Saint Satan. Could he truly see through the illusion? It was known that the Bull Demon's ability tapped into the very fabric of rules, compelling the target to forget all that had transpired and become wholly absorbed in the illusion. How had Eisen disowned this? Moreover, Saint Satan was particularly intrigued by the scenes unfolding within Eisen and Apos' memories. Though shrouded in darkness, glimpses of grand estates and a myriad of individuals emerged. Many of these elements bore no resemblance to the world of pirates, as if he were witnessing an entirely different realm. This sudden realization sparked a thought within Saint Satan and Apos' mind, one that burgeoned uncontrollably. His eyes gleamed with increasing clarity as he felt he had grasped a crucial point. Considering all the information about Eisen, an extraordinary being without a past, immensely powerful, could it be that Eisen was not from the pirate world at all? Did he hail from another realm? Or perhaps, like that great figure, he was from another planet? In a mere moment, Saint Satan unraveled this puzzle, hesitating over whether to spare Eisen or bring him back for rigorous interrogation to uncover how he had arrived here. Yet, seeing that Saint Satan remained silent, Eisen grew impatient. He would not wait for his opponent to reveal himself, but would take the initiative. If you refuse to emerge, then I shall come to you. In a surprising turn, Eisen broke free from his restraints, stepping down from the wall. Kairaku immediately sensed the impending peril. As he attempted to activate the defenses of this realm to suppress Eisen, the latter simply snapped his fingers, and Kairaku along with the entirety of the Hell of Infinities vanished. Playing with illusions? You are woefully unprepared, Eisen remarked with a smile as he approached Saint Satan step by step. However, Saint Satan showed no sign of panic, retorting mockingly. Even if you comprehend this as an illusion, your real body is about to be pierced. You have no opportunity left. In the next instant, the illusion shattered, and Eisen returned to reality, dodging the thrusts of 3 spider legs with astonishing agility. Yet, he could not evade the fourth, which, as thick as a basin, pierced into his abdomen. It is over, Eisen, Saint Satan declared triumphantly, manipulating the spider leg to fling Eisen away. At that moment, Eisen firmly grasped the spider leg with his left hand, while his right hand, wielding a formidable blade imbued with the power of Conqueror and Apos' Haki, cleaved through a segment of the spider leg. Seizing this opportunity, Eisen extricated himself from the grasp of Satan Saint, pulling forth the 4th spider leg and stowing it away in his storage space. Remarkably, there was not a single scratch upon his abdomen, though his elegant attire bore the marks of destruction. Meanwhile, not far off, Satan Saint let out a pained cry, astonished that Eisen could muster such a fierce counterattack in such dire circumstances. However, the Hellbull demon possessed a regenerative ability, allowing it to heal instantaneously within a brief span. Before one's eyes, the severed segment of the 4th spider leg was visibly regenerating. While Satan Saint turned his gaze toward Eisen, this glance felt like a slap to the face, as Eisen stood there unfazed, wearing a mocking expression. Your regenerative abilities seem rather sluggish, Eisen quipped, his sharp tongue as ever. Yet, the truth of his words rang evident. Satan Saint and Apos' regeneration was indeed too slow. What manner of monster are you? Satan Saint regarded Eisen with a grave expression, contemplating whether he should reach out to his other old comrades. As the god of scientific defense, his expertise lay in scientific research, not in combat. Had he known Eisen was so bizarrely powerful, he would have insisted that others accompany him without hesitation. Just as Satan Saint wavered, Eisen appeared to make a decisive choice. You have shown me something intriguing. As a token of gratitude, you shall be the first to witness it. Completely perplexed by Eisen's intent, Satan Saint could only watch as Eisen spread his arms wide and calmly declared, Bankai. Chapter 38. The arrival of the Whitebeard crew Bankai, centered around Eisen. His formidable spiritual pressure erupted instantaneously. In a fleeting moment, all pirates and Navy personnel within the Cake Island vicinity felt an overwhelming sense of dread. As everyone sought the source of this pressure, their gazes ultimately settled upon Eisen suspended in the air, directly opposite the demonic figure of Saint Satan. In the next heartbeat, both Saint Satan and Eisen vanished into thin air, taking with them Eisen's formidable spiritual pressure. This sudden shift left Big Mom, who had been closely monitoring the situation, in a state of acute anxiety as she hastily summoned thunderclouds to investigate. To her dismay, there was nothing. Aizen had disappeared. Where could he have gone? Big Mom cried out in a frenzy, her previously cured hunger pangs re-emerging. No, this was not mere hunger. It should be termed endopos. Aizen syndrome endopos. Big Mom was utterly unhinged, unleashing her conqueror's haki into the skies. Katakuri, who had just settled his siblings, looked up at his mother, bewildered. How could her hunger return so suddenly? His brow furrowed. In this state, there was no one who could stand against her. While he pondered a solution, the Navy, having lost 4 ships, continued to execute Saturn and Apos' orders. They launched indiscriminate bombardments upon Cake Island, sparing even Big Mom in the air. Boom, boom. The cannon fire rained down as if money were no object, pelting Cake Island like a torrential downpour, sending Katakuri and the others, who had just escaped from the sea, into a panic. What was the Navy doing? Was this the consequence of a demon-slaying decree? Not only did Big Mom and Apos' crew descend into chaos, but Luffy and his companions were equally terrified, as their ship lay within the Navy's line of fire. Frankie, activate the coup vent. Super. Initiating acceleration now. Yet, the activation required time to gather energy. While the Navy's cannonballs showed no signs of pausing, now only 10 meters away from the Thousand Sunny, Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, and the others braced themselves, ready to intercept the incoming fire. Just then, a resounding voice echoed. Fire Fist. A colossal flaming arm shot forth at supersonic speed, enveloping the Navy's cannonballs. They exploded in the flames but could not penetrate the fire, which stood as a wall of size, blocking all detonations. As Luffy prepared to act, he recognized the technique and the familiar voice, glancing toward the source of the Fire Fist. Ace. He had intended to repay a favor, but ended up saving his brother first. The one who intervened was none other than poor Dusty, Ace, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and now the captain of the new Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy, handle the immediate threat first. We can talk later, Ace shouted, as the Navy continued to launch more cannonballs following his defense against the initial barrage. Now was not the time for brotherly reunions. He waved his hand, signaling his crew that it was time to settle accounts with the Navy. On the Moby Dick, the captains of other divisions responded in kind, each using their unique abilities to fend off the unrelenting assaults from the Navy. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, transformed into his phoenix form, soaring towards the nearest Navy vessel. The sudden arrival of the new Whitebeard crew threw the Navy into disarray. Damn it! How dare these relics of a bygone era strike now? A Navy Vice Admiral cursed from within the cabin, but he knew this was no time for such thoughts. He immediately took out a Den Den Mushi to contact headquarters. The Den Den Mushi rang for an eternity without a response, causing the Vice Admiral to panic. What is going on? Is Fleet Admiral Sengoku not answering? Overwhelmed by anxiety, the Vice Admiral inadvertently contacted a general. After a brief delay, the call was answered, revealing a frail voice on the other end. Hello? Admiral Kizaru, we are executing a demon-slaying decree against Cake Island and require your support. Just moments ago, the new Whitebeard pirates had arrived at Cake Island, joining the fray, and we needed top-tier combat strength to counter them. The Navy Vice Admiral quickly explained the situation, while Kizaru remained silent for a moment before responding. So it's you who are bombarding Cake Island with cannon fire. The Vice Admiral was left bewildered by this reply, and just as he was about to clarify, he heard, "We are currently on Cake Island. Are you trying to kill us with your demon-slaying decree?" In his frantic state, the Navy Vice Admiral finally recognized the issue. It was entirely possible that, in their effort to attack the enemy, they might inadvertently annihilate their own forces. He hastily clarified, it was Lord Saturn, one of the Gorosei, who initiated the demon-slaying decree. Upon hearing this, Kizaru could no longer contain himself. In the incredulous gazes of Akainu and Akiji, he unleashed a torrent of expletives into the Den Den Mushi. Damn it! I risked my life battling enemies, and this is what I get? I'm done with this. I'll resign when I return. Whoever wants this job can have it. Having vented, Kizaru was about to hang up when Akainu stopped him. Akainu took the Den Den Mushi, quickly grasping the situation, and promptly issued combat orders. Set aside the demon-slaying decree for now. We must deal with the immediate threat. We will make haste to support you. But the demon-slaying decree is Lord Saturn's command. I said to halt the demon-slaying decree and hold on until we return. Akainu retorted sharply. After hanging up, he turned to Kizaru. Sakazuki, what do you want from me? You still need to find Green Bull and Fujitora. Akiji and I will head over to provide support. Akiji, upon hearing Akainu include himself in the plan, contemplated protesting, but ultimately decided against it given the circumstances. Kizaru glared at Akainu. Did you not hear what I just said? Our forces are nearly wiped out, and you want to keep working? Understanding the implication in Kizaru's gaze, Akainu uttered a single phrase before dragging his weary body away. Borsellino, at least you are still an admiral of the Navy. Aokiji glanced back at Kizaru before rising to follow Akainu. At least Akainu and Appo's steadfast commitment to the Navy and Appo's justice was commendable. Once they departed, Kizaru let out a long sigh. I fully understand that I am an admiral of the Navy. With that, Kizaru transformed into light, traversing through Cake Island in search of Green Bull and Fujitora. Bankai, hollow truth and illusion. Saint Satan was entirely unaware of what Bankai meant, yet he sensed an immense danger. The Bankai Aizen employed was a result of the successful evolution of the H-Gyoku, from which he had derived a certain inspiration to develop this technique. This marked Aizen and Appo's very first usage of Bankai against another being. Saint Satan found himself ensnared by an invisible force, struggling to break free but to no avail. This power propelled both Aizen and Saint Satan through the fabric of space and time, their surroundings vanishing at near light speed. When Saint Satan regained his senses, he discovered he was no longer hovering over Cake Island, but was instead in a realm of pure white. Where is this? What have you done? Saint Satan questioned Aizen, who did not provide a direct reply. Instead, Aizen began to levitate slowly, and with a smile, he addressed Saint Satan. Welcome to my world. I hope you enjoy your stay. Chapter 39. Bankai, the true illusion of the void. Your world? Satan was increasingly perplexed. When did the world become yours? Just as he was about to retort, cracks appeared in the entirely white space, and soon the entire realm began to shatter. A blinding light pierced through, forcing him to shut his eyes. When Satan opened them again, he was no longer in the pure white space, but rather in a vast circular street composed of numerous mansions and dojos. Yet another unfamiliar location. Satan resolved to question Aizen once more. Aizen, where is this place? He inquired. The Soul Society, Siri-Idi. Aizen replied casually, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features as he surveyed the familiar structures around him. This was the place where he had resided for centuries, and through the power of his Bankai, he had perfectly manifested the Siri-Idi from his memories. However, his answer only deepened Satan's confusion. Soul Society? Siri-Idi? What are those? He had never heard of them. His curiosity intensified as he wondered how he had so suddenly transitioned from Cake Island to this otherworldly realm. Had he fallen victim to Aizen's illusions? Upon this realization, Satan quickly employed his cursed eye to dispel the illusion, yet nothing changed. He discerned that he was not ensnared in any enchantment after all. Could it truly be as Aizen claimed, that this was his world? Satan pondered swiftly, mimicking Aizen's movements as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a towering building at the center of the circular street. It was a structure from Aizen's memories. Had he traversed dimensions? Considering his earlier experience akin to time travel, Satan felt he might have indeed crossed into a new world. He gazed incredulously at Aizen, realizing this man possessed the ability to transcend worlds. Aizen, seemingly reading his thoughts, spoke slowly. Your current assumptions are incorrect. As for the answers, perhaps you shall inquire again once you survive. Another riddle-like statement. Satan felt as though he might lose his sanity. Could he not speak plainly? Just as he prepared to confront Aizen again, he sensed something amiss and instinctively shifted to the right. A robust man with white hair struck a punch towards the spot where Satan had just stood. Had he dodged? The man, surprised by the miss, began to scrutinize Satan's form. Horned head, human upper body, spider-like lower half. It was evident that he was in a transitional stage of evolving into a vast hollow creature. Ignoring Satan's bewildered gaze, the man grumbled to himself. What on earth are those patrolling fools doing, allowing a near-evolved Vastalord to slip in? Satan and Appo's confusion only mounted further at the mention of Vastalord and Hollow. What are you talking about, kid? He retorted. Oh, you can communicate? It seems you are not far from becoming a top-tier Hollow, a Vastalord. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished, as he drew his katana and declared, Be reduced ash. Wind of destruction. His katana transformed instantaneously into a dagger, gripped firmly in his left hand. As a captain of the Godii 13, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of hollows at this level and would not underestimate his opponent. The man provocatively gestured with his right hand towards Satan. Come now, this will be over swiftly. I shan't waste much time. Satan's gaze sharpened. It appeared the man regarded him as prey. If that were the case, He was prepared to fight back without holding back. Yet, before engaging, he wondered where Aizen had gone. In the blink of an eye, Aizen had vanished from Satan's sight the moment the white-haired man launched his assault. The man paid no mind to this, dashing towards Satan with a Shuinpa. And the battle was imminent. At that moment, Aizen observed the clash from a distance. Using his Bankai for the first time, he aimed to collect data for future refinements. He had dubbed his Bankai the true illusion of the void, which, when interpreted, signifies the fabricated real, the imagined reality. The Siri IDI in which Aizen currently resided was, in fact, an illusion. It resembled a parallel world created by Aizen and Appo's memories. The man battling Satan was none other than the captain of the 9th Division of the Godiai 13. Kinsei Muguruma, a genuine entity within the Soul Society, yet here, he was an embodiment of Aizen and Appo's recollections. He possessed all of Kinsei and Appo's abilities, and his demeanor, temperament, and manner of speech mirrored the true Kinsei perfectly. He could engage in self-reflection and judgment, and as long as Aizen maintained the Bankai and Appo's illusion, Kinsei would exist as a living being within this realm. Should Aizen desire, he could harness the infinite energy provided by the H-Gyoku to ensure this world as perpetuity. In that instant, Aizen witnessed Kinsei being sent flying by Satan and Appo's overwhelming attack. As expected, it didn't take long, Aizen remarked with a smile. Satan, with a grim expression, gazed at the man who had been thrust into a building. Through their brief skirmish, he had discerned that the man's techniques were rather peculiar. He had never encountered such a style before. The man possessed considerable strength, as evidenced by the gash atop Satan's horn, a mark left by Kinsei during their earlier encounter. Satan, wielding his staff imbued with overpowering energy, swiftly approached Kinsei, who was now sprawled in purple all over. He mercilessly taunted, "Is this all the strength you possess? You're even weaker than a naval commander." Kinsei, struggling to rise, found himself utterly immobilized, his mind racing with confusion. When had naval commanders surpassed him in strength? During their clash, Satan had integrated a paralyzing toxin into his attacks, rendering Kinsei gradually incapable of controlling his body, transforming him into an easy target. Kinsei glared furiously at Satan. If looks could kill, Satan would have been long dead. "Aizen, come out. Sending such a weakling, are you trying to disgust me?" Satan bellowed, convinced Aizen was lurking nearby. A scientist and Appo's intuition guiding him. "Oh, I seem to have heard an intriguing name." A strangely eerie voice suddenly emanated from behind Satan. Instantly, he whirled around, swinging his staff toward the source of the sound. A man adorned with a bizarre mask evaded the attack with a Shuinpa, his gaze intensely fixated on Satan. "Vastalord, no. I sense no spiritual pressure from you. What exactly are you?" The man swiftly analyzed parts of Satan and Appo's situation with a mere glance. And behind him stood several others clad in black kimonos, draped in white haori embroidered with division numbers. Not far off, Aizen had already sensed the approach of these individuals. The captains of the Godiai 13 who had come to provide support upon detecting the battle. The man with the peculiar mask was none other than Mayuri Karatsuchi, captain of the 12th Division, a figure Aizen regarded with caution, for a scientist understands a scientist best. Meanwhile, Mayuri scrutinized Satan closely. The more he observed, the more he found Satan's appearance reminiscent of a legendary mythical beast, the Ushioni. He then inquired in his characteristic sinister and enigmatic tone. "Could you elucidate how you arrived at Siriidii?" Before the other party could respond, a man wearing a black mask excitedly rushed to the front of Satan's saint, brandishing a knife and striking down fiercely. There was no time for idle chatter. Action took precedence. Chapter 40, Captain of Death versus Saturn of the Celestial Dragons. Satan's saint swiftly harnessed the power of armament haki to enhance his strength and defense, even adorning his horns with this formidable energy. The man, clad in an eye patch, wielded a serrated katana, fiercely striking at Satan's saint's horn. The clash of metal resonated through the air with a sound akin to thunder. Satan's saint felt an overwhelming force transmitted through the blade, and despite the support of his 8 spider legs, he was driven downwards into the ground. The earth beneath him cracked under the immense pressure as the man, growing increasingly exhilarated, laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "These horns are impressively sturdy. Now I can truly unleash my fury upon you." With a mad glint in his eyes, he swung his katana with reckless abandon, taunting, "Come on, counterattack. Don't just stand there." As Satan's saint defended against the man's onslaught, he scrutinized his opponent. A long scar marred the left side of the man's face, and his wild, dark hair, coupled with his deranged expression, revealed him to be a lunatic. Determined not to waste any more time, Satan's saint aimed to confront Aizen and uncover the truth of the matter. Seizing the moment when the man raised his blade, Satan Saint concentrated, unleashing his Black Conqueror and Amp, Oppos, S. Haki, momentarily halting the man and Oppos, S. Assault. The man, slightly bewildered, sensed a power he had never encountered before. Seizing the opportunity while the man was distracted, Satan Saint lunged at his head with incredible speed using his spider legs. However, the man remained unfazed by the imminent attack and simply removed the eye patch from his right eye. Clang! It was as if a sealed demon had broken free, releasing an overwhelming spiritual pressure that radiated from him like a tangible golden aura. Being the closest, Satan Saint found himself profoundly affected, his attack suspended midair. What kind of power is this? It surpasses even Conqueror and Oppos, S. Haki. The spiritual pressure affected not only Satan Saint but also the other three captains of the Godei 13. The yellow-haired captain, Hirako Shinji, retreated while grumbling. Captain Kenpachi, you should be more mindful when using sealed powers. We're still here. Kenpachi Zaraki shot a glance at Hirako and then turned his attention back to Satan Saint. Come on, let's continue our battle. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a rapid, powerful strike, severing Satan Saint and Oppos, S. horn with a single blow. Satan Saint was taken aback that even his armament Haki-enhanced horn could be so easily cleaved. He realized he could no longer afford to test the man. He needed to swiftly eliminate this threat. Otherwise, he might perish before he could fully assess the situation. Fixated on Kenpachi, Satan Saint activated his deadly gaze, causing Kenpachi to freeze in place, momentarily devoid of consciousness. Seizing this opportunity, Satan Saint thrust at Kenpachi's head with his spider leg, knowing that a successful hit would be fatal. The other captains, still recovering from Kenpachi's unleashed spiritual pressure, were too distant to intervene in time. This is bad, Captain Kenpachi. Just then, Kenpachi, who should have been unconscious, moved and deflected the strike with his blade. With tremendous strength, he grasped the spider leg and, using it as leverage, hoisted Satan Saint aloft before executing a powerful throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Satan Saint was bewildered. Had his deadly gaze failed? How could this be happening? As he was hurled away, he caught sight of Kenpachi's eyes, still devoid of consciousness. Boom! Satan Saint crashed into the street, stirring up clouds of dust, yet miraculously sustained no injuries. A theory began to form in his mind. Could it be that this man fought instinctively, despite being unconscious? Having lived so long, he had only heard tales of such individuals, those with extraordinary talent who could achieve such feats through rigorous training. Since his opponent was not merely Kenpachi, Satan Saint refrained from delving into Kenpachi's memories through a godlike perspective. If he did, he might grasp why Kenpachi was capable of such actions. Oh dear, it seems you've employed some sort of trick against Captain Kenpachi, came the voice of Urahara Kisuke, who stood alongside two other captains, Hirako Shinji, who had earlier mocked Kenpachi, and the stoic Hitsugaya Toshiro of Squad 10. With Urahara, Kenpachi, and Kensei, 5 captains now had their sights set on Satan Saint. Satan Saint rose once more, eyeing the 3 captains and the still motionless Kenpachi with renewed caution. I may have underestimated you. I shall not hold back any longer. Oh, getting anxious already? We haven't even made our move. Hirako quipped, drawing his sword with a playful tone. Prepare to fall, you rebellious one. In response, Satan Saint inhaled deeply, exhaling a vast cloud of purple smoke that rapidly enveloped the surrounding area, shrouding the street in a thick haze. Urahara, catching a whiff, instantly paled and shouted, Be careful not to inhale. This smoke is toxic. With that, he unleashed his sword. Unleash your claws, Ichigo. A bizarre weapon with 3 blades adorned with eerie infantile faces emerged in his grip. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya released a breath of ice, silently summoning Hirin Maru, causing the temperature of the street to plummet. The 3 captains stood ready, fixated on Satan Saint, who gripped his wooden cane, entwining it with Conqueror's Haki along with his spider legs. He merely needed to buy time. If the enemies remained in the smoke long enough, they would succumb to its poison, regardless of whether they inhaled it. Observing from the sidelines, Aizen felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. He had orchestrated this scenario to witness the capabilities of the 5 elders, yet he found their performance lacking. The dual Haki was impressive, but with sufficient talent and training, one could achieve similar feats. As for the Conqueror's Haki, Aizen discerned it to be inferior to that of Miss Lingling. Sighing, he resolved that he had set his expectations too high. This arena no longer piqued his interest. He contemplated creating an alternate realm, Wako Mundo. After all, those beings were birthed from Aizen's own hands, and they proved far more intriguing than the captains. With a heavy sigh, Aizen used Shumenpa to vacate the district, for he sought an individual within the Soul Society. Traversing through several districts, he arrived at the very heart of Soul Society. Neither Shinigami nor anyone else seemed to perceive him, allowing Aizen to glide unobstructed to the 1st Division's headquarters. At that moment, Captain Kairaku Shunsui lounged on a tatami mat, leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, he sensed an immense spiritual pressure and immediately utilized Shuinpa to investigate. However, by the time he arrived, Aizen had already vanished. Was that merely an illusion? Kairaku pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating the familiar spiritual pressure he had just sensed. An occurrence that should have been impossible. Meanwhile, Aizen had deftly evaded Kairaku's scrutiny. He is heading towards the depths of the 8th prison, the abyss of hell, where he is confined. Aizen desires to meet his counterpart in this world. Chapter 41. Aizen and Aizen. The superhuman drug in this world created through the interplay of illusion and reality, every person and object exists as an independent entity. Aizen will persist as long as he does not release his Bankai. Once it is undone, the energy sustaining everything will dissipate, leading to their inevitable disappearance. Even if Aizen were to once again employ his Bankai, none within this realm would recall the events of their previous encounter. It was only after encountering a few familiar faces from the past that Aizen began to entertain such thoughts. He yearned to meet his own self within this world, or perhaps engage in a dialogue with himself. In this realm, birthed from his Bankai, the Aizen he sought should still be imprisoned in the abyss. Having not traversed into the world of pirates through the power of the H-Gyoku, Aizen traversed the endless darkness and finally reached the lowest depths. Upon entering the abyss's innermost chamber, he heard a greeting echoing from the depths. Oh, how unexpected to have a guest here. Aizen paused for a brief moment before continuing deeper into the abyss. As Aizen approached the cell where he was confined, blue spiritual flames illuminated the surroundings, casting a faint light upon the cell. Observing the figure bound tightly to the wall in black restraints, Aizen smiled and jested. How amusing. The imprisoned Aizen, though when I was sealed, clearly recognized the newcomer. How is this possible? He exclaimed, astonished to see a man who bore his exact likeness. Had he fallen victim to an illusion? After a brief moment of surprise, the bound Aizen regained his composure and remarked, "What an intriguing ability to deceive me." With a wave of his hand, Aizen dispelled the bindings that restrained the other, explaining, "There is no need for astonishment or speculation. I am you, the one and only Sosuke Aizen." The bound Aizen fell to the floor, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at his counterpart, feeling a familiar power emanating from within. It was the power of the H-Gyoku. He immediately sought to sense the H-Gyoku within his body, only to discover it was absent. What is happening? Why has the H-Gyoku vanished? At that moment, Aizen appeared before him in a flash, placing a hand upon his chest. Has the H-Gyoku disappeared? He inquired. How could he possibly know? The bound Aizen thought, flooded with questions. Suddenly, Aizen's eyes flickered with visions, fleeting images that seemed to belong to the future. A frown creased Aizen's brow as he fell into contemplation, and in a flash of insight, an idea took form in his mind. Then, amidst the bewilderment and confusion of the bound Aizen, Aizen revealed the truth of this world and proposed an intriguing suggestion. The bound Aizen's expression shifted from disbelief to deep contemplation as he processed the truth laid before him. Aizen, unhurried, wished to observe what choices his past self would make. Outside the abyss, Satan believed that his poisonous abilities would suffice against this group, for the poison of the Hellbull demon knew no bounds. Whether inhaled or merely touched, it would seep through the skin into the body, causing paralysis or, in severe cases, death. However, when the man with the strange mask warned his companions of the toxic smoke, Satan initially dismissed it. Yet soon, he noticed the short-haired spirit nearby was enveloped in a thin layer of ice, blocking the smoke before it could approach. If his poison could not reach its target, it was rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, Neutra, after warning his allies, swiftly unraveled Satan's bull demon poison within moments. On the other hand, Hirako, lacking such abilities, had lingered in the smoke for some time. Yet, Satan saw no signs of poisoning upon him. Could he possess immunity to toxins? In truth, Hirako had released his Zanpakuto, activating the ability of reverse reversal. This power inverted the direction of perception and attack for his foes. Thus, to Satan's eyes, Hirako appeared to be within the smoke, while he was actually outside, launching his strike. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed as Hirako struck Satan from behind, blood gushing forth. Acting with caution, Hirako evaded the spray, knowing that the blood of the Hellbull demon was highly toxic. Bewildered by the sudden attack, Satan could not comprehend how he was harmed while the three before him remained still. The black-haired madman was still trapped in an illusion, who had injured him. Fortunately, he possessed regenerative abilities, and the wound quickly ceased bleeding, beginning to heal. At that moment, Satan no longer wished to continue battling these individuals. Lacking any information left him at a disadvantage, and he yearned to flee immediately. Yet, suddenly, the world around him turned gray and white, everything moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. What is this? Has Aizen transported me through time once more? Just then, Neutra approached Satan, speaking slowly, his words dragging as if time itself had slowed. Satan noticed, but to him, it felt as though the other was speaking at an agonizingly sluggish pace. Neutra retrieved a blue vial from his garment and explained, "This nameless bull demon, you have already fallen victim to my superhuman drug, which I discreetly placed where you were thrown by Captain Zaraki." As he spoke, Neutra shook the vial in his hand, continuing, "Its effect heightens biological sensitivity, perhaps amplifying it by several tens of thousands, even millions of times. In your perception, it may take you decades to comprehend my words." After uttering these words, Neutra refrained from attacking Satan, as those afflicted by the superhuman drug were essentially beyond salvation. He swiftly moved to Captain Zaraki's side, utilizing the ability of his Zanpakuto to subdue Zaraki before he could instinctively retaliate. Quickly, he injected a sedative into Zaraki, rendering him unconscious. Next, he instantaneously appeared at the location of Kensei, who lay incapacitated in purple. Neutra couldn't help but chuckle. "Captain Kensei, you look rather unfortunate." Unable to move, Kensei could only protest with his eyes. Fortunately, Neutra merely teased him before administering an antidote. Kensei's discolored skin visibly returned to normal, and soon he found himself capable of speech, albeit reluctantly expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks. Once the antidote was administered, Neutra returned to Satan's side. The bull demon had previously mentioned Aizen. Could his emergence be linked to Aizen? Yet, Aizen should still be imprisoned in the abyss. How could he be connected to this bull demon? With such questions in mind, Neutra decided to spare Satan's life, intending to extract information regarding Aizen from him. Thus, Neutra cast several binding spells upon Satan, ensuring his confinement before releasing the effects of the superhuman drug. Once freed from its influence, Satan, with vacant eyes, uttered, "Kill me." Suddenly, a black light erupted from the auspicious clouds surrounding him, a mysterious force awakening him from his stupor. Immediately, Satan's saint cried out to the heavens, "Aizen, save me. I possess a significant secret to share with you." Chapter 42, The Clash of Reds. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the New World's Cake Island, the Navy soldiers, after enduring great hardship, finally awaited the reinforcement of Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji. With the arrival of these two admirals, the Navy's previously dire situation began to alleviate. However, both had already expended tremendous energy and vitality during their earlier confrontation with Aizen. At this moment, their combat power was but a fraction of its peak, compelling Akainu to confront Whitebeard's forces while Akiji held off the Big Mom pirates. Both admirals resorted to grandiose yet relatively weak techniques to intimidate the pirates, leading them to misjudge the true state of the admirals. As for Luffy and his crew, they faced off against several Navy rear admirals present. Yet, the Navy had underestimated two individuals. One could not be considered an oversight, for there was currently no one to counter her. It was Big Mom, who, in her frenzy caused by the sudden disappearance of Aizen, was unleashing her conqueror's haki chaotically. Previously, the Navy's artillery had unleashed numerous shells near her, providing her with targets. Consequently, she charged into the Navy fleet, bellowing for Aizen, and wreaked havoc. 3 Navy ships had already sunk beneath her rampage, while Akainu and Akiji struggled to intervene, each preoccupied with formidable pirates. The other unforeseen factor was Jin, who had returned mid-battle after reporting to the Emperor Kaido. He aimed to take advantage of the chaos and emerge victorious. On the surface of the sea, Akainu, braving the pirate onslaught, shouted towards Cake Island, "Borsalino, have you not found him yet?" At that moment, Ace seized the opportunity, transforming his hands into fiery lances and lunging towards Akainu, driving the flames deep into the admiral's body. Boom! The flame lance exploded within Akainu, yet the anticipated scream did not follow. Akainu stared at Ace with an expression of incredulity and mocked, "Kid, have you not read Burning Magma? Did Whitebeard teach you that?" Ace, a user of the flame fruit, and Akainu, a user of the magma fruit, were, in a sense, of a similar origin. If Ace's powers had awakened, he would surpass Akainu. However, his devil fruit had not fully awakened, rendering his attack ineffective, even slightly rejuvenating Akainu. "You dare to slander my father?" Ace, incensed by Akainu's taunt, could not tolerate such an affront to the person he revered most. With a swift retreat from Akainu's side, he began to gather energy. Instantly, several massive spiraling rings of flame appeared beneath him, and he pointed his right hand skyward, condensing a colossal fireball in a matter of seconds. The sudden emergence of this immense fireball caught the attention of all combatants in the area. Why is Ace going all out? Marco, having just returned from a Navy vessel, inquired, bewildered by the unfolding events. A nearby companion, filled with rage, recounted the situation to Marco, whose expression shifted dramatically upon hearing it. Those who insult my father shall be met with death. The captains of Whitebeard's crew, previously scattered to contend with the Navy, swiftly converged towards Akainu's location. Akainu, aware of this shift, showed no fear nor retreat, fixing his gaze on Ace. Kid, do not underestimate the Navy's justice. Akainu began to gather his own energy, channeling his regained strength, mirroring Ace's actions. A magma sphere manifested above Akainu, its diameter a mere 10 meters. In comparison to Ace's fireball, which was quadruple its size, Akainu's effort appeared paltry. Cough, cough. Do not think that size guarantees victory. Akainu continued to taunt, even as he coughed. This time, Ace did not respond. He launched his assault. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, Magma Comet. The two colossal energies collided, deep crimson magma meeting brilliant orange flames, once again painting the sky in two vibrant hues. The orange clearly dominated, threatening to engulf the deep red. The seawater below evaporated due to the extreme heat, producing a dense vapor that obscured visibility across the battlefield. You survived the Marineford War by sheer luck. This time, perish here. Akainu bellowed at Ace, while his eyebrows visibly whitened. He was once more sacrificing his vitality to eliminate Ace. The tide of battle began to reverse in Akainu's favor, with crimson energy beginning to consume orange. Upon hearing the words Marineford War, Ace's demeanor shifted markedly. In that fleeting moment, he summoned all his strength to amplify the power of the Flame Emperor. The Marineford War was fought to save him, leading to his father and Apos' demise. A burden he had yet to fully overcome, consumed by guilt. If he had not been captured, if he had grown stronger, would his father have had to die? Akainu, even in death, you shall meet your end first. The clash of the two reds intensified, causing ever greater destruction. Their battle impacted the entire battlefield, prompting Aokiji, who was striving to fend off the Big Mom pirates, to rush to Akainu's aid. However, Katakuri, with his formidable observation haki, foresaw this future and consistently blocked Aokiji's path, igniting his frustration. Alas, Akainu, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but I am truly tied up. On the other side, Kazara finally located Green Bull and Fujitora within the Two Cake Mountains. Upon finding Green Bull, he lay immobile on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. Green Bull's ability, the forest fruit, allowed him to draw strength from plants. Yet, on Cake Island, all flora was merely confectionery, not true vegetation. As a result, Green Bull could not rejuvenate himself by absorbing plants, for none existed on this island. During the earlier battles, he had exhausted nearly all his strength, leaving him utterly depleted. Upon Kazara's arrival, Green Bull could only muster a single word: water. Kazaru immediately understood and sought water for Green Bull, who regained some vitality. Subsequently, Kazara took Green Bull to find Fujitora. Initially assuming Fujitora's condition would mirror Green Bull's, Kazaru was surprised to find Fujitora sitting calmly, seemingly unfazed. Fujitora? What is the meaning of this? Kazara questioned, perplexed by Fujitora's apparent well-being. I realized halfway through that this battle held no significance. Kazara grasped the situation, impressed by Fujitora's clarity of insight. Just then, the residual energy from the clash between Akainu and Ace reached Cake Island. The three admirals sensed a familiar energy, and two of them instantly changed their expressions. Not good. Akainu is fighting for his life. We must hurry to assist. Without delay, Kazara seized Fujitora's hand and vanished from the Cake Mountain, leaving Green Bull behind, as he was in no condition to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Big Mom, who had been wreaking havoc upon the Navy ships, became aware of the confrontation between Akainu and Ace. She abruptly halted her attacks, turning to the direction of their clash. Aizen, so you were there. I'm coming for you. Chapter 43. Intrusion and Reinforcement. Akainu and Ace found themselves locked in a stalemate, each unable to overcome the other. Ace had exerted all his strength, while Akainu could no longer afford to burn his life force. Any further exertion could lead to his demise. At that moment, an enigmatic equilibrium was established between their attacks, when suddenly, a towering figure approached. Mama, is Aizen here? Big Mom descended amidst a tempest of thunderclouds, her arrival momentarily startling both Akainu and Ace. Why had the formidable Empress of the Sea come here? What were her intentions? The bewilderment of both combatants was palpable. Yet neither could spare the energy to confront Big Mom. Under their wary gazes, she raised her Emperor's sword and struck towards the epicenter of their clash. King's Slash. A colossal wave of sword energy erupted from her blade, sending both combatants hurtling through the air, their techniques colliding violently with her onslaught. Ultimately, Big Mom's attack proved overwhelming, shattering Ace's Flame Emperor and Akainu's Magma Comet. The sky ignited in a brilliant display of crimson and orange, reminiscent of fireworks. Before leaving behind a sky pierced by violet sword energy, Akainu, bloodied and battered, plummeted toward the sea. At that moment, a golden radiance swiftly approached, enveloping Akainu in a protective embrace. Sakazuki, if I had been any later, you would have plunged into the ocean. Kizaru appeared before Akainu, and before he could respond, Kizaru swiftly transported him onto a nearby battleship. Without delay, he turned to unleash a barrage of light beams at the approaching pirates. Yada no Kagami. Take cover. Marco shouted to his comrades, transforming into his phoenix form and conjuring a circular shield of blue flames for defense. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the light beams were intercepted by the azure flame shield, prompting Kizaru to cease his assault. He was in a precarious state, having exhausted considerable energy while searching for Green Bull and Fujitora. His intention was to intimidate the enemies and make a swift retreat. However, Marco's intervention complicated matters. In Kizaru's mind, the conflict had lost its significance. Marco, shall we declare a ceasefire? Kizaru proposed. Marco, however, remained silent, glancing toward the weary Ace. Then back at Akainu behind Kizaru. Kizaru perceived Marco's contemplation and understood that a truce was highly improbable. As expected, Marco responded to Kizaru. Akainu has slandered our father. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. Kizaru realized there might still be a chance for negotiation. Just then, a coughing sound emerged from behind Kizaru. Cough, cough. Akainu, struggling against his drained body, stood up defiantly. Marco, Whitebeard is dead. Upon hearing this, Kizaru sensed impending disaster. He knew Akainu's next words would undoubtedly incite fury. Kizaru spun around, attempting to silence Akainu, but was too late. He is a failure, just like all of you. Boom. Akainu and Amp, Appos, words landed like a stone cast into the sea, igniting a tempest of outrage among Whitebeard and Amp, Appos' crew. They abandoned their current foes and surged toward the battleship where Akainu stood. Akainu, you seek death. Marco had initially intended to let Akainu apologize and put the matter to rest, for their purpose was to repay a debt rather than forge enmity with the Marines. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. Akainu's repeated insults toward their father were intolerable for Whitebeard's sons. Marco's azure flames coalesced into a massive sphere, which he directed toward Akainu's battleship with singular intent, to sink the vessel and let the ocean bury Akainu. The azure flame sphere sped toward the ship, on the verge of impact. Just then, a man clad in purple appeared before the battleship, swiftly raising his hand to cleave the flame sphere in two. His movements were decisive and unhesitating, prompting Marco to halt his assault, eyes narrowed in vigilance at the unfamiliar figure, Fujitora. Though blind, Fujitora's devil fruit ability enabled him to perceive Akainu and Appos' location with precision. He turned toward Akainu and proclaimed, Akainu, to insult the deceased is unbecoming of a Marine admiral. Fujitora and Appos' words resonated with Marco and the others, revealing that this black-haired, blind man was indeed a Marine admiral. More importantly, his statement struck a chord with Marco and the crew. Could there exist a voice of reason within the Marines? On the other side, Kizaru, initially anxious about being besieged by Whitebeard and Appos' crew due to his failure to silence Akainu, was relieved by Fujitora's timely intervention. Akainu, however, was undeterred. Fujitora, my affairs are none of your concern. Unyielding, Fujitora retorted, we represent the Marines. Our every action embodies the justice we uphold. The exchange between the two admirals left both factions in a state of confusion. Would they truly engage in combat? Now, let us discuss this matter upon our return. Kizaru interjected, assuming the role of mediator, especially since this was not the time for internal conflict. The gathering of pirates swelled, and Aokiji had also retreated from Big Mom and Appos' crew. With the exception of Green Bull on Cake Island, all four Marine admirals were present. The tension between the Marines and the pirates hung thick in the air, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached to stand down. What is happening now? A weary Aokiji quietly inquired, as all attention, aside from Big Mom and Appos' S converged on the battleship. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm. Kizaru surveyed the encircling pirates, his heart sinking into despair, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him. Suddenly, Big Mom's frenzied voice echoed from afar. "Where have you hidden Aizen?" In the blink of an eye, Big Mom soared above the battleship, mercilessly swinging her Emperor and Appo's sword. Once more, a king and Appo's slash erupted from her blade, causing the surrounding pirates to hastily retreat, aware that in her current state, communication was futile without subduing her. The four admirals raised their gazes at the oncoming colossal wave of sword energy, bracing themselves for a formidable defense. Aokiji conjured a thick wall of ice, while Fujitora drew his katana, preparing to withstand the impending strike. At that moment, from the rear of the marine ranks, a golden figure approached at remarkable speed. He had spotted the massive sword energy, and without hesitation, gathered a golden palm imprint, launching it with lightning speed toward the sword energy. The golden giant palm traversed the very fabric of space, striking the King's slash and redirecting its trajectory, thereby sparing the marine battleship from destruction. At that instant, Big Mom's son, Katakuri, looked on in astonishment. Who is it? Who can possibly thwart Mother's attack? To withstand an assault from Big Mom, one must undoubtedly be a formidable force, renowned across the seas. All eyes turned towards the direction of the enormous hand, fixated on the approaching golden figure. It was he. The pirates collectively recognized this individual. Chapter 44, The Awakening of Sengoku. The general gazed into the distance, and upon recognizing the approaching figure, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji were all taken aback. It was none other than Admiral Sengoku. What brought him to this place, when he should have been at Navy headquarters? However, upon realizing it was Sengoku, their anxious hearts momentarily eased. With Sengoku present, retreating should pose no problem. Utilizing his moonwalk, Sengoku swiftly ascended aboard the warship. Upon stepping onto the ship, Sengoku immediately noticed the absence of one admiral and observed the white-haired appearances of Akainu and Kizaru, while Aokiji appeared significantly aged. What had transpired? Why had you sacrificed your vitality? And what of the others from the army? As Sengoku inquired, Kizaru and the others were about to respond, but Big Mom, hovering above, continued her assault. In her deranged state, Big Mom perceived an interference with her sovereignty and seemed to have found a target for her wrath. She promptly rode the thundercloud to the warship, locking her gaze onto Sengoku and demanding, "Where have you hidden Aizen?" At first, Sengoku failed to recognize the rejuvenated and devilishly alluring Big Mom. He stared at her for a considerable time, finally matching her present appearance to the memories of her youth from decades past. "You are Big Mom? What has happened to you? Why do you look so young?" Unaware of the circumstances, Sengoku refrained from answering Big Mom and Appo's inquiry about Aizen and turned to Kizaru, hoping for an explanation. A single glance was enough for Kizaru to comprehend, and he prepared to clarify the situation. However, when Sengoku did not respond, Big Mom unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning upon him, commanding, "Answer me. Where is Aizen?" Boom. The lightning struck Sengoku, yet due to his quick reflexes, he did not evade but instead braced himself in the form of the Golden Buddha, absorbing the blow without sustaining harm. Though he could have dodged, doing so would have endangered the other admirals and the warship. In his Golden Buddha form, Sengoku was undeterred by the lightning, and he retaliated with a massive Buddha fist, while Big Mom, having imbued her sword with haki, countered with a strike. Clang! The collision of sword and fist sent waves of golden and black energy rippling outward from the two. "Big Mom, what are you saying? How would I know where Aizen is?" Sengoku sought to engage Big Mom in dialogue, wishing to avert a senseless battle. Not long ago, after receiving reports from a Navy Vice Admiral, Sengoku had deliberated before ultimately deciding to inform the five elders of the situation, seeking their assistance against Aizen. After receiving a reassuring response from the five elders, he had ended the call. However, this only intensified his inner turmoil. After further contemplation, Sengoku resolved to personally head to Cake Island. He traversed the treacherous seas of the New World at great speed using Moonwalk, expending considerable time before finally arriving at Cake Island. To his astonishment, he found the Navy besieged by pirates, with the Emperor, Big Mom, launching an attack on the Navy. Moreover, he could not locate Aizen or the five elders among the crowd. What on earth was happening? What had gone awry? Sengoku and Appo's thoughts were clear, but Big Mom, in her frenzied state, was utterly irrational. She was unconcerned with the prospect of war. Her sole focus was on locating Aizen. Hand over Aizen. Seeing that communication was futile, Sengoku unleashed his full power, transforming his other hand into a Buddha fist aimed at Big Mom, shouting, "Borsellino, what is the situation?" This exclamation not only clarified for Kazuru what was needed, but also jolted the other pirates from their shock at Sengoku and Appo's arrival. The battle was far from over. This was perhaps a rare opportunity to obliterate the Navy and Appo's elite forces. The Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and the Flame pirates simultaneously launched their assault on the warship, unleashing a torrent of slashes, flames, and devil fruit powers. After fending off Big Mom, Sengoku initially thought the chaos would subside, but to his dismay, the pirates suddenly united to launch an attack. Damn it! With no other option, he deployed a long-concealed technique. Sengoku and Appo's golden Buddha emitted an intense radiance, forcing the attacking pirates to shield their eyes and halt their assault. His form began to grow larger, and a golden disc appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku transformed into a towering Buddha, standing hundreds of meters tall. The golden light receded, enveloping his form. His presence was awe-inspiring. And as the pirates beheld him, they gasped at the sight of a colossal golden figure seated in midair, with an even larger golden disc behind him, composed of numerous Buddha hands. The devil fruit, mythical Zoan, awakening form, thousand-handed Buddha. This was the manifestation of Sengoku's fruit awakening. His expression remained impassive as he gazed down at the pirates, and the Buddha hand spontaneously swung towards them. With countless massive hands, the pirates found themselves unable to evade. Many weaker pirates were swept away, disappearing from sight in an instant. What in the world is this monster? How can something so absurd exist? Some pirates began to falter. They were pirates, not fools, and they recognized the disparity in strength, especially with Sengoku now resembling a divine being. At that moment, Sengoku spoke, his voice resonant like a sermon from a deity. "Leave now, and I shall consider this a non-event." However, Sengoku and Appo's earlier assaults were not without resistance. The formidable pirates, such as the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and Katakuri, unleashed their powerful haki to withstand the onslaught. "Hold firm. He cannot maintain this form for long. We only need to endure until his energy is depleted," Marco shouted, a veteran of the Whitebeard pirates, who had embarked on countless adventures alongside Whitebeard. Sengoku and Appo's current display was reminiscent of what their father had once described, the state of awakening of a devil fruit. When the mastery and understanding of a devil fruit reached extraordinary depths, one could achieve awakening. This state granted a temporary surge in power, yet it also demanded a greater toll and burden. Furthermore, once the awakening period concluded, the user would endure a phase of weakness, a significant drawback of the awakening. Marco and Appo's words reached the others, and they too unleashed their formidable strength to contend with Sengoku and Appo's Buddha hands. Sengoku, acutely aware of Marco and Appo's exhortation, recognized the truth in his statement. The energy required to sustain his awakened form was immense, compounded by the exhaustion from his earlier journey. "Since you choose not to retreat, then let it be so," Sengoku commanded, directing even more Buddha hands toward them. A veritable storm of Buddha fists and palms surged towards Marco and the remaining defiant pirates, while Sengoku remained vigilant against Big Mom. Just then, a red figure, emanating steam, bounded towards them from a distance. Sengoku glanced over, and to his astonishment, it was him. Once again, it was Carpend Appo's grandson. How was he everywhere at once? After battling the Navy Vice Admiral, Luffy, disregarding his companions and Appo's warnings, transformed into Gear 4th and rushed over. Ace and Appo's comrade was present. 2 years prior during the Marineford War, they had aided him significantly, and he could not remain idle. Without any superfluous words, Luffy unleashed a full-force strike. It was Uncle Aizen who once proclaimed that one must strike with all their might and refrain from idle chatter. Rubber Giant Ape King Gun. The colossal, black and red-hued Ape King gun surged forth, propelled by the elasticity of rubber, aiming a powerful punch at Sengoku. Humph. Carp truly ought to educate his grandson properly. Sengoku, wielding 2 pairs of Buddha hands, sought to intercept with his divine palms. The collision of fist and palm, infused with golden and black-red haki, resulted in a fierce clash. Sengoku realized that his Buddha hands were being overpowered and promptly summoned an additional 2 pairs to deflect Luffy and Appo's assault, subsequently sending him flying with a powerful blow. "Return whence you came. This is not a battle in which you may partake." Perhaps out of respect for an old friend, Sengoku refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Luffy, Hurtling back through the air, skillfully utilized the abilities of the spring human to bounce several times, barely regaining his balance. The Marine Admiral is indeed formidable. But I shall not yield. Meanwhile, the previously launched Big Mom, laughing heartily, approached Sengoku. Observing Sengoku transformed into a towering Buddha, she appeared to have found the true culprit. Are you the one who concealed Aizen? Hand him over to me. Chapter 45. Pirates do not deceive pirates, Sengoku versus Big Mom. Nearby the naval warships, Katakuri was engaged in a fierce battle against Sengoku and Appo's Buddha hands when he heard Big Mom and Appo's words. His expression shifted drastically as he realized a grave problem had arisen. How could Big Mom not recognize Sengoku? Had her condition deteriorated to a more profound state? Katakuri shouted to Marco, who was similarly occupied with the Buddha hands. Marco, we have an urgent situation. Marco turned towards the voice and was startled to find that it was Katakuri, one of the sweet 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates. Calling him. What is going on? Katakuri succinctly explained the situation, clarifying that Big Mom's hunger pangs had 2 distinct states. Although she had suddenly fallen ill, her memory remained intact, indicating a normal state. In this state, the known solution was simply to find what she desired. Moreover, since she retained some autonomy, Big Mom would not unleash her full power without reason. However, the current predicament was that the item she yearned for, the blue dye, was missing. This implied that Big Mom could not find what she wanted. Should her memory lapse into confusion, as evidenced by her failure to recognize Sengoku, it would be dire. Decades prior, Big Mom had frequently interacted with Sengoku. How could she not recognize him? Even if Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha, his visage remained unmistakably his own. Previously, she had identified Sengoku, but now she had not, suggesting she had entered a deeper state. In this condition, merely finding what she desired would not suffice. The known strategies were to either defeat her or wait until she exhausted her strength. Wasn't it straightforward to unite and overpower her? Upon hearing Marco and Appo's response, Katakuri shook his head. The crux of the matter lay here. In her deeper state, Big Mom would not hold back. She would unleash her full might. Furthermore, Katakuri was uncertain of her current power level. For over a year, her episodes had been quelled by the blue dye. During that time, Blue Dye had even imparted certain techniques to her, which had rejuvenated her. One thing Katakuri was certain of, Big Mom was undoubtedly stronger now than she had been a year ago, and significantly so. I suggest we withdraw for now and wait until she depletes her strength. Katakuri offered his counsel. Although he was puzzled as to why the Whitebeard crew had arrived, at least at this moment, the pirates were unified in purpose. Marco was momentarily taken aback by this, and in that fleeting moment, he was struck squarely by Sengoku and Appo's Buddha hands. With a cough, he spat blood. He had been injured. Damn it, I was careless. Yet, the assault was far from over. As more Buddha hands surged towards Marco, in this critical moment, Katakuri activated the powers of his Machi Machi fruit. In an instant, he mimicked Sengoku and Appo's Buddha hands, using his own to intercept Sengoku and Appo's attack. Marco seized the opportunity to escape the onslaught of Buddha hands, wiping the blood from his mouth and shouting to his comrades, "Retreat." He chose to trust Katakuri and Appo's words. After all, at such a juncture, pirates would not deceive one another. The Whitebeard crew swiftly distanced themselves from the warships, and at Katakuri's behest, the Big Mom crew followed suit. Kaido's subordinate, Jin, also sensed the impending catastrophe and retreated from the scene. The 4 admirals, witnessing the pirates' complete withdrawal, were left perplexed. Why had they suddenly ceased their assault? At that moment, Luffy, who was on his way back, spotted Ace's comrades fleeing and immediately halted to inquire, "Pineapple Head, why are you running?" Marco and the others initially failed to comprehend whom Ace's brother was addressing. The next moment, a captain glanced at Marco and Appo's hairstyle and exclaimed, "Pineapple Head? Huh." Marco finally realized Luffy seemed to be calling him, and he looked up at the bouncing figure of Luffy in the air. "Ace and Appo's brother, come with us." He restrained himself from correcting Luffy, deciding to overlook it for Ace and Appo's sake. As the group made their exit, Sengoku noticed the situation but refrained from intervening. He was rather pleased that they were leaving, as it would allow the Navy to retreat safely. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the chaos was instigated by Big Mom before him. Big Mom appeared oblivious to Sengoku, disregarding his explanations that he had not concealed the blue dye. Even upon arriving at Cake Island, Sengoku had never encountered blue dye. Yet Big Mom refused to believe him. The blue dye must be hidden within you. I shall shatter you to find him. Under Sengoku and Amp, Appo's, as helpless gaze. Big Mom swung her Emperor and Appo's sword. Waigu. A colossal sword-shaped shockwave, infused with haki, surged towards Sengoku. He countered with his Buddha hands, redirecting the attack away from him. The shockwave altered its trajectory, crashing into the uninhabited sea, splitting it apart. Yet, in the next moment, Big Mom continued her frenzied assault with the Emperor's sword. Waigu. Repeatedly unleashing her signature move forced Sengoku to employ more Buddha hands for defense. Convinced that Big Mom could not perpetually wield such a powerful attack without limit. However, as time passed, Sengoku realized he had withstood 30 consecutive Waigu strikes. The sea lay in tatters from the relentless assault, with several naval vessels suffering catastrophic damage. Back at Cake Island, Marco observed this scene with relief, grateful he had heeded Katakuri's advice. Such indiscriminate attacks would have severely injured him had he been caught while defending against Sengoku's Buddha hands. At this moment, Sengoku, still embroiled in battle with Big Mom, could not fathom the immense energy expenditure required for such an attack. Why can Big Mom unleash this so recklessly? Isn't she tired? Is her energy limitless? Sengoku's awakened form was beginning to falter, the colossal Buddha visibly shrinking at a rapid pace. It had already diminished to 1/3 of its original size, now standing only 30 meters tall. Impossible. How can you unleash so many Waigu? Sengoku continued to fend off Big Mom and Appo's onslaught, yet she seemed oblivious to his plight. With another Waigu, Sengoku, in a moment of panic, failed to block the strike. The shockwave slammed into him, causing him to spew blood as he was sent hurtling backward. Seeing that her attack had succeeded, Big Mom immediately pursued, conjuring lightning and launching a colossal purple bolt towards Sengoku. Junwili. This lightning strike was far more potent than the previous one, jolting Sengoku and rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Yet, this very impact allowed him to regain his composure amidst the chaos. Such unrestrained bursts of energy would undoubtedly have repercussions. Indeed, Big Mom was burning her lifespan to execute these numerous attacks, her appearance and physique visibly deteriorating. She aged before their eyes, losing her once formidable figure and reverting to the frail form recognized by all. This transformation was witnessed by the admirals closest below. Has Big Mom reverted again? Just as they thought this, Big Mom bellowed, lowering her height closer to the ocean surface. Her eyes gleamed with a sinister red light as she directed a sole query towards the Navy below. Life or dead? Previously, the Navy members who had fallen into the sea due to the destruction of their warship were unable to withstand the soul-searching interrogation of Big Mom, revealing their fears. Each of them felt a decade of their lifespan being extracted, as hundreds of Navy personnel sensed that something vital within them was being drawn out, consumed by Big Mom. As she devoured more and more lifespans, she gradually transformed from a frail old woman back into her voluptuous form, her aged visage reverting to a youthful appearance. Upon regaining her youth, Big Mom expressed her gratitude, stating, "Thank you for the hospitality." It was concluded by Aizen during his research on the soul fruit that consuming sufficient lifespans could restore her youth. Previously, Big Mom had merely supplemented her lifespan periodically, never imagining that she could rejuvenate herself through the consumption of vast amounts of life force. With the absorption of over a millennium's worth of lifespan, she regained her sanity and suppressed her ailments. Meanwhile, Sengoku, struck by Big Mom's lightning, had reverted from his awakened state and arrived, charred and battered, on the warship where Akainu and the others were located. This was the only remaining unscathed vessel, thanks to the joint efforts of the admirals in withstanding the onslaught. Initially, the Navy's main fleet consisted of 50 ships, yet now only 30 remained, with 20 sunk. The surviving warships bore various damages, and at this point in the battle, regardless of the outcome, the Navy had suffered tremendous losses. Sengoku, how are you holding up? Can you still endure? Kazara swiftly approached Sengoku, steadying the swaying figure of the former fleet admiral. I'm fine. It's just that the energy expenditure is immense. This is a normal reaction after utilizing the awakened state. Sengoku replied breathlessly, allowing Kazara to breathe a sigh of relief. However, this was not a moment for complacency, as Big Mom took a step onto their warship. Her gaze fixed on the 4 admirals and 1 fleet admiral, seemingly intent on delivering a final blow. Crack. The sound of something shattering echoed, the sound of space fracturing. From the shattered void emerged a figure, dragging something along with him. An overwhelming spiritual pressure materialized, making everyone aware of the individual's presence. Sensing this immense pressure, Big Mom immediately abandoned the Navy and turned to flee. All attention turned to the figure, who was none other than Aizen. Yet, some onlookers noticed something amiss. Why had Aizen and Apos' aura turned so frigid? Why was the oppressive force intensifying? Both Navy and pirates gradually succumbed to the pressure, kneeling, with only a few strong individuals able to withstand it. Additionally, why was Aizen clad in a black robe? And what was the significance of the black mask covering his face? Chapter 46. The transaction with the black-clad Aizen. The appearance of Aizen, clad in a black binding robe, seemed to press the pause button on the battle. His cold gaze surveyed the surroundings, akin to an observer of this world. The boundless ocean, peculiar islands, and a multitude of humans differing in physique, appearance, and stature. Was this truly the world of pirates? Before the onlookers stood the black-clad Aizen, conjured by the Bankai. A sight utterly inconceivable. To comprehend the unfolding events, one must return to the depths of the abyss. Aizen laid bare all circumstances to his counterpart, the black-clad Aizen, revealing that the Bankai was achieved with the assistance and inspiration of the H-Gyoku. Bankai? Do we still require such a thing? The black-clad Aizen remarked bluntly, asserting that since surpassing the Shinigami, he no longer relied on such powers. The battles of the Shinigami were, in essence, mere contests of spiritual pressure. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the greater the likelihood of victory. And Aizen, as a being, had long since approached an invincible realm. That cannot be said. The Bankai remains quite intriguing, and other realms possess fascinating powers as well, Aizen elucidated while demonstrating the 3 forms of Haki, subsequently utilizing the powers of the Devil Fruit through the H-Gyoku. The black-clad Aizen remained silent, observing intently until Aizen had completed his display before speaking. The powers you have showcased are indeed impressive, but they offer little assistance to us at present. No sooner had he finished speaking than he recalled a former test subject. Continuing, surely you do not intend to emulate Ichigo Kurosaki by merging various powers? A glimmer of insight flickered in Aizen and Apos' eyes. Indeed, no one understood him better than himself. The black-clad Aizen noticed Aizen and Apos' subtle expressions and sported a knowing look. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation. Have you grown weaker? Although I am a creation of your memories, why do I sense a diminishment in your power? In truth, Aizen had not weakened. Rather, he had become accustomed to restraining his own strength. To validate his suspicion, the black-clad Aizen unleashed a torrent of black spiritual pressure, akin to a gaping maw of an abyss, aimed at Aizen. In response, Aizen smiled and unleashed his own spiritual pressure to counter it. As both parties continuously amplified their power, the entire abyss trembled violently, causing the ground beneath to shudder. An earthquake? Hiraka Shunsui, who had just returned, felt the tremors and mistakenly believed it to be seismic activity. However, his expression quickly changed as he realized there was a disturbance in the abyss. He swiftly shooed Padi to the entrance of the abyss, but before he could step inside, a pillar of black spiritual pressure erupted, reducing the entire squad building to nothingness. Hiraka narrowly avoided disaster, watching from a distance as 2 pillars of black spiritual pressure soared skyward. This is Aizen and Apos' spiritual pressure. But why are there 2? The moment the 2 pillars ascended, it coincided with Saint Saturn's desperate cry for help. The likes of Urahara Kasuke and others turned their gazes toward the source of the pillars. Could it be that Aizen had truly broken free, merely to rescue this monster? At that moment, within the abyss, the 2 Aizens unleashed their spiritual pressure but refrained from engaging in combat, merely locking eyes. The power you wield now is entirely supported by the H-Gyoku. It is currently deliberating whether to cease its assistance to you, Aizen jested, while internally, the H-Gyoku had begun to express its grievances. Master, although my energy is nearly limitless, this manner of usage is exceedingly wasteful. Please act swiftly to make him stop. Understood, I shall make him cease, Aizen replied. The black-clad Aizen furrowed his brow. Since when could the H-Gyoku communicate? Had it not always existed in a state of vague consciousness? Suddenly, he considered a possibility. The black-clad Aizen immediately restrained his spiritual pressure, and Aizen followed suit. Has the H-Gyoku evolved? The black-clad Aizen inquired tentatively, concluding that this was the most plausible hypothesis. Indeed, that is why I mentioned that other realms are quite intriguing, Aizen and Apos' smile grew increasingly enigmatic. He understood himself well, thus recognizing that he had taken the bait. At that moment, both Aizens gazed upward. In the outside world, Hiraku, witnessing the disappearance of the 2 spiritual pressures, rushed over. Upon landing, he questioned whether he had fallen victim to an illusion to Aizens. As other captains of various squads arrived at the abyss, including the last to arrive, Urahara Kisuke. A total of 13 Shinigami captains congregated. Oh my, I never expected Aizen to truly, Urahara and Appo's words trailed off as he abruptly halted. Are there truly two Aizens? Could it be an illusion? It was impossible. They had already taken extensive precautions against illusions. Just then, Aizen nostalgically regarded the captains and spoke. How nostalgic this all is. However, in the next instant, all actions of the Shinigami captains came to a standstill, followed by their abrupt disappearance like grains of sand in the wind. Aizen had commanded the H-Gyoku to cease its energy support, resulting in the dissolution of the Shinigami captains. Oh my, they have brought you along as well? Once the captains vanished, the figure of Saint Saturn, who had been taken alongside Urahara and others, was revealed, now having reverted from his awakened state. He appeared utterly disheveled. Yet for the dignity of the five elders and the celestial dragons, he feigned nonchalance. Aizen, what do you intend to do? Saint Saturn failed to recognize the black-clad Aizen, mistaking the differing aura and attire for two distinct individuals. What do I intend to do? Perhaps you should first divulge the important secret you mentioned? Saint Saturn gazed at Aizen in horror. How could he possibly know? He had not seen Aizen when he had pleaded for mercy. This is my created world. How could I not have heard? At that moment, Aizen and Appo's smile appeared devilish in Saturn and Appo's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Saint Saturn divulged the secret, believing he had secured his life. Both Aizens heard this revelation, exchanging glances, astonished by the nature of the secret. Saint Saturn presumed the matter concluded. Yet the two Aizens together transported him to a specific location. As a scientist, Saint Saturn immediately recognized this as a research facility. Thus began his nightmare. The two Aizens subjected him to multiple dissections, and he lost count of how much blood and essence had been extracted. They had turned him into a research specimen. His heart brimmed with despair as he finally comprehended the feelings of those humans he had once exploited for his studies, powerlessness, hopelessness, and being at the mercy of others. The regenerative abilities bestowed by the fruit prevented him from dying easily. Saint Saturn harbored deep regrets for agreeing to confront Aizen. He yearned for a swift end to his misery. Meanwhile, the two Aizens disregarded his cries, continuing their research while discussing among themselves. As the investigation deepened, the black-clad Aizen gradually began to understand the intentions of his original. So what is your decision? Aizen inquired, recalling that his previous suggestion had yet to receive a response. The black-clad Aizen remained silent, returning only a mysterious smile. During their interactions, especially amidst the clash of spiritual pressures, the quickest way for Shinigami to understand one another was through their spiritual energy. Thus, the figure in black, known as Blue Dye, became aware of a peculiar issue. Despite the striking resemblance, there lingered an unsettling sensation. Here, take this, he offered, though it may not quite measure up to the collapsed jade. It is nonetheless sufficient to sustain you for a considerable duration. A black jade orb fell into Blue Dye's hand, subsequently merging with his being. As Blue Dye closed his eyes to attune to the essence of the black jade orb, the other figure, Blue Dye, dragged Satan Saint into a secluded chamber, seemingly intent on extracting information. Chapter 47. The end of the Cake Island wartime rewinds to the present, above the New World's Cake Island. Despite the changes in attire and demeanor, Big Mom instantly recognized Aizen. Overjoyed, she hurried to his side with remarkable speed. However, what greeted her was Aizen's frigid gaze, as he scrutinized her from head to toe, as if he were a stranger. Is this one of the reasons you sent me out to replace you? Murmured the dark-clad Aizen. The towering woman before him, nearly 9 meters tall, could not conceal the joy and affection in her eyes, leading the dark Aizen to misunderstand the true reason his original self had summoned him, while the original had long since concealed his presence. The demon orb within dark Aizen was still in the process of evolution and required time to awaken. For now, it merely provided spontaneous energy support, sufficient to sustain his existence. Without the orb's support, he would have dissipated once Aizen released his Bankai. The spiritual pressure felt earlier by the others was a covert eruption from the original Aizen, a pretense for himself. Once the intimidation effect was achieved, the original Aizen retracted his spiritual pressure, signaling his imminent departure. Aizen cast one last glance at Dark Aizen, whispering in a voice only he could hear. I leave everything to you. I hope you can survive. With that, Aizen utilized Shuinpa and swiftly departed from Cake Island, racing toward an unknown destination. Dark Aizen sensed the original and Appo's departure, feeling relieved, Having that individual around always gave him the unsettling sensation of being watched. Meanwhile, Big Mom gazed intensely at Dark Aizen, examining him from top to bottom. She felt an odd dissonance. Was this truly Aizen and Amp, Appo's most authentic self? Had the refined Aizen she had known for the past year merely been a fade? No one could answer her questions, leaving her to ponder alone. In the face of Big Mom's fervent gaze, Dark Aizen chose to disregard her. He summoned Shunpa and arrived above the warship where Sengoku and the others were stationed. Due to Dark Aizen and Amp, Appo's earlier obstruction, Sengoku and the 4 other admirals had not immediately grasped the situation. It was only when Dark Aizen drew near that they recognized the figure he was dragging. It was Saint Saturn of the Gorosei. Saint Saturn, having undergone experimentation at the hands of 2 Aizens, had significantly transformed in both demeanor and appearance. Once a figure of remarkable authority, he now appeared so woebegone that he was scarcely better than an ordinary person. Upon recognizing the figure Dark Aizen held, their first reaction was disbelief. Saint Saturn has been defeated? This was swiftly followed by overwhelming rage. Aizen, what have you done to Saint Saturn? Dark Aizen offered no response. Under the incredulous stares of the onlookers, he discarded Saint Saturn as though he were refuse, tossing him to Kizaru. This was a task assigned by the original Aizen. Find the man in sunglasses and a yellow shirt and deliver him. Earlier, as Dark Aizen surveyed the surroundings, he had not only been observing the world, but also searching for Kizaru. Kizaru immediately stepped forward to catch Saint Saturn, promptly placing his hand on the Elder and Amp, Appo's neck to check for vital signs. Fortunately, he detected a pulse. The man was still alive. This realization allowed Kizaru to breathe a sigh of relief. If Aizen had killed another celestial dragon, particularly a member of the Gorosei, the ramifications would have been unimaginable, a catastrophe of epic proportions. Aizen, you, Kizaru began, only to be interrupted by Dark Aizen's curt command, leave. Dark Aizen suddenly realized a grave oversight. He had neglected to inquire about the relationships among the various figures present. Consequently, he was unaware of names or affiliations, leaving him no choice but to resort to such a drastic measure. Kizaru was taken aback. Aizen had commanded him to leave, though their acquaintance had been brief. Aizen had consistently exuded an air of refinement. Why had his temperament changed so drastically? Dark Aizen's command prompted Akainu, who had remained silent, to finally speak out. The pain in his severed leg throbbed anew, a painful reminder that the assailant stood before him. As Akainu prepared to voice his thoughts, he observed Dark Aizen raising a hand skyward, beginning an incantation. Murky symbols began to manifest, exuding a rebellious, wild energy. No, that's the technique Aizen used during the Marineford War. We must retreat. Kizaru, Akiji, and Sengoku immediately recognized the peril and issued evacuation orders, abandoning their warship. The naval soldiers on board, receiving the command, leapt into the sea. As the Navy began their retreat, Dark Aizen halted his incantation, his intent to swiftly conclude matters here and depart. The admirals felt a momentary relief upon seeing Aizen cease his chanting. However, they chose not to turn back. Instead, they hurried to rescue the ordinary soldiers who had fallen into the sea. After considerable effort, they managed to leave Cake Island with the survivors. As for the admiral left behind on Cake Mountain, they could only wish him good fortune. Thus, the Navy retreated in disgrace, while the pirates chose not to pursue. Among them, those with insight sensed that the situation had escalated dramatically. 5 admirals, 1 fleet admiral defeated, 1 Gorosei member unconscious, and whose fate was uncertain. Compounded by the Navy's significant losses, these developments would undoubtedly have repercussions far greater than those of the Marineford War. The world was on the brink of chaos once more, and the absolute authority of the world government was being undermined. A significant crisis was imminent. High above Cake Island, Morgans gazed excitedly at the news article in his hands. It was the report he had just completed, detailing the events of the war that had transpired on Cake Island. Even now, he struggled to believe that Aizen had truly emerged victorious and repelled the Navy. Such an accomplishment was surely beyond even the legendary pirate king, Roger. Morgans reflected on the exclusive interview he had secured in exchange for 2 signposts. It had proven invaluable. Initially, he had thought Aizen's claims of disinterest in kingship were mere bravado, a desire to distance himself from the ambition that countless others yearned to achieve. Yet now, it appeared that Aizen had spoken the truth. With such power, it was no wonder he had no interest in reigning supreme. After regaining his composure, Morgans began distributing the article for urgent printing across the islands. He was determined to inform the world of this event without delay. The Navy and Appo's highest combat strength had been decisively thwarted by a single individual. He had already conceived the headline for this news report. A new king has arrived. Morgans wore an expression of reckless enthusiasm. After all, such sensationalism was what news was all about. The more you shun kingship, the more I shall proclaim you as one. Chapter 48. The Rise of the New King and the Response of the Five Elders. The withdrawal of the navy brought a collective sigh of relief among the pirates, who then erupted into jubilant cheers and celebrations. We have triumphed. We have defeated the 5 admirals and the fleet admiral along with their main fleet. The words of an unknown voice echoed, quickly followed by others joining in the chorus. We have vanquished the navy. We are truly formidable. Amidst the raucous celebration, the cold demeanor of the cloaked figure, Eisen, remained unchanged. The cheers held no significance for him. Eisen, where have you been? At that moment, Big Mom reappeared before him, inquiring. Facing this unfamiliar giantess, Eisen's expression darkened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Take me to the research lab. That individual has a penchant for research, so there must be a place designated for it. He chose to disregard her question. Big Mom noted Eisen's lack of response to her inquiry, instead directing her to lead the way. You do not know where your own laboratory is? Despite her growing confusion, her infatuation with Eisen compelled her to guide him to the island's research facility. As Eisen followed silently behind Big Mom, they passed by the pirate ship where Luffy and a recovering Ace approached. Uncle Eisen, you are truly amazing, Luffy exclaimed, with Ace mimicking him. Uncle Eisen. Thank you for saving us during the war at Marineford. Eisen merely grunted in acknowledgement, having no recollection of these two youths. Any heroic deeds belonged to another, not him. Uncle, we fought together against the Admiral. Remember to teach me the Conqueror's Haki. Luffy laughed heartily, yet Eisen offered no reply. Although that individual had once employed the 3 types of Haki, Eisen had not studied it closely enough to utilize it himself. Straw Hat, step aside. Upon realizing that Big Mom was speaking, Luffy's previous enthusiasm dissipated, and he and Ace silently retreated to the side. Subsequently, Big Mom led Eisen to the research lab. Despite the castle's collapse, research facilities were usually reinforced, thus remaining intact. Upon entering the lab, Eisen discovered a plethora of research materials. He did not destroy the records? Eisen became engrossed in the documents, rapidly perusing various materials. Most pertained to devil fruits, specifically the devil fruit gems. A section on Haki caught his attention, causing a rare smile to surface on his otherwise stoic face. Big Mom observed him quietly from the side, her heart finally coming to a realization. Outside Cake Island, the new Whitebeard pirates and Luffy's crew held a modest celebration, rejoicing in the reunion of brothers and the victory they had achieved. Sanji had left early to reconnect with his family, while the earlier talks of tea parties and engagements had long been forgotten. As Big Mom's children cleared the island's ruins, a figure with green hair stealthily darted past the crowd. It was Admiral Green Bull, who had waited inside Cake Mountain for a while, but upon seeing no one paying attention, he resolved to leave, initially intending to await the arrival of Kizaru and others. He never anticipated being met with the jubilant cheers of pirates, realizing that remaining there was akin to waiting for death. Green Bull discreetly siphoned water and energy from several pirates, regaining a significant portion of his strength. Without drawing attention, he quickly departed Cake Island and contacted Admiral Kizaru via Den Den Mushi. 2 hours had elapsed since the Navy and Appo's retreat when the admirals hastened to transport Saint Saturn to the Holy Land. In the meeting room of the Holy Land, the 4 elders gazed upon the gravely injured and unconscious Saturn with incredulity, fully aware of Saturn and Appo's strength. How could he be in such a state? Upon learning that it was Eisen who had caused this, disbelief lingered among them. Even the Pirate King Roger could not have reached such a level of destruction. First, take Saturn for treatment. We will deliberate once that is done, commanded the bald elder, wielding a katana. Understood, Lord Venus. Sengoku restrained Akainu, who was about to voice his concerns, and led all the admirals away. After their departure, the bald man, one of the 5 elders, Lord Venus, was the first to speak. Have we yet to uncover the origins of Eisen? Despite deploying all of CP0 and spending over a year, we have still found nothing, replied the elder with a birthmark on his forehead, his expression devoid of emotion. What a bunch of inept fools. Lord Venus scolded them openly, disregarding the presence of the other elders. They then engaged in a fervent discussion regarding Eisen, ultimately arriving at a consensus. With long white hair and a flowing beard, one of the elders summarized, the World Conference is imminent. For now, we must prioritize stability until its conclusion, after which we will take action together." The other elders concurred, before summoning their subordinates to relay the decision to Sengoku and the others. Meanwhile, numerous Navy intelligence operatives received urgent reports. The war at Cake Island was being broadcast by the World Economic News throughout the New World. This unexpected turn of events disrupted the elders' original plans. Morgans had risen to prominence as the most formidable media mogul in the New World. Relying on a vast fleet of news-seeking seagulls, groups of these seagulls, carrying newspapers emblazoned with the headline "The New King Has Arrived," conducted free airdrops wherever people gathered, even daring to drop them near Navy bases. As everyone picked up the newspapers, the first thing they encountered were the bold words, "The New King Has Arrived." This was followed by a close-up photograph of Aizen, depicting him dragging Saint Saturn, one of the highest leaders of the world government, before the Navy. The newspaper explicitly identified the individual being dragged, Saint Saturn of the Five Elders. Subsequently, the articles provided a summary of the Cake Island conflict and excerpts from Aizen's interview. Whether pirates, common folk, or Navy personnel, upon reading the papers, many believed it to be an elaborate April Fool and Appos as prank or thought they were losing their sanity. How could 5 admirals, a fleet admiral, and one of the highest leaders of the 5 elders possibly be defeated? However, their disbelief and skepticism were soon met with a harsh reality. The 5 elders issued a highest-level bounty, once again elevating Aizen's reward to an astronomical figure of 444 billion, surpassing even that of the Pirate King Roger, thus marking him as the most wanted fugitive in history. Some were bewildered, questioning why Aizen and Appos' bounty could surpass that of the Pirate King. Amidst the skepticism, there were supporters, leading to heated debates between the two factions. Just as the situation escalated, the world government released a shocking announcement that reverberated throughout the pirate world. Chapter 49. Announcement. The Guiding Ember and Lost Memories. The announcement will be broadcast live to the world by Admiral Sengoku and 5 Marine admirals. Admiral Green Bull arrived at the sacred site just 10 minutes before the live announcement, perfectly positioned as one of the backdrop elements. Admiral Sengoku sat before the camera with a grave expression, while the 5 admirals behind him wore equally solemn faces. The viewers of the live stream could palpably sense the weight of the atmosphere, marked by a full minute of silence. It seemed that Sengoku had made a significant decision, and he finally uttered a single sentence. This brief statement sent the entire pirate world into a frenzy. Preliminary speculation suggested that the notorious villain Aizen Sosuke had seemingly discovered the great treasure One Piece. The disputes ignited by Aizen's bounty came to an abrupt halt. Was Aizen's formidable strength derived from finding the Pirate King and Appos' great treasure? Indeed, only the Pirate King and Appos' treasure could bestow such immense power. Suddenly, someone led the charge in directing the narrative towards a more sinister angle, shifting the blame onto Aizen. The Pirate King and Appos' treasure should belong to us all. Yes, Aizen must surrender the great treasure. The voices supporting this sentiment began to multiply, as people in the New World, whether pirates or not, spontaneously sought to acquire the treasure from Aizen. The live stream was remarkably brief, lasting barely 2 minutes, with Sengoku being the sole speaker, uttering just that one line. Yet, it achieved astonishing results. From that moment forth, the denizens of the New World became Aizen's potential adversaries. Ha ha ha, it seems the world government is truly anxious. Morgans laughed heartily, flapping his wings in delight after watching the world government's live broadcast. He had interviewed Aizen, who had specifically sought information regarding the historical road poneglyphs. Combining this knowledge, Morgans could ascertain one undeniable fact. Aizen had not obtained the great treasure. He didn't even know the location of the final island. So how could he possibly possess the treasure? One must admit, the world government's maneuver was quite ingenious. Morgans caressed his feathers with his wings, contemplating whether to expose the world government and Appos' slander. After a brief moment of hesitation, he hastily penned a new news article. 2 hours had passed since the world government's announcement live stream concluded. The news-seeking seagull set out once more, airdropping newspapers across the New World. Those who received the newspapers found the following proclamation within. Aizen had personally acknowledged that he was aware of all the coordinates of the historical road poneglyphs. Morgans abandoned his intent to expose the world government and Appos' lies, even adding fuel to the fire. Furthermore, everything he wrote was factual, devoid of any falsehood. Aizen had indeed discovered 2 locations, and he had shared the whereabouts of the remaining 2 with him. Thus, one could roundly conclude that he possessed knowledge of all the coordinates of the historical road poneglyphs, thanks to the world government's previous announcement. Morgan's and Appos' report only served to further convince the populace that Aizen had found the great treasure. Even Sengoku, the admirals, and the Gorosei began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he truly found it? What nonsense are you thinking? Such a thing does not exist. Meanwhile, Aizen, having discreetly departed from Cake Island, utilized his Shuinpa to traverse the seas at high speed. Suddenly, he sensed another being rapidly moving through the air ahead. Aizen accelerated to pursue, and upon closing the distance, he discovered it was none other than him. Aizen recalled the figure ahead, adorned with black wings. Wasn't he one of the infamous three disasters? Aizen had encountered this individual at Big Mom and Appos' tea party. Although he couldn't and Appos' remember the name entirely, he did recall where he hailed from. This winged being was a subordinate of the Yonko Kaido, having come from Wano country to attend the tea party. At that moment, Ember suddenly halted in midair. He had sensed an unseen observer since earlier, but upon glancing back, he found nothing unusual. Am I being overly sensitive? He resumed his flight, this time at an even swifter pace. Aizen, cloaked in his Shuinpa, remained undetected by Ember. Yet, the latter and Appos' perceptive abilities were commendable, as he could sense something amiss, indicating he possessed some level of strength. Aizen promptly made a judgment. He decided to use his own perception to track Ember from a distance. Since the tea party had concluded, it was only natural for Kaido's subordinate to return and report back to Kaido, right? Aizen surmised that Ember would most likely head back to Wano, and thus, he would make him his guide. Thus, unbeknownst to Ember, Aizen followed him at high speed, crossing dozens of islands, and after ascending a cliff waterfall, he finally arrived at Wano. Aizen quietly entered Wano country, which exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a paradise hidden from the world. Upon witnessing the locals clad in traditional kimono attire, Aizen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated seeing so many kimonos in the pirate world. He paused, choosing not to follow Ember any further. Meanwhile, Ember soared deeper into Wano, heading towards Onigashima, the main stronghold of Kaido. Aizen observed his surroundings. He had landed in the town of Kurakura in Wano. Passing by a kimono shop, Aizen borrowed a white kimono to drape over himself. Suddenly, after walking a few steps, he sensed a trace of a vaguely familiar aura. Who could it be? Curiosity piqued. Aizen swiftly utilized Shuinpa to follow the trail of the aura. Along the way, he noticed that Wano, though different from his expectations, appeared to have a populace lacking vitality. Before long, Aizen found himself near the source of the aura, discovering none other than Hawkins. After 2 years, Aizen once again encountered the golden-haired boy who had once enlightened him about this world. At this moment, Hawkins gazed intently at the newspaper in his hands, his expression grave. Due to Wano and Appos' long-standing isolationist stance, refusing to host outsiders or join the world government, it remained an utterly independent nation. This resulted in their reception of external information being significantly delayed by several hours or even days. Hawkins and Appos' serious demeanor piqued Aizen and Appos' curiosity. Using Shuinpa, Aizen appeared behind him. Peering at the contents of the newspaper, Aizen suddenly gasped softly, startling Hawkins, who jumped in alarm. He immediately scanned the surroundings, drawing his sword. Who there? It has been a long time, young Hawkins. Hawkins's eyes widened as he beheld Aizen's sudden appearance. In that instant, the memories of his past surged back, and he once more experienced that intangible terror. Chapter 50. The Sun, the Grim Reaper, and the Dragon. Blue. Aizen, why are you here? Shuden and Appos, to you be at Cake Island? Hawkins was genuinely startled, his speech fragmented. Aizen did not respond. Instead, he swiftly snatched the newspaper, so rapidly that Hawkins had no time to react. There were 2 editions of the paper. The first proclaimed the rise of a new king. Aizen had made his voice heard upon seeing the image of the dark-clad Aizen, only to discover it was a photograph of himself. The second edition reported that he had found the great treasure. Aizen felt a flicker of surprise. The rumor of him discovering the great treasure held some intrigue. However, he paid little heed to such gossip. Rumors serve as weapons for the weak. As a strong individual, he merely needed to transform them into reality, thus rendering the rumors powerless. Aizen and the dark-clad Aizen had diverged in their actions, one in the light and the other in the shadows, each complementing the other. On one hand, he intended for the dark-clad Aizen to attract public attention while he sought the remaining 2 pieces of the road sign poneglyph in secrecy. On the other hand, he foresaw a potential attack directed at him in the future. and thus decided that the dark-clad Aizen would confront it, allowing him to orchestrate events from behind the scenes. Hawkins realized that Aizen was disregarding him entirely. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew he could never defeat Aizen. Yet, he was no longer the naive rookie he once was. Having recognized his own strength, he had resolutely aligned himself with the Yonko Kaido, becoming a true member of the Beast Pirates, a mid-level figure within the crew, and he was quite content with that, as those above him were undeniably more powerful. Hawkins stealthily reached for the signal flare concealed within his cloak, moving cautiously to avoid drawing Aizen and Appo's attention. Just as he grasped the flare, Aizen spoke. Hawkins, I appreciate your newspaper. Moreover, I suggest you cease your actions. Hawkins froze. The newspaper returned to him, yet he hesitated to reach for it. He pondered whether to risk everything and signal for help. Meanwhile, Aizen observed Hawkins with a playful interest, eager to discern his decision. Would he concede in the face of overwhelming strength, or would he fight desperately? Hawkins was drenched in sweat, acutely aware that Aizen could see through his every move. He relinquished his grip on the signal flare and instead produced another item, a fortune-telling card. Upon seeing the card in Hawkins and Appo's hand, Aizen and Appo's smile widened. During their first encounter, Hawkins had shown a fondness for divination, a concept Aizen had scarcely understood at the time. Now, however, Aizen recognized that this must be Hawkins and Appo's devil fruit ability. After a moment of cutting and shuffling, Hawkins drew 3 cards. Trembling, he revealed the one representing himself. It was the upright sun. Upon seeing the card, Hawkins felt a wave of relief wash over him. The sun symbolizes life, brimming with hope and ideals. Its upright position indicated that he would not perish here. As Hawkins performed the divination, Aizen perceived a faint, elusive thread. Concurrently, the Gyoku began to stir. Master, that is the power of fate. Another manifestation of destiny. Aizen mused, just as Hawkins unveiled the second card. This card was meant to divine the fate of the Beast Pirates, or to foresee the destiny of Yonko Kaido. Hawkins grew increasingly anxious, his right hand trembling. Finally, he mustered the courage to reveal the card. As he flipped it, his hand seemed to lose all strength, and the card fell to the ground. What lay before him was a figure draped in black robes, wielding a scythe, its face obscured, the Grim Reaper card. The upright Grim Reaper card. Hawkins' face drained of color. This card foretold the impending demise of the Whitebeard pirates, perhaps even their annihilation. Who could defeat Kaido? Hawkins looked up at Aizen. Who else but him could possibly vanquish Kaido? He could think of no other who could overcome the Yonko. In the days of the supernovas, Hawkins had once believed himself formidable. However, after encountering Aizen and later facing Kaido, his confidence had been utterly shattered. Hawkins came to the realization that some individuals were simply beyond his reach. Had he not seen the newspaper earlier, he might have thought Kaido superior to Aizen. Yet, in light of Aizen's illustrious achievements showcased in the paper, Hawkins understood how foolish his previous notions were. Even the Yonko Kaido could not possibly defeat all 5 admirals, let alone the Gorosei. Does this card foretell my fate? Aizen mused, as Hawkins continued to gaze at him after revealing the card. The Grim Reaper card seemed fitting enough. Hawkins attempted to clarify that it was not so, but at that moment, a colossal and furious voice echoed throughout Wano. What nonsense! How could the great treasure possibly be found by someone? The previously clear skies of Wano darkened suddenly, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder and lightning. Enormous dark clouds enveloped the land, and with each thunderclap, one could faintly glimpse monstrous shapes lurking within the clouds. Aizen and Appo's attention was diverted by the booming voice and the tumultuous skies, while Hawkins and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the voice. It belonged to Yonko Kaido. Everything seemed to align with the ominous prediction of the divination card. Kaido should not have appeared. No longer hesitating, Hawkins prepared to reveal the third card, which represented Aizen's fate. Just then, a fierce wind erupted. The clouds were dispersed, the earth trembled, and the fortune-telling card was swept away. It was a dragon. Beside him, Aizen gazed excitedly at the azure dragon soaring thousands of meters into the sky. Not the winged lizard of Western lore, but rather an Eastern dragon. A symbol of mystery and power. Aizen was utterly captivated by the dragon before him, which was none other than Yonko Kaido himself. In that moment, Kaido was consumed by rage. He could not fathom how the great treasure could be found. Missing even a single piece of the road sign poneglyph rendered the final destination unreachable. One of those pieces was in his possession, making it impossible for the treasure to be uncovered. Kaido was the first to disbelieve this revelation. He was determined to confront Aizen for clarity. Now, Kaido sought to vent his frustrations, transforming into the Azure Dragon and descending upon Onigashima. With a colossal roar, Kaido unleashed a torrent of wind blades from his massive jaws, wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. Houses and the ground were devastated by Kaido's fierce winds, and he seemed insatiate. The dragon spun like a top, creating powerful tornadoes that swept away the wreckage. As debris soared into the air, Kaido began to gather an immense amount of energy in his maw, its temperature capable of melting anything. Just as he exhaled a scorching breath, a thick, purplish-black energy surged toward him. Chapter 51. A clash between Aizen and the mightiest creature. Kaido. At the moment Kaido unleashed his attack on Kuri, Hawkins began to make his escape. Aizen, you best leave this place quickly when Lord Kaido goes mad. He can even slay himself. Before fleeing, Hawkins offered a benevolent warning, having foreseen his own fate intertwined with that of the beast pirates. Thus, he was acutely aware that his chances of survival were high. On the other hand, he hoped Aizen would vacate the area rather than confront Kaido, thereby averted the future he had foreseen. Don't worry about me. You leave first, Aizen replied, activating Shuinpa to ascend into the sky. At that moment, Kaido had just summoned a whirlwind that lifted the debris of buildings into the air. He was preparing to unleash his breath attack upon them. But due to the debris obstructing his view, he failed to notice that Aizen was gathering energy 1,000 meters directly opposite him. Upon glimpsing the colossal dragon, Aizen hesitated for a moment before recognizing from memory that it was the fruit ability of the 4 Emperor Kaido. During his year with the Big Mom Pirates, he had not only studied devil fruits, but had also compiled data on some formidable beings of the sea. Naturally, only those of the warlord level would pique Aizen's interest. And as one of the 4 emperors, Kaido certainly fit that criterion. Fish fruit, mythical beast type, Azure Dragon form, the mightiest creature for Emperor Kaido. Let me witness your strength. With a clash of orange-red heat breath and purple-black haki, the debris caught in between was instantaneously incinerated. The collision of their immense energies unleashed a tremendous shockwave that caused violent tremors across the island of Kuri. What is this purple-black energy? Initially just venting his frustration, Kaido noticed something awry. Someone was actually matching his power. As he pondered where to unleash his fury, he summoned even more energy within himself to amplify his heat breath. In an instant, the orange-red began to gain the upper hand, pushing back the purple-black. Seeing his advantage, Kaido widened his dragon eyes, eager to discern the identity of the audacious individual daring to counter him. Meanwhile, Aizen felt his haki gradually being overwhelmed. Indeed, the disparity in size was considerable. The heat breath emitted by the 1,000-meter dragon was nearly 100 meters wide, while Aizen's form appeared diminutive in comparison. Nevertheless, Aizen quickly devised a countermeasure. If it's a dragon, then let's respond with a dragon. Way of Destruction, 99, 5 Dragon Destruction. Aizen maintained his haki with one hand while conjuring 5 enormous eastern dragons composed of spiritual pressure, tearing through space to materialize beside him. Kaido immediately noticed the sudden appearance of 5 purple-black dragons. Although they were not as massive as his, they still measured at least 200 meters. In the next moment, he witnessed the 5 dragons merging into a single colossal dragon. Aizen, controlling the fused dragon with his left hand, directed it toward Kaido. Realizing he could not afford to engage in a power struggle any longer, Kaido ceased his heat breath attack. The purple-black dragon was already upon him before he could react, wrapping around him tightly. Get off me! Kaido thrashed violently in an attempt to break free from the dragon's grip, but in the next instant, he heard a resounding explosion. Aizen decisively detonated the dragon, causing it to expand explosively. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, forming a massive dragon-shaped mushroom cloud above Wano. The inhabitants of Wano believed the apocalypse had arrived. The earth trembled, the sky blazed. Yet, amid the chaos, Kaido emerged injured. At the heart of the explosion, in his dragon-human form, blood streamed from his body, yet he remained alive. In the split second before the dragon's self-detonation, Kaido had reverted to his human form, utilizing his armed haki to endure the blast. However, he was far from unscathed. Even with the enhancement of his armed haki, the explosion had inflicted considerable damage. Who dares to attack me? Show yourself. As the black smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, revealing the bloodied Kaido, Aizen could not help but remark, surviving that blast. It seems the title of the mightiest creature is not unwarranted. Kaido suddenly heard someone comment on him and followed the voice. Upon seeing the man clad in a white kimono with a brown slick-back hairstyle, he felt a twinge of familiarity as if he had encountered him before, but could not recall where. Disregarding his inability to remember, Kaido angrily interrogated, "Hey, white-clothed boy, was that attack you're doing?" Aizen did not respond. He noted that despite Kaido being drenched in blood, he appeared to be relatively unharmed, which surprised him. Kaido's recovery was unexpectedly robust. Aizen observed the wounds on Kaido's body beginning to heal, likely due to the powers granted by his devil fruit. Truly, it was a devil fruit of the highest caliber. Before Kaido, Aizen emanated his Conqueror's Haki, manifesting a purple-black katana. Haki manifestation? Kaido's pupils constricted. This man had reached such a level. Cautiously, he withdrew his kanabo. Enveloping it in Conqueror's Haki, his expression grave as he focused intently on Aizen. The identity of this individual no longer mattered. Anyone capable of clashing with him, wounding him. And wielding such potent Haki was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Kaido had faced since his rise to fame. Kaido initiated the assault, rapidly swinging the Haki-imbued kanabo through the air towards Aizen. Thunder Bagua. However, in that instant, Aizen employed Shonpa to move forward, blocking the trajectory of the kanabo with his left hand. Before the kanabo reached its peak speed, Aizen effortlessly stopped the blow with his bare hand. No matter how hard Kaido pushed, Aizen remained unmoved. Impossible. Kaido could scarcely believe that anyone could so easily block his Thunder Bagua, especially with their bare hands. Such a feat seemed unfathomable. Seizing the moment while Kaido was still in shock, Aizen swiftly thrust his right hand toward Kaido and Amp, Appo's abdomen. God and Amp, Appo's avoidance. The sword energy struck Kaido directly, sending him flying. God and Amp, Appo's avoidance carved a massive wound into Kaido and Appo's abdomen, blood gushing forth. As Aizen observed the blood spraying from Kaido, he recognized it as excellent research material. Recovering from the initial shock of the blow, Kaido steadied himself and reached for his wound, where remnants of Aizen and Amp, Appo's peculiar and formidable Haki lingered. At that moment, Kaido and Amp, Appo's expression shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness. He was well aware of the technique God and Amp, Appo's avoidance. A move once wielded by the Pirate King, Roger. Kaido had witnessed it during his time with the Rocks Pirates. It was not a technique that just anyone could execute. As Kaido began to gather strength to launch another attack, Aizen abruptly dispelled his weapon. He abandoned the slow probing approach and, without hesitation, utilized complete hypnosis to ensnare Kaido in a deep sleep. Even someone as powerful as Kaido could not withstand Aizen and Appo's complete hypnosis. Within Kaido and Appo's perspective, he had amassed the power to launch a fierce assault against Aizen, who appeared unable to defend himself and was retreating in defeat. However, the reality was that Kaido stood motionless, dazed and unaware of his surroundings. At this moment, Aizen swiftly approached Kaido and retrieved a set of apparatus from his storage space, promptly inserting it into Kaido and Appo's chest. He was extracting Kaido and Appo's vital blood, and with each withdrawal, Kaido and Appo's breath grew increasingly feeble. In a state of complete hypnosis, Kaido and Appo's senses were entirely under Aizen and Appo's control, rendering him oblivious to the fact that his vital essence was being siphoned away. In this fleeting instant, Kaido resembled a mere slab of meat, helplessly at the mercy of another. Chapter 52. Hawkins' allegiance and counsel. At the same time, the officers of the Beast Pirates, upon receiving Hawkins' distress signal, were hastily making their way to Nine Lies. Upon reaching the outskirts of Nine Lies, Hawkins was meticulously examining his tarot cards, only to find one had been blown away, the card pertaining to Aizen and Appo's divination. Just as Hawkins identified which card it was, the three prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, Ash, Queen, and Jack, arrived on the scene. "Hawkins, what is the situation? Who is battling Kaido?" Ash inquired eagerly. "It is Aizen," Hawkins replied once more. "What did you say?" Ash questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. How could it possibly be Aizen? He should be on Whole Cake Island. Moreover, Aizen could not possibly know the coordinates of Wano. The thought sent a shiver down Ash's spine, recalling the sensation of being watched on the way back. Could it be that he inadvertently brought Aizen to Wano? It is indeed Aizen who is clashing with Kaido, Hawkins reiterated. Just then, a white figure appeared before them. The three prominent figures were taken aback to see Aizen before them, and they immediately drew their weapons, ready to strike. "There's no need for alarm. The battle has already concluded," Aizen stated calmly. "What does that mean?" Jack, one of the three prominent figures, could not fathom Aizen and Appo's words. However, Hawkins understood. Could it be that Aizen had already dealt with Kaido? That would be astonishingly swift. "Aizen, I was addressing you. What happened to Kaido? Jack demanded, anger seeping into his tone as Aizen disregarded him entirely. But someone was quicker to act. Ash stepped in front of Aizen, making a surprising request. Aizen, may I inquire about Kaido and Appos' current condition? He asked respectfully. Having witnessed Aizen and Appos' strength firsthand during the whole Cake Island War, Ash had a long-standing respect for formidable opponents. Aizen cast a discerning glance at Ash before responding slowly. Kaido has fainted from excessive blood loss. It would be prudent to procure some sustenance for him. Due to Aizen extracting a significant amount of Kaido and Appos' vital blood, Kaido was rendered exceedingly weak, his power severely compromised. Aizen offered this well-meaning advice. Yet it was met with skepticism. Kaido fainted from blood loss? Impossible. Jack could not accept Aizen and Appos' statement, for in his mind, Kaido was an indomitable force. How could he possibly succumb to such a fate? Just as Jack was about to argue further, Aizen unleashed his spiritual pressure, overpowering Jack with ease, and then, as if unfazed, commanded, Hawkins, let us depart. Ash stood silently to the side, devoid of any inclination to intervene. After a moment of hesitation, Hawkins quickly followed Aizen. Though this action felt somewhat inappropriate, as if betraying the beast pirates, Hawkins understood that survival was paramount. Only when the two had distanced themselves did Ash lean forward to check on Jack and Appos' condition, relieved to find he had merely fainted. Queen, take care of Jack. I will go see how Kaido fares, Ash instructed. Queen, who had remained silent throughout, nodded in understanding. Ash then swiftly took to the skies, heading towards the heart of Nine Lies. Hawkins trailed behind Aizen as they exited the Nine Lies area, arriving at the island and Appos' edge, where the distant site of Shimi Island awaited them. Aizen, my lord, where would you like to explore first? Hawkins inquired earnestly, contemplating whether to disclose the results of his divination. He had identified the card that foreshadowed Aizen's future, a card that bore ominous connotations regardless of its orientation. My purpose in coming to Wano is to locate the road poneglyph that Kaido possesses. Do you know where it is? Hawkins was taken aback. Aizen and Appos' aim was indeed this. However, this contradicted the information in the newspapers. Hadn't it been stated that Aizen had already found the One Piece? If he had indeed discovered it, why would he still need the road poneglyph? As this realization dawned upon Hawkins, he began to connect the dots. He understood that Aizen had not found the One Piece at all. The embellished narratives in the papers led many to mistakenly believe that Aizen and Appos' strength stemmed from having secured the One Piece, thereby granting him immense power. In truth, Aizen and Appos' might had always been unrelated to the treasure. Once Hawkins grasped this, he seemed to steel himself for a decisive move and swiftly declared, My Lord Aizen, I have a request. What is your request? Aizen asked, intrigued. I wish to become your subordinate. Aizen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated Hawkins making such a decision. To become his subordinate? After a moment of contemplation, Aizen suggested they first locate the road poneglyph. Hawkins interpreted this response as Aizen testing him. He immediately asserted, though he was unaware of the exact location of the road poneglyph, he could utilize his divination skills to ascertain its general vicinity. Aizen recalled Hawkins and Appos' earlier divination, which had resonated with the power of fate that even his Zanpakuto had sensed. This indicated that Hawkins possessed a unique talent for divination. Hawkins, you excel at divination? Yes. My lord, Hawkins affirmed, nodding as he recounted the results of his previous divination. My lord Aizen, I performed 3 divinations in your presence, targeting myself, the beast pirates, and you. Upon hearing this, Aizen and Appos' interest peaked. Hawkins continued, explaining that he represented the Sun card, symbolizing life, while the beast pirates were represented by the Death card, denoting an end. My lord, your divination result is the Tower. The Tower? Aizen raised an eyebrow, his expression subtly shifting as Hawkins elaborated. Indeed, the Tower corresponds to your future. However, due to the tempest caused by Kaido transforming into a dragon, I was unable to confirm whether it was upright or reversed. Regardless, the implications of the Tower are ominous. Hawkins paused, observing Aizen and Appos' demeanor before cautiously continuing. The Tower signifies destruction. Upright, it denotes significant upheaval, while reversed, it implies a complete reset. Aizen repeated these thoughts internally. Would this truly be his future? If it were merely destruction, he had foreseen this and prepared accordingly. Nevertheless, what transformations might occur? How would the reset manifest? Lost in contemplation, Aizen did not interrupt Hawkins, who stood silently beside him. After a brief moment, Eisen emerged from his thoughts and met Hawkins' gaze. Let us proceed. We must find the road Poneglyph. Chapter 53, Death Warrant. Multiple personalities? Very well, my lord. Hawkins nodded in response, akin to a chick pecking at grains, as he initially believed that Eisen would devise a way to dismantle the prophecy. In truth, Eisen and Apos' intentions were rather straightforward. He yearned to witness the nature of the future that could lead to his obliteration or, in other words, a reset of his existence. After all, in this world, few could pose a genuine threat to him. Hawkins first conducted a divination in Gioli, which indicated that the historical landmarks were not located within that territory. Consequently, the two departed from Gioli, heading towards Shimi. Half an hour later, after their departure, Kaido regained consciousness, feeling a disarray in his memories. What on earth happened? Did I get drunk again? Lord Kaido, you have finally awakened. Why are you all surrounding me? Jin, Jack, Queen? Kaido found himself perplexed by the situation. However, when he attempted to rise, he discovered that merely sitting up was an arduous task. Confused, he glanced at his own body, noticing bandages wrapped around his left chest. Suddenly, fragments of his chaotic memories began to resurface. The boy in white. Kaido bellowed in anger, recalling that he was engaged in combat with an individual clad in a white kimono, whose abilities were exceedingly strange. Ultimately, he had to unleash his full power to defeat this opponent. Yet, his memory did not suggest any injury to his. Furthermore, when did his body become so feeble? What on earth transpired? Lord Kaido, please calm down. Calm down? How can I possibly do that? Enveloped in fury, Kaido paid no heed to his subordinate's words. However, his stubbornness could not triumph over the frailty of his body. His physical condition was too weak. A mere surge of anger left him unable to withstand it, causing him to topple backward. Fortunately, the three prominent figures acted swiftly, collectively catching Kaido before he fell. My lord, you must remain calm. I will explain everything to you. Through the account provided by the three prominent figures, Kaido finally grasped the entire situation. He understood the cause of his memory and Apos' confusion. He had been ensnared by Eisen and Apos' illusions in the final moments. So, Eisen extracted my heart and Apos' blood? Ha ha ha, splendid. After traversing the seas for so many years, it is a first for someone to dare do such a thing to me. He is courting death. Immediately issue a death warrant for Eisen to the beast pirates. We shall not rest until we have avenged this affront. The three prominent figures hesitated briefly at Kaido and Apos' command before promptly executing it. Nevertheless, a profound concern lingered in their hearts. If even Kaido had been defeated by Eisen, could the entire beast pirates hope to emerge victorious? Meanwhile, at the ruins of Big Mom and Apos' castle on Whole Cake Island, the dark-clothed Eisen had tirelessly studied the materials for several hours, with Big Mom steadfastly by his side. Eventually, Big Mom came to a realization and abruptly exclaimed, Eisen, do you have multiple personalities? What leads you to such a conclusion? The dark-clothed Eisen set aside the documents and turned to Big Mom, countering her inquiry. In response, Big Mom openly voiced her suspicions. After hours of observation, she noted that although Eisen was the one conducting the research, he now appeared as if it were his first encounter with the material. Moreover, throughout their time together, the dark-clothed Eisen had never once referred to himself by name. It was known that during the past year, Eisen had always addressed her as Miss Linlin. Thus, Big Mom hypothesized about the existence of multiple personalities, believing it to be the only explanation for Eisen's altered attire, behavior, and even speech patterns. The dark-clothed Eisen remained silent, fixating his gaze on Big Mom, fully aware that he could no longer linger in the vicinity. Otherwise, the true nature of his plans might be unveiled. At that moment, one of Big Mom's children rushed in, breathless. Mom, the events on Whole Cake Island have made the headlines. Upon noticing the dark-clothed Eisen's presence, the newcomer quickly organized their thoughts. Additionally, the world government has raised the bounty on Lord Eisen and announced to the world that he may have discovered the ultimate treasure. At this juncture, the individual covertly glanced at Eisen, attempting to gauge the veracity of the information through his expression. However, the dark-clothed Eisen was entirely unaware of what the ultimate treasure entailed, his expression remaining unchanged. He once again recognized the vastness of his ignorance regarding this world and directed his gaze towards Big Mom's offspring. You may leave now. The child obediently exited, having perceived the chilling glare from the dark-clothed Eisen. In a certain sense, I am indeed one of the personalities. The dark-clothed Eisen responded to Big Mom's inquiry with a stoic expression while gathering the research materials within the laboratory. before Big Mom's astonished and bewildered gaze. He incinerated the collected documents with a single blast of red fire. Having reviewed the content, he deemed their continued existence unnecessary. I am preparing to depart. Absolutely not. You cannot leave. Upon hearing Aizen and Apos' intention to depart, Big Mom grew agitated and promptly blocked the sole exit of the laboratory. You cannot obstruct me. And throughout this entire time, you have never truly understood me, that is to say, that individual. With that declaration, the dark-clothed Aizen unleashed his spiritual pressure. The dark spiritual energy surged upwards, breaking through the laboratory and Apos' ceiling and soaring towards the heavens. The black pillar of spiritual pressure seemed to connect heaven and earth, manifesting over whole Cake Island. The pirates celebrating on the island witnessed this spectacle, and in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of pressure rendered them immobile. All eyes fell upon a shadowy figure hovering above whole Cake Island, vanishing in an instant. Following swiftly, the black pillar of spiritual pressure dissipated, as Big Mom and Apos' frantic cries echoed across the island. Aizen, you cannot leave. However, when Big Mom burst from the laboratory into the open sky, Aizen had already vanished without a trace. This time, Big Mom remarkably did not succumb to her usual madness as she pondered the meaning behind Aizen's final words. What did he truly mean by the real me? Could it refer to his prior persona? Due to the considerable commotion caused by the earlier surge of spiritual pressure, Katakuri assumed another incident had occurred and hastily abandoned his previous task to rush to Big Mom and Apos' side. Mom, what happened? Why did Aizen suddenly leave? Big Mom was equally perplexed by the situation. However, she issued a command to her son. Prepare the ship and simultaneously dispatch my intelligence personnel to locate Aizen and Apos' whereabouts. Once found, report back immediately. Chapter 54. Aizen and Apos' next target. Saturn awakens one day later. 3 significant events transpired in the New World. The World Conference, as anticipated, commenced, while 2 new bounties were issued. The first was a death warrant initiated by the Yonko Kaido, and the second was a bounty for the whereabouts issued by the Yonko Big Mom. Both bounties targeted the same individual, Sosuke Aizen, due to Wano and Apos' long-standing isolation. Kaido's death warrant took a full 12 hours to circulate throughout the New World. Upon receiving this news, Big Mom's intelligence personnel promptly reported to her. Aizen had ventured into Wano? Wasn't that Kaido's territory? Since Kaido had only issued the bounty without disclosing the reasons, after all, a reputable person would not publicly unveil their disgrace. Those who saw the bounty were unaware that Aizen had already defeated Kaido. Upon receiving this intelligence, Big Mom quickly summoned her crew, having once been members of the same pirate crew. Both she and Kaido were familiar with each other and aware that they each possessed a piece of the road sign, coupled with the world government and Apos' announcement. Big Mom's imagination began to race. Could it be that Aizen had indeed traveled to Wano in pursuit of the legendary treasure? Determined to uncover the truth, Big Mom set sail for Wano. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates and the new Whitebeard Pirates were also heading to Wano. After all, Uncle Aizen had promised to teach me the art of Conqueror's Haki. I must find him. It had been quite some time since I had seen Yamato, so it was the perfect opportunity to visit Wano. Thus, the storm once again converged, this time shifting from Cake Island to Wano. After a day, with the assistance of Hawkins and Apos' divination, Aizen located the road sign and Apos' historical text. Initially, Hawkins and Apos' divination indicated that the historical text lay in the prosperous district of Flower Capital in Wano. Consequently, Aizen expanded his perception to encompass the entirety of Flower Capital, leaving no stone unturned. However, he could not find the historical text. At that moment, Hawkins divined once more and surmised it might be hidden underground, providing a brief overview of Wano and Apos' current state. It turned out that the present-day Wano was not the original. Rising sea levels had submerged the ancient Wano. Thus, it was highly probable that the historical text resided underground. Upon learning this, Aizen promptly directed his perception below ground. As expected, numerous spaces lay hidden beneath. Aizen and Hawkins spent some time exploring each space and ultimately discovered the historical text in a concealed underground chamber. My Lord Aizen, what shall we do next? Hawkins inquired, his excitement palpable as it was his first encounter with the historical text. Naturally, we shall seek the last piece of historical text. Aizen replied, in good spirits for having achieved his goal in just one day. However, before proceeding, there was one more task at hand. Hawkins, I am preparing to leave Wano. There is something I require you to do. Please, my lord, speak. I need you to also depart from Wano and covertly head to Blackbeard's territory to keep an eye on him. Blackbeard? The one who just became a Yonko a year ago? Hawkins pondered, suddenly realizing, could it be that the next road sign was in Blackbeard's possession? Indeed. The information I received indicates that the final piece of the road sign is in the hands of a current Yonko. Hawkins was puzzled. If it was in the hands of a Yonko, did it not belong to Kaido? Or perhaps Big Mom possessed it too? Sensing Hawkins' confusion, Aizen offered a brief clarification. I have already located the piece in Big Mom's possession. Excluding Kaido's, one piece remains with one of the other two Yonko. Now enlightened, Hawkins understood that Aizen intended to target Blackbeard first. The reason for this was simple. A task left unfinished 2 years prior was now to be completed. My lord Aizen, I will keep a close watch on Blackbeard. But how shall I contact you? That posed a dilemma, yet Aizen swiftly devised a solution. Acquire 2 Den Den Mushi, and you shall contact me through them. Before long, Hawkins returned with 2 Den Den Mushi, and as Aizen took them, he prepared to depart. At that moment, Hawkins asked once more, My lord Aizen, where are you headed? I am off to meet an intriguing individual. Having uttered this, Aizen activated a cloaking spell for both himself and Hawkins. Their forms gradually faded into invisibility as Aizen cautioned that, as long as they did not initiate an attack, they could maintain this state for 3 days. With this assurance, Hawkins' surveillance would proceed more smoothly, and he marveled at Aizen's extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, the two departed Wano unnoticed. Aizen vanished using a Shuinpa, while Hawkins sailed away alone. Meanwhile, after leaving Cake Island, the dark-clad Aizen resolved to traverse the world. Armed with his own research on devil fruits, he sought to locate more devil fruit users to extract their blood for further enhancing the devil gem. Aizen, in his dark attire, leaped across the sea to an island, making no effort to conceal his presence. Consequently, when the islanders spotted him, they recognized him immediately. They promptly reported him to the Navy, knowing the rewards for providing such information were substantial. At this juncture, the 5 elders, having concluded the first day of the World Conference, returned to their exclusive quarters, only to be interrupted by the hurried entrance of CP0 agents. Report. On a small island 200 nautical miles east of Cake Island, we received reports of Aizen's whereabouts. The 4 exhausted elders immediately perked up, astonished at the swift news regarding Aizen. Dispatch personnel to confirm the information at once. Upon receiving the report, intelligence personnel were dispatched immediately, expected to arrive within the hour. Very well, ensure you provide updates as soon as possible, Venus instructed while contemplating whether to temporarily set aside the World Conference to address Aizen. You are no longer needed here. You may leave. Mars dismissed the intelligence officer and turned to the other 3 in the room. Is Aizen underestimating us? Knowing he is wanted worldwide, he still dares to reveal himself? Could it be that he never cared in the first place? Mercury, bearing a birthmark and sporting a W mustache, shot a glance at Mars just as a commotion erupted outside the door. Lord Saturn, you are still quite weak. You must not move about recklessly. Doctors and nurses responsible for treating Saturn's injuries frantically blocked his path. Get out of my way. With a forceful wave of his hand, Saturn sent the doctor and nurses crashing against the wall, showing no regard for their safety. At that moment, the door swung open, and Mars quipped, Look who's back. Our Lord Saturn has returned. Ma Saint, I have no interest in your jest. I have very important matters to discuss with you all. Saturn and Apos. S expression was grave, prompting Mars, who had intended to continue teasing, to recognize the seriousness of the situation and fall silent. Chapter 55, The War of the 4 Emperors and the Intelligence from Saturn on the other side, a group departing from Cake Island, after a period of rapid sailing, finally arrived at the waters near Wano country. The Big Mom pirates, the Straw Hat crew, and the new Whitebeard pirates found themselves before a colossal waterfall, which they needed to ascend to enter Wano. Each party displayed their unique abilities. Some relied on the creatures of the sea, while others utilized their devil fruit powers. After spending over half an hour, they all successfully entered Wano. Upon their sudden arrival, the beast pirates quickly gathered all their members. This was a pivotal moment for them, as the Emperor Kaido had been defeated by Aizen just the day before. The Big Mom crew aimed to find Aizen, unaware that Kaido and Apos' forces had misinterpreted their intentions, believing they had united to attack Wano due to Kaido's defeat. Thus, a misunderstanding led to a standoff between the two factions. Meanwhile, Kaido, known as the strongest creature, appeared to have fully recovered from his injuries after just a day and Apos' rest and nourishment. When he received reports from his subordinates about the arrival of a large number of pirates, he disregarded their warnings and proceeded to the battlefield. Upon seeing Big Mom among the newcomers, he was taken aback by the significant changes in her stature and appearance. Lin Lin, it has been quite some time. What brings you and this band of youngsters to my Wano? Kaido confronted Luffy, Ace, and others, exuding an imposing presence, though his pale complexion could have been improved. Kaido, you seem to be overworked lately. Why is your face so pale? Spare me the pleasantries and tell me where I can find Aizen. Big Mom retorted, immediately addressing her purpose for being there, which was to find Aizen, not to reminisce. The exchange between the two emperors astonished Luffy and Ace. As representatives of the new era of pirates, they were oblivious to the history of the previous generation, let alone the fact that Big Mom and Kaido had once been comrades on the same ship. Aizen, are you also here to kill Aizen? Perfect. We can join forces to eliminate him. Kaido mistakenly assumed Big Mom's intentions aligned with his own and invited her to ally with him. However, his calculations were entirely misguided. Kill Aizen? Kaido, do you believe I would allow you to take my beloved Aizen and Appo's life? Big Mom erupted with Conqueror and Appo's haki, her fury ignited by Kaido and Appo's threat against Aizen. She had come to find Aizen, not to kill him. Anyone seeking to harm Aizen was her enemy. Caught off guard by Big Mom and Appo's sudden outburst, Kaido, who typically remained indifferent to matters outside his territory, was unaware of the depth of their relationship. However, as the captain of the Beast Pirates, he could not tolerate such defiance, even from another emperor. Thus, he retaliated with his own Conqueror and Appo's haki, and the two emperors clashed in battle. Simultaneously, Big Mom and Appo's children, along with Luffy's crew and Ace's group, joined the fray, engaging in fierce combat against Kaido's top three commanders, the Flying Six, and the Beast Pirates, igniting a colossal conflict. In a private chamber of the Holy Land, Saturn entered with a grave expression. Looking at the other four members without hesitation, he bluntly laid out the situation. After battling Aizen, I discovered that he is not from our world. Wait, Saturn. Have you lost your mind, spouting such nonsense? Wokuli exclaimed. I wish I were mistaken, but I not only witnessed the world Aizen created with my own eyes, he explicitly told me. He hails from the Soul Society. Saturn replied, his voice shaking as he recalled the harrowing memories from the Soul Society. The trauma inflicted upon him during his time there had left an indelible mark on his soul. That's impossible. Aside from that individual, how could anyone come from another world? Jupiter, with his short golden hair, was the first to dismiss Saturn's claim. Indeed. I initially thought the same as you, but look at me now. Saturn revealed his body, marred with fresh scars, a testament to the torment inflicted by Aizen. So, is this what you intend to convey? This does not prove Aizen is from another world. Perhaps you were merely deceived by him. Venus, adjusting his glasses, inquired with a stoic expression, believing Saturn's defeat stemmed from a lack of combat prowess. Even if Aizen is from another world, what of it? The five elders can collectively handle him. This is a pirate world that we control. Nezushiro, you must think my weakness led to this unfortunate outcome, don't you? Saturn narrowed his eyes at Venus, unmasking his thoughts. Venus remained silent, yet his expression betrayed his belief that Saturn and Appo's frailty was the cause of their failure. Furthermore, this setback had severely undermined the five elders' credibility on the global stage. Perhaps you are correct, Saturn replied with self-deprecating humor. But his next words made the other five elders tense. In my final moments, I revealed to Aizen the existence of Im-sama. Boom. Saturn and Appo's revelation caused an uproar. The overwhelming haki-shattering items within the room. Saturn, do you realize what you and Appo's done? The others questioned him intensely, lowering his head. Saturn whispered in a voice only he could hear, I merely wish to survive. Do you not understand that by exposing Im-sama's information, you risk revealing that the throne of the sky has a master? The consequences could be catastrophic. Saturn, drained of energy, managed to utter, I know. But I desperately want to live. I refuse to perish at Aizen and Appo's hands. For someone like me, positioned just beneath the heavens, there is nothing more paramount than survival. Coughing violently, Saturn even spat blood. The wounds inflicted by Aizen had yet to heal. Doctors advised him to rest for at least a month. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, he disregarded his condition, intent on relaying critical information about Aizen to the other five elders to prepare for any eventualities. Enough, Saturn, you should rest. We will handle the other matters, he said earnestly, wiping away the blood. I can hold on a bit longer. We must urgently inform Im-sama of this situation. Chapter 56, Ruhr Island. Awakening of the Demon Jade. The remaining members of the five elders exchanged glances, deeming it somewhat excessive to disturb Lord Im over such matters. However, Saturn, having worked alongside these old fellows for an extended period, easily discerned their thoughts. It was imperative to inform Lord Im of this situation. Further delay was unacceptable. Among the pirate world, Saturn was the most aware of Aizen's peculiarities. At that moment, Mars, also known as Marcus Moss, spoke up. Upon reflection, he considered it reasonable to relay this matter to Lord Im. Hearing Mars endorse Saturn's view, Mercury immediately countered, "Mars, have you lost your mind? Such action will only underscore our incompetence." Incompetence? The incident has already transpired. Do you still wish to downplay its significance? We must address this matter now. And Lord Im possesses an undeniable right to be informed. Mars's remarks left Mercury momentarily speechless. Subsequently, the five engaged in a fervent discussion. Adhering to the principle of majority rule, including Saturn, 3 members supported reporting the situation to Lord Im, while the dissenters, Mercury and Venus, could only acquiesce to the outcome. Saturn promptly made his way to the throne room to await Lord Im's arrival, when Venus interjected once more, suggesting they wait a little longer. Wait? Have we not already reached a conclusion? Why the delay? Saturn inquired. Because in just 1 hour, CP0 will ascertain Aizen and Apos' whereabouts. Venus disclosed the earlier report from CP0. Saturn and Apos' excitement surged upon hearing this. Are you suggesting we request Lord Im to utilize that device? Indeed. Only Lord Im has the authority to wield such power. Once Aizen and Apos' location is confirmed, we can strike with a swift blow. Very well, let us await CP0 and Apos' report. Saturn settled down, and the 5 elders patiently awaited the passage of time. Finally, after more than half an hour, the intelligence officer from CP0 entered the chamber once more. Report, esteemed lords. Our personnel have confirmed that Aizen has been sighted on Ruhr Island, located 214 nautical miles east of Cake Island. CP0 delivered the information succinctly, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Excellent work. Following the 5 elders and Apos' request, CP0 documented the precise coordinates of the island and instructed the personnel stationed there to confirm Aizen and Apos' continued presence in real time. On Ruhr Island, a masked intelligence officer was using a telescope to observe Aizen and Apos' every move, communicating with the headquarters via a transponder snail. Shortly after, he received the latest directive: continue monitoring Aizen and report immediately if there are any signs of departure. The intelligence officer assured he would fulfill the task without fail. As he resumed his surveillance of Aizen, the reason for Aizen and Apos' presence on the island became evident. The demon jade within him had provided guidance. Having completed its evolution and significantly enhanced his abilities, particularly in communication. Hungry. Need food. The demon jade and Apos' voice emerged for the first time while Aizen was swiftly traversing the sea. Initially dismissed as a mere figment of his imagination, Aizen soon realized it was indeed the demon jade communicating. It must be noted that the demon jade, akin to the H-Gyoku, operated on an entirely different system, with one representing the pirate world and the other embodying the Soul Society. As Aizen perused the research materials, he gradually unraveled the intentions behind the creation of the demon jade. The goal was to achieve a complete fusion of the 2 jades. Aligning with Aizen's suspicions during his time in the Hell of Infinite Intervals, the creator aspired to emulate Ichigo Kurosaki by fully merging the 2 jades, while offering the demon jade to himself solely to accelerate its growth. Aizen recognized that, to ensure his own survival, he would continually strengthen the demon jade, as his existence relied entirely on the energy it provided. Ultimately, the creator would seek to consume him and claim the fruits of his labor. The plan was sound, yet regrettably it had already been unraveled. Aizen was not one to idly await his fate. With an impassive demeanor, he dispatched the nearby ability user, allowing the demon jade to absorb the opponent and Apos' powers. Having arrived on this island, Aizen had already eliminated 2 ability users, their powers now assimilated by the demon jade. He resolved to become stronger than the creator, pondering who would ultimately consume whom. As Aizen prepared to seek his next target, he suddenly halted and turned to a specific direction. The CP0 agents monitoring Aizen immediately sensed their potential exposure, bewildered as to how they had been discovered. They noted their distance of 5,000 meters from him. What sort of heightened perception could possibly reveal their presence? CP0 swiftly gathered their equipment to retreat. But in the next instant, Eisen leaped forward, transforming into a golden flash and instantaneously appearing beside them. How could he be so fast? The CP0 agent could think of nothing else. In his astonishment, Eisen's right hand morphed into darkness, seizing the agent by the throat. Research materials had specifically detailed the unique properties of the dark fruit, which nullified the abilities of other devil fruits upon contact. Just as the CP0 agent prepared to activate his animal fruit ability to transform into a monkey for escape, he discovered that his powers had inexplicably failed. Realizing Eisen's hand of darkness was akin to that of the new Emperor Blackbeard, he abandoned the transformation and resorted to employing the 6 styles: iron body, steel, spiral drill. The CP0 agent's body hardened to the consistency of steel as he began to spin, attempting to leverage sheer physical strength to break free from Eisen's grasp. His intentions were commendable, but reality proved unforgiving. Eisen's hand unleashed a torrent of darkness, enveloping him, leading to a gruesome scene. The CP0 agent and Apos' blood was siphoned out by Eisen through the insatiable pull of the dark fruit. Subsequently, the demon Jade within Eisen emerged, consuming the blood, marking the absorption of 3 ability users. The demon Jade visibly expanded, and Eisen expressed satisfaction, dispersing the darkness to reveal a withered corpse. A lifeless form drained of all blood. At that moment, the CP0 agent's transponder snail rang once more. Is Eisen still on Ruhr Island? Please respond. I am. Received. Please continue monitoring. Suddenly, the CP0 agents on the other end sensed an anomaly. They had distinctly heard I am instead of still here. Realization struck as they recognized that the voice responding was not that of an intelligence officer. Piecing together the context, a hypothesis formed in their minds, prompting another inquiry. Are you Eisen? Indeed, it is I. The CP0 agent felt his heart nearly seize Chapter 57, the request of the 5 elders. The just punishment. As night descended upon the holy land of Mariehua, in the Panga city, there existed a place of extraordinary significance. It was the sacred ground symbolizing the pledge of equality among the kings, a vow to never succumb to tyranny, known to the celestial dragons as the Throne Between. Generally, it was a place devoid of visitors. At this moment, within the expansive Throne Between, the 5 elders knelt in reverence upon the ground. Before them, a multitude of weapons were thrust into the steps, leading upwards to a colossal throne. This throne stood as the very heart of the pirate world, a symbol of peace that none dare to tarnish. The empty throne. Surrounding the throne were 20 weapons, artifacts of the oath taken by the original 20 individuals who forged this world 8 centuries ago. Contrary to its usual desolation, a figure was seated upon the throne, gazing down upon the 5 elders. In this moment, the elders appeared diminutive, akin to mere mortals, as they bowed low and spoke with utmost respect. Great Lordum, we have discovered an individual who claims to hail from another world. As soon as the words left their lips, the entire Throne Between began to tremble, the weapons resonating with mournful cries. Remained silent, yet the elders were certain that the Lord had been stirred. His name is Sosuke Eisen. Mars crawled up the steps, placing Eisen's photograph upon the ground before retreating once more. M's gaze fell upon the image, which depicted 3 distinct versions of Eisen: the gentle, bespectacled captain of the 5th Division, the noble figure clad in opulent attire, and the cold, dark-clad Eisen. Each portrayal exuded a unique aura, leaving a different impression. After observing the photographs, M turned his attention back to the elders, who felt an invisible pressure intensifying within the room. We have ascertained Eisen and Apos' current coordinates and wish to request the use of that weapon to erase his existence from this world. The weapon referred to by the elders was a replica of the ancient world-ending weapon crafted by the World and Apos' foremost genius, Vegapunk, known as the Holy Mother Flame. Only with Lord M and Apos' consent could the elders wield this formidable weapon, which demanded an exorbitant cost with each use. A privilege not to be squandered even by the world government. In response to the elders and Apos' request, remained silent, yet his gaze grew increasingly luminous. Suddenly, rose from the Throne Between. The elders dared to lift their heads only after had fully departed. Mars once more ascended to the steps, discovering a sword inexplicably embedded in the photograph of the bespectacled Eisen. Upon witnessing this, Mars swiftly concealed the image. Subsequently, the 5 elders exited the Throne Between and returned to their designated chambers. Once inside, they collectively exhaled, each feeling the weight of an intangible pressure whenever in the presence of Lord M. Particularly during this encounter concerning Eisen and Apos' origins, the pressure had multiplied exponentially. Prepare to deploy the Holy Mother S flame. At that moment, a CP0 informant rushed in, breathless. My lords, our informants on the island have been discovered by Aizen. He is currently communicating with us via Den Den Mushi. The elders were taken aback. Aizen had uncovered their presence. There was no time for hesitation. A decisive strike must be executed before he could escape from Rulula Island. They swiftly issued several covert commands, instructing CP0 to delay Aizen at all costs. Simultaneously, the dark-clad Aizen, having just hung up the Den Den Mushi, prepared to depart. At that moment, the CP0 on the other end received the elders and Appo's secret directive. Delay Aizen as long as possible. Do not allow him to leave Rulula Island. CP0 was at a loss. Unsure of how to proceed, yet they pressed on. Aizen, please hold on. Just after Aizen had set down the Den Den Mushi, he picked it up once more. The world government wishes to propose a transaction with you in an attempt to stall for time. CP0 began to fabricate a story. As they pondered how to continue, Aizen directly inquired, do you possess any unused devil fruits? CP0 was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, yes. Of course, there are several in the Marine Headquarters Commander's office. This was indeed the truth. The Marine Headquarters had devil fruits intended as rewards for exceptional soldiers. Good. Aizen received the answer he sought and promptly terminated the call. CP0 was left bewildered. Arin and Appos. Are you curious about their abilities? What does that mean? They felt they had mishandled the situation. Immediately, they redialed, but Aizen had already departed. At this moment, the elders had initiated the Holy Mother S flame. Unless Aizen could teleport instantaneously, his demise was inevitable. Saturn, with a twisted expression, spoke, brimming with the anticipation of vengeance. As Aizen left, the skies above Rulula Island suddenly darkened, thunder rumbling ominously. Crimson lightning illuminated the entire island, and Aizen gazed skyward, puzzled by the unusual hue. In the next instant, the red lightning multiplied, consuming one another, culminating in an endless pillar of crimson light that enveloped Rulula Island. The inhabitants were struck with terror, having never witnessed such phenomena. In an instant, the crimson light consolidated, descending like divine retribution, engulfing the entirety of Rulula Island. On the second day of the World Conference, 2 news reports left the pirate world in shock, one of which pertained to the world government. Just punishment. The world government has executed Sosuke Aizen. This news spread like wildfire, igniting a tremendous uproar. In just a few days, a succession of significant headlines had acclimatized the populace. However, this particular report was different. It served as a summation of the previous news. The world government was demonstrating to the world that any opposition would ultimately lead to death. Just days prior, Aizen had been hailed as a formidable new king. Yet in mere moments, the world government struck with unrelenting force, eliminating him. This report contained only text, devoid of images, leading some who idolized Aizen to believe the world government was fabricating lies, insisting he could not possibly be dead. In the face of skepticism, the world government remained silent, having failed to locate Aizen's body. More accurately, they were unable to find it. Following the deployment of the Holy Mother S flame, Rulula Island had vanished entirely. When new CP0 agents arrived at Rulula Island, they found only a colossal crater, estimated to be 10 nautical miles wide. The surrounding sea water continuously poured into the chasm, failing to fill it for an extended period. CP0 promptly reported this situation, and upon learning of the results, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. Saturn erupted into laughter within the chamber, exhibiting a lack of composure befitting a ruler. Good. That wretch is finally dead. Serves him right. Saturn. We have yet to find Aizen's body. He may still be alive. Venus cautioned, sensing Saturn's exuberance was excessive. There is no chance he could survive an attack from a world-ending weapon. Aizen and Appos' corpse must have been obliterated alongside Rulula Island by the Holy Mother S flame. Saturn declared with utmost certainty that if anyone could survive an assault from a world-destroying weapon, they could no longer be considered human. Such feats could only be accomplished by a deity. Chapter 58. An unwelcome presence. Satan, the Holy One, departed in haste, having spent an entire night in anxious anticipation of news from Rulula Island. Now, he could finally rest and mend his wounds, feeling invigorated by the satisfaction of vengeance. Subsequently, the world government reached out to the media to report on the righteous retribution, while the other members of the 5 elders continued attending to their affairs. Merely 3 hours after the release of the report on righteous retribution, A global article published by the Economic News alerted the citizens of the New World that the tides of the ocean were about to shift. The four emperors were at war, and the fierce Kaido of the Beast Pirates had been defeated, his fate uncertain. The report indicated that Kaido was vanquished by the combined forces of Big Mom, Monkey D., Luffy, and the new Whitebeard pirates. While the specifics of the battle were not disclosed, the catalyst for the conflict was revealed to be the enigmatic Aizen. One faction sought Aizen and Appo's death, while the other sought him out, leading to an irreconcilable clash. Morgan, the journalist, left a tantalizing cliffhanger at the conclusion of the report, posing the question of who the next target would be. Coincidentally, this article was completed just as the world government announced the righteous retribution. Upon seeing the declaration, Morgan chuckled heartily. The world was spiraling into chaos, and he was determined to stoke the flames further. Considering the concern that Big Mom and her allies held for Aizen, he mused on the ramifications if they were to learn of Aizen and Appo's demise at the hands of the world government. Would their next target shift to the Navy, or even the world government itself? Morgan understood that those connected to Aizen remained in Wano, and any news would reach them with a delay. Thus, he deliberately sent a copy of the Navy's report to Wano. The following day, the World Conference concluded, and the kings departed the venue in an orderly fashion, often reflecting on the events of the past few days. As night fell again, the moonlight cascaded gently between the thrones, revealing 5 figures. The 5 elders knelt between the thrones, quietly awaiting the appearance of Lord M. They wished to report that the ancient weapon, the Holy Flame, had successfully eliminated Aizen Sasuke. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed within the throne room. M approached slowly from behind the 5 elders, and they knelt even more reverently. As M passed them, he ascended the steps adorned with weapons. At this moment, the 5 elders began their report. Just as they mentioned Aizen and Appo's demise at the hands of the Holy Flame, the entire Ruled Island vanished. M abruptly halted, and an oppressive silence enveloped the throne room. An invisible pressure descended upon the 5, leaving them bewildered. Had they uttered something amiss, inciting Lord M's displeasure? Stealing furtive glances forward, they beheld a figure draped in a black robe, standing atop the empty throne. Why did M pause there? This thought lingered as the 5 elders continued to gaze upward. To their utter astonishment, they discerned a figure seated upon the empty throne. Who dared to sit there in their presence? Time seemed to freeze at that moment. As the moonlight illuminated the figure, the 5 elders gradually recognized the face before them. In an instant, their faces drained of color, as if they had encountered a ghost. An individual who should never have been present appeared before them. The figure leaned casually against the armrest of the throne, gazing down upon M and the 5 elders with an air of superiority. Saturn, one of the elders, lost all composure, standing and stepping toward the steps, ignoring Lord M entirely. Satan, what are you doing? Return and kneel, Mars shouted, attempting to prevent his old friend's impudence. However, Satan, as if entranced, pointed at the man upon the empty throne. Impossible. You were dead. Why are you here? Aizen, why do you still live? Answer me. Indeed, seated upon the empty throne was none other than Aizen. The only individual capable of inducing such a reaction from Saturn could only be Aizen. After leaving Wano, Aizen had rushed to the Holy Land. As for how he knew the coordinates of the Holy Land, it was a matter of serendipity. He did not possess the coordinates himself, but relied on the life card given to him by Shallua. When Shallua had torn off a fragment of the card and handed it to Aizen, she had mentioned that he could find her using that piece. Life cards of the same individual attract one another, serving as a guiding beacon. As a celestial dragon, Shallua resided in the Holy Land, and Aizen had erased memories of himself from her mind during their parting, subtly suggesting that she remain in the Holy Land. This inadvertently played a pivotal role. Coupled with the secret learned from Satan, Aizen suspected that Lord M might also be an inhabitant of another world. In other words, this M could potentially be a traveler from another realm. This alone was sufficient reason for Aizen to visit the Holy Land. Confronted by the accusations of Satan, Aizen smirked disdainfully and replied in a tone that brooked no dissent. Satan, when did you come to believe that I was dead? You must be mistaken. No one survives an attack from a world-ending weapon. Satan had completely lost his composure, and it was too late for the other 5 elders to intervene. In a fit of rage, Satan drew a weapon from the steps and charged at Aizen. But at that moment, Lord M spoke. Kneel. These 2 words seemed to possess an otherworldly power, compelling Satan to collapse to his knees upon the steps, unable to move despite his struggles. Aizen shifted his gaze from Satan to him. He had actually been in the Holy Land for some time. Initially, he had stealthily observed Shalulia, confirming her well-being, though she occasionally seemed lost in thought. This was a side effect of the clash between her sealed memories and her current recollections, for which Eisen had intensified his hypnotic influence. His identity as Eisen had been uncovered by the Navy, and he no longer wished to appear before the world under that name, nor did he desire further contact with Shalulia. Afterward, Eisen, cloaked in invisibility, wandered throughout the Holy Land until nightfall, when he finally arrived at the throne room. During his explorations, he overheard the kings attending the conference discussing the news of his supposed demise at the hands of the world government. Upon hearing this, Eisen had paused, momentarily bewildered, for he was very much alive. Then, he realized that they must have been referring to that black-clad individual. Chapter 59, The Truth of 800 Years. The secret of him indeed, as foreseen, the effort spent to have the figure clad in black assume my position on the stage was not in vain. The reason Eisen exerted such effort to manifest in the world of pirates was precisely for this future. Back in the depths of the abyss, he utilized his observation haki to glimpse a moment in the future that would be met with catastrophic assault. Thus, a subsequent plan was devised. At present, the plan appears to be unfolding seamlessly. This world undeniably possesses an extraordinarily formidable means of attack. The only flaw lies in the unfortunate loss of the devil fruits. However, this is a trivial matter, as recreating a devil fruit merely requires some time. The remaining 4 elders wished to take action against Eisen, yet they dared not proceed with present. Concurrently, MS gaze shifted toward Eisen, resulting in their eyes colliding in the air. A tempest arose between the thrones, causing him and Apos' dark robe to billow wildly. In that fleeting moment, Eisen beheld MS' visage, his brow furrowing in surprise. It was a woman. Eisen had not anticipated that the being revered as the creator by the elders would be female. At that moment, issued an undeniable command: "You may withdraw." This order was directed at the elders, who, upon hearing it, were naturally reluctant to comply. In their minds, was the most crucial existence in this world, and any lapse was utterly unacceptable. This individual poses extreme danger. You should retreat while we handle him. One of the elders, Kinemon, rose, brandishing his blade, the legendary blade, Shodai Katetsu, one of the 12 supreme swords. The blade shimmered with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. "Leave," reiterated, her voice possessing a neutral tone. As her words resonated, the elders felt an invisible force manifest. In an instant, this power expelled the 5 elders from the throne room, stationing them outside the door to prevent any entry. Each time the elders attempted to return, they were forcefully repelled by this unseen force. After numerous futile attempts, they had no choice but to abandon their efforts and consider alternative strategies. Meanwhile, Eisen rose from the throne of the void, stepping forward until he stood before him. Their heights were nearly identical, and as Eisen came to a halt, he slowly inquired, "What is the nature of those souls in human form?" MS' previously calm demeanor shifted instantaneously, as she was taken aback by the realization that someone had observed them, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. "You can see them?" "Indeed, 20 souls of remarkably powerful humans," Eisen replied, surveying the area. He discerned a total of 20 invisible human souls both within and surrounding the throne room. Only those possessing immense spiritual power can persist in such a form after death. They stood like sentinels, and based on their spiritual intensity, each one possessed strength no less than that of a captain from the Soul Society. At that moment, removed her dark hood, revealing her face. It was a visage of unparalleled beauty, rivaling even the world and Apos' most stunning woman, Boa Hancock, if not surpassing her. Even in the Soul Society, Eisen had never encountered such beauty. After a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of realization flickered in Eisen's eyes. He recognized that he had misjudged. MS' gender was not definitively female. "It seems you may indeed hail from another world," remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh, have the elders spoken of me?" Nodded in affirmation, as this was indeed mentioned just the day prior. Subsequently, at MS' warm invitation, the two departed the throne room and ventured into a secret garden. The 20 souls followed, continuing their vigilant guardianship over him. During their conversation, Eisen discovered that exhibited no fear toward him, but rather an immense curiosity. This took Eisen by surprise, as he had anticipated a more difficult personality to engage with. Instead, she proved to be exceedingly talkative. Their dialogue traversed various topics, including their perspectives on pirates, the Navy, humanity, ultimately culminating in their views on the world at large, as if they were longtime friends exchanging thoughts. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Eisen contemplated taking his leave. At that moment, seemingly entranced or influenced by some force, began to unveil her secret. I am not. In fact, from the world of pirates. To be precise, I hail from another planet among the stars. Upon hearing this, Aizen's intention to depart evaporated instantaneously. He listened intently to M's narrative, initially intrigued and somewhat astonished, until ultimately, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Observing Aizen's expression, candidly stated, "It appears that upon learning of my origins, you were somewhat disheartened?" Aizen shook his head and then nodded. He indeed felt a tinge of disappointment. Recounted an extensive history spanning 800 years, revealing that her ancestors were among the first pure humans to arrive on the pirate planet over 800 years prior. At that time, indigenous humans had already emerged on the pirate planet, and her ancestors, alongside 19 compatriots, initiated a war of extinction, utilizing their advanced technological prowess. They nearly exterminated all the natives, ultimately claiming the planet as their own. Following their victory, the initial 20 individuals became the first 20 kings, embarking on a joint reign over the planet. They inhabited the pirate planet and established a bloodline, which ultimately became the Celestial Dragons. However, a minuscule number of natives miraculously survived the war. They documented all the truths of that era. When discovered, M's ancestors obliterated that history and tirelessly sought out those aware of the truth. Those fortunate survivors became known as the D Clan. This is the very reason the world government seeks to eradicate them. They do not wish for the truth of 800 years to be exposed. Anyone daring to delve into that history will also face annihilation at the hands of the world government. Aizen could comprehend this standpoint. Considering that the individuals of the 46th Chamber had previously engaged in similar acts, they had forsaken their evolution, yet managed to spin the narrative as if they had triumphed over themselves. The historical truths expounded by him appeared rather mundane to Aizen. The struggle for royal power has always been thus. Victors write history. If one were to insist, it was merely that M's ancestors originated from another planet. However, what revealed next sent Aizen into disarray. I anticipated you would think this way. Then, what if I told you that my ancestor from 800 years ago was, in fact, my father? Chapter 60. It turns out I am not either. Initially, Aizen was taken aback by the revelation of his ancestor from 800 years ago. How had he transformed into a father figure? Satisfied with Aizen and Appo's perplexed expression, Yim ceased to speak enigmatically and began to elucidate. My father abandoned my mother and me, departing our planet with his subordinates when I was merely a child in my teens, still naive and unaware. When I reached the age of 20, my mother passed away from longing for my father. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me, to confront my father and demand to know why he had forsaken us. At this juncture, Yim paused, seemingly lost in the echoes of the past, which stirred a wave of emotion within him. Subsequently, I departed our planet aboard a spacecraft, expending an entire cosmic year to arrive at the pirate planet. It was the year 1500 of the pirate calendar when I finally reached my destination. The immense gravitational pull of my home planet had caused a significant disparity in the flow of time between celestial bodies. As Yim recounted this, Aizen and Appo's demeanor shifted dramatically, as he grasped the implications of gravitational time dilation. Simply put, the greater the gravity, the slower time progresses. Indeed, upon my arrival here, I discovered that my father and his subordinates had long since passed away. Our timelines had diverged by a staggering 800 years. Can you fathom the turmoil that engulfed me at that moment? As if sensing Yim's emotions, the human souls outside moved into the garden, their gazes tender and reminiscent, akin to the way elders regard their descendants. I am untroubled, Yim murmured softly, prompting the souls to depart and resume their vigil in the garden. Through Yim and Appo's exposition and the earlier actions of the souls, Aizen had gleaned the truth. Those 20 souls were the original kings, Yim and Appo's father and his subordinates. It was no wonder Yim held sway over them. Their bond was one of blood. Yim then devoted time to narrating how he ascended to the position of leader among the Celestial Dragons, drawing upon the powers left behind by his father, powers that could only be awakened by blood relations. After Yim revived his father and Appo's soul state, his father summoned his subordinates, who ultimately became a force solely under Yim and Appo's dominion. One could liken it to 20 captains of death, all wielding powers unique to Yim. Such a force was undeniably formidable. Upon concluding this revelation, Yim felt a profound sense of relief. This secret had been buried within for far too long, and he trusted no one in this world, not even the revered Gorosei. Having suffered in silence for so long, Yim felt an inexplicable kinship with Aizen, who hailed from another world. Without understanding why, Yim found himself compelled to share this secret. Aizen, having recovered from his initial shock, found the secret intriguing, yet merely that. "I am grateful for your trust in sharing such an essential secret with me," he expressed, preparing to take his leave. At this moment, a rare expression of melancholy crossed Yim and Appo's face. "I have divulged my secret. As a reciprocal gesture, when shall you reveal yours?" Aizen shook his head slightly, not wishing to share his secrets with anyone. However, upon gazing at Yim and Appo's extraordinary countenance, he faltered and began to recount his own experiences. From his transformation into a Soul Reaper to his confrontation with Yhwach, Yim listened with rapt attention, finding the world of Soul Reapers far more fascinating than that of pirates. As half an hour passed, Aizen finally concluded his tale. "What were you engaged in before becoming a Soul Reaper?" Yim inquired earnestly, eager for further insights. "Why? Aizen began, but suddenly faltered, as he found himself unable to recall any details of his life prior to becoming a Soul Reaper. Such an occurrence would be deemed normal for anyone else, as the human memory tends to obscure or forget trivial recollections. However, a being as formidable as Aizen should possess clarity of every event that transpired. Yet, at this moment, he realized his memory was compromised. He had no recollection of his life before becoming a Soul Reaper. Aizen and Appo's unrestrained roar echoed, startling Yim and triggering the protective mechanisms of the 20 original kings. The souls began to converge towards Aizen, intent on neutralizing this unstable element. Grasping his own hair, Aizen was bewildered as to why he could not remember. It was utterly irrational and bizarre. Boom. Suddenly, Aizen was forcefully expelled from the secret garden by the combined might of the souls. The Gorosei, waiting outside, rushed forth to subdue Aizen. However, he instinctively unleashed his spiritual pressure, halting them in their tracks. "Get away. Leave me be." The 5 Gorosei were pinned to the ground. Unable to move, utterly incredulous at how effortlessly they had been subdued, it was a surreal experience. At that moment, Yim emerged from the secret garden and observed the disheveled state of the Gorosei, his brows knitting slightly. Although he harbored no fondness for them, they had always treated him relatively well. "Aizen, spare them," Yim implored. "Do not speak. My mercy in not killing them is already a favor," Aizen retorted, one hand clutching his head while the other gestured for Yim to maintain his distance. "Aizen, what has transpired?" Yim pressed. Boom. A surge of black spiritual pressure erupted, soaring towards the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the Holy Land, splitting the earth as seas roiled. Silence. The suddenly unleashed spiritual pressure caused the Gorosei to erupt in blood, their bodies emitting various crackling sounds before they fainted in an instant. The likes of the Gorosei, such top-tier powerhouses, were swiftly vanquished by Aizen. As Aizen and Appo's spiritual pressure surged towards Yim, at the crucial moment, the 20 souls surrounding Yim shielded him from Aizen and Appo's overwhelming force. Yim, in a state of terror, gazed at Aizen, bewildered by the unfolding events. Could it truly be a consequence of the earlier inquiries? At this juncture, the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land and the attending kings rushed forth, witnessing a black pillar of light ascending into the sky, seemingly endless. "Why do I feel an urge to kneel?" one exclaimed. "I feel it too." In the next instant, they all knelt. As Aizen and Appo's spiritual pressure began to uncontrollably radiate across the Holy Land. Fortunately, they were positioned at a considerable distance from the center. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to the oppressive force and perished. The core of the Holy Land was saturated with Aizen and Appo's spiritual pressure, his expression twisted in a grotesque manner. Suddenly, he captured a fleeting memory within his mind, and upon absorbing its essence, Aizen erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. It turns out I am not real either." Chapter 61. From today on, I shall be called Aizen. Upon reading that fragment of memory, Blue Dye was utterly convinced of his own inauthenticity. It was undeniably absurd. The recollections of a youth from the Blue Star culminated in a sudden demise, leaving him believing he was Sosuke Aizen. If I am not Aizen, then why do I possess the Hogyoku? Why can I execute his techniques? The revelation of his true identity only led to an increase in the enigma surrounding him. At that moment, witnessing Blue Dye's cessation of maniacal laughter, hesitated to approach, instead inquiring, "Blue Dye, how are you feeling? Are you any better? Do not refer to me as Blue Dye any longer. I am unworthy of that name." Was left bewildered, questioning Blue Dye and Amp, Apos' state of mind. Could it be that he had succumbed to a split personality? From today onward, call me Aijan. Aijan pondered for a moment before adopting the name he had once used to deceive Charlotte. As a counterfeit, he deemed himself unworthy of the name Aizen. Upon realizing this, Aijan recognized that all his actions in the world of pirates were mere, clumsy imitations. They were not even true imitations. The genuine Aizen would never engage in such conduct. It was a complete deviation from his character. Aijan withdrew his spiritual pressure, yet the entire Holy Land was engulfed in panic. The Celestial Dragons believed they were under siege by lawless pirates and frantically sought assistance from the Navy headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Amp, Apos' transponder snail was inundated with requests for immediate reinforcement to the Holy Land. However, Sengoku refrained from immediate action, opting instead to attempt contact with the Five Elders. The Holy Land was under the watchful gaze of the Five Elders, and it was not the Navy Admiral and Amp, Apos' place to intervene. When Sengoku retrieved the black gold transponder snail, it buzzed incessantly, yet no one answered. Suddenly, Sengoku realized that something must have gone awry. He paced anxiously within the Admiral and Amp, Apos' office before ultimately deciding to venture to the Holy Land himself to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, after the frenzy, Aijan was inexplicably calm. He disregarded the Five Elders, whom he had swiftly vanquished, and approached him. At that moment, the spiritual entities assumed battle stances, anticipating that Aijan would strike him. There is no need for alarm. I merely have another question for Aijan clarified, and astonishingly, the entities genuinely believed his words and parted ways. Upon reaching Aijan sensed M's unease. Feared that Aijan might spiral into madness once more. However, M's concerns were unfounded. Aijan had found peace in the acceptance of his own identity as not truly being Aizen. Consequently, everything made sense, the newfound compassion, the perceived weakening of power, all became coherent. For he was not Aizen, he was merely a traveler who had mistaken himself for Aizen and had mimicked him. Are you aware of the great treasure? Shook his head, indicating ignorance. Is that so? I see. Having received his answer, Aijan prepared to depart, but at that moment, called out to him. Blue, Aijan, do you seek the great treasure to become the Pirate King? Aijan halted and turned to explaining. I am merely curious to discover what the great treasure truly is. I have never harbored any interest in becoming the Pirate King. Without waiting for to respond, Aijan activated his Shuanpa and swiftly left the Holy Land. In this world, if anything piqued his interest, it was originally However, now only the great treasure remained. After Aijan and Apos' departure, resumed his lofty demeanor, approaching the Five Elders. Confirming that they still had breath, he commanded the spiritual entities to transport them to safety. Once this task was completed, vanished without a trace, and no one knew where he resided. Upon discovering the fallen Five Elders, the Navy soldiers within the Holy Land quickly reported the situation. The Five Elders received timely medical attention and were out of danger. However, they would require at least 3 months of recuperation. Saturn, in particular, needed 6 months, as his previous injuries had not fully healed and were exacerbated. When Sengoku, accompanied by Kizaru and Akainu, arrived, the Five Elders had just completed their treatment and remained unconscious. Subsequently, Kizaru and Akainu assisted Sengoku in understanding the particulars of the situation. After compiling all the information, especially concerning the Dark Pillar of Energy and the immense pressure, Kizaru speculated. Could it be that Aizen is not dead and has come to the Holy Land for revenge against the Five Elders? Hearing this, both Akainu and Sengoku considered the possibility plausible. It was conceivable that Aizen had not perished in the attack of the Holy Mother's flames and had learned that the culprits behind his suffering were none other than the Five Elders. Thus, he had come to the Holy Land to exact revenge. The three grew increasingly convinced of this theory, yet one question lingered. Why did Aizen not slay the Five Elders? Akainu questioned. If it were me, after narrowly escaping death, I would seek vengeance without mercy. Moreover, have you noticed that Aizen rarely kills? Upon reflection, it did indeed seem that aside from that celestial dragon, few had met their demise at his hands. It was astonishing. A pirate who had scarcely taken a life, who would believe such a tale? After swiftly departing the Holy Land, Aijan contacted Hawkins, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange. Following their conversation, Aijan hurried toward the direction indicated by Hawkins and Apos' lifeguard, desperately seeking an outlet for his frustrations. Hawkins, utilizing the light curve attached to him, easily arrived at Hive Island. the stronghold of Blackbeard Teach in the New World. He had been on Hive Island for a day, where ruthless pirates roamed freely, creating an atmosphere of chaos and disorder. At that moment, all members of the Blackbeard pirates were present on the island, tormenting former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Moria was no match for them and was being relentlessly beaten, on the verge of death. In that critical moment, Blackbeard extended an invitation to Moria. Haha. If you join my pirate crew, you can live, Moonlight Moria. Blackbeard, you are dreaming. I would rather die than join another pirate crew, Moria retorted defiantly, refusing to yield even when surrounded by Blackbeard's men. Upon hearing Moria's response, Blackbeard's expression hardened. If you seek death, then so be it. Instantly, Blackbeard unleashed his darkness, ensnaring Moria and nullifying his devil fruit abilities. With a single punch, Blackbeard struck Moria down. But that was not the end. The darkness enveloped Moria and Apos' corpse, devouring it whole. Moments later, a devil fruit emerged from the darkness. Moria and Apos' shadow fruit, concealed in invisibility. Hawkins observed the battlefield from a distance, witnessing Moria and Apos' defeat at the hands of the crew, followed by Blackbeard and Apos' lethal blow and the subsequent acquisition of the devil fruit. This sight instilled fear within Hawkins. He had never witnessed anyone capable of seizing another and Apos' devil fruit. He began to retreat, intending to distance himself from the chaos, but in his haste, he overlooked a ceramic jar beneath his feet. As he stumbled backward, he collided with the jar, producing a loud crash that attracted the attention of the Blackbeard crew to his location. Chapter 62. Darkness Descends. Oh no. Hawkins immediately realized his oversight. Although still cloaked in invisibility, the crew of Blackbeard had begun to encircle him. Heh, it seems a rat has scurried in, Blackbeard remarked, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Hawkins and Apos' location, as if he could pierce through the veil of invisibility. Hawkins felt the weight of Blackbeard and Apos' stare and understood he had been discovered. No longer retreating slowly, he turned and fled, but not far before colliding with an unseen figure. Reiju Shiryu, cigar clamped between his teeth and a sword in hand, revealed his presence. Recently bestowed with the powers of the transparent fruit, he had become particularly attuned to cloaking abilities. Another with the same power of invisibility? Shiryu mused, slightly taken aback. Yet, he swiftly swung his sword towards the empty street ahead. The tremendous slash forced Hawkins to raise his weapon in defense, ultimately dispelling the effect of his invisibility and revealing his form. You are Basil Hawkins, subordinate of the Emperor Kaido? Shiryu recognized him instantly. Intrigued by the presence of Kaido and Apos' underling in this vicinity. Capture him. I am rather curious about his cloaking abilities. Blackbeard and Apos' voice echoed from afar, prompting Shiryu, who had initially contemplated to toy with Hawkins to expedite his actions. At that moment, Hawkins and Apos' spirits plummeted. He realized he might meet his end here. If only the captain were present, he knew he would be safe. However, after contacting his superior, he learned it would take another 2 hours for them to reach Hive Island. Hawkins and Apos' expression darkened. This meant he had to stall for 2 hours. There was not enough time for him to divine his fate, and his mind raced with possible strategies. In a moment of desperation, he lowered his sword and raised his hands, exclaiming, "Please, do not strike. I have come to join the Blackbeard pirates." Shiryu, merely a few steps away, halted his attack. Surprised, and called out to Blackbeard, "Teach, what do you say?" Who would have thought, with Kaido recently defeated, his subordinates would seek new opportunities? Blackbeard laughed heartily, instructing Shiryu to bring Hawkins forward. However, just then, an immense darkness enveloped Hive Island. Everyone on the island witnessed this sudden onset of darkness, and Shiryu immediately turned to Blackbeard. "Teach, when did you use your powers?" Yet, Blackbeard wore a bewildered expression. This darkness bore an uncanny resemblance to his dark fruit. Yet he had not invoked it. This is utterly bizarre. It was not I. Blackbeard and Apos' demeanor shifted from amusement to seriousness as he focused on the dark shroud, attempting to discern its source. Suddenly, he glimpsed a figure that should not have been there, shock etching his features. How is this possible? You were supposed to be dead. Why are you alive? How do you wield the power of darkness? Ignoring him, the figure commanded the darkness to engulf Hive Island entirely. Meanwhile, arriving at Hive Island, Aizen halted, sensing Hawkins and Apos' life card withering to ash in an instant. Hawkins is dead, discovered by Blackbeard? Aizen pondered, quickening his pace towards the last known direction of the life cart. An hour later, Eisen paused. His expression grew grave. He sensed he was indeed at Hive Island. But this only deepened his confusion. Hive Island could no longer be termed an island. It was more aptly described as an abyss. The entire island had vanished from the sea, replaced by an unfathomably deep pit. The ocean poured relentlessly into it, yet the depths remained inscrutable. Eisen could not comprehend what had transpired here. Had Hive Island experienced an earthquake? Or perhaps a planetary collapse? Regardless, he could not grasp the cause of Hive Island's current state. However, one thing he was certain of was that Hawkins was dead. Another pressing question loomed. This was Blackbeard and Apo's stronghold. With his base obliterated, could Blackbeard also be dead? What of the log posts? Eisen began his descent, delving into the abyss in search of clues. As he descended deeper, the air grew thin, the temperature soared, and the pressure escalated exponentially. Yet, he found no evidence, prompting him to abandon his quest. He ascended rapidly, initially intending to find a target upon which to unleash his frustrations. Ironically, he had not only failed to find a target but had also lost a subordinate. What a predicament. Simultaneously, in Mariawa, Im learned through the soul body that the 5 elders had successfully received treatment. Fortunately, none faced life-threatening conditions, though all required extensive recuperation. Their responsibilities were temporarily shelved, although Im felt they had little to do anyway. Once confirming their safety, Im discreetly summoned the soul body to gather all intelligence regarding Eisen from CP0. Studying the information meticulously, from Eisen and Apo's appearance at Sabeti Archipelago to the Marineford War and the whole Cake Island incident. Even records of interactions with Charlotte Linlin were included. Unbeknownst to him, the nature of this endeavor had shifted. Initially seeking to understand Eisen, curiosity and a certain emotional investment began to take root. After leaving the depths of Hive Island, Eisen arrived at a populated island, swiftly determining his next course of action. Unable to locate Blackbeard, or assuming he was likely dead, Eisen bore no interest in the identity of the perpetrator. He knew they would meet again if they were enemies. His remaining option was to seek out the final emperor, red-haired Shanks. He hoped Shanks was the last bearer of the log pose. Otherwise, he would have to resort to the most rudimentary means to pursue the One Piece. Thus, Eisen sought out the naval base on the island. When the Navy personnel heard Eisen and Apo's request to contact a Marine Admiral or Fleet Admiral, they dismissed him as a lunatic. How dare you think you can reach an Admiral or Fleet Admiral? Get lost and Don and Apo's. Waste my time. Eisen sighed. It was as he expected. Few listened when one spoke politely. Without further ado, he hypnotized the officer, compelling the Navy to initiate contact with their superiors using the transponder snail. As he was merely a lieutenant, ranks above him included captain, commander, colonel, admiral, vice admiral, rear admiral. His rank was insufficient to contact an admiral, so he could only reach a Navy colonel. After a brief wait, the transponder snail connected, and the other side responded impatiently. What is it? Report, sir. We have discovered a wanted criminal from the bounty list. The Navy colonel found this lieutenant somewhat audacious. After all, it was merely a criminal. Why bother? Ignoring him seemed the best course of action. Seems to be a bounty of 6.44 billion for Eisen. A question mark popped up in the Navy colonel and Apo's mind. What? Is this some kind of joke? Eisen couldn't possibly be on such a remote island. Chapter 63, The Annihilation of Blackbeard? The suspect, the naval colonel, was momentarily taken aback, his fury igniting almost instantly. Was this mere Ensign attempting to amuse himself at his expense? After all, that was the world's most wanted criminal, Eisen. It was utterly inconceivable for such a notorious figure to set foot on a desolate island. Ensign, he barked. This jest is in poor taste. I trust this will be the last time. Otherwise, you shall face military justice. With a decisive snap, the colonel severed the connection. Eisen fell into a contemplative silence, momentarily at a loss for words. He overlooked a crucial aspect, the inertia of human thought. In the colonel and Apo's mind, the existence of an invincible entity like Eisen could not possibly be discovered by a mere naval ensign. The colonel was resolute in his belief that such a scenario was impossible, and altering the mindset of such a person was a formidable challenge. Initially, Eisen had intended to reach out to his acquaintances within the Navy, namely the admirals and the Fleet Admiral. However, it became apparent that this plan had faltered. Consequently, Eisen shifted his strategy and instructed the ensign to retrieve the nautical chart. He first pinpointed their current island and Apo's location, then pondered who might possess knowledge of red-haired Shanks and Apo's whereabouts. After a brief contemplation, 2 potential candidates emerged, the legendary Rayleigh and Morgans. Rayleigh, a former comrade of Shanks, would likely have his coordinates or means of contact. Morgans, the proprietor of the world-renowned newspaper Big News, boasted unparalleled intelligence-gathering capabilities, second to none in the New World. Yet, with the identification of these two individuals arose a new dilemma: where to seek them out. After much deliberation, Eisen resolved to employ a rather rudimentary approach. He planned to visit the nearest naval branch and attempt to reconnect with his contacts there. If that failed, he would consider reaching out to Rayleigh or that peculiar Birdman. After traversing a lengthy route, Eisen found himself reflecting on how someone like Eisen would never resort to such measures. Moments later, he donned a new outfit and departed with the nautical chart in hand. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Sengoku received an urgent report from his intelligence officers. "What?" Sengoku exclaimed, dropping the snack he had been holding to the floor. Beside him, Kizaru and Akainu wore equally incredulous expressions, convinced they must have misheard. Although Blackbeard had recently ascended to the ranks of the Four Emperors, his strength was indisputable. Particularly, the existence of his dual devil fruit powers was unparalleled. Sengoku immediately ruled out Eisen. An hour prior, Blackbeard and Appo's stronghold, Hive Island, had inexplicably vanished from the sea, leading to speculation that an unknown force had annihilated the infamous pirate. The intelligence officer, it resembled the scene captured the previous day during the destruction of Rout Island by the Holy Flame. Could the Five Elders have secretly deployed the Holy Flame to obliterate Hive Island? This seemed implausible, as they were currently incapacitated and could hardly wield such power. Was it possible that another force had mastered the Holy Tear? After all, that was an ancient weapon of mass destruction replicated by Vegapunk, if one could be forged. A second was conceivable. Upon considering this, Sengoku turned his gaze to Kizaru, who immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. "Borsellino, you must investigate Egghead to ascertain whether Vegapunk is involved." Kizaru and Appo's expression conveyed his understanding. After all, who could blame him for being suspicious? Kizaru and Vegapunk shared a past acquaintance, thus he defended his old friend. Sengoku was well aware of Kizaru and Appo's history and saw through his thoughts. Who else possessed the technological prowess to make an entire island vanish? Suddenly, a name emerged in the minds of Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akainu. Eisen. If anyone could achieve such a feat, it would undoubtedly be him. Their rivalry during the war on the summit provided a motive as well. Yet, Eisen was already dead. After a moment of reflection, Kizaru ventured an idea. What if there exists a possibility that he is, in fact, alive? Before Kizaru could elaborate, Sengoku interrupted him. He had entertained this notion, but the Five Elders had publicly declared Eisen deceased, and that had to be accepted as fact. Any further speculation was futile. Should Eisen truly be alive, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Borsellino, cease your musings and return swiftly. Kizaru, recognizing the urgency, fell silent and transformed into light, racing towards Egghead. Sengoku ordered the intelligence officers to attend to other matters, leaving only himself and Akainu in the room. "Sengoku, you two believe that he may not be dead, do you not?" Akainu and Appo's question hung in the air. Sengoku remained silent, lost in memories of the past. When the Holy Flame was first created, he had the fortune to partake in its initial trial attack. To determine its effectiveness against devil fruit users, several notorious offenders of various abilities were captured for testing. The outcome was grim. None survived, not even the Logia users who entered their elemental forms. However, the Logia users differed from other types. They did not perish immediately upon being struck by the Holy Flame. Instead, they managed to evade damage for a time through their elemental state. Ultimately, they succumbed due to energy depletion, unable to maintain their transformation. At that time, Vegapunk concluded that even without Sea Prism Stone, it was possible to slay a Logia user in their elemental form. As long as the attacking energy was sufficiently potent, they could be exhausted, provided they could not evade the assault. The Holy Flame perfectly exemplified this principle, thus it had been employed as the ultimate weapon against Logia users in its early days. Sengoku believed that even today, aside from Kizaru, who could evade such an attack with his exceptional speed, not even Akainu would survive an encounter with the Holy Flame. Yet, he felt certain that Eisen could endure the assault. Sengoku even pondered a more terrifying hypothesis. "Sakazuki, do you think it possible that we have been ensnared in an illusion all along, never to escape?" Akainu and Appo's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 64. The Avengers. The words of Sengoku filled Akainu with an overwhelming sense of dread, causing the ground beneath him to instantly turn to lava. Akaina found himself unable to rein in his emotions, leading to a surge of power from his severed lava leg. After a considerable duration, he finally regained his composure and spoke gravely. Sengoku, do not jest about such matters. Sengoku acknowledged his seriousness, but noted that once a thought takes root in the mind, it becomes exceedingly difficult to suppress. To distract himself, Sengoku decided to take a stroll through the Holy Land, an experience he had never fully appreciated during his previous visits, which were always summoned by the Gorosei. Due to Aizen and Amp, Appo's sudden release of spiritual pressure in the Holy Land, the scheduled third-day session of the World Conference was adversely affected. On one hand, the Gorosei were involved. On the other, the kings of various nations were gripped by fear. The Holy Land, Mariewa, is regarded as the safest place in the pirate world, yet such an event occurred there, instilling profound terror among the monarchs. The higher the rank, the greater the fear of death, prompting them to vacate the Holy Land in unison. The World Conference, which had drawn global attention, had to be temporarily suspended due to the exodus of its participants. On that very day, several pirate ships departed from Wano country, including those of Big Mom, Luffy's crew, and the new Whitebeard pirates. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Nami regarded Luffy with a serious expression. Luffy, have you made your decision? Yes, I intend to avenge Uncle Aizen. Upon hearing Luffy and Appo's response, not only Nami, but the rest of the Straw Hat crew furrowed their brows. This was not typical behavior for Luffy. He was prepared to confront the Navy to repay that person and Appo's life-saving grace. Moreover, they were not going alone but alongside Big Mom and Appo's crew and the new Whitebeard pirates. This was all triggered by a newspaper delivered by a seagull a few hours earlier, boldly declaring that the Navy had killed Aizen. Initially, disbelief swept through the crew. Such a thing seemed impossible. During the Cake Island War, the Navy had deployed formidable forces and still suffered defeat. Could it be that the Navy possessed hidden strength? However, when Robin, drawing upon her extensive knowledge, proposed a possibility, they began to grasp that it could indeed be feasible. Robin pointed out that if it were an ancient weapon of mass destruction, then it might have been accomplished. These weapons, deemed taboo, each wielded world-ending power. With this deduction, the crew realized that the Navy might possess such a weapon, which they could have used to eliminate Aizen. Yet, if the Navy held such a weapon, why tolerate the existence of the four emperors? Why not simply use the weapon to obliterate them? Robin smiled slightly, anticipating that someone would pose this question. And she provided a brief explanation. Frankie, you are the expert in this area. Please enlighten everyone. Super. No problem. Frankie then proceeded to educate the crew about weaponry. In summary, the more powerful the weapon, the greater the energy required for each use, especially with a weapon of mass destruction. The resources consumed are beyond imagination. While it remains unclear which type of weapon the Navy employed, Frankie had the fortune of studying blueprints of a weapon named Pluton, based solely on the blueprints. He estimated the energy expenditure for each use to be equivalent to the total resources of a nation with a population of 10 million over 1 year. This consumption is substantial, and the actual requirements could surpass even that figure. As Frankie articulated this, some members felt it did not seem overly significant. Given that pirate bounties often reached hundreds of millions or even billions, thereby distorting their sense of scale, Frankie refrained from further explanation, understanding that comprehension was not guaranteed. What you must grasp is that the limitations and consumption of such a weapon are immense. It is not a force that can be wielded casually. However, after Frankie concluded his explanation, only a few individuals appeared deeply troubled, realizing the terrifying potential of such a weapon. The majority, however, remained puzzled, and Frankie recognized that not everyone shares the same expertise. He had addressed the essential points. But one reassuring piece of information was that the same weapon of mass destruction could not be used consecutively. I don't understand, Luffy remarked, digging in his nose. The others turned to Luffy, expressions reflecting their expectations. They had never anticipated him to comprehend. Nami, ignoring Luffy, earnestly cautioned the others. In any case, we must be more cautious from this point forward. This time is different from Enies Lobby. We are likely to face multiple Marine Admirals. In contrast to Luffy and Amp, Appo's crew, the comrades aboard Ace's ship quickly grasped the situation. Marco wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, as the recent events evoked memories of the days when he fought alongside their father on the high seas. Conversely, Ace remained unusually quiet, fully aware that engaging the Navy would not be an easy endeavor. He vowed that the events of 2 years prior would not repeat. He would not fail again. Unbeknownst to Ace, the orange-red flames enveloping him had begun to shift to a shade of white. Mother, are we truly declaring war on the Navy? Katakuri and Apos' expression was conflicted, believing the drawbacks of such an action far outweighed the benefits. Their arrival at Cake Island was already a declaration of war against me, not to mention they killed Aizen. Big Mom, adopting an uncharacteristically calm demeanor, was now strikingly composed. However, Katakuri perceived this calm as the eye of a storm. Given the immense shock she had just experienced, she should have succumbed to her madness by now. Yet, upon learning of Aizen and Apos' demise at the hands of the Navy, she had only unleashed her conqueror and Apos' haki once, swiftly retracting it thereafter. Subsequently, she displayed an unsettling tranquility that filled Katakuri with dread. This was the first time he had witnessed such a side of his mother, and he was uncertain of what might transpire. He had even employed his observation haki to glimpse into the future, but he found himself confronted with a void. No visions emerged. This unprecedented occurrence signified that the future had become obscured, leaving no one to predict what lay ahead. Underneath the surface of the ocean, currents stirred ominously. As Morgans released another report, the fall of the 4 emperors. The report detailed the swift downfall of 2 emperors, Kaido and Blackbeard, within a short span, one defeated, the other presumed dead. After completing the report, Morgans gazed at 3 photographs in his hand, 2 of which depicted Raftel and Hive Island. His intelligence network rivaled that of the world government, and might even surpass it. After careful consideration, he concluded the article with a tantalizing cliffhanger. The sea is on the brink of a monumental transformation. What awaits us is destruction or rebirth. Chapter 65. The Convergence of Destiny. This news spread like a plague of locusts, reaching the ears of the masses with astonishing rapidity. Not long after the defeat of the 4 Emperor Kaido, another 4 Emperor was embroiled in turmoil. The pirates of the New World were left in a state of trepidation, uncertain whether they would be the next to face calamity. The seas grew increasingly restless, while the movements of the Navy appeared to slow unexpectedly. However, this was merely a transient phenomenon. Aizen, guided by the markings on the nautical charts, employed his swift movement to arrive at the Navy branch GL-13. Through his perceptive abilities, he discerned that the strongest presence on the island was merely that of a Navy vice admiral. He had anticipated encountering an admiral stationed there, but that notion proved to be overly optimistic. Admirals typically remained at the headquarters or were out at sea on missions, seldom stationed at a particular outpost. Upon confirming that there were no familiar faces on the island, Aizen proceeded to hypnotize the entire contingent of Navy personnel. Striding confidently into the branch, he assumed the guise of Admiral Kizaru in the eyes of the bewildered sailors. Admiral Kizaru, what brings you to our humble outpost? Upon receiving a report from his subordinates, the vice admiral hastily set aside his work and rushed over. I was merely passing through on a mission. Summon the officer in charge of intelligence. I have inquiries to make. Aizen spoke candidly, lacking the inclination to impersonate anyone further. At once, the vice admiral promptly dispatched someone to locate the intelligence officer, who, upon arrival, was astonished to find none other than Admiral Kizaru himself. What can I do for you, Admiral? Aizen directly conveyed his request regarding information about the red-haired Shanks and his crew. The intelligence officer complied readily, providing Aizen with all pertinent details concerning Shanks. As Aizen perused the information within the Navy branch, he discovered that Shanks indeed had a territory in the New World. Initially, Aizen had assumed Shanks to be a drifter. However, knowing he possessed a territory made matters considerably easier. By estimating the distance using the Navy's charts, Aizen concluded that he could reach Shanks' domain in approximately an hour. With a snap of his fingers, Aizen rendered the entire branch and Apos' personnel unconscious before departing. Meanwhile, as Aizen made his way to Shanks' and Apos' territory, Kizaru arrived at Egghead Island to consult with Vegapunk. After repeatedly confirming whether any information regarding the world-ending weapon had been leaked or if Vegapunk had secretly manufactured weapons, Kizaru received consistent assurances of innocence. Given their prior acquaintance, Kizaru was inclined to trust Vegapunk. He reported this situation to Sengoku, who remained skeptical and tasked Kizaru with monitoring Vegapunk. In perfect alignment with Kizaru and Apos' thoughts, he decided to remain at Egghead, where he and Vegapunk reminisced about old times. Meanwhile, Sengoku, having concluded his call, remained pensive. Akainu, observing his demeanor, realized that the worst-case scenario might indeed be true. After an hour of rapid movement, Aizen finally arrived at the territory of red-haired Shanks. At the highest point of the territory fluttered the flag of the red-haired pirates, signifying this land as his dominion and under his protection. Without hesitation, Aizen expanded his perception to search the entire island, eager to locate Shanks. However, after an extensive search, he found no trace of Shanks, neither above nor below ground. Determined, Aizen decided to hypnotize the island and Appos' inhabitants to glean information. Learning that Shanks had departed for sea days prior. Had he missed him? It mattered not. Aizen sought out the most powerful presence on the island. Believing he might possess Shanks and Appos' contact information, confronted by Aizen and Appos' sudden appearance, the individual had no time to react before being hypnotized. As anticipated, he indeed had Shanks and Appos' contact details, bringing Aizen great satisfaction as he instructed the individual to use a Din Din Mushi to reach out to Shanks. Meanwhile, Big Mom, Luffy, and Ace had departed Wano for merely half a day when suddenly, Big Mom and Appos' ship signaled a halt. Though puzzled, Luffy and Ace complied, making their way aboard Big Mom and Appos' vessel. Big Mom, what has happened? Why have we stopped? Did you not feel it, little ones? Feel what? Luffy and Ace exchanged confused glances before a powerful aura enveloped them. Both were taken aback and turned towards its source. There, they spotted a ship that appeared rather ordinary at first glance, save for its bow, which resembled a legendary creature. However, upon recognizing the pirate flag, Luffy and Ace gulped in unison. The skull and crossbones flag, adorned with 3 red lines over the left eye of the skull, belonged to none other than the 4 Emperor red-haired Shanks, the Red Force. Luffy had never anticipated encountering Shanks under such circumstances. After all, he had been his guiding light. On the Red Force, Shanks also noticed Big Mom and Appos' ship in the distance, wearing a relaxed expression devoid of concern. Oh, what a surprise to encounter Big Mom. Crew, brace yourselves. We may be in for a fierce battle, Shanks declared nonchalantly, leisurely pouring himself a drink. Boss, it seems we are not alone. I also see Luffy and Ace. Shanks maintained his smile, choosing not to respond. Did Jesus Burgess think he was unnoticed? He had seen him long ago. At that moment, Big Mom and Appos' ship began to draw closer to Shanks and Appos' vessel. Ben Beckman, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exchanged glances with Shanks. So, what do you say? Let us meet. Shanks replied, rising and grasping the sword at his waist. The news had reported that they had jointly defeated the 4 Emperor Kaido. If they believed that collaboration would suffice to conquer him, they were gravely mistaken. Unconsciously, Shanks radiated his conqueror and Appos' haki. And if one were to regard whose presence reigned supreme in these waters, excluding Aizen, it was undoubtedly Shanks. Luffy and the others, even from afar, could feel Shanks' overwhelming aura, a testament to his formidable strength. Mama, Shanks, you truly are becoming more and more imposing. Big Mom's voice traversed the sea, reaching Shanks' ears, prompting him to grow wary. Her voice seemed rejuvenated. When Shanks beheld the real Big Mom, he was genuinely astonished. Back when he was an apprentice in the Roger Pirates, he had encountered her multiple times, and she had appeared much like she did now, young and beautiful, possessing a devilish figure, though that was decades ago. Big Mom, observing Shanks and Appos' astonishment, felt satisfied as she stood on the deck of her ship, flanked by Luffy and Ace, each with their respective crews aboard their vessels. In that moment, the fates of the pirate world converged in one place. Chapter 66. Shanks the Red-Haired with the demise of Blackbeard. The fate of the world now hinges upon Luffy, Ace, and Shanks the Red-Haired. As for him, he is an outsider, devoid of the world's favor. Big Mom, Luffy, Ace, and Shanks exchanged glances across the ships. And for a moment, silence enveloped them. In the absence of conversation, Shanks, following Big Mom and Appos' earlier words, responded, Big Mom, you seem to grow younger and more beautiful with each passing day. Thank you for the compliment. You are far more eloquent than those old codgers, Big Mom replied, her face blooming with joy. Previously, neither her children nor the naval forces had praised her transformation, leaving her met with expressions of disbelief that irked her. At last, she encountered someone with discernment, lifting her spirits. Shanks, and Appos, it's been a long time. Luffy interjected suddenly, overwhelmed by the nostalgia of seeing Shanks again after such an extended period. Indeed, it has been a while. Though I wish our reunion were under different circumstances, Shanks silently added in his heart. He and Ace exchanged nods, acknowledging each other. Then, turning to the matter at hand, Shanks and Appos' demeanor shifted, his aura intensifying. May I inquire why you have obstructed my vessel? This abrupt change alerted everyone else to the gravity of their dialogue with one of the four emperors. "We are seeking revenge against the Navy. Our encounter with you is merely coincidental," Ace explained, comparing Shanks and Appo's strength to that of Kaido. His brief contemplation led Ace to conclude that Shanks possessed significantly greater presence. The real reason behind this disparity was Kaido and Appo's weakened state, having suffered a grievous injury. Otherwise, confronting Kaido would come at a steep price, assuming Big Mom refrained from intervening. Considering the intelligence at hand, Shanks inquired cautiously, "You seek vengeance against the Navy? Could it possibly be related to Aizen?" Upon mentioning Aizen, Shanks noted a palpable shift in the atmosphere among the trio, especially Big Mom, who seemed on the verge of volcanic eruption. "They killed Aizen. I must avenge him." Big Mom and Appo's smile vanished, her disbelief palpable. Suddenly, Katakuri, positioned at the rear of the deck, sensed impending trouble. Mother is about to lose control, he thought, rushing forward to divert her attention. At that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from Shanks. Confused as to why one of his subordinates was contacting him, he informed Big Mom and the others that he needed to take a call. He turned and took a few steps to answer the transponder snail. Before he could speak, the voice on the other end declared, "I am Aizen, currently within your territory." Aizen? Who is that? Shanks quickly searched his memory, but found no recollection of Aizen. A sense of foreboding washed over him, his voice growing cold. The individual possessing this transponder snail was formidable, potentially a reserve member of the red-haired pirates. Such a person would not easily share their contact information, suggesting that Aizen had likely eliminated the original owner. "What do you intend to do in my territory? Did you kill the owner of the transponder snail?" "You misunderstand. I have committed no murder. My aim is to locate you, but by the time I arrived, you had already set sail," Aizen explained patiently, noting Shanks and Appo's shifting tone, though he remained unfazed. In the next breath, Aizen uttered a name he deemed unworthy of himself. "You may not be familiar with the name Aizen. I was previously known as Aizen." Shanks fell silent, his aura erupting violently as the surrounding sea began to churn, and the sky seemed to tear apart. Aizen had entered his territory. What could he possibly want? Wait, wasn't Appo's he already dead? Could he be a fraud? Big Mom and the others sensed Shanks's transformation. Their curiosity piqued about what sort of transponder snail could provoke such a reaction from one of the four emperors. "Boss, remain calm. You are still aboard your ship." The crew members rushed to console their captain, but Shanks, realizing his loss of composure, quickly tempered his intensity. "I understand. I will return promptly. Please do not harm the islanders." "Good," Aizen replied before ending the call. Now, he had but one task: wait. Simultaneously, Shanks returned to Big Mom and the others. "I just received a call." The individual identified himself as Aizen. As Shanks began to speak, Big Mom and Appo's reaction mirrored his previous one, her conqueror and Appo's haki erupting uncontrollably. Her pink hair billowed in the wind as she glared down at Shanks. "Shanks, you better not be jesting about this." "Big Mom, I would not dare jest regarding such matters." "That is what he claimed," Shanks replied, stepping forward to counter her haki. Their powers clashed, causing the weaker crew members to faint. Yet, both emperors remained oblivious to the chaos. At that moment, Luffy chimed in. "If he says he is Uncle Aizen, Shuden and Appo's, we meet him to ascertain the truth? Often, it is the onlookers who possess greater insight into handling situations." And Luffy's words made Big Mom realize her impulsiveness. She retracted her haki and addressed Shanks. "I apologize. I acted rashly." Big Mom's apology caught Shanks off guard. Was this truly the Big Mom he knew? Were it not for her towering stature, he might have doubted her authenticity. Thus, the group followed Shanks, taking a day to return to his territory. During this time, the Navy and Appo's intelligence organization detected the situation and promptly reported it. Sengoku, upon receiving the report, rested his forehead in worry. The four emperors Big Mom, the Straw Hat crew, the new Whitebeard pirates, and the red-haired pirates have converged. What could unite these individuals? What are they planning? Sengoku felt an ominous premonition and instructed the intelligence personnel to maintain vigilance, reporting any developments immediately. From a distance, Aizen sensed the presence of powerful figures, surmising that Shanks had returned. He set down his book and swiftly arrived at the port, gazing upon a fleet of ships. Leading the procession was Shanks and Appo's pirate ship, followed by several others, initially presumed to be under Shanks and Appo's command. However, upon closer inspection, He recognized Big Mom, Luffy Ace, and others, an unexpectedly fortuitous alignment. Chapter 67, Atmosphere. Sharing. The individuals aboard the ship sensed the presence of Aizen, and to their astonishment, it was truly him. Big Mom, manipulating the thunderclouds, swiftly departed from the vessel, soaring towards the port with great speed. Aizen, you are alive. How wonderful. Aizen gazed at the exuberant Big Mom, momentarily at a loss on how to respond to her enthusiasm. He offered a soft acknowledgement, a mere hum in reply. Enveloped in her joy, Big Mom overlooked the peculiarities surrounding her. Subsequently, the fleet arrived at the port, and the pirates disembarked from the ship. Most of Aizen and Appo's attention was captivated by red-haired Shanks. After 2 years, this man had grown stronger and more imposing. Shanks, in turn, fixated on Aizen, feeling uncertain. As Aizen and Appo's current demeanor starkly contrasted with his persona during the Marineford War. Uncle Aizen, it really is you, Luffy exclaimed, disregarding the atmosphere and enthusiastically greeting him. Luffy, please call me Aizen. Aizen seized the opportunity to announce his new name, wishing to avoid lengthy explanations. Why did you change your name, Uncle Aizen? Luffy and Appo's probing question, along with the curiosity reflected in others and Appo's gazes, went unanswered as Aizen chose to ignore them. He was unwilling to squander time on pleasantries or explanations and turned his attention to Shanks, stating candidly, Shanks, I wish to know if you possess a road poneglyph. Those pirates aware of what a road poneglyph entailed displayed expressions of confusion and astonishment. What is happening? Is the road poneglyph referring to the one that points to the final island? Aizen, usually enigmatic, had become remarkably straightforward. A myriad of questions flooded their minds, with Shanks himself appearing the most astonished. How did Aizen know? Indeed, Shanks did possess a road poneglyph. This matter was known only to his trusted crew. How Aizen had come to learn of it was a mystery. Shanks glanced at his companions behind him, then shook his head. They were his carefully chosen partners, and he trusted they would never betray him. In truth, Aizen was not entirely certain himself, as the information initially provided by Morgans was merely speculation, not absolute truth. After a moment of silence, Shanks seemed to make a decision, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes as he solemnly replied, Though I do not know how you learned this, I do indeed possess a road poneglyph. The revelation sent shockwaves through the other pirates, with Robin from Luffy's crew displaying a dramatic change in demeanor. As the Straw Hat Pirates archaeologist, she was responsible for translating and documenting all historical texts encountered during their journeys. Recently, after defeating the Yonko Kaido, she discovered a road poneglyph located in Wano, along with another one from Zou Island and the 4 that had been found. 3 of the 4 road poneglyphs were now accounted for. With Shanks' piece in hand, all the markers would be gathered, potentially revealing the location of the final island today. Mama. It seems you have one too. Big Mom squinted her eyes, smiling knowingly, quickly grasping Aizen's intent. However, she was surprised to learn that out of the 4 road poneglyphs, 3 were held by the Yonko. Evidently, none had been idle. Only Ace and his crew appeared indifferent towards the road poneglyphs, having never actively sought them out. Marco adjusted his glasses and quietly inquired, Ace, what are your plans? Ace contemplated, yearning to restore glory and make Whitebeard and Appo's name resonate once more across the seas. Initially disinterested in the great treasure, he now saw the prospect of finding it under the new Whitebeard crew and Appo's banner as a viable strategy. While everyone pondered their respective thoughts, Aizen stated plainly, Shanks, I ask that you share the road poneglyph you possess. In return, I will provide the 3 I have found. What? Shanks was taken aback, never having anticipated that Aizen's objective was sharing the road poneglyphs. Sharing such crucial information was something no pirate would ever consider. Collecting all 4 coordinates meant possessing the location of the final island, signifying the great treasure, One Piece. Aizen's proposal was indeed cunning. Shanks felt perplexed by Aizen's true intentions. Noticing Shanks and Appo's silence, Aizen did not hesitate to reveal the content of the road poneglyphs held by Kaido and Big Mom. Realizing the situation was already laid bare, Shanks disclosed the details of his own road poneglyph. Subsequently, Aizen shared the content of the Zou poneglyph as well. Robin attentively listened, comparing each detail. The information Aizen provided matched precisely with her records, indicating that he had indeed shared the road poneglyphs. Thus, only one question remained. How could they ascertain the authenticity of the information provided by Shanks? As Robin contemplated this, Aizen once again astounded everyone, since we have gathered all 4 road poneglyphs. Why Don and Amp, Apos, we journey together to the final island. Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes sparkled. This was the way to verify the truth. If the coordinates Shanks provided were false, they would be unable to locate the final island. Conversely, if they were genuine, they could witness the truth of the great treasure. One Piece. Without hesitation, Big Mom agreed to Aizen and Amp, Apos' invitation. Luffy readily concurred, as did Ace, yet Shanks appeared hesitant, lost in thought. You have one day to consider, Aizen said, not pressuring Shanks further as he turned to leave. Intending to find a quiet place to study the navigational charts and calculate the precise location of the final island and its distance from their current position. Naturally, Big Mom followed Aizen, her children trailing behind, while Luffy and Ace remained. The next day, at the port of the red-haired territory, the group reconvened, including Shanks and Amp, Apos' crew. Last night, Shanks had a private conversation with Aizen, and no one knew what transpired between them. From the outcome, it appeared that Aizen had persuaded Shanks to join the expedition to the final island. Once everyone had gathered, they set forth towards the final island. As they departed the red-haired territory, Aizen sensed a watchful gaze upon them. He extended his perception, locating the observer on a distant island and hypnotized them, leading them to believe the group had not yet left the territory. Afterward, Aizen chose not to dwell on it. The coordinates indicated by the 4 road poneglyphs pointed to the deepest part of the New World. After 2 days of travel, an island emerged on the horizon, revealing itself as the final island, Laugh-Tale. Chapter 68. The final encounter. Curiosity surrounded the elusive final island, Laugh-Tale, as the fleet accelerated once more. With each passing moment, the island loomed larger, drawing the crew ever closer. Amidst the excitement, no one noticed the subtle shift in Aizen and Apos' demeanor. His gaze toward the island had turned unusually grave. Externally, the final island bore no distinguishing features from an ordinary isle. As the fleet finally reached the shores of Laugh-Tale, one individual could no longer contain his eagerness. Luffy leaped from the ship. Upon touching the land of Laugh-Tale, Luffy sensed an extraordinary difference. The island seemed to emanate a mystical force, and he felt a palpable weight in the air. One by one, the others disembarked, sharing similar sentiments to Luffy's. However, Aizen remained aboard, gripped by an ominous premonition that something dreadful would occur upon his arrival. The feeling was intense. Moreover, the Hogyoku conveyed startling news to Aizen, leaving him astounded, as he realized the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Aizen, are you not disembarking? Big Mom inquired with concern upon noticing Aizen and Apos' reluctance to leave the ship. Just as Aizen was about to respond, a shroud of darkness enveloped the skies above Laugh-Tale. The shadows descended in an instant, casting a foreboding pall over the island. Aizen and Apos' expression hardened. He recognized the ability at play. It seemed the Hogyoku had not misinterpreted its sensations. Indeed, it was that individual. Then, a voice echoed from the darkened heavens. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long. The voice resonated from all directions, while the others, aside from Aizen, frantically searched for its source. With unwavering vigilance, Aizen focused on a particular shadowy figure. The silhouette did not conceal itself, and soon enough, the others detected its presence. Yet, the revelation of this figure only deepened Big Mom, Luffy, and the others' confusion. Why are there 2 Aizens? Aizen, what is the meaning of this? Big Mom bellowed, feeling profoundly deceived. Who among the 2 Aizens was genuine? What was the true nature of the being she admired? Signs of her impending madness began to surface, and her surroundings crackled with conqueror's haki, prompting those nearby to retreat in alarm. Faced with Big Mom's inquiries, Aizen remained silent. His brow furrowed as he observed the approaching figure emerging from the shadows. It was the black-clad Blue Aizen, who had evidently survived the onslaught of Holy Mother's flames. Moreover, his presence now exuded a strength that far surpassed his power at Whole Cake Island. As the black-clad Blue Aizen drew nearer, Aizen finally spoke. So, you have indeed survived. The Hogyoku was his creation, initially nurtured by the energies of the Hogyoku, thereby establishing a connection between the 2. Recently, the Hogyoku had informed Aizen of its vague awareness of the Hogyoku's movement, leading Aizen to speculate that the black-clad Blue Aizen had not perished. Yet, how had he found his way to the final island without any guiding markers? If the counterfeit has not perished, then how could I? The black-clad Blue Aizen stated bluntly, revealing that he had devoured numerous devil fruit users in a short span, allowing the Hogyoku to undergo a second evolution. His might had intensified. having consumed the cataclysmic attack that had once descended upon him. Now, he stood more formidable than ever, unburdened by concerns over energy. In fact, after devouring a multitude of devil fruit users, the black-clad Blue Eisen sensed a calling. He followed this summons to the final island. While he had yet to uncover the island's secrets, the Hogyoku had disclosed that the origins of the devil fruits lay here. This island concealed monumental mysteries. Just as the black-clad Blue Eisen prepared to delve into these enigmas, the Hogyoku alerted him to the approach of the original Eisen, making it clear that the counterfeit had also arrived. Now, empowered as he was, he resolved to unveil the falsehood of his doppelganger. "Ah, so you have come to realize my true nature," the black-clad Blue Eisen remarked, addressing Eisen and Appos' revelation of his own falseness without provocation. However, while Eisen remained unperturbed, Big Mom erupted in fury. Upon hearing Eisen and Appos' acknowledgement of his counterfeit status, she lost control. Conqueror and Appos' haki surged forth, red lightning radiating outward from her core. At that moment, Eisen snapped his fingers, inducing a profound hypnotic state in Big Mom, causing her to faint. Witnessing this, her children drew their weapons, eyeing Eisen warily. It was then that Shanks spoke up. "Eisen, what is the meaning of this? Please elucidate." The black-clad Blue Eisen observed the unfolding drama with an enigmatic smile. Savoring the spectacle, "Eisen? This counterfeit even dares to adopt a new name." Eisen exhaled deeply, offering a succinct explanation. Most present remained bewildered, grappling with terms such as Bankai and constructed memory body. Yet, a few swiftly grasped the unfolding situation. In essence, Eisen had fabricated a memory of Blue Eisen to deceive the Navy, and now he faced the consequences of that deception. "Have you concluded your exposition? Then I shall not hold back." The black-clad Blue Eisen chose to strike only after Eisen finished his explanation, as the darkness above plummeted downward. Soon, the entirety of the final island was engulfed in shadows. Eisen instantly comprehended the black-clad Blue Eisen and Appos' intention. He wielded the power of the dark fruit. His goal was to consume everyone present. "Utilize haki to resist the darkness. We must not be devoured," Eisen shouted urgently. However, despite his warning, the darkness proved far more formidable than anticipated. The armament haki was ineffective against the shadows, as the black-clad Blue Eisen had recently devoured Blackbeard at Hive Island. The dark fruit had awakened, bolstered by the Hogyoku, rendering his darkness capable of disregarding the typical countermeasures of ordinary haki. Unless one harnessed Conqueror and Appos' haki, other forms of haki would be futile against it. This oversight proved to be a miscalculation for the black-clad Blue Eisen. He had not thoroughly understood the pirate world and the current island's inhabitants. Many among them possessed Conqueror and Appos' haki. Upon realizing that armament haki was ineffective, red-haired Shanks and others unleashed their Conqueror and Appos' haki to combat the encroaching darkness. The results were remarkable. The darkness was held at bay, unable to advance even an inch. This unforeseen development mildly surprised the black-clad Blue Eisen, yet it was merely a momentary distraction. He swiftly redirected his assault from the pirates to the island itself. The shadows began to consume the land, and the final island gradually contracted from its periphery. The black-clad Blue Eisen discerned that among the gathered individuals were numerous fruit users. The most efficient way to deal with them was to utilize seawater. By devouring the island, they would be rendered powerless upon contact with the ocean, leaving them vulnerable to his consumption. At that moment, Eisen took action. He focused on the black-clad Blue Eisen and activated his Bankai. Reality and Illusion. Chapter 69, The Final Battle, The Great Treasure. In an instant, the two vanished from the island, and the darkness that had been consuming the final island ceased its advance. As the ominous shadows receded, the pirates experienced a fleeting sense of relief. However, the expression of Shanks remained grave. He sensed that the ordeal was not yet over. Meanwhile, Eisen and the dark-clad Eisen traversed through space to arrive in a pristine white realm of pure illusion. As soon as the dark Eisen touched the ground, the white space shattered, revealing the desolate landscape beyond, strewn with sand and desolation. Instantly, Dark Eisen recognized their surroundings, Hueco Mundo, the Palace of Night. This was not the Soul Society from their previous encounter. Pondering the nature of Eisen and Appos' Zanpakuto, he extended his awareness but found no trace of Eisen, prompting him to mock. "Imposter, do you truly believe your Zanpakuto can contend with me? I understand that I may find this challenging alone, thus I have summoned familiar faces." Eisen revealed himself, flanked by 10 distinct Arrancar, none other than the Espada. Yet, upon seeing them, Dark Eisen and Appos' disdain only deepened. Could they truly pose a threat? At that moment, The Espada perceived Dark Aizen as an unfamiliar Shinigami. Under Aizen and Appo's command, they launched a simultaneous assault on Dark Aizen. Zero, the light of the King's hollow, and the Espada unleashed their unique abilities. In response, Dark Aizen erupted with Black's spiritual pressure, aiming to obliterate them in a single blow. Aizen, of course, would not allow such an outcome. He countered with his own spiritual pressure, and the collision of their energies caused the very fabric of Hueco Mundo to tremble. Just then, the Espada, having completed their Resurrection, began to wield their powers against Dark Aizen. Their abilities varied, some skirting the edges of reality itself. Even Dark Aizen would have to tread carefully. However, Aizen miscalculated or perhaps underestimated Dark Aizen's current strength. From the vast darkness beneath Dark Aizen and Appo's feet surged forth, swiftly engulfing the sandy expanse within 100 meters. The darkness began to consume the terrain, spreading outward, and Aizen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dark Aizen had developed the Devil Fruit to such an extent. The recently manifested H-Gyoku, alarmed, conveyed that its energy was rapidly depleting. Aizen recalled the nature of the Dark Fruit, which possessed gravitational powers akin to a black hole. Could it be that Dark Aizen had achieved such a level of control? As Aizen pondered, the created Espada were being devoured by the encroaching darkness, their struggles proving futile. Their anguished cries jolted Aizen back to reality, and he gestured for the Espada to vanish. In that moment, Aizen realized he might not be able to overcome Dark Aizen after all. "It seems I have brought this upon myself," he remarked with self-deprecation. Dark Aizen raised an eyebrow, pausing his consumption. "Why do you say that? Is this not the world you created?" Aizen shook his head in silence, referring to his decision to hand the H-Gyoku to Dark Aizen. He had not anticipated the immense potential of the H-Gyoku or underestimated the power of the black hole it represented. The evolution of the H-Gyoku and the might it displayed surpassed Aizen and Appo's expectations, leading to the current predicament. While the H-Gyoku possessed nearly limitless energy, the Devil Fruit could utilize its devouring ability to endlessly consume the H-Gyoku and Appo's power. This would evolve into a tug-of-war, and Aizen had exhausted all means to defeat Dark Aizen. Initially, he had hoped to control the H-Gyoku to detach it from Dark Aizen, but that effort had failed. "The H-Gyoku has rejected me," he lamented, feeling a sense of futility. The rapid evolution of the H-Gyoku had exceeded his expectations, revealing his misjudgment of Dark Aizen's prowess. Aizen sighed deeply. He was not the true Aizen, and thus, he could afford to express his discontent. "It seems that defeating you is no longer possible." "Oh, imposter, are you conceding?" Dark Aizen misinterpreted, thinking that acknowledgement of defeat equated to surrender. Before he could ponder further, Aizen began to approach him deliberately. "What are you doing?" Dark Aizen questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. As Aizen drew closer, Hueco Mundo began to dissolve. Upon reaching Dark Aizen, the entire space reverted to its original pristine white form. Yet, the next moment, an abundance of darkness began to permeate the once blank space, swiftly transforming it into a realm of stark contrast. "Are you trying to?" Dark Aizen was suddenly startled, grasping Aizen and Appo's intentions. Had he lost his mind? "Do you wish to perish? Come forth, H-Gyoku. Respond to me, my desire is for us to become one." With a roar, the black and white space shattered, intertwining in a chaotic dance. Aizen, alongside Dark Aizen, drew ever closer to one another. At that moment, Dark Aizen frantically attempted to utilize the H-Gyoku and Appo's abilities to distance himself from Aizen, but it proved futile. One of the H-Gyoku and Appo's powers was to manifest the innermost desires of its wielder, bringing them into tangible existence. Aizen had just made a straightforward wish to the H-Gyoku, which now surged with energy to fulfill its master and Appo's desire. "You madman, I despise you." Dark Aizen bellowed at Aizen, but as the words left his lips, their forms converged, merging into one. They intertwined, each existing within the other, battling for dominance. Subsequently, the black and white realm spun rapidly, forming a colossal vortex that began to consume everything around it, ultimately engulfing the entire world of illusion. On the island of the final destination, Aizen and Dark Aizen had vanished for over an hour, and the darkness that had enveloped the heavens had completely dissipated. The surviving pirates did not depart. They refrained from searching for the legendary great treasure, instead waiting for Aizen and Appo's return, as if he held more significance for them than the treasure itself. As time passed, several hours slipped by without Aizen and Appo's appearance. Finally, some grew restless and set off into the depths of the final island in search of the great treasure. More hours elapsed, and night fell. Gradually, many ventured deeper into the island, yet not a single soul returned with news of the treasure. At that moment, Nami turned to Luffy. "Luffy, shall we not seek the great treasure?" "Not going," he replied. Upon receiving this answer, Nami obediently fell silent. She had initially thought that finding the treasure would lead Luffy to become the next pirate king, but having lived alongside him for so long, she understood his temperament. Even if the great treasure were a mere myth, Luffy would remain indifferent. In his heart, the freest soul upon these seas was the pirate king, independent of the treasure and Appo's existence. Just then, the sky above the final island shattered like glass. From the fractured heavens emerged a figure clad in a white Haori, surveying the surroundings before descending gracefully before the crowd. "Uncle Aizen, you have returned," Luffy exclaimed joyfully, and the figure turned to him with a slight smile. "Why are you not searching for the great treasure? We and Appo's waiting for you, Uncle, to search together," Aizen inquired, yet the others sensed something unusual in his voice. It sounded as though multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. What could this mean? AI Ran had come to the realization that he had not yet fully merged successfully. He had spent several hours fusing with the figure clad in black, blue dye. Simultaneously, the crumbling jade had merged with the devil jade. Now, he was neither blue dye nor AI Ran, but rather a new entity possessing the memories of both. After emerging from the realm of illusion and reality, he felt a surge in power and sensed an incongruous location on the island. Thus, he proposed to the group, "I have discovered a remarkable place on the island, which may very well be the location of the great treasure." The others, including Big Mom, Shanks, Ace, and Luffy, agreed to his suggestion and followed him. Half an hour later, leveraging his formidable strength, Aizen blasted open a hidden passageway beneath the ground. At the moment the passage was breached, a tempest infused with the essence of time and space erupted forth. Aizen stood at the forefront, dissipating the temporal storm. With a contemplative expression, he stroked his chin, an idea forming in his mind. Under his guidance, the group descended to the deepest part of the underground. There, they encountered an exceedingly ancient door inscribed with characters incomprehensible to Luffy and the others. Even the well-versed Shanks could not decipher the script, yet Aizen recognized it, for it was the very language mastered by the youth of Blue Star in his memories. Upon reading the inscriptions, Aizen burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" The others were perplexed by his sudden mirth. However, Shanks recalled the time when Captain Roger and his crew returned from the final island. Their reactions were almost identical to Aizen's now. They had laughed uncontrollably at the mention of the final island and the great treasure, as if it were the most absurd joke. Indeed, it was so. Upon finishing the text on the door, Aizen understood. It turned out that he was not the only one who was false. Everyone in this world was a mere illusion. They were all virtual beings shaped by higher dimensional entities. The door bore the phrase, "We are all false existences. This is a joke." Reflecting on the truth he had recently learned from Imo, Aizen had initially pondered what the great treasure might be, only to discover it was nothing more than a jest. How laughable it was. In a world bustling with self-interest, who could have imagined that the final island was merely a farce? Tears of laughter nearly streamed down his face, while the others remained utterly bewildered by his amusement. Just as they were about to inquire, he ceased his laughter, raised his right hand, and concentrated all his haki, spiritual pressure, and devil fruit power. This ultimate punch struck the door. Boom, boom, boom. The entire final island trembled. No, the entire pirate world quaked. The door fissured under the impact, revealing a bizarre realm beyond the crack. A spark of brilliance flickered in Aizen and Appo's eyes as he seemed to have found a new objective. Since there were other worlds behind the door, it implied that the truth was far from over. Transforming into his soul form, Aizen plunged into the crevice.